Chapter 176 The Elephant Papa who was beaten up in an anxious manner. After a shadow. How is this possible? After the elephant patting realized it, an ominous premonition suddenly surged in his heart. This is not a after-image. This is my clone technique. Otherwise, how could it be hidden from the perception of the god of destruction? You are right. Talat voice came from behind Xiongpa. The moment the words fell, Talat used the hellfire mercilessly, and the target paw launched a fatal blow. Boom! The scorching fire light shot out from Talat's fist. The terrifying pillar of flame light hit the back of Xiongpa, and in a flash, it repelled Xiongpa 10,000 meters away. With the blessing of the high-intensity divine power, the destructive power of hellfire has reached a higher level. The backward destruction elephant pat of the god of destruction stabilized itself, and the anger contained in his eyes increased sharply. The scorching pain on his back was telling him that Talat now already has the capital to hurt him. It's worthy of being the god of destruction. Even if the strength is sealed, the physical strength is far beyond what I am now. The hellfire I release with all my strength has not caused too much damage to you. Then, I can only use this next one move will be tried. Hellfire is invalid. Talat held up his hands, ready to use his ultimate skill to respond to the target paw. The special divine power after the fusion of the power of the giant ape and the power of the gods expanded rapidly. In his palm, a huge dark red energy ball appeared, driving the boundless power of the gods and swept across all directions. Crack! The red and golden light burst into the void and flickered quickly. Its amazing destructive power made Xiongpa even raise her eyebrows. He felt the threat from this attack. Even if it was very small, it was still a threat. Destruction bomb. The super ultimate skill evolved from the king's energy bomb, a super ultimate skill that even Golden Frisia can easily destroy. Of course, even if the Golden Frisia cannot be compared with the elephant par, but the power released when condensed also made Xiongpa, who was the god of destruction, feel threatened. If it explodes completely, its destructive power can be imagined. Perhaps even Talat himself did not realize that the strength of this force had crossed the dimension and reached level of gigabyte. Boy, you have all this on your own. Even if you are destroyed by this god, don't regret it. The current situation is not allowed to continue to retain it. He was also angry because of his injury. Even if his physical strength is far higher than his level, it will still hurt if he is blown up like this. Abandoning the last kindness, Xiongpa mobilized the destructive power in his body, intending to have a head-on collision with Talat. Destroy bomb. The ultimate skill condensed to the extreme. Talat threw his hands forward, and the ultimate sublimation of power propelled through the air, cutting through the universe and heading straight for the god of destruction, Xiongpa. At this moment, Xiongpa felt goosebumps all over her body and suddenly felt something was wrong. If you don't handle this trick well, you may suffer a lot of trauma. A sense of crisis surged into my heart, and the blue veins on the forehead of the elephant patriarch raised, and the destructive power in my body exploded. I raised my hands and aimed at the destructive bullet that was coming towards me. I have said that all energetic attacks are invalid and destructive to me. At this moment, Xiongpa took out the real god's devil skills and destruction from the root. It is a trick that completely eliminates everything in the universe, whether it is material or spiritual body. Buzz! The deep and gorgeous light blooms in the universe. The destruction bomb released by Talat with all his strength was forcibly blocked by the destruction of Elephant Paw. No, it was not blocked, but was frozen in place by the damage performed by Xiongpa. No matter how hard Talat exerts his strength, he cannot move forward in the slightest. Is this the real power of destruction? It's far more terrifying than I thought. Talat's face changed again and again, thinking that he was still too naive. Although Angel Bados used the power of the angel to seal most of the power of Elephant Paw, he did not completely suppress his destructive power. The real horror of God of Destruction is destruction. In order to bring Talat to the sick universe, Bados took great pain. In addition, she was a servant of Elephant Paw, so how could she not be careful to avoid defeating her own destruction god? From the beginning, this battle was an unfair showdown. Because of the top-level divine power, looking at this level of battle, it is not an exaggeration to call it an invincible level at the same level. At this moment, Talat suddenly woke up and realized that he was still thinking too simple. Since the beginning, I'll let you understand that the potential of us mortals is far from what you gods can imagine. I want to play with me in my palms, but there is no door. With a loud shout, the power of the giant ape and the power of the god in Talat's body complement each other and catalyze each other, allowing his power to continue to sublimate and impact a higher realm. The energy in Talat's body continued to explode, and the destruction bomb seemed to be constantly advancing, but in fact it had been penetrated by the destructive power. If it continued to be attacked, this destructive power would probably backfire and destroy his body. Tisk! Sure enough, I still have to ignite the fire when I want to really break and destroy it now. In desperation, Talat took the initiative to detonate the bomb, dispersing the ever-expanding destruction power of Xiangpana on the spot. This time, Xiongpa's cold eyes were frozen on him, which was a warning sign to end the battle. At the same time, Talat used base teleportation to descend behind Xiongpa and swept out with all his strength. Pound. There was a muffled sound. This time the offensive seemed very fast and could catch people off guard, but in fact, Elephant Paw was prepared and blocked Talat full whip leg with his arms raised. The farce has ended here. I have no time to continue playing with you. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiongpa's right palm turned into a claw, grabbed Talat's ankle tightly, and suddenly exerted force to throw Talat away. Go out. Boom. Crashing roars came from the universe. Talat, swept by huge power, uncontrollably smashed several super huge meteorites in the space. Before Talat was prepared, Xiongpa acted again. Judging from this posture, it seemed that he would completely defeat Talat and end this ridiculous battle. Don't be too self-righteous, Elephant Paw. Talat gritted his teeth and his strength exploded, forcibly breaking away from the boulder, turning into a crimson divine light and advancing through the air. For Talat, even though he knew that God of Destruction was powerful, he would never give up until the last moment. Scion, never give up. Bang! Pound! The tense and exciting hand-to-hand combat started again. Talat exploded with all his combat abilities. A set of offensive methods were smooth. His moves were fast and ruthless without any unnecessary movement, which shocked Xiongpa. After all, he underestimated Talat's potential. The pressure he brought not only did not defeat Talat but further stimulated Talat combat potential and promoted his growth. As the battle became more and more intense, Xiongpa showed a defeat and was obviously defeated. Damn it, don't be too arrogant, you kid. Under Talat's continuous high-intensity attack, Xiongpa was in a mess for a while. A sense of crisis that has never been seen before surges across the body, like a charade exerting all its strength. As a god of destruction, even if the power is sealed, it is still a supreme existence. If this loses, it means that the god of destruction will no longer be invincible. Moreover, if this matter spread, his reputation will plummet, which is embarrassing. It will even be thrown into other universes. Countless pairs of eyes are paying attention to this extraordinary battle. Even the two angels on Earth showed an incredible look at this moment. They had never expected that Talat would be so fierce that even Elephant Paw was forced to this extent. It seems that we all underestimate him. We deserve to be the one I like. If we can become a candidate for the destruction god of the sixth universe, our achievements will be immeasurable. Bados smiled slightly and glanced at Weiss from the corner of his eyes. This expression of smiling but not smiling seemed to be telling Weiss, just give it to me, such a good seedling. My sister said it well, but my wishes are not something I can decide. Weiss said meaningfully, it is impossible for him to give up Talat. Even if he wants to become a candidate for the god of destruction, he must become their candidate for the god of destruction in the seventh universe. I want to take Talat away, but I have no way. While the two were chatting and laughing, the fierce battle in the universe had reached a white-hot stage. The crimson light and the purple light are constantly shuttled and collided in the universe and are constantly dithering. In just a few minutes, the two had collided hundreds or thousands of times. The level of the battle was sublimated again, and the injuries on Xiongpa and Talat's bodies continued to increase, and pain swept across the body. Although both were injured, it was obvious to the naked eye that Talat was injured even worse. Although he broke through to the fourth level of the Super Scion and had the power of God to protect his body, his physical fitness and his own defense increased significantly. In terms of physical strength alone, Talat still cannot compare with Xiongpa, who is a god of destruction. Even though he hasn't been exercising for tens of thousands of years and his body has accumulated fat, the foundation of the elephant pad is here, and his body is far beyond this level. As a scion, Talat has the characteristics that can transform pain into the driving force of fighting. When it comes to strong, it will be strong through continuous transformation and sublimation in the battle, otherwise it will be impossible to gain a little upper hand, let alone suppression. God of destruction Elephant Papa. This kid's actions are like two people before. Every time I attacked him, it was a little different. Damn, where was the problem? Xiongpa was panicked. The terrifying combat ability shown by Talat reminded him of a very terrifying possibility. Free and extreme intention. Nowadays, Talat's dodge moves and attack trajectories are so similar, they are simply carved from the same mold as the Ji Yujing. Anyone who has any slight slackness will be destroyed by Talat. Xiongpa would not know that Talat's method is not a free and extreme mind, but a state of selflessness. Bang! Pound! Both sides clasped their fingers and exerted their strength at the same time, launching a battle of pure power and a battle of divine power. Under the pure power confrontation, Xiongpa felt quite a lot of pressure. Talat power became stronger and stronger, and the oppression he brought to him became more and more amazing. In the competition of pure power, he, the god of destruction, is about to lose. This is a shame. Do you understand the difference between us now? Xiongpa, you claim to be an invincible existence and look down on us mortals. Now I will let you understand that the power of mortals has no limit. As long as you are strong enough to defeat the god of destruction is no problem. With a loud shout, Talat activated the power of the giant ape in his body, waved his arms and threw away the hands of Elephant Paw. and his right arm was accumulating strength. The raging fire burned on the fist. Its amazing destruction force, even the universe began to distort. The super hellfire was used again, and the destruction attack hit Xiongpa's abdomen. Boom! The moment the fist hit the abdomen of Xiongpa, the shattered flames burst out in full swing, destroying Xiongpa's body, and at the same time the fist force penetrated Xiongpa's body. Huff! Under this blow, Xiangpaik was seriously injured, and a mouthful of sour water spurted out of his mouth and floated in the universe. The power of this punch is extremely fierce, comparable to the attack of a peak-level strongman, and even vaguely surpasses this level of magnitude. The strong blow of Xiongpa opened her eyes wide and flew back hundreds of thousands of meters before stopping. This frontal blow made Xiongpa's face dark at this time. As his emotions fluctuated, his aura appeared and seemed to have entered a strange state. Seeing this, Talat frowned slightly and became more vigilant. He knew how terrifying the strength of Xiongpa's body was. The punch just now did exceed his limit, but this level of attack only allowed Xiongpa to suffer a little skin injury. The attacked elephant Papa began to emit an extremely dangerous aura all over her body. The true power of the god of destruction is being stimulated bit by bit, and the unparalleled god of destruction swept across all directions. Are you a little anxious? It's so bad. Talat, who felt the pressure of the god, was very alert to keep a safe distance from Xiangpala. You kid, you are so good at fighting. Xiongpa let out a deep roar, even causing ripples in the universe. As Xiongpa said the low word, the sealed destructive power in his body seemed to have opened the floodgates and burst out continuously. The terrible pressure caused Talat's body and soul to be affected by a considerable impact. Looking at the elephant Pa, who was about to explode completely in front of him, Talat's eyes were solemn and his body could not stop trembling. If his combat power value has reached the level of Mega, then the intensity of the aura bursting out from the elephant Pats is at least the extreme of Mega, and it is even above this level. Even if the god of destruction Xiongpa is suppressed, if he really fights to death, it will be far more than the previous level. Moreover, Xiongpa's combat ability was slowly awakened with the battle with Talat. Chapter 177. The winner has been decided. An unexpected ending. Feeling the soaring destructive power of Elephant Pana, Talat also exerted his strength and tried his best to improve his breath. The power of gods and the power of giant apes simultaneously exploded and released special divine power, resisting the power of the destruction god of Elephant Pa. The forces of both sides reflected each other, colliding in the void and shooting out shocking waves of lightning. When the two people's power increased to a certain level, two divine light, one red and one purple, rushed out at the same time, colliding in this vast universe. Boom! The space is rippling, the divine power is expanding, and the universe within thousands of miles has undergone varying degrees of deformation. Xiongpa, who was completely angered, attacked strongly and repeatedly crashed into Talat. Each impact made Talat feel a great pressure. Dong, dong, dong. The universe caused waves of space ripples, expanding rapidly, causing spatial changes. Everything around within thousands of light years, whether it is a meteorite, asteroid, a life planet, a star, or a special nebula, is heading towards the path of destruction when it is touched by this force. By reaching this level, it can affect the balance of the universe. Although it is not as good as the later stages of the original work, its power can at least destroy many galaxies. The battle situation is getting worse and worse, and has evolved to a point where it can destroy everything. If it is not curbed, no one knows what the battle will eventually develop. As the battle continued, Talat felt more and more pressure. Xiongpa's attack was extremely fierce, and every impact shocked his arms numb. Even if the Super Scion's fourth level and boundary breakthrough body evolved again, and the power of the gods was strengthened, he could not withstand such trouble. We must find a way to reverse the current situation, otherwise he might be defeated miserably. Boy, how many attacks can you block this god's attack? Xiongpa grinned. The concentration of destructive power around her body became stronger and stronger, and the violent attack was pressing towards Talat like a rain of pear blossoms. Bang, pound, bang, pound, bang. Xiongpa's attack continued to strengthen. The destructive power carried by each attack broke through Talat's protective power and penetrated into his skin to cause secondary damage. In just a few rounds of battle, Talat's body was torn open by the destructive power. His power was also suppressed by the destructive power, and the situation began to become increasingly unfavorable. Under the powerful suppression of the destructive power, Talat was completely suppressed, and the Libra of the victory and loss also fell in the direction of Elephant Pa. The situation became increasingly unfavorable to him. Talat was in deep thought, and after thinking about it, there was only one way to help him save the situation. Although he has never tried to use that move in the 4th level Super Scion state, with his strong physical fitness in the 4th level Super Scion, he should be able to withstand the huge load brought by that move. It seems that the outcome has been decided. Boy, you have awakened my god's combat instinct. It is already amazing to be able to do this. I am having a lot of fun. Now it's time to end. Xiongpa smiled coldly. instantly. With another force, the destructive power around his body turned from a flame to a jet, completely overwhelming Talat. Bang! Pound! The two sides linked each other and launched a pure power competition. Although Xiongpa is fat, she is also very capable of brute force. Facing Talat's all-out Super Saiyan's 4th level and boundary breakthrough, he can even gain the upper hand in the duel of pure power. Under the pressure of the elephant paw, Talat forehead vein slightly raised. There is the power of the elephant pat on the outside, and there is also the power of destruction to erode the internal power. Stop being proud. I'm not at the limit yet. Super King of Realm Fist. Talat gritted his teeth and used his ultimate move, Super World King Fist. Boom! With a loud bang, the blood-colored aura exploded from Talat's body, and an unparalleled aura of destruction swept across the world like a storm. The destructive power that was destroyed in Talat's body was forcibly squeezed out of his body. What? Feeling Talat's power surged, a hint of surprise flashed in Xiongpa's eyes. The strength of this power has exceeded his current level. With the help of the power advantage of the Super World King Fist, Talat shook his arm and forcibly threw away the hands of Xiongpa. His right hand was tightly clasped, and his iron fist burning with blood-colored evil spirit suddenly waved out. Bang! The overwhelming punch hit Panna's fat cheek. The severely hit elephant paw was directly repelled hundreds of meters away. Hiss! Boy, your punch is so fierce. After playing for so long, he still has a trump card. Xiongpa took a deep breath in pain, subconsciously wiping the blood stains on the corner of his mouth. A wisp the blood of God came into his sight. Blood! Xiongpa looking at his blood on his index finger, his eyes changed again and again. Finally, endless anger emerged in his eyes. As a god of destruction, he was actually bleeding from a mere pseudo-god. This is a huge shame for him as the god of destruction. The anger in my heart increased sharply, and the destructive power around Xiongpa also changed. The powerful aura twisted the universe, and a terrifying momentum expanded. The anger in my heart could not be restrained. Xiongpa was really about to explode this time. Hey! Feeling this breathtaking chill, Talat quickly retreated and kept a safe distance from Elephant Paw. At this time, with the Elephant Paw as the center, an extremely dangerous aura was rapidly formed, and its power was so terrifying that it was enough to overturn everything. Feeling this destructive power that exceeded his several dimensions, Talat understood that the punch just now became the last use for the Elephant Paw's explosion, and the destructive god in front of him could no longer afford to play. At the same time, Angels Weiss and Angel Bados located on Earth also noticed the abnormality of Elephant Paw. Because of the reason why Talat hit the punch, Xiongpa lost his mind and violated the rules of this competition. Violating the rules means losing, and this contest is like a paw. It seems that the outcome of this battle between mortals and God has been decided. Sister Weiss looked happy and looked proudly at the Angel Bados beside him. Oh, Lord Xiongpa's temperament has not changed at all. My original intention was to use this battle to make Lord Xiongpa recall the feeling of the battle, but it finally disappointed me. Lord Xiongpa has been he was too arrogant and didn't notice the difference between himself and his opponent from beginning to end. Bados sighed deeply regretfully. The Super World King Fist improvement that Talat just now is indeed powerful, but it is just a trick to fight and decide quickly and will not last long. If Xiongpa still fought as usual as before, Talat would reach the limit for a minute at most. But things went against my wishes, and the performance of Xiongbao is still as always, which will disappoint people. Since the outcome has been decided as agreed, Talat won, and they could not force the other party to return to the sick universe with them. The two angels dissipated the projection light curtain at the same time, set off at the same time, turned into a dazzling aurora and rushed out of the earth, heading straight for the universe. In the universe, Xiongpa showed a ferocious look on her face, and her destructive power was far beyond imagination. It was not the magnitude that Talat could fight against, but this invisible pressure made Talat feel an almost suffocating impact. This is the true strength of God of destruction. How strong is Beruth like this? Anger made Elephant Paw break through the seal set by Angel Bados, and his power was no more than that before the seal. Raising his right arm, he aimed his palm at Talat, exerting force with his 5 fingers, and an extremely deep and profound destructive power gathered in Xiongpa's palm. The dazzling purple light condensed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the divine pressure it emitted was even more incomparable and terrifying. Talat felt this unimaginable destructive power and his face was gloomy. This is the power that Golden Frisia and Super Saiyan Blue can burst out. Moreover, the strength of this divine power is far beyond what ordinary strong people can block it. Because this is destroying the power of God, belongs to the supreme power of God. Boy, you are the first to be able to fight with me to this point. I will give you one last chance. Admit defeat or die. Xiongpa gave Talat the last warning, as if he wanted to do this. Regain your lost dignity. These words made Talat laugh. Absent? It's ridiculous. I won. Talat smiled indifferently, without any fear. His eyes kept changing, and he was secretly accumulating energy, ready to resist the invasion of the destructive power. To be honest, he had no confidence in blocking lacking the destructive power of Xiangpa. But even so, he will not surrender and will resist to the end. These words made Xiang Peiban's already dark face more cunning. You ask for it. Xiangpa could no longer bear it and directly activated the destructive power to destroy Talat. Since you can't get it, then destroy it, which is also a destruction of God's usual style. With the urging of Xiangpa's thought, this powerful destructive power rushed straight to Talat. Talat could feel the oppression that could almost suffocate him was approaching. At the moment he has no way out, so he can only give it a try. Talat fully liberated the power of the giant ape and the power of the god, and tried his best to resist the erosion of the destructive power. However, in the face of absolute power, any resistance is futile. No matter what means Talat uses, he cannot stop Xiangpa's destructive power from advancing. Just as the destructive power was about to touch Talat's body, Angel Batos and Angel Weiss arrived at the same time and helped Talat's destructive power to resolve the destructive power. As the destructive power disappeared, the fatal sense of crisis dissipated and Talat's hanging heart also let go. Batos, seeing Batos arrive, Xiangpa's face became even more ugly. Although he didn't want to admit it, he lost. When he violated the rules, he decided that he was defeated by Talat at the same level. That's the end. Lord Xiangpa, you really lost this battle, Angel Batos said. Hearing this, Xiangpa's face turned ashen and ugly, and she remained silent without refuting. It's the first time I've seen a mortal who can defeat the god of destruction. Your potential is really amazing. It has grown to this point in a short period of time. If Lord Beerus wakes up, he will probably have it. I like you very much. Angel Weiss turned his eyes and praised Talat. Maybe, Talat said weakly. After the battle reached this point, he had already reached the critical point. If it weren't for the continuous explosion of the giant ape power in his body, he would have fallen. Now that the battle is over, a strong sense of emptiness swept across the body. Talat directly withdrew from the 4th level Super Saiyan state and returned to the previous black hair Super 4. The 4th level black hair of the Super Saiyan is very special, and the energy consumption is even lower than that of ordinary Super Saiyans, so there is no need for Talat to worry about being forced to remove the transformation due to insufficient energy situation. Unless he stepped into the underworld with half his foot, this transformation would not be easily lifted due to external factors. Seeing this, Weiss smiled slightly, waved the angel scepter, and healed some skin injuries on Talat. He did not completely heal Talat, but only restored part of Talat's ability to move. These injuries are not bad things, they are useful to Talat. After the end of this battle, Talat can develop a deeper understanding of his own power and the power of divine based on these injuries on his body. By then, his strength will be further improved. Although you won the Lord Xiangpa, you can still choose to go to the sick universe with us. If you go, I can guide you in your practice. At that time, you may be able to truly compete with the god of destruction. So, do you want to do so? Think about it again, Batos asked with undeadly heart. Seeing that Talat was so outstanding, the idea of taking Talat away became stronger. Hearing Batos's words and being so persistent in himself, Talat couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Forget it, I don't even understand my own universe. It's too early to go to other universes, and even if I want to go, I want to rely on my own strength, Talat said to Batos. Hearing Talat's answer, Batos looked like this indeed, but it is because you can't get it, so you feel it's precious. Since they are reluctant, why are you trying to force Batos? After fighting for so long and consuming so much energy, I am almost hungry and I will take out the snacks quickly. Although I lost to Talat, but Elephant Paco doesn't recognize it. Although he knew that this was a rogue, if he did not, his dignity as a destruction god would be crushed. This time his loss to Talat took a huge blow to his self-esteem as a god. Okay, Lord Xiangpa. After receiving Xiangpa's order, Batos waved the angel scepter and summoned the dining table in the universe, and there were still many foods that he had never seen before. Talat was stunned by this method. Can you still play like this? Wes, and this person, well, what race are you? What's your name? Batos suddenly asked, but he stopped Talat. Without hesitation, he answered, Sion. Talat. Okay, Talat, after a fight you must be hungry. How about tasting the food of our sick universe? As he said that, Batos turned into 2 more chairs. Of course there is another handful for Weiss. Chapter 178, The Attraction of Food Delivery. Hearing Batos' invitation, neither Talat nor Weiss was polite. Although Elephant Paw looked hostile, Talat still sat calmly on the dining chair with Weiss. The light of the galaxy is embellished, and the sun, moon, and stars surround it. How shocking and incredible it is. But this kind of thing happened, and it seemed that it was a very common thing for angels. The destruction god Elephant glanced at Talat from the corner of his eyes. Although he was very upset that this guy was sitting at the same dining table with him, Batos took the initiative to invite him. If he objected at this moment, it would be his destruction god. Nothing at all. In the end, I could only turn a blind eye. As Batos exerted his special abilities, plates of steaming food were placed on the dining table. Logically speaking, this is the universe and it cannot be so peaceful, but it is so natural, and it seems seems that it is. The shapes of these foods are different and it seems that the object is quite attractive, but for Talat it is very strange. It has to be said that these foods seem to make people unable to raise their appetite. However, I have experienced hard days and the Scions are big eaters, so the appearance and taste of the food are not important from the beginning. As long as you can fill your stomach, it's fine. But as we arrived on Earth, everything began to change. In simple terms, it is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it is difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Please use it, you two. These are rare delicacies in our sick universe, Bados said very politely. Hearing this, Talat and Weiss looked at each other and they picked up the dining table together. Knife and fork began to taste these foods from the sick universe. Weiss' expression was very plain, as if in his opinion these foods were very average and nothing special. To put it bluntly, the original work is reflected. Before the Earth, the food he and Beerus ate in the destruction world was indeed no different from these. Maybe for Weiss these foods are not good, but they are definitely not bad. Talat took a few bites, and although he was mentally prepared, he still didn't expect that the food at Delialia would have such a tasteless taste. It cannot be said to be unpalatable. It can be used to fill the stomach. Compared with the food on Earth, this food is not too poor in nutrition and it really has no advantages. How do you feel? God, food is different from the food you mortals eat. I'm honored you. Xiongpa smiled with a playful smile and he was looking forward to Talat's evaluation. Although Talat did beat him, this did not change his perception of mortals. In his opinion, God is far ahead of mortals in any aspect and far surpasses mortals in this regard. It's true that we mortals eat differently, but where do you get the superiority? This kind of food can be used to satisfy your hunger at best, and it's not as good as the food on Earth. Talat squirmed casually with a look of disgust. What did you say? Hearing this, he was furious like a thunderous thunder, and blue veins appeared on his forehead. Damn, I was already full of anger and kindly shared food with you, but now I am mocking you. For the object it is now possible to endure such things as losing to Talat, but the food in the sixth universe can only be used to satisfy hunger, so it cannot be tolerated. Isn't this a disguised mocking him as a tasteless guy? Can't compare to the seventh universe? Seeing that the elephant paw was about to explode, Talat didn't plan to continue talking. After all, this fat cat was moody and could not listen to other people's opinions. Telling him the truth would cause trouble. Instead of looking for trouble, it would be better to remain silent. Hey! Bados narrowed his eyes slightly, and her eyes made Xiongpa feel shivered in her heart, which immediately made Xiongpa's anger subside. Looking at this stance, those who don't know think Bados is the destruction god and Elephant Paw is the attendant. It seems that the food on Earth is quite special. Even the food we often eat cannot be compared with it. I wonder if Talat, can you take us to the Earth to taste it? Bados said with a smile. This is okay, but you have to make sure you don't mess around on the Earth, Talat said. Since Bados took the initiative to ask, he could naturally take them to the Earth to taste the Earth food. The only thing that needs to be guaranteed is the unstable factor of Elephant Pat. Don't worry, Lord Xiongpa won't make trouble. Do you think so? Lord Xiongpa. Talat felt how powerful Bados's deterrence is. The invisible look made Xiongpa sweat and nodded repeatedly. Sure enough, Elephant Paw is just a kitten raised by Patos. The same is true for Beerus, but he is arrogant and knows how to behave, so Weiss is not that restricting him to Beerus. Since that's the case, I'll go together too. Ho 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 ho. On the side, Weiss also became interested and developed a great interest in the delicious food on Earth. For old monsters who have lived for countless years, enjoying food is one of the greatest leisures. If the food on Earth can make them shine this time, it's not in vain to come to Earth this time. Soon, under the arrangement of Talat, Angel Weiss, Angel Bados, and God of Destruction Xiongpa all came to the manor in Zidu. Talat first instructed the people in the kitchen to prepare some food as quickly as possible, and then went to bring all the family members of the King of North Kor back. These also include the King of the Northern Border, Babrus, and Gulegli. It is rare to leave the territory of Wangxing in the underworld. Just treat it as a visit to the Earth. Others on the battlefield naturally came back together. After all, the matter has been resolved, and there is no initial crisis at present. It's just that the fear of the God of Destruction and the angels cannot be easily eliminated. As for Vegeta, it seemed to have disappeared and disappeared. What is certain is that he has not left on Earth. During the war, his spacecraft was destroyed. Without mastering the skill of instant movement, it was obviously impossible for him to leave the Earth. In order to make this entertainment more decent, Bulma took the initiative to start organizing and hold a big fuss. After destroying Frisia, Bulma had decided to celebrate a wave. Now there are still several great gods on Earth which can make a good relationship. From this we can see how smart Bulma is. He directly confirmed that it is a huge profit to get along with the God of Destruction and the Angel, which is much more correct than provoking. During this period, what I didn't expect was that the Old King God and the Eastern King God came uninvited. They represent the gods of the 7th universe and negotiate with the gods of the 6th universe, but they obviously looked up to themselves. Even in terms terms of status, the World King God and the Destruction God are equal, but there is no way. The rules of this world are the prey of the weak. The strong will always have more say than the weak. It seems that the status is equal, but in the 7th universe and the 6th universe, the King of Realm is far inferior to the Destruction God and is always one head taller than the King of Realm. But for the Xiongpa was quite satisfied with the initiative of the 2 kings of the 7 universes. Then, everyone's minds are focused on food. After a short period of time passed, Bulma directed the servants to bring the prepared food one after another. Stacks of plate filled with various foods were delivered to the dining table. Looking around, there were all kinds of foods that exuded an attractive fragrance. Even some of the top leaders on the earth cannot see these foods. Coupled with the unique fragrance, the angels cannot control them, let alone the Destruction God and Elephant Pat. Fat Cat is a foodie. After seeing so many foods that he had never seen before, he was stunned. His saliva was tempted by the fragrance so that he kept lighting from the corner of his mouth. What are these? Xiongpa tried his best to restrain his appetite, which was related to his face as a destructive god. Isn't it just some food that looks delicious, smells delicious, and has never seen before? You cannot lose face. You must never lose face. At the beginning, the Elephant Pat could still control it, but with the dazzling array of delicious food, he could hardly open his eyes, and his rationality could not be maintained. In the face of delicious food, how about dignity? Xiongpa, who is completely controlled by appetite, started to taste it quickly under the introduction and demonstration of Bulma. It would be fine if I didn't eat it, but I took a bite. When the first piece of food ignited the taste bud, my eyes widened and my whole body was stunned as if I was electrocuted. An unprecedented feeling surged into my heart. The food on the earth was so delicious that it made him feel as if he was ascended to heaven. Feasting, even speaking, becomes unnecessary. Angel Weiss and Angel Bados were shocked when they saw Xiangpa losing their composure. They were even more curious about the temptation of the earth's food. They also moved and put a piece of food into their mouth. An unprecedented experience surged into my heart, causing a ripples in the 2 angels' hearts that had never been turbulent for hundreds of millions of years. The 2 of them had their eyes lit up, their hands were moving faster and faster, and they began to enjoy the moisture rising brought by the food. On the dining table on the other side, Talat saw that the 3 of them had completely let go of themselves and were impressed by the food, and smiled as if they had succeeded in their conspiracy. Everything is going according to his plan. This food reception lasted for a long time, and it was not over until the night was getting darker. The 2 angels and Elephant Pat stomachs were filled with their stomachs, showing extremely happy expressions, especially after realizing how delicious the food on Earth is. Weiss also had the idea of coming to Earth to visit as a guest in the future as long as he had time. Although doing so does not comply with the regulations are dead and people live. Beerus was still sleeping and no one could restrain him. In the days to come, with delicious food, you will no longer be as boring as before. Weiss only knew now, otherwise he would have come to Earth long ago. Unlike this, Bados thinks obviously more. The Earth is a good place and this planet should also exist in their 6th universe. After going back this time, you can focus on the observation. After all, it is a twin universe. There are so many delicious foods on the Earth in the 7th universe, so they should also have them in the Earth in the 6th universe. As for coming to this Earth again in the future, don't joke. This time Weiss discovered it. It will take at least a long time to come next time. The purpose of their trip is of great importance. The Super Dragon Ball has been spending decades of energy and cannot be exposed just like this. The Destruction God Elephant Pa, who was standing by, didn't have much wrong thought, and it was obvious that he was still unsatisfied with the delicious food on Earth. After living for so many years, it was the first time he had eaten such delicious food. He felt that he had lived on a dog over the years. Bados, our universe also has the existence of the Earth, right? Suddenly, Xiong Bao was smarter and turned his eyes to Bados and asked, it should be there. After all, there is a twin universe between our 6th universe and the 7th universe. Bados answered truthfully, after going back, let's go to the Earth of our universe to see. It should be no worse than the Earth of this universe. After Xiongpa received a satisfactory reply, she smiled knowingly and her eyes turned to Talat. For the sake of food, I will not care about you about the matter today, but to be honest, you are indeed very strong. Apart from that guy Baruth, you are the first to make me play so quickly. Yunpsa praised Talat's strength for the first time. This change in attitude caught Talat off guard. Perhaps this is the mutual appreciation between the strong. Xiang Peigui is the god of destruction, and being able to lower his face to admit his strength is enough to show his change in mentality. After all, I'm just taking a quick look. If you continue to take action in the previous battle, it will be hard to say what the outcome will be. Talat replied modestly. Hearing this, Yang Pa laughed and was obviously satisfied. Then he slowly turned around and waved his hand to say goodbye to Talat. So, thank you for the hospitality, Talat. I look forward to seeing you next time. Thank you very much for your hospitality, Madam Talat. Bados understood and said goodbye to Talat and then explained expressed his feelings to Bulma. Grateful. Then he looked at Weiss. After the two looked at each other, Bados used the angel's unique movement method, turning into a rainbow light with the elephant Padna, and rushed out of the Earth's atmosphere at an unexpected speed. Shuttle across the dimension is direct breakout of the 7th universe. With the departure of Angel Bados and the god of destruction, Xiongpa, this matter finally came to an end. Watching Bados and Elephant Pa leave, Weiss also felt relieved and immediately prepared to set off to return to the god realm. Please wait, Weiss. Talat suddenly tried to keep him. Hey, what's wrong, Talat? Weiss asked with a puzzled look, his eyes constantly looking at Talat with a deep meaning. That's right, I have something to ask if you have the ability to help. After all, you are an angel. After I observed and understood, your strength seemed to be at the point of being omnipotent, Talat asked actively. When Weiss heard this, he smiled. It's exaggerating to be able to do anything. You might as well say it directly. If you can help, there will be no problem. Taro immediately told the story that Solari would be produced soon. The general meaning is that since God is in charge of creation and destruction, he should be even more powerful as an angel, and it should be easy to help people deliver their painless life. Talat asked this on purpose, naturally, because the original work Weiss helped Bulma deliver bra. Not only can we take this opportunity to allow Weiss to come to the earth more often, but we can also bind Weiss this super plug-in, and in return he can take him with Bulma to taste more delicious food on the earth. Weiss didn't care much at first hearing it and agreed in one breath, beyond Talat's expectations. Talat didn't know about this, and Weiss was worried about not having an excuse to come to earth. Chapter 179. 3 months later, Sun Wukong has a lot. After saying goodbye to Weiss, Talat felt all the emotion in his heart as he turned into a rainbow light and rushed out of the earth and disappeared. After seeing off these 3 supreme beings one after another, I felt relieved. This unexpected farce finally ended here. With Frisia's death and the arrival of the god of destruction and the angels early, no major events should happen in this world for a long time in the future. Let's talk about the crisis of creating humans. It's been many years later. During this period, many bosses who had unstable factors had been killed by him, such as Slagger and Bohate, unless because of his reason the plot has changed, leading to a new butterfly effect. But these are things that will happen in the future. Everyone's strength is improving, and he doesn't need to do everything himself. Boy Talat. Behind Talat, the call of the old king god came. What's wrong? The old king god. Talat's mind returned and turned around and looked at the old king god. At this time, the old king god was carrying his hands on his back, his face heavy, as if he had made up some determination. I have seen the battle between you and Lord Destruction. To be honest, I also find it incredible that you can understand the power of God by yourself. This time, in addition to meeting the god of destruction in the next universe, I will be incredible. I am also planning to pass on the complete practice of divine power to you, which will be of great help to your future practice, the old king of the world said earnestly. So that's it then. I really want to thank you. Talat did not refuse, even though the old king god's practice of the power of the god was already optional for him. He has already realized the true power of divineness, and in addition to his lack of use, his future practice will be smoother. However, this method of cultivating the power of the god should also help him avoid many detours. Receive the magic power of the gods sent from the old king god. Talat was more or less surprised. The purpose has been completed. After talking to Talat for a few words, the old king god returned to the king god realm with the king god in the east. Next is to send away the king of the northern realm, Babrus and Gulegli. Finally, the soldiers also left one after another. There were no outsiders, only Talat and his family were left. The earth in the future should usher in a long period of peace, Talat said in his heart. At the same time, Angel Bados and destruction god Elephant Pa, the two are on their way back to the 6th universe. Along the way, the god of destruction, Xiongpa, remained silent, and his thoughtful expression seemed to be conceiving something. Are you still resentful of your previous failure, Lord Xiongpa? Bados asked. I am not that bad. If I remember correctly, then the boy should have said that he is a scion, right? Are there scions in our universe? Sinais also exist. Xiongpa to scion race is very concerned. Talat performance today did shock him. If there were scions in their universe, this race deserves special attention. I have investigated before. There is indeed a scion clan in our universe, and there are still many of them, living on a planet called Shadara. Bados replied. Shadara planet, I know. When I return to the 6th universe, I will take some time to go to the planet of Shadara. I want to see what kind of development these scions in our universe have reached. Yeon Pa smiled treacherously. The scion clan has great potential. If some good powered seedlings are found, it can also be used as a free labor force to help him complete some of his performance. Time flies. In this way, it has been about 3 months since Talat's eradication of Frisia and the extraordinary battle with the destruction god Elephant. During these 3 months, everything has developed in an orderly manner. Everyone returns to their own life and spends every day in their own way. Because there is no absolute threat, the haze haze that shrouded in my heart has long disappeared, but a new goal has long been born. After being stimulated, they tried their best to practice during the period after their injuries were healed and desperately chased the state of Talat. Not to mention, after being greatly stimulated and broadened by my horizons, everyone has made great progress in the past 3 months. The 3 people who made the most progress were naturally Leitai, Sun Wukong and Naba. Leitai, the strongest of the 3, absorbed all the insights he had during the game, and his strength improved again, and the transformation of the second-level Super Saiyan was also greatly improved. Just talking about the normal combat power has reached 60 million points. Now, after Leitai transforms into the second-level peak of the Super Saiyan, he has more than 10 billion points of combat power. In addition, there is also the increase in the Super World King Fist. With the second level of Super Saiyan superimposed on the Super World King Fist, it is no problem for his combat power to soar to 20 billion points. Sun Wukong's combat effectiveness improvement should not be underestimated. After being baptized by the battle, his horizons were broadened and his normal combat effectiveness alone had exceeded 100,000 points. If you continue to improve at this speed, it will not be a problem for a few times of his normal combat power in at most another year. In recent days, because of the standard combat power, Sun Wukong has been pestering Leitai to teach him to move instantly. The most important thing is that Sun Wukong has grown up. What about BA? Although his progress is not as dazzling as those 2 people, it is also quite impressive. As an older Scion, his potential is not as easy as the younger generation to develop, but even if his potential is limited, his strength improvement cannot be underestimated. Now Naba's combat power has soared to 300,000 points. Although he still couldn't transform, he had already touched that bottleneck. Lin, Tianjin rice, Yamu tea, and dumplings have also been greatly improved. Among them, the one who has the greatest improvement in strength is Tianjin Fan, who has the blood of the 3-mind star. After seeing the real battle, the blood of the 3-eyed star man in his body was stimulated, which not only stabilized his original heart but also further developed the potential in his body. Although his combat power was not as exaggerated as the previous few people improved, it also reached an astonishing 16,000 points. This strength is very close to Vegeta, who debuted for the first time in the original work. As for Klin, as the strongest earthling man of today's era, his progress cannot be underestimated. Although he is not as strong as Tianjin Fan, his strength has exceeded 10,000 units and has stabilized at around 14,000 points. Then came Yamcha, which was second only to the 3. After the tempering 3 months ago, his progress was quite considerable, and his strength was so strong that he also reached 12,000 points. Next came the dumplings with superpowers. Although Jiao's strength ranks at the end of several people, it is worth mentioning that his superpowers and mental oppression have been greatly improved in this regard. Although his combat power is less than 5,000 points now, with the support of his superpowers, even if his combat power exceeds 10,000, he can use his superpowers to stabilize the opponent and gain the upper hand. The progress of Earth warriors has been considerable. Next is a Scion prince who has been wandering on Earth. His whereabouts are still unknown and he does not know where he is on Earth, but it is certain that with Vegeta's talent, his progress will not be low. The situation in Talat is completely different from everyone, except for some time ago, the king of Northern Realm took the initiative to ask Talat to go to hell and suppress Frisia again. He basically never took action. Every day I am accompanying my family and enjoying leisure time. Just today, the most special day has arrived. With the help of Angel Y, Salaire successfully gave birth to Talat's first daughter. This is of great significance to Talat. As a human being in 2 lives, he realized the feeling of becoming a father for the first time. This feeling is so wonderful and special that it makes him indescribable. In order to celebrate the successful birth of her daughter, Bulma held a banquet and invited all his friends and old acquaintances to visit her home in advance. Turtle Fairy, Klin, Yamuti, Sea Turtle, Tianjin Rice Dumplings, Kalin Immortal, the God of God, the God of Popo, the Old King God, the Eastern King God, the attendant of the King God, Jebet. Of course, I will not forget the Northern King on the Northern King Star. The banquet is in progress. Everyone gathered together to enjoy the food while chatting about their experiences during this period. As a midwife, Angel Weiss once again tasted different kinds of earthly delicacies and was very happy. Although he would come to Earth from time to time during this period to determine the situation of Salaire, he actually did not taste so much food like this. The whispers kept coming and talking, each talking about his own plans. With the presence of the King of North and Earth, Leitai followed the flow and recommended Sun Wukong to let the King of North and Earth teach Sun Wukong. Cultivate. Comparing the timeline in the original work, Sun Wukong came into contact with the King of the North in advance. Although he is much stronger, this is also a great thing for him. Under the training of the King of Northern Realm, with Sun Wukong's potential, progress may be faster. As for the matter of becoming stronger through cultivation, Sun Wukong naturally would not refuse. As long as he could become stronger, he would be willing to do anything, especially after seeing the subsequent transformation of the Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong's heart was even more powerful. Desire reached its peak. The king of Northern Border agreed to this request. After all, Sun Wukong has been observing him for a while. Besides, Talat had mentioned to him about Sun Wukong before. Now the time is right, so it is not a problem to take it to the Northern Border King Star to practice. Among the others not far away, Naba and a group of Earth warriors were all lit up after hearing that Sun Wukong was about to train with the King of the North. The opportunity to become stronger is right in front of you, and everyone wants to seize it. So, Naba took the lead in taking action, with Tianjin fried rice, Klin, dumplings, Yamcha, and others following closely behind. The group quickly approached the King of North and begged the King of North and could train them like Sun Wukong. The King of Northern Realm was stunned for a while when a group of people suddenly appeared in front of him and asked him to train. After pondering for a while, the King of Northern Realm couldn't help but feel secretly happy. Instead of training one person, it is better to train a group of people. This is more convenient to manage, and it is also more conducive to improving their strength. The King of Northern Realm agreed to their request and everyone was overjoyed. It seems that everything is going well and it should be like this. This scene was seen by the god Big not far away. At this moment he can be said to be a group of people who feel aggrieved. The main reason is that he is just a small earth god. He feels too much pressure in this occasion where big bosses gather, and he was still prepared for all kinds of defense at the beginning, but Talat changed the earth, changed the world, and became a guardian god. He, the god, has become an optional character. At this moment Talat, after handing over the sleeping child in her arms to Chalari, Talat comforted her and left the room after resting. I was planning to go to the yard to chat with everyone, but suddenly I felt a faint breath appear and walked 100 meters away on the left. Talat's behavior attracted the attention of some people present, but no one cares. The person hiding in the dark had already expressed his breath in fear when he saw Talat walking towards him. Don't be nervous. Actually, I discovered your existence a few days ago, but it hasn't been pointed out. I'm in a good mood today, and you're here too. Why don't you come out? I can guarantee that no one can hurt you, Lot said to the bushes in front of him with a smile. The people in the bushes stopped trembling after hearing Talat's word. Immediately afterward, a green-skinned boy appeared from the bushes under everyone's suspicious eyes. His appearance surprised everyone present and caught him off guard. That's right, this green-skinned child is Demon 2, the newborn Bik. It turned out to be him. The god Bik was stunned when he saw Bik 2. He didn't expect that Demon 2 Bik would dare to appear here. On this occasion, no, I heard Talat's word. Demon 2 Bik has been here for several days, but Talat has not pointed it out. So that's it. Was it the child of the egg hatched? The child of the big demon king of Piccolo didn't expect to meet here. The Grand Master Turtle Fairy pushed his sunglasses and slowly stood up holding the Turtle Fairy staff. He killed old Bik with his own hands. He should also deal with the demon 2 Bik who appeared in front of him. Of course, it depends on what Talat means. After all, no one wants to see blood in such a good atmosphere. Seeing so many people's eyes focused on themselves, Demon 2 Bik's nerves were very tense and his vigilant eyes swept across everyone around him. He himself never expected that Talat would be caught out on this occasion. It was because he looked down on himself too highly and underestimated Talat. The moment he arrived, he had already discovered him, but it was not pointed out. The reason why he came here was actually to be able to learn something from Talat and become stronger. Old Bik is old Bik. He is him. Although he accepted the inheritance, Bik is actually not an old Bik. At least the evil soul of old Bik is in hell now. Chapter 180. Send the young Bik to the mixture. The Turtle Fairy walked to the presence of Demon 2 Bik. Looking at the boy in front of him, the Turtle Fairy looked serious and her eyes under the sunglasses revealed a strange look. His sharp eyes stared at Bik as if he wanted to see through Bik at this moment. The young Bik was extremely vigilant about the Turtle Fairy. Although he is not the original Bik, he also inherits the memory of old Bik. Turtle Fairy is his biggest opponent and now he appears in front of him, so he clenched his fist tightly and was ready to fight at any time. The atmosphere became extremely heavy and everyone looked at it so carefully as if a war between the two was about to take place in the next second. It's a blessing that the times have changed because of Talat's relationship, otherwise everyone would not have had this expression when facing this young man Bik. It's almost done. Teacher Wu Tian, with your eyesight you should have seen it. This Bik is no longer the evil Bik you dealt with. He is a reborn mech. Talat coming forward and resolved the solemn atmosphere. Hearing Talat's word, the Turtle Fairy pondered for a moment and the white light reflected from the sunglasses quickly dissipated and the serious old face suddenly turned into a cynical smile. Haha, I just wanted to see if this brand new Bik is the same as his father. Now it seems that I am thinking too much. The Turtle Fairy man held the Turtle Fairy staff and looked at it again in his word. Looking at the boy Bik, he didn't continue to target him. With Talat as the guarantee, who dares to take action? Even if this Pick is really the evil lord Talat said he is not, then it is not. Of course this is because Talat has strong enough strength. Turtle Fairy believed that Talat must have a reason for doing this. After hearing the Mechite mentioned by Talat, the boy Big trembled. His confused eyes looked at Talat and his strong desire for the truth appeared in his sincere little eyes. Although he inherited the memory of old Big, he still didn't know what race he was. From beginning to end he always thought he was a member of the demon clan. Do you want to know more? You're here. You might as well ask. Talat directly threw this troublesome question to Tien Shen Big to deal with. A hesitant look flashed in the young Big's eyes, and the eyes of the god Big were filled with strong hostility. To him, the god Big is his opposite, but now, in order to know his true life experience, he has to face it. The god Big on the other side was overjoyed after hearing Talat's chance to explain. Although the Big in front of him is demon too, the god Big knows that the other party is no longer the same Big as before, which also means that there is a chance of change. The god Big did not hesitate. While approaching Big, he told the boy Big about Namek. After several minutes of unilateral remarks, the boy Big understood the whole story. It turns out that I am really an alien. The feeling of knowing the truth was extremely subtle, which made the boy Big feel at a loss for a moment. I have come to me recently. Your purpose should be to become stronger, right? In fact, compared to my guidance, your compatriots on Mixture may be more suitable for you to ask for advice. Talat looked down at the boys and made a living K opened his mouth and stuttered. These words made a special look flash in the boy Big's eyes. You send me to that mic? The young man Big asked in surprise. As a Namek who grew up on Earth, his predecessor did so many unreasonable things on Earth. Now Talat wants to send him back to his mother planet, which makes the young Big feel incredible. Undoubtedly, it seems like dreaming. Speaking of this, I haven't been to that mixing for a while. If you want to go, I can indeed send you there, Talat said with a calm look on his face. Talat actually had other plans in his mind. Now, Sun Wukong and Vegeta have mastered the transformation of the Super Saiyan so much in advance with his intervention, and they are so strong. Even Naba's strength, all have improved so much. As an indispensable important character in the original plot, if Big leaves his hands alone, he may not even be a supporting role in the future. But what changes will happen if he takes a little action, interferes with his fate and sends him to the mic in advance? You know, there is a huge difference between Namek and Namek in the original work. If Big goes, Bailey will be harmless, and it is also possible to go on a completely different path under the cultivation of Laga and Niru. Perhaps he can grow rapidly in the next 1 or 2 years, comparable to Sun Wukong. No matter what, Big is a combat type Mikian. As a combat type Namek, the growth rate is unimaginable. Okay, I'll go. Big's answer was very decisive. After getting the answer, Talat smiled softly. Since that's the case, let's stay together for the banquet today, and follow me to the planet Make tomorrow. After saying that, Talat no longer focused on him. No matter what, Big will not be treated particularly now. Of course, in fact, the threat of the young Big does not pose any threat to the weakest person present. This is also the most fundamental reason why everyone doesn't care about it. In the blink of an eye, the next morning, Talat, who had just woken up, found the boy Big as promised after finishing breakfast. He didn't leave last night and was waiting here all the time. Actually, he arranged a room for him, but this kid just didn't want it, so he just let him do it. Are you ready? Talat looked at the boy Big in front of him and said with a smile. The boy Big didn't say anything when he heard this and maintained his silence as usual, but his eyes and behavior had already told Talat's answer. He couldn't wait to go to his hometown. The most important thing is that he wants to become stronger, so strong that he can defeat everyone he wants to defeat. Then let's go, Talat said casually. The next second, Talat used his breath to cover the body of Demon 2 Big. He did not give him time to adapt, and the space teleported in one thought and left the Earth. It was not until the shuttle was over that an unprecedented feeling surged into the heart of the boy Big, but in a flash, the environment around him changed drastically. The young man Big was deeply shocked and could not imagine what method this was. Talat's strength is far from what he can imagine. Soon, when his mind returned, he quickly glanced around with curious and shocking eyes. The surrounding environment and the scene in front of him made him feel very strange, but he also felt a sense of intimacy in his bone. There seemed to be such a scene in the inheritance he received, which made him feel very missed. At first he didn't care much, but now after he arrived at that mic, all his doubts suddenly became clear. It turns out that the picture in his memory is his incomplete memory of his hometown, situated on that star mic. Demon 2 Big tried his best to calm down his restless heart. At this moment he had confirmed that this was his hometown. Okay, now is not the time to be in a daze. Let's take you to see the great elder of your clan first, he said to Big, and Talat turned around and looked at the huge house behind him. This kind of characteristic building will feel magical no matter how many times you see it. At least to the concept of the people on Earth, it is indeed like the place where the devil lived. After hearing Talat's word, the boy Big turned around at the same time, but at this moment two powerful auras suddenly rushed from afar. Laga and Niru, however, he didn't expect that it had only been a few years since they saw each other and their auras had increased to this level. Through preliminary judgment of breath perception, the combat effectiveness of Rhaegar and Niru has reached at least more than millions of points. What a powerful aura this power! The boy Big trembled all over, his eyes widened and looked into the distance with disbelief. The power of these two forces made every cell in his body tremble. Such a distance could put such great pressure on him. He could not imagine that his tribe members were so terrifying. Hear you, Talit smiled and said. In the sight of the two black dots gradually appeared and quickly magnified and finally landed in front of them. It's been a long time since I saw you, Laga. Niru, you seem to have changed a lot. Talit's eyes swept over the two of them and chuckled. Hearing Talit's word, Rhaegar and Niru smiled. We are far behind you, so is this the other child of our clan who is on Earth? Rhaegar said with a modest look on his face, then looked at the boy Big. I met again after many years and you are still as strong as you were back then, Niru said to Talit with a respectful look, and then his eyes turned to the boy Big on the side. Hello, I am Niru, you are Big. In the original work they will become one because of Frisia. I'm afraid it won't be there now. When the boy Big heard this, he nodded cowardly and said nothing. No need to be afraid. We are all members of your tribe. My name is Rhaegar. Rhaegar spoke with absolute kindness. Seeing this, Talit was not surprised. It seems that you have learned about his situation through the compatriots of the gods on the other side of the earth. The two nodded at the same time when they heard this. After Laga continued to look at Big up and down, he confirmed something. Sure enough, he is a very special combat type Mikian like us. No wonder the great elder attaches so much importance to it. Yes, it's a pity that he is not complete yet, Talit explained. Hearing this, Rhaegar and Niru seemed to see it and nodded again. After a wave of greetings, the few people walked into the house where the great elder lived. Located in the inner room, the great elder, as huge as a hill, sat on his special chair as always, with heavy breathing circling in the ears of everyone like muffled thunder. Talit could tell at a glance that the great elder had obviously retreated again compared to the last time he met. It seems that the lifespan of the great elder is indeed very little left. The original work can survive until then, which is also a relationship that the great elder has to hold on. Talit, thank you very much for bringing back the children of our clan who are living outside. You are welcome to visit our planet Mech. The great elder greeted Talit kindly. Talit nodded slightly. Don't care so much. It's just a trivial matter, and I'm also selfish this time, so maybe I can help you recover. This is what the person on the side said. Gal and Niru were excited. After all, the great elder's current situation is very weak. If you can get help, it is equivalent to extending the lifespan of the great elder. I know very well about my own situation. In fact, it's nothing more than living a life of stagnation, but I still have to thank you. The elder didn't care much, and his eyes turned on the young Big. Kadaz's child, half of the body of the god on earth, right? Although he is a child after rebirth, you are also him, the great elder said again. The young man Big did not deny the words of the great elder's inquiry and nodded directly. He had no resistance to this elder, and even felt extremely close. Although you are an individual born with the evil side, I can feel that there is no evil in your heart. All you have is persistence, and you are full of confusion about the world. Come here, child. The eldest elder signaled to the young Big. Walk to his throne. The boy Big hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward to the elder. The great elder raised his right arm and his huge palm fell on the head of the young man Big. His special ability was activated, and the elder quickly read the memories in the mind of the young Big. So that's it. Do you yearn for stronger power? While the elder muttered to himself, he found a dark side in the heart of the young Big. Fortunately, the dark side is not too big and not deep. There is enough time to guide you in the future, and you can correct it. I already know everything you have experienced. As the great elder, I will give you a gift first, child. The great elder smiled kindly, and in the moment a special breath surged. The boy Big only felt as if something was awakened in his body, and a steady stream of energy gushed out of his body. This is. The boy Big was shocked when he felt his body changes. The fatigue in his body was wiped out, and he replaced it with a vibrant body, and his strength also improved a lot. I have opened the shackles of your body for you, and also improved your strength in disguise, which is considered to stabilize your foundation. This will be of great help to your next cultivation. The great elder withdrew his right hand and explained to the young Big. Chapter 181, The Long-Lost Invitation. Thank you, great elder. At this time, no matter how lonely the young Big was, he was somewhat moved by the efforts of the elder. Of course, the most important thing is the closeness the great elder gave him, which made him unconsciously respect him. The elder rubbed Big's little head again, then looked at Talit. You can rest assured that Big will stay on the planet Mech in the future. I will train him well. The great elder seemed to be able to penetrate people's heart. Talit nodded slightly. No matter what the elder thought, Big's affairs were settled. I am naturally relieved to leave Big to you. If you don't talk about him, your current state is not optimistic. Talit said straight to the point. Laga and Niru on the side both showed serious expressions. As children of the great elders, they naturally have feelings. Only the young man Bick was not aware of it, just watched silently. Everyone has his own destiny, and I don't have much life left. It's actually great to be able to shine a little light in the last time to guide the future generations. The great elder's state of mind was incomparable to Talat. Taro nodded as if he had agreed with the great elder, and then took out 2 spiritual tree fruits from his portable space. From the time I got this thing, there are only 3 left. It was useless to keep Talat forever, just for emergencies. He suddenly thought of the great elder, so he planned to give it to him. Thanks to his past help, and also allows him to live longer. The great elder was extremely shocked at the fruit of the spiritual tree. Although he is not a god, his realm is extremely high and you can feel the fruit contains an extremely rich breath of life. He wanted to refuse, but Talat forced him. Finally, under the gaze of several people, the great elder ate the fruit of the spirit tree. With the blessing of powerful vitality, he not only became much younger, but his condition also returned to the time decades ago. Even though decades are nothing to the mech, it is at least decade. Not long, outside the big round house, the great elder walked outside with his own strength and breathed in fresh air. This was already a luxury for him, but he didn't expect that he could still rely on his own strength to come out one day. He thanked Talat, but it was no longer necessary to say more thanks at this time, but instead seemed deliberate. Laga and Niru were overjoyed and full of joy because of the recovery of the great elder. The great elder is the root of all the mechite. Now that he has delayed his death and recovered a little of his youth, Talat once again became the great benefactor of their clan. As for Laga and Niru's gratitude, Talat signaled that they didn't have to care much. It was just a simple task. In fact, if he hadn't had limited abilities, he would have really wanted to help the elder be hundreds of years younger. Speaking of this, the planet Namek has changed a lot in recent years. When I came last time, the land was still very barren and there were not many animals and plants. Talat said with a change of topic. Everyone, I have experienced a lot over the years. Time can really change everything. Yes, it's a blessing for you. If it weren't for your help and the many plants and crops that I brought back, then Mixon wouldn't be able to recover so quickly. Rhaegar stood beside Talat's side. Look at this land with Talat. The picture is very harmonious, and it has been so long since I first met. Although it's a bit abrupt and presumptuous, can you invite you to fight me again? Talat. Suddenly, Laga spoke, inviting the battle. As soon as these words came out, Talat was slightly surprised. Unexpectedly, Rhaegar would take the initiative to challenge him. Without too much hesitation, Talat's lips slightly fluctuated and he showed an expectant smile. Okay, but this is not like you, Laga. Your former personality does whatever you want. I'm afraid I won't accept it. This kind of teasing made Rhaegar blush. Just as he was about to retort, Niru stood up. Brother Laga, let me do it first. I have always wanted to fight against Brother Talat. Niru's sincere words made Talat look at him with admiration. Although Nilu is not as mature as the original work, she is also young and has stronger strength. He wanted to fight, but Talat would not refuse to attack him. Just like that, just treat it as a coach of the younger generation. Laga was very proud of Niru's courage and looked at Talat and said, although Niru is still young, his strength is much stronger than we were back then. He said this because he was afraid that Talat would not accept it. Then come on, just right. Look at your strength growth over the years. I haven't been so excited for a long time. Talat said with a smile. A consensus was reached and the three of them looked at each other and smiled. This scene was taken into view by the great elder and young Big not far away. The elder smiled with relief while the young Big tried his best to keep calm. In fact, he still had a lot of misunderstanding. There will be a good show next. As a combat type Mikian, you have to walk a long way, the elder said to the young man Big beside him. When the boy Big heard this, he nodded silently. He came to the empty plain 1 mile away from the great elder's round house. Talat and Niru stood face to face. Rhaegar naturally acted as a guard, protecting the elder and watching the next showdown. For him, Niru and Talat fight first was also a good opportunity for him to absorb experience. Having not fought with Talat for many years made him very unfamiliar with Talat's fighting style. Come on, Niru, show me all you have, Talat said with a smile. Nilu nodded without saying anything. A glimmer flashed in his eyes, constantly gathering his own energy. Facing Talat, Niru did not dare to hide anything. Drang! With a loud shout, Neilu's fierce aura burst out in an all-round way, sweeping across the world like a storm. The evil white aura was centered on Neilu and rushed straight into the sky. Room. The radius of hundreds of miles was shocked by the power of Nilu. The air pressure changes and the storm is raging, and the combat effectiveness index of Nilu is increasing at a rapid speed. Talat had already worn virtual glasses and also saw Niru's combat effectiveness index, a full 5 million point. The aura of Neilu reached its peak and its aura quickly retracted, and the whole person's energy and spirit ushered in a qualitative change. It's really surprising. I didn't expect that if you haven't seen each other in just a few years, your combat effectiveness will exceed 5 million point, Talat said said with a look of surprise. Comparing the 42,000 point combat power of Neilu in the original work, Neilu is more than 100 times stronger now, where my strength of this level is not worth mentioning compared to you. Niru knew Talat's strength well, so he dared not say how powerful he is now. Don't underestimate yourself. At least ordinary people can't do this way. Talat praised, but then his face changed. He hooked his index finger at Nilu, indicating that Nilu could attack. Then I'll come, brother Talat. With another loud shout, Nilu took the lead in attacking, turning into a shell and sprinting to Talat with lightning speed. With squeezing his right hand, he punched Talat hard at the face. Pound. An extremely shocking vibration came from the space, and gusts of storms swept across the country, impacting all directions. Niru's super punch that condensed all his strength was easily blocked by Talat's index finger on his right hand and dissolved all his strength. When Rhaegar, who was looking at the battlefield, saw this scene, he showed a solemn expression. Niru tried his best to attack, even if he had to use one hand to block it, but now Talat could resolve it with one finger, and it was so easy. I can't imagine what level Talat's strength has reached. Not only him, the Great Elder was incredible. Talat was indeed outrageously strong. The boy Bick was already stunned. The momentum is good, but the control of power is still a little bit poor. If you can compress all the power and concentrate it on one point, then your attack power will be increased by another level. Taro felt Niru's after attacking, he said slowly. Hearing this, Niru took Talat's words into his heart. I've been taught, brother Talat, that then I will continue. After saying that, Niru launched another attack. This time, his offensive was even more fierce and terrifying. Bang, pound, bang, pound. Nilu's attack exploded like a rainstorm pear blossom, with the strong attack continuous. After being lifted by Talat, he compressed his entire body as much as possible to use it to explode in an instant. The destructive power of the attack has indeed been improved, and its explosive power is much stronger than before. He is indeed a natural combat type Namuk, and his combat talent is extraordinary, and he is not bad at all compared to their scion. However, at this level of power, he was far from being able to shake him. Nowadays, Talat's normal combat power is as high as 100 million. Compared with Nilu, which has only 5 million points in strength, it is 100 times stronger. With such a huge gap in strength, even if Talat uses a finger to deal with Neilu, the invisible aura emitted from his body can easily prevent Neilu's attack. The battle situation became more and more intense, and the destructive power contained in Niru's extremely fierce fist became more and more terrifying, but it still could not be easily resolved by Talat's index finger. Hand-to-hand combat did not work. Nilu quickly made adjustment, changed its combat strategy, mobilized all the energy invisibly to cover the fist, and made a strong punch with infinite destructive power. Boom! The moment when the heavy punch that drove boundless energy hit Talat's index finger, a violent energy explosion caused the shock waves hundreds of meters high. The power of this blow's explosion is not only different from our enemies, but Niru's attack even backfired. Talat was also caught off guard by the sudden explosion and was repelled dozens of meters away by the aftermath of the explosion. It worked. Niru was overjoyed to see that his attack could shake Talat. He endured the pain on his body, stood up and burst out again, and rushed straight to Talat. That kind of self-harm attack, which can deal with opponents whose combat power is slightly stronger than that of themselves, will indeed have unexpected result. It is far from enough to face me. Talat stood firm, locked his eyes and rushed towards him. Neilu, who came to Neilu, pushed his right index finger forward. At this time, Niru had already rushed to Talat. His fist contained a more amazing powerful energy than before, and he was hit hard with an unstoppable heavy blow. Bang! This time the explosion was obviously even more powerful, and even a sonic boom came from the space. But what is unexpected is that Talat, who was facing this explosion attack head-on, was not only not bombed out, but Niru was bombed out 100 meters away. Niru, you have too little combat experience. How can the same attack have a secondary effect on opponents of this level? Rhaegar, who was watching outside the battlefield, muttered to himself with a serious expression. As the strongest combat type Namuk, his insight is far superior to those of his fellow strong people, and he can see the problem at a glance. The moment Niru's fist touched the tip of Talat's index finger, the impact force generated by the energy explosion was rebounded back by Talat. The attack of Niru not only did not work against Talat, but all the power was bounced back to himself. On the side, the boy Bick looked at the battle ahead with a dull look. From the beginning of the battle to the present, he couldn't even see clearly what was going on, but he could be sure that all existences like Niru were easily played with by Talat with one finger. The Great Elder looked at the young Bick, looked at Rhaegar again, and then looked at Niru again in the battle. It was expected that Niru was easily suppressed and defeated by Talat. After all, Talat's strength was so powerful that it was far beyond the current Niru to deal with it. However, even if Nilu was defeated, this battle was a huge opportunity for Nilu. Not all cats and dogs are qualified to fight against Talat. After this war is over, Nilu Nielu will inevitably have some insights and will go further in the future. In fact, the reason why Laga and Niru were able to reach this point today was all due to the stimulation of Talat. Although he was helped by the Great Elder, he saw the efforts made by Rhaegar and Niru. Neilu, who was blown away, stood firm with a confused look on his face. All my attack powers were bounced back. What kind of moves are this? Niru, who came to his senses, was extremely shocked. After careful consideration, he seemed to understand what was going on. The look he looked at Talat with a little more awe. Just this move alone rebounded completely. It would be enough for him to learn for a while. Draining, he quickly adjusted his condition, and a loud shout erupted from Neilu's mouth, and a white aura gushed out of his body, and his aura increased instead of decreasing. Energy gathered in both hands, and as Niru's hands quickly advanced forward, powerful energy gushed out of his palm like a torrent and rushed straight to Talat. Looking at the violent energy that was constantly running towards him, Talat did not dodge, and his right index finger turned forward a little further. The next second, the energy in the whole body turned into substantial sharp light and pierced forward. Chapter 182. The platform is different, unable to compare. Boom! The moves collided, and in an instant Niru's energy torrent was pierced by Talat's sharp light, and he rushed straight to Niru at an extremely fast speed. Not good. The attack was resolved, and Nielu felt a fatal crisis coming towards him. The sharp light rays bounced too fast, and he couldn't flash at all. Before he could think too much, Niru immediately put on a defensive posture. The sharp light hit Nielu's arms accurately. In an instant, a chill swept across his body. Neilu's pupils shrank violently, and he was stunned as if he had lost his soul. It took several seconds before Nielu recovered and looked at his body soaked in cold sweat. What's going on? The fatal sense of crisis that came just now was really true, but his body was not hurt at all. Nielu, look behind you. Rhaegar outside the battlefield reminded Nielu and shouted. Hearing this, Nielu slowly turned around, and the scene that caught his eyes made his pupils shrink suddenly. A long crack is hundreds of miles wide, and it is impossible to see the end. This level of attack is enough to cut everything in an instant. At this moment, Nielu realized that the fatal sense of crisis was not fate but Talat perfect control of power, which could allow the sharp light just now to pass through his body without causing harm to him. Just a casual blow has such power, and the absolute control of power. These are all realms that you can only look up to. Seeing a higher level, Neilu closed his eyes and quietly realized it. I lost, Niru said after pondering for a while. His horizons were broadened and he had seen a more advanced fighting style. Nielu knew that it would be meaningless if he continued to fight. Instead of continuing this meaningless battle, it would be better to take the initiative to admit defeat and come happily. For him, this competition has benefited him a lot, and he has found a lot of inspiration from it, so he can practice later. Practice hard and you will become stronger in the future. Talat encouraged him to Niru. Talat knew that Niru would definitely be stronger in the future. Even if he couldn't compare with him, he would definitely be thousands of times stronger than he is now. Yes, I will work hard. Thank you, brother Talat, for your advice. Niru faced Talat and clasped his fist to show his respect. Seeing his firm eyes, Taro nodded, then turned his gaze to Rhaegar, who was watching the battlefield. With his eyes fixed on each other, Rhaegar in the distance clearly felt it. It's my place. Rhaegar smiled excitedly, then jumped up and quickly came to Talat. He completed the handover with Niru and asked him to go back to protect the safety of the Great Elder, and then he met Talat. The two did not fight immediately, and Rhaegar spoke. How is it? Niru, is this kid very outstanding? Right, it's really good. It's just a few years, and his growth is indeed far better than we did in the past, Talat said with a smile. In a few years he will not say that he will surpass you, but he will definitely surpass me. Compared to me, he will be considered a real combat type Mikian. Rhaegar sighed. This kind of words came out of his mouth, which was beyond Talat's expectations. However, Talat didn't care, but looked at the boy Bik in the distance and said, Nilu is indeed a genius, but that's also because you are guiding him on the way forward. He can walk so smoothly. Just like Bik, with you two leading him in front, he will walk smoother. As he said that, Talat looked at Laga again. In fact, it's not that we are not as good as these juniors, but that we have been working hard to explore the future. They have been somewhat influenced by us. If we make breakthroughs so hard, if the self does not help the later generations, it means that the younger generation is too mediocre. Talat's words made Laga feel a lot. After you say this, my mood has made a breakthrough again. Rhaegar agreed with these words. The two looked at each other and smiled. In fact, what Talat wants to express is that they have been getting stronger and their horizons are naturally broadened, and their future generations will definitely be influenced by their predecessors. The beginning is not on the same platform, so it is actually wrong to use the comparison method of the past. Far away, the Great Elder stood beside Niru and Bik, sighing. It has been many years since the battle between Laga and Talat. Recalling their first fight. Recalling the first fight between Laga and Talat, Talat showed extremely strong learning and combat ability. Even though he was at the same strength as Laga, he was difficult difficult to fight Laga. It solved the problem and even gained the upper hand for a while and finally surpassed quickly. This is not the key. The key is that if Laga had not met Talat, he would have been like that. Because of Talat, Rhaegar and Neru can now become so strong and awaken the powerful talent of the Mechites belonging to their combat type. The former combat type Nameks were extremely powerful, but later, due to some reasons, Nameks abandoned their power because fear of the destruction that power will bring, because fear of power is the source of sin, just like Srag. Now it's different because Talat told them with his power that power can not only create destruction but also that power can be used to protect the weak and protect everything they want to protect. On the battlefield, at the end of the conversation, Talat and Rhaegar's eyes collided and the auras between the strong men impacted each other, sweeping all over the world. The clothes on the two of them were automatically without wind and the invisible pressure expanded linearly with them as the center. Come on, let me see the achievements of your cultivation over the years. I am looking forward to what level your strength has reached. Talat said actively. Okay, don't blink. Rhaegar smiled confidently and accumulated his strength with both fists. Draining, a low cry broke out from his mouth and the power that was silent in his body was fully mobilized. Crazy. A steady stream of energy gushed out from Rhaegar's body and the white aura ignited around his body like a raging fire. The change in Laga's momentum caused the numbers displayed by the virtual glasses Talat wearing to keep jumping. From millions of points, it soared to over tens of millions of points and it is still improving. Laga's strength improved, which made Talat's eyes flashed with surprise. Although the combat power of over tens of millions of points is nothing to him, it is conceivable how much he has paid for this power. Crack. In the sky, it was at some point covered by a thick dark cloud, and one golden lightning after another with endless destructive power fell, bombing around Laga, tearing several cracks into the ground. Laga's power burst to its peak. The virtual glasses Talat wore told him that Laga's combat power value at this time reached 15 million points. It's indeed amazing, and its combat effectiveness exceeds 15 million points. Talat praised. Is it 15 million? It seems that I overestimated myself, but the value is the value. Laga took a fight and shouted with high spirit. Feeling Rhaegar's scorching fighting spirit, Talat smiled and his breath was rhythmic. Unlike Rhaegar's breath erupting, Talat's control of power was perfect. Now he suppressed his strength to Rhaegar. The match is 15 million points. Take it. Rhaegar charged his right hand and waved his arm. An energy bomb with extremely amazing destructive power condensed and formed, advanced through the air and rushed straight to Talat. Talat, who had expected it, released a gas bomb and collided with the energy bomb, and the expected big explosion did not happen. With a dazzling white light flashing, Laga's energy bomb and Talat's gas bomb transformed into nothingness. One attack failed. Rhaegar continued to attack. As his hands quickly waved, dozens of energy bombs with infinite destructive power attacked Talat like raindrops. Faced with this dense energy bomb attack, Talat was not panicked at all. He had a solution to it and released a large air bomb. The large air bomb rotated at a high speed counterclockwise at the moment it was removed from control, and the powerful attraction generated pulled all the energy bombs in the surrounding space over. When the big explosion occurred, Rhaegar was shocked by Talat's move. Seeing his attack completely resolved, Rhaegar's expression was more cautious. Since the comprehensive energy attack cannot work for Talat, we can only decide the winner with Rhaegar in a hand-to-hand combat. Draining, accompanied by a loud shout, the white aura around Rhaegar turned into a substantial flame and burned. He rushed out at full speed like a dawn light and rushed straight to Talat to rush. Come. The powerful iron fist that gathered all the strength of his body suddenly swung out. Talat's face was calm, and when he raised his hand, he dissolved Rhaegar's full-strength attack. The attack was blocked, and Rhaegar did not stop and quickly pulled back his fist, and his terrifying hand-to-hand combat ability exploded in full swing. The fierce and powerful fierce attack attacked Talat from all directions like a storm, but this level of attack did not have any effect on Talat. Even though he suppressed his power to a point that was almost the same as Laga, Talat's combat ability was not restricted at all. After just 1 or 2 rounds of confrontation, Talat completely understood Laga's combat rhythm, and with corresponding means, all Rhaegar's attacks were completely resolved. Talat saw through all the attack, and Rhaegar, who was the attacking side, felt tremendous pressure. If he doesn't find a way to break through Talat's defense, his current advantages will be completely wiped out. With gritted his teeth, Rhaegar accelerated the rhythm and strength of the attack again. Speed and strength ushered in a qualitative change, and the storm-like offensive continued to sweep Talat's body. Faced with Rhaegar's unlimited attack, Talat's defensive rhythm was not disrupted at all. With his unlimited defense, he defended Rhaegar's attack in all aspects. Laga, who was attacking strongly, should have the upper hand, but now the situation is quite unfavorable to him. Talat's unsparing defense made Laga's offense inadvertent, and the situation reversed. Talat firmly gained the upper hand. Nowadays, Laga is in a dilemma, and it is not just an offense, nor is it not an offense. I don't believe it. Your defense is really flawless. Rhaegar took the initiative to reversal the situation and lay his own advantages. He blew his energy into exhaustion and launched a full-scale attack on Talit. While both speed and strength have been greatly improved, the attack methods have also become sharper, and there are many unnecessary attack actions. Bang pound, bang pound, bang pound, bang pound. One dull sound after another wandered in the space. The comprehensive attack that Laga tried his best was extremely destructive and terrifying, but with this level of attack it is far from enough to break through Talit's defense. After years of exercise and the battle with the god of destruction, Talit's combat instinct was sublimated again. Even if he did not take the initiative to think, his body could react on his own and make the same response as soon as possible. If Talit hadn't been suppressing his combat instinct, Rhaegar would have been completely suppressed at the moment of the fight. The fierce battle between the two made Nialu, who was on the edge of the battlefield, stunned, and a dense layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. His mind was blank, and he was obviously frightened by this level of battle. Is this the real power of Brother Rhaegar? What a fierce attack! If I use this kind of attack when I usually compete with me, I'm afraid I can't hold on for a single round. Niaru, who came to his senses, looked shocked. The way he is like this, let alone the boy Bick on the side. Laga was too eager to attack and was eager to gain an advantage, but he exposed his biggest flaw. The great elder could see through and could guess what the next result would be. His insight was extraordinary, and he could tell the subsequent development of the battle in just a few glances. Laga's overly eager attack caused his physical strength to be consumed rapidly, and his attack was only superficially fierce. Talit had perfectly passed the first wave of fierce attack, and Laga would be weak in the future. In fact, Laga should be glad that his opponent is Talit. If it were other enemies, he would not be as lucky as he is now. On the battlefield, although Rhaegar is still attacking, he has shown signs of defeat. Compared with the strong attack at the beginning, his fists were obviously weakened a lot, and both strength and speed had a huge regression. On the other hand, although Talit has always been a passive defense party, his aura is stable and has not been leaked at all. This should not be your real strength, right? If you want to gain advantage from me, if you attack too urgently, you will reveal your flaws. After the words fell, Talit seized the opportunity and attacked decisively. He clenched his right fist and hit Rhaegar's chest. The huge force shocked Rhaegar's mouth and his body retreated involuntarily. Chapter 183. The purpose is to force the transformation. Boom. As Rhaegar retreated, a force burst out in his body, causing him to retreat several steps, and a blood arrow spurted out from his mouth. By enduring the pain in his body, Rhaegar burst out his breath to stabilize his body, but even so, he half-kneeled on the ground because of this kind of injury and gasped heavily. On his chest, a huge fist mark was so conspicuous. Fortunately, his physical fitness is strong enough, and the mechs have a strange body structure, otherwise this blow would be enough to completely lose his combat ability. A good punch, Rhaegar whispered in a deep voice, mobilizing the energy in his body and adjusting his own state. After a long time, Rhaegar recovered and stood up bit by bit. After being knocked back by Talit, Rhaegar was not angry but instead laughed, and the burning fighting spirit in his eyes became even stronger. He hasn't experienced this kind of fighting feeling for a long time. The previous move was indeed for testing and to make myself move again. This is how the battle is interesting. Rhaegar, my punch should be enough to stimulate your hidden strength, right? Talit said with a smile. Of course, I can fight you again, but I've been looking forward to this day for a long time. As soon as he finished speaking, the light in Rhaegar's eyes flashed. The next second, he spread his hands wide and quickly clamped his fists and closed them together, and powerful energy rushed out of his body. The breath is constantly condensed as if it is endless. Laga's combat power is also rapidly improving, soaring from 15 million points to more than 20 million points and recently approaching 30 million points. Talit's eyes lit up with this power. After Rhaegar improved his strength, an energy ball with terrifying lightning appeared in his palm. A new round of battle has begun. After feeling the power of this blow, Talit cheered up. Take my move. After condensing the energy to the extreme, Rhaegar drove the energy in his palm and fired a golden electric light cannon with infinite power. The energy cannon roared in the space like a roaring dragon, causing the terrifying pressure to hit Talit. Explosion bomb. Talit raised his hand and released a killing move. The huge red and golden energy beam burst out, colliding with Rhaegar's killing move. Boom. The deafening roar shook the world. The hot flames of the explosion soared into the sky, and the terrifying aftermath swept across hundreds of miles at an extremely fast speed. The entire Mike Star was shocked by this confrontation. The battle is about to break out. The fighting spirit of Rhaegar burst out with all his strength. It rushed out like a white aurora, passing through the explosion of flame and heading straight for Talit. The iron fist with endless destructive power went straight to Talit's face and waved. Talit also raised his fist and posed for a counterattack. Bang! The two fists collided and the space seemed to explode, and a harsh roar came out. With one punch, the next second, Talit and Rhaegar disappeared on the ground at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. The two started a speeding duel, and the attack from the fist to the flesh was so fierce, making people excited. Talat's iron fist is extremely fierce and contains the power to smash everything. Laga's attack was also extremely fierce, and even if it was not as good as Talat, it was not much worse. With Talat's active attack, Rhaegar's combat instincts seemed to be aroused. Happy, it's true that it's you. Laga became more and more braver in the battle, enjoying the experience of fighting against Talat. As a combat-type Namuk, in essence he is born for war like the Scion. The pressure brought by Talat has become Laga's spiritual food. His fighting style has been constantly changing, evolving, and even reaching a higher level in the battle with Talat. I have been practicing continuously over the years and accumulated too much. What Rhaegar lacks is his opponent. As long as there are enough strong opponents, he can continue to become stronger. The more you fight, the braver you become. This is very similar to our Scion. Next, I will be serious. Feeling that Rhaegar's combat power has improved by millions of points, Talat exerted his force suddenly, as fast as the lightning-like offensive interrupted Rhaegar's offensive rhythm, forcing him to have to passive defense. Pound. An unstoppable punch hit Rhaegar's face. The irresistible force knocked Rhaegar, overturned the man, flying back hundreds of meters, and he couldn't get up. This scene was seen by the Great Elders, Neilu, and the young Bick outside the battlefield. The Great Elder looked solemn and sighed in his heart. Nira was very nervous and was making Rhaegar proud in his heart. The boy Bick was at a loss and was shocked by the battle of this level. Is it over? Talat looked at Rhaegar, who was unable to get up hundreds of meters away, waiting for his next move. It's just over? Obviously impossible. The purpose of his battle with Rhaegar is to help Rhaegar break through himself and see how far he can reach. Sure enough, you didn't disappoint me. Seeing Rhaegar stand up, Talat smiled on his face and was ready for the fight again. I wasn't beaten down by you so easily. I finally waited to fight you. If I was so bad, it would be too embarrassing. Rhaegar stood up and kept moving his muscles and bones in his body. The pain turned into fighting spirit, and the white melody was moving around Rhaegar's body, and powerful energy continued to gush out of his body. His momentum continued to soar, and his combat power index once again expanded rapidly. Have you improved again? Sure enough, you are hiding a lot. This time your combat power has been directly increased to 40 million points. Talat exclaimed when he saw the changes in combat power data on virtual glasses. Continue. Talat. The fighting spirited Rhaegar did not respond to the hidden strength but shouted loudly. The next second he rushed out at full speed, sprinting to Talat like a white aurora, and his iron fist swung out. Bang! There was a muffled sound. Talat raised his hand to block Rhaegar's heavy punch, and at the same time he cleverly resolved the power therein. It's not over yet. The corners of Rhaegar's mouth fluctuated slightly, and in a moment the energy in his body was mobilized, gathered onto the fist, and directly detonated. Bang! The energy exploded at the fist, and the powerful destructive power shook Talat back. Before Talat had a chance to breathe, Rhaegar launched a fierce attack again, quickly releasing an unrivaled powerful column of energy and heading straight for Talat. As Talat watched the energy beam approaching, he did not dodge or avoid it, and a light flashed in his eyes. An invisible force burst out from Talat's eyes, hitting the oncoming energy light column. In the blink of an eye, this energy beam split into pieces and turned into energy particles floating in the surrounding space. Is it just by relying on my eyesight to resolve it? It's worthy of being you. Talat. Laga, who witnessed this scene with his own eyes, changed his expression slightly, but his eyes were soon replaced by a stronger fighting spirit. Just the next second, Rhaegar suddenly felt the crisis coming, and his instinctive arms crossed in front of him, and Talat appeared in front of him the next second, the fist containing extremely strong destructive power waving it out, hitting his arms. Pound. A sound of breaking through the air sounded. Rhaegar only felt an unparalleled force sweeping across his body, and his whole body seemed to be out of control and rushed straight into the sky until he reached the 100-meter sky. Feeling the severe pain from his arms, Rhaegar couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. While his heart trembled, Talat, below locked in Laga's position, jumped and rushed straight towards Laga like a cannonball. Come on, this kind of battle is meaningful. Rhaegar was not afraid and burst into an explosive breath and crashed towards Talat. The two of them, wrapped in white aura, gathered unparalleled power and waved it out continuously. Bang, bang, bang. The fierce battle broke out again. Fist and foot collision. The power generated by time has caused waves of ripples in the space, and the harsh roar is endless. Talat and Laga shuttled back and forth in the air at a speed that was beyond the sight of the naked eye, colliding quickly. The battle situation is getting worse and worse. The space in the sky is rippling, and dazzling white light blooms in different areas. Neilu, the Great Elder, and the young Bick, who were fighting on the battlefield, were all full of surprise. The eyes could not see the two of them clearly, and the breath perception could not catch up with their actions. So fast that I can't catch up with you. Brother Talat and Brother Laga are completely unimaginable. Niruz said he felt deeply powerless and ashamed of the battle between Talat and Laga. After accepting that inheritance, have you become so much stronger without realizing realizing it. After all, it is the piece of mechs that limits you. If you wander in the universe, encounter more opponents, or follow Talat, your future will be even more immeasurable. The Great Elder looked at the earth-shaking battle in the sky, thinking in his heart, if the time is right, he even hoped that Laga will leave Namek with Talat and experience it so that it will be of no harm to Laga's future. The boy Bik, who was standing by, watched the battle, his heart full of yearning. At the same time, as the battle between Talat and Laga became more and more intense, all the Namek people on the entire Namek planet concentrated their mental power, and there were even many Namek people rushing to it. Come here. Of course, it was not to deal with the crisis, because in the eyes of the mech, Talat was a friend, but just came to watch the battle. In the air, the hand-to-hand combat between Talat and Laga became more and more intense. The continuous battle of moves and the powerful impact between the fists and the feet are enough to stimulate the space. However, for the two, they still did not show all their strength. Bang! There was a shocking sound. Talat and Rhaegar punched each other strongly, and at the same time they were backfired by strength and flew backwards for more than 10 meters. After the body stabilized, both sides stepped on the void and looked at each other with sharp eyes again. Talat nodded silently, approving of Rhaegar's power. After Rhaegar felt Talat's power, his eyes also burst into endless fighting spirit. In the battle just now, Talat felt that Laga still had hidden his strength, but his combat power of only 40 million points was not his ultimate. To be honest, even Rhaegar's strength is incredible now. It should be said that he is worthy of being a combat type Mike. He has become so strong when he practices by himself and has no external factors intervene. If he is stimulated by the outside world or someone has pointed him in the direction, Rhaegar's achievements will definitely be more than that. Where is Laga? After he had a new feeling in his heart after he had a fight with Talat. In an excited state, all the cells in his body were activated as if they had endless power. It is rare to feel the pleasure of fighting, and Rhaegar was deeply immersed in it and could not extricate himself. He longed for such a battle that had devoted all his strength, suppressing the belligerent factors in the body. Rhaegar's rationality has recovered a little. Testing is almost time to end here. I know that your strength is far more than that, so my goal is to force you to transform from the beginning. Rhaegar said with a serious face. Is that so? Then give it a try. Talat said with a smile without being modest. Rhaegar did not speak anymore. His facial expression gradually became ferocious and a golden light flashed in his eyes. As a deep cry broke out from his mouth, a steady stream of energy gushed out from his body, and white aura rose from the soles of his feet, covering his whole body like a swelling flame. Rhaegar's energy continued to increase and he ushered in a qualitative change. The powerful airflow shot countless electric lights around his body. This constantly expanding force made the entire mic star vibrate. His breath continued to break through the limit and the terrible pressure continued to expand. Although there was no sign of any changes in Rhaegar's body, he perceived from his breath that his aura was thicker and stronger than before. The combat type mic's belligerent factors exploded in full swing and the continuous power blessed himself. Laga, who has full firepower, has stable combat power at 60 million points. There are even signs of improvement. With the help of the battle with Talat, Rhaegar has perfectly controlled the power he has cultivated over the years. Now he can fight as much as he wants. The intensity of the breath is quite high and it is also quite stable when it explodes. Is this your full strength? It's amazing. Talat's eyes looked at Rhaegar and vaguely he could see that in Rhaegar's body there seemed to be a stronger force in it. This power is very special. He has never seen it before and Laga probably didn't notice it either. But what is certain is that once this force explodes, Laga's strength will inevitably increase greatly and it may even cross the dimensional increase and jump to a unit of 100 million. As you see, this is my all-out. You should I also show some real skills to let me see it. Laga's face was filled with a confident smile and said to Talat, or, even so, you don't need to transform to deal with me. Chapter 184 The Power of the Dragon God. Shocked Regal Super League. Hearing Rhaegar's teasing rhetoric, Talat smiled slightly and didn't care. I don't want to deceive you, and if you tell a lie to you, it will lead you astray. So I tell you the truth that if you want me to transform, your current strength is indeed not enough. This makes Laga, who was already in high spirit, feel a little sad. However, Rhaegar seemed to have expected it long ago, and instead of being depressed, he became even more excited. I heard you say this. It's really a big deal. After all, I have been practicing hard for so many years, but I can only do this. But don't think I'll be hit so easily. Knowing that you are stronger, I give it to me instead. More motivation. Rhaegar smiled, his aura getting stronger. Seeing that his fighting spirit reached this level, Talat did not pour cold water on him and said seriously, actually, you may not have noticed that there is an extremely powerful force in your body. If it were you, if you can guide that power out, you may be able to fight my Super Scion. Hearing this, Rhaegar put away the anxious fighting spirit on his face somewhat unexpectedly. He himself did not find out, but he would not suspect that Talat was lying to him. They have always known each other's personalities, so Talat only knows the truth and does not not fool him with clumsy lies. Is the power hidden in my body? Said to himself, and Rhaegar looked at Talit again seriously. Thank you. If you didn't say it, I'm afraid I'll never know. Obviously, although Laga had not fully sensed it, under Talit's intentional suggestion, he discovered that there seemed to be such an energy pool. In the past, he had been constantly honing his body and allowing himself to maintain stronger combat power. He has never paid attention to whether there are any areas in the depths of his body that he does not understand. In fact, this is just like the power of a super scion in the scion body. When your strength reaches a certain level and when you are qualified enough, you can surpass the limit of life. Scions will become super scion. The mic can also become a super mic. In the early days of the original work, the mics did not have the ability to transform, and at most they could only become huge. However, in the late period of the Super Era, Piccolo, after being assimilated with the God Bite, developed its potential with the help of the Dragon and realized the power of the Dragon God. Not only did it develop a potential explosion form in the first stage, but it also reached the second stage of Orange transformation body. Laga's talent is definitely not low, and he is even much better than the original Bic. Perhaps the mechs can transform. Maybe. Laga. Talit joked with a smile. This sentence once again caused Rhaegar's excitement. I'll give you a good word, but now we should continue to fight. Although our strength is far less than you, I still have to fight until the last moment. Then come on. With a loud shout, Talit also showed more than 60 million combat power point. The two of them looked at each other and their breath continued to impact each other. When the competition between auras is completely over, the scene becomes extremely quiet. The two of them stood face to face and neither of them took action. Until a few seconds passed, Rhaegar and Talit's eyes changed drastically at the same time. The two of them suddenly rose up and punched each other. Pound. A shocking sound split the earth. The terrifying power shook the space and trembled. If ordinary people were nearby, they would definitely die on the spot because of the aftermath of this attack. A fierce battle is about to break out. In hand-to-hand combat, you go back and forth, fists and feet add up, leaving no room for space or backhand. It is no longer the tentative situation of attacking and defending, but both sides are attacking each other. Enjoy the fun of fighting and enjoy the pleasure of fighting. Maybe Rhaegar felt more real because he showed all his strength and had no extra thought. Talit only took 1/10 of the power of normalcy, but Talit was also enjoying the new experience this battle brought to him. In Talit's eyes, Laga is a good opponent and he even intends to help Laga improve his strength. Once he can really break through himself in battle and even reach that level, then he will have some fight. Over the years, Talit has also been transforming. He used to be extremely cautious in doing anything, and he would only do it after he was sure that he would be foolproof. Gradually, as he became stronger and stronger, his ideas also turned into wanting to fight against the same strong man and wanting to challenge the limit because only then can he go further. In fact, the last time I fought with Xiongpa was also because of this. Otherwise, he could completely refuse the gambling fight in a more secure way. Anyway, with Weiss present at the time, the crisis between Bados and Elephant Paw could be easily resolved. Far away, watching the battle enter a white-hot stage, the Great Elder, Nieru, and the young Bic are already deeply attracted. Maybe for Biker, he still can't understand this level of battle, but the feeling of being excited will not be wrong. In addition to them, there are naturally other Nameks who have just arrived. They came at the right time, and the good show is also being staged. It can be said that they have been able to watch the most exciting part. Boom, boom, bang, bang. In the sky, there was constant roar, fisting, elbow strike, knee pushes, flying kicks with the help of every part of the body. As long as you can attack, it will be fully utilized by both sides. If it weren't for the huge gap in combat effectiveness, Talit would have felt that it would be difficult for him to deal with the current Laga. It can only be said that he seemed to have had some insights and practice in the past 3 months, but in fact he has been with Salary, and he is indeed a little unfamiliar with his physical function reaction. Ordinary battles cannot be reflected. If you have a level battle, each move will be exposed. Good opportunity. Seeing Talit's gap in the gap between punches, Rhaegar shouted loudly and punched the air with all his strength. The fist swept across, and Talit resisted the attack, then kicked out with a flying kick and kicked Rhaegar several meters away. Both sides are evenly matched, and no one has taken advantage of it. After a brief separation, the two stood in the air and looked at each other. It is inevitable to breathe, and it is impossible to have such a fierce battle without consuming physical strength. But Laga was obviously much more serious, and Talit took a few breaths and pretended to behave. It's true that it's you, Talit. It's really hard for me to imagine how powerful you will be after you become a Super Scion. Rhaegar had a hint of praying. He hopes to see Talit's appearance after transforming, and also hopes to feel how strong Talit's strength is. If you have to see it, then what's wrong with me letting you see it? But once I transform, our battle will end after I transform. Do you still have to watch it? Talit said seriously. Without enough determination and firm perseverance, Talit was also afraid that Rhaegar would collapse because because he felt the power of his Super Saiyan. After all, the gap is too big. His normal state has 500 million combat power. Once he transforms, even if he is just over 1, his combat power will skyrocket to 25 billion. Haha, you can't help but underestimate me too much. Although I am far less than you, I won't be afraid just because I see stronger power. After so many years, don't you understand me? Said Rhaegar. Indeed, Talat was too worried. Recall that if Talat had not helped, Rhaegar would have died in the fight against the planetary crisis. He was not even afraid of death, so how could he wince because of this? From tens of thousands of points to tens of millions of points of combat power, he has proved his belief in becoming stronger. Okay, then I'll let you see my strength. Then transform to show you. The serious look replaced the hesitation before. Talat's arms were clasped on both sides of his body, bent around his waist, clenched both fists. In an instant the suppression power surged in the body, turning into an infinitely powerful storm swept across the world. A snow-white aura suddenly appeared from Talat's body, covering his body, and even rubbed against the space, shooting lightning. The combat power soared sharply, and in a short period of time, it exceeded tens of millions of units, reaching the level of billion, 100 million, 200 million, 300 million, 400 million, 500 million. Ha! A loud shout came from Talat's mouth. In an instant the sky and earth trembled, and light burst out from his body, extremely dazzling. The entire planet of Mike was shaken, and all Mike people were shocked by this terrifying force. Laga, who was closest to the distance, was already surprised, and Talat had not transformed yet. His strength was nearly 10 times that of him. He had already clenched his fist. Although he was unwilling to accept it, his eyes were full of expectations and even yearning. Is this your real strength? Good guy, it seems that I underestimated you before. Rhaegar's tone was a little teasing. Don't be anxious to sigh. The next thing you want to see is the transformation of the Super Saiyan you want to see. Talat smiled hee, and the aura around him gradually transformed, and a trace of golden aura began to be mixed with the snow-white aura. Seeing this, Rhaegar became serious. He suddenly realized that he had never thought that Talat could be so powerful after transformation. Now Talat is in front of him, and the feeling of oppression suddenly doubles, not as simple as just increasing a few times or dozens of times. Originally, Talat took all the normal situation and made him think Talat was a giant. Now Talat's sudden change made him feel like an ant, and Talat is a super giant who can play with the planet mech in his palms. A deep cry erupted from Talat's mouth. It is also because he has not transformed for 2 or 3 months, so this time Talat did not converge and went straight to the full power. In his word, everything has changed. Why are you still struggling with so much to do? But if you exceed 2, 3, and 4, it would be fine. It would be a big blow to him. The golden aura completely replaced the snow-white aura. Talat was like a golden man, emitting a dazzling golden light all over his body. The black hair and eyebrows had turned golden under the rendering of the golden aura, and the pupils had also turned emerald green. Here, the transformation of the first level full power state of the Super Saiyan is completed. Talat combat effectiveness also broke through from 500 million points to nearly 40 billion points, and as long as Talat thinks he can detonate the energy pool in an instant, reaching the level of nearly 50 billion points in the early stage of the second stage. Is this your Super Saiyan? So strong that it makes me breathing difficult. Hiss. Hey. Rhaegar kept taking deep breaths to calm his emotions. He was too weak, so weak that he felt like he had not become stronger over the years. Fear? There is indeed a little bit. It is impossible to say you are not afraid. As Talat said before, he actually looked down on himself a little too high, but that's why he has to try his best to overcome it. Otherwise, how could he become stronger? It seems that it was because of the transformation of the state of mind that some wonderful changes in Rhaegar's body occurred. The body, which was supposed to be cold, became hotter, and his cooling power suddenly burned as if something was ignited, making him eager to try. This feeling, this is my power. Is it because I have been trapped in my power? Laga's potential was stimulated by Talat and was fully stimulated. Although the special force sleeping in his body did not fully wake up, it was also pulled. Based on this, Rhaegar's combat power level at this time reached more than 100 million, 4 units of billions. After entering this value, the level of strength will usher in a huge change. Talat, who witnessed this scene, had a gleam in his eyes and attached more importance to Rhaegar. He had a premonition that in the near future, Rhaegar would definitely be his strong rival. His pace will never stop here. Perhaps the strongest Namex in the future are not big, but him, unless another major change occurs in the middle. But Talat felt that it would not be. According to the plot development, many crises have been relieved by him. At this time, even if Frisia had a final change with a combat power of 120 million points in the original work, he would not be Laga's opponent. With Frisia's loose fighting style, he has more mean. How could he beat Laga with such superb combat capabilities? At the same time, Underworld, the northern border of the star, the king of the north, was originally tasted tasting the food he brought back from the earth, but suddenly felt the powerful aura after Talat's transformation. He was so scared that he quickly used his ability to observe the lower realm to explore the past. It was not until I saw that Talat was having a competition with Rhaegar on the planet Namek that I was relieved. It's really not worry-free. You kid can scare people to death, but the strength of this and that Mechites is indeed strong. No wonder you have to send that Pickites to the planet Mechite for them to train. Chapter 185 Holding a grander martial arts conference. That planet May. The shock brought by Talat's transformation was too great. It is unimaginable for the entire Namek tribe. Even though the Great Elder has experienced so much, he has never felt such a powerful force. He is like this, not to mention Niru and the boy Bik around him and the mix who had just arrived. Super Scions are so powerful that they are breathtaking. In just these few years you have grown to this point. It is hard to imagine how powerful you will be in the future. The Great Elder sighed from the bottom of his heart. Because of his words, everyone present couldn't help but look at him. After all, he is the most qualified person to say such things, and no one can question the status of the Great Elder. No one knew that the Great Elder was stormy in his heart because in addition to lamenting Talat's strength, he also felt a special force bursting out from Rhaegar's body. If that's right, it should be the most original power of their clan. He was so energetic that year that he also touched that power, but with his talent he was unable to develop it in the end. The power of Lord Dragon God. Maybe you will be the most suitable heir. Laga, it was Talat's arrival that changed our clan and you. The Great Elder thought in his heart. On the battlefield, Talat stood in the air with an absolutely powerful posture, looking at Laga. His transformation has ended, and as for continuing the battle, there is actually no need to. As Talat said before, once he transforms, it means that the battle is over. It seems that after feeling my power, the power in your body has been stimulated. I can feel that you may really be able to use that power to transform into a super mic in the future. Talat, he took the initiative to approach, faced Rhaegar, who smiled and did not fall, but became even higher. He himself knew better about Laga's transformation. What Talat said may become a fact. Thank you, Talat. I will try harder to catch up with you. No matter what the future is, I will not give up easily. After putting away my own breath, Rhaegar thanked Talat seriously. After the two looked at each other, they couldn't help but laugh because of this kind of politeness. Taitsang's atmosphere dissipated, and Talat also withdrew from the Super Saiyan transformation. The long-lost competition has come to an end. Back at the place where the Great Elder was, the two were still communicating in various aspects. Of course Talat did not leave. After all, he finally came here, so how could he leave just by saying that? By the way, I also met those mech friends who regarded me as friends. After half a day, Talat once again felt the enthusiasm of the mech. Although they didn't have anything good to entertain him, their emotions were not fake, simple and kind. This is the mic people now. It is worth mentioning that the young Bik has been completely infected by the friendship of his fellow tribesmen. He enjoyed the beauty brought by family affection that he had never tasted before, which made him unable to stop and even burst into tears. The cold and cruel Demon King 2 of the original work will not appear in the future. This stage will be skipped directly. Talat can think that in 1 or 2 years, Bik will grow into the calm and mature appearance of the later generations of the original work. Before we knew it, it was almost evening before Talat was ready to say goodbye. Of course, Talat planned to say something before leaving. There were no so many ideas at first, but I just brought Bik to the planet Namek and made some changes appropriately. After a battle with Laga and Niru, Talat thought about the 23rd World No. 1 Martial Art Conference held 1 year and 8 months later, and they could also participate. At that time, he can even come to compete with them. If there is an opponent, then Laitais and Chilleri will be able to participate after recovery, which can also give the warriors on the earth a little oppressive. Moreover, 1 year and 8 months later, Talat couldn't even imagine how far Sun Wukong could grow. There are also Naba and Vegeta who has not appeared yet. This world is no longer the original work, and he can even contribute to the fire and hold a more grand martial arts conference in the world. Watching Talat leave, Rhaegar clenched his fist, full of excitement. Niru and the boy Bik are the same around him, and they have new goals. The 23rd World's No. 1 Martial Arts Conference. Even though he didn't know much about this, the boy Bik extracted many important pictures from his memory. The explanation to Rhaegar and Niru will also be his first mission after coming to the planet Namek, Earth, the western capital. After returning to Talat, he found Bulma and Chilleri at the first time. While holding his daughter, he told them all about the whole story after sending Bik to the planet Mek. There is no doubt that the two women were shocked. After all, they knew what the Earth is now. Just talk about the current Klin, Yamcha, Tianjin rice and dumplings, and they went to attend the world's No. 1 martial art conference. I'm afraid they will not participate in the abuse of vegetables again. Talat made this decision undoubtedly to subvert the world view of all people on Earth's knowledge of martial art. I really want to participate together. If Goku and the others participated in the competition, competition, I would understand. You have to bring radies to make a fuss and invite the mics. This I don't think it's necessary. If you really want to fight you guys, it's better to just find a barren planet without life which can show off your strength. The Earth cannot withstand your troubles. Bulma's idea has certain limitations. After all, in her opinion, these superhumans can destroy the world with just one wave. How could this martial arts conference venue be withstood? Just say that during the last martial arts conference the showdown of hundreds of points of combat power shocked her, and the power of the turtle fairy fighting the big demon king. Of course, if it were just like this, she wouldn't say anything. The problem was that she witnessed Talit and the others fighting against Frisia and the god of destruction not long ago. At that level, once they really fight, it will be a huge disaster. The times are progressing, everything is changing, and you should have noticed it over the years, Bulma. In fact, giving some pressure to the Earthlings and letting the Earthlings know how terrible a powerful existence is may not be a bad thing. Only experience can you grow. Besides, I have thought about all the risks, but that should not be a problem. Think about it. If you invest in this martial arts conference, can't this martial art conference be held even more grand? The venue is too small, can be expanded completely, and some special means can even be used to increase protection. As for combat, we will also make an agreement in advance. Only conduct a competition of hand-to-hand combat skills and try to avoid using energy attacks. In this case, if we follow the rules of the martial art conference, there will be no trouble. As Talit's remarks were made, Bulma's brow never let go. Indeed, according to Talit's statement, it seems that the 23rd World No. 1 Martial Arts Conference was invested in and made sure to make a profit, but the specific details were calculated. Moreover, it is a question whether you need to join the capital you operate later, and it is not something you can do just by saying that you can do it. Moreover, it seems that the returns and benefits are very large, but the investment is definitely not a small amount. Even though Universal Capsule Group has become the world's No. 1 capital group over the years and has strong funds, she is not just enough to squander it by herself. Compared with the era of the original work in the next few years or even 10 years later, although the Capsule Group was already the richest man in the world at this time, it has not yet how outrageous it is. It is not like what Bulma says. In fact, Talit also knew this, so he had thought in the past whether to help her clear some borers. But Bulma refused. She said that she had enough ability to solve the problem, so she didn't need his husband, who was devastating, to help her deal with these trivial matters. Give me a few days to investigate and organize a feasible plan. I really don't understand why you suddenly became so persistent. Forget it. Who made me your wife? Bulma rolled her eyes. Talit's proposal can only be considered in depth. Actually, she said so, but she had agreed. Otherwise, it is just to refuse directly, rather than to prepare. Talit clearly understood Bulma's personality, so he didn't continue to say anything. Myra in her arms was teasing. Although she was only 2 days old, the little guy could open his eyes and move slightly. This has to be said that the Scion physique is far beyond those of the Earthlings. Although Scions are also very fragile in infants and toddlers, this fragility is actually at least tens or hundreds of times stronger than those on Earth. Brother Talit, have you not thought about Xiao Seila's name yet? Solari looked at Talit and asked with a smile. Not to mention the world's No. 1 martial arts conference. This matter is also very important at the moment. Talit had been thinking about it for a long time and had several names, but he could not make any decision in the end. It should be said that he was struggling and didn't know how to name his daughter. As a time traveler, although I rarely recall my previous life seriously, I still feel a strange nostalgia when I really think about it. But if you want to name a surname from a previous life, it seems too inappropriate. He is a Scion in this world, and he has already completely accepted his new self. But if the Scion name is used, what name should he choose? He was unwilling to give his daughter a very rustic but meaningless name, or just call it Seila. It's actually pretty good to use your name. Talit simply gave up. That's too casual. My name is Xiao Seila. It's because you didn't give the child a name. Seila didn't mind. Bulma was unhappy, as if she was upset. Talit's face was embarrassed, and he knew that Bulma would definitely say that. A woman who pursues perfection. Bulma has always been very strong, of course, only in life. Or, think about it again, Brother Talit. Solari smiled after taking the little Seila from Talit's arms. She also knew that Bulma would say such things. If everyone was happy, maybe Bulma wouldn't think much, but Bulma was just now aroused a lot of emotions by Talit's 23rd World No. 1 Martial Art Conference, and he would definitely find Talit fault happy. Who made him their husband? Talit stroked his forehead, and finally a name squeezed out in his mind. The regrets in the previous life cannot be forgotten, and the regrets in this life cannot be perfunctory, or call it Tarla. After the words were expressed, Talit's heart was slightly tugged, and he was still afraid that he would be attacked by Bulma. Is it a combination of two names? You can think of it, so you are really lazy. Bulma was obviously not particularly satisfied. Celery thought it was very good. Maybe the Scion name was casual, and she felt that Talit combined the names of the two two of them to value her. Just call it Talara. It sounds nice too, Solari said with a smile. The pronunciation was different. Talat hesitated for a moment and could only use the word Luo. It has special meaning to me. Is Tarala? It's good. Solari nodded happily, not even asking the reason. Talat was moved, but he suppressed his emotions well. This is a combination of three names. Bulma developed a strong interest. They actually had a thorough understanding of Talat. Now Talat still has some hidden secret. As a wife, how could she not want to ask the question to the end? Of course, Bulma is very smart. She will not ask now, but will wait until the future. There are many ways to ask. Experts often ask inadvertently in their future life, or try them around the bush to get the answer you want. In fact, to put it bluntly, she knew that if Talat didn't want to say it, she would definitely not get the answer even if she forced her to ask. For several days afterward, Talat continued to accompany and take care of Celery and Tarala as always. Although he already wants to quickly enter a new stage of cultivation, Celery has just given birth to a child and Tarala has just been born. He cannot be an irresponsible husband and father. Even if Weiss was the one who delivered the baby, with the help of his special ability, Celery suffered no harm at all, and even his body directly returned to his pre-pregnancy state. However, it is a fact that the child needs his true company. In fact, both Celery and Bulma proposed that Talat could actually do what he wanted to do. In their word, taking care of the family and children is what their women should do. The rationality of Celery and Bulma made Talat feel even more difficult to let her down. What they think. So he decided that no matter what, he had to spend at least the most critical first month or two. It was precisely this decision that made Talat discover the special power hidden in his daughter's body. In fact, when he was born, Weiss said that his daughter was very extraordinary. At that time, Talat only thought that his birth power was strong, so Weiss gave this evaluation. In fact, it is not just because of the high birth combat power. Chapter 186 Vegeta arrives. Practice restart. Today is the day when Tarala has just been a month old. The Earth in the Dragon Ball world does not have the custom that Talat had in the previous life of China. However, under Talat's deliberate guidance, in order to celebrate the little guy's full moon, the family specially prepared a small banquet for it. He also called all his relatives and friends on Earth. As for Klin, Yamuti, Tianjin rice dumplings, Sun Wukong, and Naba, who practiced in the Northern Realm, Talat himself went there. Today's king of Northern Realm is a hot commodity in everyone's eyes. His existence has become a super mentor who specializes in cultivating powerful warriors for the Earth. Of course, there is a reason to ask these people to come back to participate. I told them that 1 year and 7 months later, the 23rd World No. 1 Martial Art Conference held by Earth will not only bring Latais and Solari to participate, and the strong men from Mike will also come. This undoubtedly gave everyone a shot of stimulant, and everyone became more motivated to practice and become stronger. Even if they know that no matter how hard they work, they will not be able to beat Talat and the others. Their goals are not only those who are known now, but also the strongest among the mechs. Of course, after receiving the news, Latais was extremely excited. In fact, since Talat killed Frisia 4 months ago and fought with the god of destruction in the next universe, he has lost his clear goal. Although his strength has improved a lot during this period, he has lost some motivation, which has led to him having been paddling for the past month. But it is worth mentioning that Latais' paddling was still effective, and he also brought a message that Lankai had just confirmed to be pregnant. Latais was proud of this because she proved that she was fine in this regard, and Gnei was very happy. She was going to be a grandma this time. There is also Son Gohan. He has long recognized Jin as his goddaughter. Latais has lived together for many years and has long been regarded as his grandson by him, so his seniority has risen again. When the party was in progress, what Talat did not expect was that another uninvited guest was welcomed by his family. It should have been that I suddenly felt the aura of everyone appearing and gathered here, so I also came here to find out. This person is nothing else but Vegeta, who has disappeared for 4 months. 4 months ago he came to Earth to fight Frisia to a desperate battle. At that time his normal combat power exceeded 1 million points, and after it became a super competition, his combat power soared to 50 million points. Now that his surface normal combat power has reached 1.2 million points, it can be confirmed that he should not be hiding. It can be seen that even if your horizons are broader and your worldview is refreshed, there is no suitable and reliable method of cultivation, and even if you work hard, it will always be difficult to improve your strength. Vegeta belongs to the type that only practices hard. It's a pity that his potential is so strong, but he doesn't know how to practice new things. It was at this point that he was completely abused by Sun Wukong. Because of Vegeta's arrival, the atmosphere was a little nervous. Even though everyone knows that Vegeta is on Earth, sometimes he can track his breath to determine his location. No one will take the initiative to look for it, and no one cares. After all, neither Talat nor Latais said anything, so what can they do? Vegeta in the quiet atmosphere. Naba took the lead and greeted Vegeta. Although the former prince is no longer bound by the past, he has experienced so much together and is also a nostalgic person. Naba was interested in helping Vegeta, but Vegeta didn't take him seriously. Waste is waste. Even if you are mixed with this group of people, your strength is only to this level. I guess you haven't even touched the threshold of the Super Saiyan. This kind of cold and ruthless mockery made Naba look ugly. The big guy who had been with Naba for a long time obviously wanted to vent his anger for Naba, but their strength is indeed much worse than Vegeta. Even if they are trained by the king of Northern Realm, they are just starting out. Naba's normal combat power has actually improved very quickly, especially since this month has entered the explosive period, which has increased more than Vegeta's 4-month, reaching 520,000 points. This combat power data is only 10,000 points lower than Frieza, who has not transformed into the original work. What qualifications do you have to mock Naba? Vegeta, you seem to have been standing still for a while, but Naba's strength is almost catching up with you. Leitai stood up at a critical moment. Vegeta was not happy at first. If Talat hadn't stopped him, he would have teased Vegeta, even though there is no intention to kill him. Leitai is not a good person. Now when I recall the days when I was suppressed by Vegeta, I feel ridiculous. Vegeta gritted his teeth, obviously for Leitai's hate to the core, but he knew clearly that he was definitely not Leitai's opponent. Of course, this did not prevent him from looking at Leitai's with cold eyes. The prince's pride and dignity made him stand here even if his strength was far inferior. The violent collision between momentum makes the scene more depressing. Just when everyone thought that there would be an irresistible battle, Talat came out as the host. If you want to fight, you have to pass today. I don't want my daughter's full moon banquet to be destroyed. This is a reminder and a warning. He naturally knew what everyone had to do, but he had to do anything depending on the occasion. If they took action, he would knock them to the ground without hesitation. Leitai would not give Talat face, and he would not ruin this rare party. Vegeta snorted lightly, turned around and was about to leave. It seems that coming here is just a formality and also to see what is going on here. Now that I know, I don't plan to stay for a long time. However, Talat saw the strangeness in his eyes. He came here for another purpose, not just to meet him. Stay here. Today is my daughter's full moon party at least. Moreover, your strength should be at the bottleneck and cannot break through, right? Otherwise, I wouldn't come to him. Talat sent an invitation to him. Everyone was surprised because of his word, including Vegeta, who was stunned. After hesitating for a while, Vegeta still failed to defeat his heart, and his strong self-esteem made him choose to leave. Look, even if you invite him on your own, he will not stay. Talat, I know our Prince Vegeta better than you. Leitai teased. Naba, who was standing beside him, nodded. Vegeta is still the same as before, and has not changed at all. It is sometimes a good thing to remain unchanged because you can keep your mind undisturbed, but sometimes it is also a bad thing because you don't know whether this hold is right or wrong. Naba actually hid some words in his heart and didn't say them out loud. He felt that Vegeta had no need to be as stubborn as before and follow the time. This is the best choice at present. Talat did not respond but held his daughter and watched Vegeta's leaving back. He had a premonition that he would come to him again soon, otherwise Vegeta would not have appeared this time. It is actually wrong to say that Vegeta is the same as before, because Vegeta is also trying to make changes. Continue the banquet. Don't destroy the original atmosphere just because of his relationship. Bulma spoke in a timely manner. As the hostess, everyone will naturally listen to her, let alone if it weren't for Bulma. How could they enjoy this kind of entertainment on Earth? Vegeta's little farce was revealed, and everyone focused on Taro's daughter Tarala. Unlike when I was born a month ago, this time I can clearly feel the intensity of Tarala's breath. Although it is very immature, it is terrifyingly strong. At least Lin, Yamuti, Tianjin Rice Dumplings, Turtle Fairy, and Son Gohan were shocked. They have been practicing hard for so many years, but in the end they are not as good as a newborn child. The final conclusion was that the Scions were really monsters, especially the children born from the combination of Talat and Sarari, the two outrageous Scions, which were even more outrageous. A party lasted until very late, and the wonderful day was over until everyone left one after another. The next day, Talat changed his usual condition and did not sleep in with Solari and Bulma. While Tarala was still sleeping, he quietly got up. This month's life made him linger than the previous 3 months, and he had a good idea in his mind that it was always like this. But if he is well, he must come out. There is a saying in the previous world that is right: the land of gentleness is the tomb of heroes. Although it has been a bit too much for describing the current situation, Talat knew that he had to cheer up and pick up the practice of letting go. From today on, let your body slowly return to its peak state and further become proficient in the power of the Super Saiyan and the power of the giant ape, and then realize the power of the god. As he talked to himself after Talat finished washing and eating breakfast, he came to the super gravity training room specially created for him by Bulma. In the empty and huge space space. There is almost nothing else except for some special equipment. The current super gravity training room can be operated manually or controlled through voice. In terms of artificial intelligence, Bulma has already studied very well. Xiao AI, start the gravity module and turn on the gravity 100 times. With Talat's order, Xiao AI, the artificial intelligence in the gravity training room, immediately woke up and responded, "Welcome to the master. The gravity module has been activated. The value is set to 100 times the Earth's gravity." As the sound fell, the surrounding space suddenly turned dark red and the pressure increased rapidly. The gravity of the Earth is already an extremely high value. Of course, for Talat, this level of gravity is nothing. Just for rehabilitation, the values are just right. In the following warm-up training, slowly increase the gravity multiple and finally try your current normal state. How much gravity limit can you bear? The previous gravity training room was only 1,000 times at its highest. Now, according to what Bulma told him, it can reach at least 5,000 to 10,000 times more. In fact, this value is already quite outrageous because thousands of times the gravity of the Earth is equivalent to the fact that the air will be compressed into a solid state. This is the case with some special forms of planet. Of course, this is simulation, so it won't reach that point, which is equivalent to relying on simulation to give your body a sufficient order of magnitude of pressure. This is exactly what Bulma is capable of, turning the impossible into possibility, putting aside the convention and giving you the results you want. Practice 3-piece set. First, you need to do 10,000 push UPS, then you need to do 10,000 sit UPS, and finally you need to do 10,000 pull UPS. Even if ordinary martial artists can complete these 3 sets of movement, it will take half a day. Of course, it's not a problem for Talat. It is easy to do 10 to 20 per second under 100 times gravity, so it can be almost done in half an hour. The purpose is to make your body warm up quickly. Here, Talat's cultivation has been restarted. On the other side, on the Baizai mountain, because Sun Wukong and Naba came back from the King of the North, Reitais took this opportunity to test the strength of the two. In fact, for Sun Wukong, the improvement in these 4 months was a lot, especially in the last month, which also reached a small outbreak period just like Naba. However, it has to be said that Sun Wukong is still in the stage of growing up and his foundation was relatively low at the beginning and his normal combat power has reached 250,000 points. The same is true for Klin, Yamuti, Tianjin rice and dumplings. They have made huge breakthroughs in this month, which is an effect that cannot be brought by previous practice. It was also the King of Northern Realm who spent the first 3 months to hone their foundation and then began to truly train them in this month. In short, the era of combat power without exceeding 10,000 has long passed and now we are heading toward collective combat power exceeding 100,000 points. Tianjin Fan has 52,000 points in combat power. Klin's combat power is 45,000 points. Yamcha has 39,000 points in combat power. Dumplings have 20,000 points in combat power. This combat power has not been developed through potential. In fact, in the process of improving their strength, they have accumulated a lot of potential in their bodies. Once they are fully guided, it is easy to double their combat power. Talat can actually help them develop. There is super divine water on the earth and you can also take them to the planet Make for the Great Elder to develop and even use the power of the old king god. But Talat did not do that. Instead of developing too early, it is better to wait until their strength truly breaks through to a new node and then have another big explosion so that they can help them break through the limits that trap them in one breath and create miracles. A combat power of just 100,000 is far from enough. They must reach at least hundreds of thousands or even millions of combat power. It was only then that he was worth a push. And this deadline is before the 23rd World's #1 Martial Art Conference. Chapter 187 Strength Test. Leitais Guidance Mode. Baizai Mountain. Sun Wukong and Naba stood together, staring at Leitais directly in front of him with serious eyes. Leitais tests their strength, which means a lot to them. Come on, remember to attack with the determination to kill me, otherwise you will not be able to get close to me at all. Leitais casually hooked his index finger at the two of them, indicating that they could attack. Okay, brother, you have to be careful. Sun Wukong smiled faintly and the snow-white aura flashed by and the normal combat power exploded in full swing. He rushed straight towards Leitais. The level of combat power of 250,000 points is actually quite powerful. The dense attack fell like raindrops and the endless fists contained destructive power that could crush the earth. If it is a strong man with an average combat power of more than 200,000 points, he can only passively defend against Sun Wukong's strong attack. Even if a strong man with a combat power of 300,000 points is faced, he will not be able to deal with it easily. Of course, he was facing Leitais, which was a different matter. Leitais is well deserved the strongest scion who is second only to Talat. In Reitais' size, Sun Wukong's actions seemed to have been slowed down by 1,000 times. He didn't even need to deliberately dodge. He could easily dodge all Sun Wukong's attacks with his physical instinct just by relying on his physical instinct. Although he seemed to be very perfunctory in dealing with it, laddies felt the changes of Sun Wukong very keenly. Not only has the combat effectiveness been improved, but also the combat method has improved a lot. This is the effect of the training of the King of Northern Realm. He also experienced that stage at the beginning. In simple terms, although my younger brother still has a lot of extra moves when he takes action, it is much better than before. It seems that you have indeed been practicing with the King of the North during this period. There has been a lot of changes. Kakarot. Lei Tai's lips fluctuated slightly, and he praised with a little pride. It is worthy of being his younger brother, although he has only 2 birth combat power. But just by having the right person to guide you, you can make a leaps and bounds in a very short time. The battle has just begun. Brother, let's take a real action next. With a high-spirited shout, a bloody aura ignited around Sun Wukong, and his aura and combat power ushered in explosive growth. Is the Realm King's Fist. Lei Tai, who also practiced the Realm King's Fist, recognized the Realm King's Fist at a glance, and also keenly discovered how many defects the Realm King's Fist mastered by Sun Wukong has. The body is strong enough, but the cultivation of Qi is still not good. Although the use of ordinary Realm King Fist will not show many disadvantages, once the Realm King Fist with a higher multiple, the side effects will occur. The disordered aura will backfire itself. If you have better luck, you will suffer from skin trauma. If you have bad luck, you will leave an indelible internal injury in your body. Be careful, brother. I won't show mercy next time. Sun Wukong shouted with high morale. The next second, a more fierce offensive swept across Lei Tai's body like a bloody storm. Let's come here. Lei Tai smiled softly, not taking Sun Wukong's attack seriously at all, and maintaining a playful attitude. He did not take the initiative to attack, and he played Sun Wukong in his palms with his flexible body skills. After all, Lei Tai's normal combat power has reached 60 million points. While dodging Sun Wukong's attack, Lei Tai also thoughtfully pointed out his shortcomings for Sun Wukong. At the same time, Naba, who was not far away, watched the battle between Sun Wukong and Lei Tai. He originally planned to watch the battle from the side and first explored the rules of Rades' move through the battle between Sun Wukong and Rades, but no one expected it. Rades didn't even take the initiative to attack. With his own body skills, he defeated Sun Wukong playing in between your palms. The gap in strength is not the same level at all. His observation seems meaningless in front of an absolute strong man. There is no way to continue watching this. Even if 2-on-1, there will be no pressure on this guy. Lei Tai. Naba burst out and rushed straight to Lei Tai. Hey! Feeling the breath rushing around, Lei Tai casually raised his right arm and raised an index finger. Pound. There was a muffled sound. The powerful attack Naba swung was easily blocked by one of Lei Tai's fingers and dissolved all the impact. Naba was not surprised that he failed to succeed in one blow, but it was resolved by Rades' finger, which made Naba's face change slightly. Are you planning to come together, Naba? I said just now, it doesn't matter if you two attack together. Lei Tai chuckled. So I took action. Naba quickly pulled back his fist and used all his strength to launch a fierce attack on Lei Tai. The dense attack attacked Lei Tai like raindrops, and the destructive power contained in the iron fist was even stronger than Sun Wukong's attack. In this regard, Naba and Sun Wukong joined forces to launch a fierce attack on Lades. Although it was the first time that the two of them cooperated in cooperation, the offensive was indeed extraordinary. But for Lei Tai, this level of attack was just a pediatrician, and he could still play with the two of them in his palms. Bang pound, bang pound, bang pound. The muffled sound of the body collision resounded throughout the sky, and the entire Baizai mountain centered on them had a violent shock, attracting the attention of others in Baizai mountain. The battlefield of the three people also changed accordingly, and they came to the sky at the same time. After several rounds of battle, Rades also figured out the rules of Sun Wukong and Naba's moves, and it was boring to keep defending, so taking the initiative put some pressure on them. Bang pound. Lei Tai raised his hand and blocked the heavy punches of Sun Wukong and Naba respectively. The corners of his mouth were slightly up and down, and a wicked smile appeared. The attack was resolved again, and Sun Wukong and Naba burst out all their power, intending to pull their fists back, but found that no matter how hard they exerted, they could not pull their fists back. Lei Tai's overbearing power directly locked their iron fist. A strong sense of crisis swept across the body, and Sun Wukong and Naba had a premonition that something was wrong. You guys had enough fight just now? Now it's my turn. Lei Tai smiled slightly, and the next second his hands suddenly exerted force, and an unparalleled power swept across Sun Wukong and Naba, and they directly threw the two of them out. The two people who flew backward lost weight and fell to the ground. Fortunately, they forced their control of their bodies to land smoothly at critical moment, but just as the two of them landed steadily, Rades appeared quietly in front of them with a wicked smile on his face. 10 times. Realm King's Fist. Sun Wukong, who was the first to react, increased increased the multiple of Realm King's fist to 10 times, and his combat power increased to 2.5 million. The fist, which was full of strength, swung straight into Radi's face. This seemingly destructive blow was so small in Leitai size that he blocked the fierce iron fist with his arms, and at the same time perfectly resolved the force. One attack failed, and Sun Wukong launched several attacks to attack Leitai. With the blessing of the tenfold Realm King fist, Sun Wukong's speed and strength ushered in a qualitative leap, but in front of Leitai, whose normal combat power exceeds 60 million points, he still seems so fragile. After just 10 seconds of fighting, Sun Wukong exposed his fatal weakness. Because his cultivation of Qi was not extreme enough, the backlash of the tenfold Realm King fist made his aura disordered and his attack rhythm was disrupted. Kakarot, after you go back, you should strengthen your Qi cultivation. Even the tenfold Realm King fist cannot be perfectly used. How can you fight against an opponent of my level? As soon as he finished speaking, Ladies slammed into Sun Wukong's abdomen with a punch. The fierce fist force penetrated Sun Wukong's abdomen, but in a blink of an eye he repelled Sun Wukong 100 meters away. The severe pain in his abdomen made Sun Wukong sweat so much that he was sweating profusely. He supported the ground with both hands and could not stand up anymore. Leitai's control of power was perfect. This punch seemed to have seriously injured Sun Wukong, but in fact it only made Sun Wukong temporarily lose his combat ability. After temporarily limiting Sun Wukong, Radais turned his gaze to Naba on the side. After seeing Leitai's terrible strength, Naba's face changed again and again, but soon it was replaced by a strong excitement and high fighting spirit. Attack Naba! After feeling Naba's fighting spirit, Leitai hooked his hand at Naba. Hearing this, a blood-colored sperm flashed in Naba's eyes. The next second, the majestic blood-colored evil spirit expanded with Naba as the center. His already exaggerated body made a loud noise like thunder at this moment, making him look even more burly and terrifying. A steady stream of energy burst out from its body, and the leaking aura caused a violent vibration within a radius of hundreds of miles. The intensity of Naba's aura increased was very exaggerated, more than twice as strong as Sun Wukong. Similarly, the leaked aura was several times that of Sun Wukong. It seems that your problem is much more serious than Kakarot, but I really didn't expect that. Naba, you also learned the King of Realm Fist. Radis commented with his hands in his chest. When he first used the World King Fist, he also had a problem of breath leakage, but these problems were quickly solved. These leaked auras will greatly affect the power and sustainability of the King of Realms. Stop talking nonsense, come and fight. Leitai. Naba, who was in high spirits of fighting, shouted loudly, and at the same time his tenfold Realm King Fist was also stabilized. With the blessing of the tenfold Realm King Fist, Naba's combat power was stable at 5.2 million points. Blood entangled all over his body, and Naba quickly rushed out like a demon, waving the iron fist containing the ultimate destructive power to attack Leitai's face. Bang! There was a shocking sound. Naba swung his iron fist with all his strength and was easily blocked by Radais again without any surprise. Although Naba is powerful now, Leitais is too strong. Even with a combat power of 5.2 million points, even 1/10 of Leitais is not yet available. One attack did not work. Naba burst again, danced his fists quickly, and attacked Leitais with all his strength. At this moment, Naba's combat instinct exploded to the extreme, and every move contained extremely strong murderous intent. If it were a strong man of the same level facing Naba's full attack, he could only be forced to defend. Unfortunately, Leitais and him are no longer at the same level. In the previous fight, Leitais had a clear understanding of Naba's attack method, and he saw through all Naba's attack. No matter how Naba attacked, he could not touch Leitais at all. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. There were several consecutive sounds of breaking through the sky. All Naba's attacks failed, and this situation made Naba even more anxious. Desperately eager to hit Leitais, he began to attack with all his might and gave up defense. In Leitais' size, Naba had countless flaws. As long as he thought he could end Naba in an instant and end the battle, but Leitais didn't do that. You have not changed as before. As long as you fall into a disadvantage, you will become impatient. I believe that Lord King of Realm should have mentioned this to you, but you have not overcome it. If you want to win in the battle, it is not just a matter of it depends on combat effectiveness. Ladies saw Naba's shortcomings and explained carefully. Upon hearing this, Naba realized it later and seemed to have noticed his shortcomings, but before he could ask more, Leitais in front of him suddenly disappeared from the spot, and when he appeared again, he had already come behind him. Oh no! Button felt something was wrong, and a drop of cold sweat fell from his forehead. He turned around and fist instinctively, but he was still one step slower. Leitais hit Naba's back with a kick, and the unparalleled power swept through Naba's whole body. In the blink of an eye, he overturned Naba and sent him to a height of 1,000 meters. This power cannot be offset at all, and Naba will be unable to control his body for a while. Leitais didn't plan to end the attack just like this. He had to teach Naba a profound lesson. But in the blink of an eye, Radais rushed to the front of Naba and kicked it out with force, hitting Naba's chest. Naba, who was hit hard again, fell from the sky like a meteorite, hitting the ground, forming a huge pit with a diameter of 20 or 30 meters. In the center of the huge pit, Naba's aura dissipated. Her whole body was full of blue veins, and she lay on the ground and doubted her life. But it's hateful. Naba let out a reluctant cry. His own shortcomings and his strong suppression by Rades made Naba very dissatisfied with his weak self. At this time, Leitai slowly fell from the sky and landed on the edge of the deep pit, looking down at Naba, who had temporarily lost his combat ability. His control over power was very subtle, but it made Naba temporarily lose his combat ability, and he would recover as before after a while. You have a rest here first, Naba. After that, Leitai turned around and his eyes fixed on Sun Wukong dozens of meters away. At this moment, Sun Wukong had recovered, and his high-spirited eyes stared at Leitai's brother is still as powerful as ever. The tenfold realm King Fist can't do anything to my elder brother. It seems that he still has to transform into a Super Saiyan. After the words fell, Sun Wukong activated the S cells in his body, and the golden aura was released from the inside out. It was a raging fire burning around Sun Wukong. However, in just a few seconds, Sun Wukong completed the first level transformation of the Super Saiyan. Chapter 188 Naba finally becomes a super competition. With a 50-fold increase in normal combat power, Sun Wukong's tough combat power had exceeded 10 million points, a total of 12.5 million points. The entire transformation process was completed in one go, and it can be imagined that Sun Wukong's mastery of the first level Super Saiyans has reached a very skillful level. He can already pick up the transformation of the Super Saiyan at no time. In a short time, he will be able to reach the higher level of Super Saiyan state. This is a little interesting. Leitai smiled slightly and put on a fighting pose. After all, it is the power of the Super Saiyan. Come on! Sun Wukong shouted loudly and rushed towards Leitai's again. In response to Sun Wukong's active attack, Lati's decisively burst out 1/5 of his own power and faced the battle head-on. Boom! The moment the two brothers collided, the whole world was shocked. The two of them had a lightning-fast figure, and they flew through the sky and collided in the sky. The two brothers fought happily. Sun Wukong devoted himself to the battle and attacked Leitai as much as possible so that his elder brother would feel his power. He tried his best to show himself, to prove himself. While responding to Sun Wukong's attack, Leitai used his own way to tell Sun Wukong about his shortcomings, intentionally or unintentionally. As a fighting nation, the fastest way for Saiyans to grow is to fight. Instead of wasting a lot of things that are not available, it is better to let Sun Wukong understand it by himself in the battle. Bang pound, bang pound. The battle continues to heat up, and Leitai and Sun Wukong have fought dozens of moves. The collision between limbs shot out electric lights in the sky, and the dull air explosion sound exploded, causing the space to ripple. Leitai perfectly controlled his power to the same level as Sun Wukong, and maintained the same way of moves as Sun Wukong. He looked like Sun Wukong in the mirror world, with his moves and defense and attacking time surprisingly consistent. After fighting with Leitai for more than 10 more rounds, Sun Wukong also understood the elder brother's good intentions. He did not let Rades down and grew up and improved in battle. Leitai also felt the evolution of Sun Wukong. In his eye, Sun Wukong's unnecessary movements were gradually disappearing, and his attacking fists became sharper. Be careful, Kakarot, Leitai reminded, and the next second his power suddenly exploded, and he punched with a strong punch. Sun Wukong instinctively put on a defensive posture, crossed his arms to protect him in front of his chest. Pound. There was a muffled sound. Leitai's iron fist was extremely powerful, and with just one blow, it knocked Sun Wukong to 100 meters away. Yes, it hurts so much. My brother's fist is still as heavy as it was before. Sun Wukong took a breath, noticed the white smoke emitting from his arms, and sighed. The most important thing is that the eldest brother has not transformed yet. This is just beginning, Kakarot. After the words came, Lati's used super high-speed movement and rushed towards Sun Wukong. I wasn't so easy to be beaten down. Sun Wukong, who was in high spirits of fighting, was not afraid at all and bumped into Rades head-on. Boom! The moment the two collided, a deafening roar spread out. The fierce battle broke out again. Both sides attacked and defended, chased and fought and deterred. At this time, Naba, who was located in the deep pit below the battlefield, improved a lot. He trembled and got up from the deep pit and came to the ground. He covered his chest with one hand, adjusted his breathing rhythm, and looked at the battle in the sky that was as fast as lightning and difficult to see with his naked eyes. A kind of hatred for one's own weakness and a strong unwillingness to come to my heart. It's just this level. He can do it as long as he can become a Super Saiyan. If I could also master the transformation of the Super Saiyan, it would not be like this now. Too. Naba burst into shouts of unwillingness to his strength one after another. His anger towards himself vaguely touched the shackles of the Super Saiyan. The strong desire for the transformation of the Super Saiyan and the anger for their own weakness made Naba Naba touch his own bottleneck. Perhaps Naba himself didn't notice that his white aura was being replaced by the golden aura bit by bit. The anger accumulated in his heart was like a volcano about to erupt. The huge S-cells in his body gathered at the center of his back under the mobilization of anger. Click, click. Naba's breath became stronger and stronger. The surrounding air pressure was torn apart under her feet, and countless boulders were peeled off from the ground and suspended into the air, and then collapsed in an instant. Sun Wukong and Rades, who were fighting in the air, felt Naba's ever-increasing aura. The two brothers stopped fighting and their eyes turned to Naba's position at the same time. At this time, Naba was on the verge of explosion, and that golden aura was the symbol of the soon-to-be scion. This breath, could it be that Uncle Naba is finally going to take that step? Sun Wukong exclaimed, and his heart became expectant. In terms of normal combat effectiveness, Baba is much stronger than him. His strength will only be stronger after transforming into a super scion. Naba, you have finally reached that realm. Quickly complete the last step. Let me see your super scion. Leitais was very excited about Naba, who was about to break through. As the oldest scion among them, Naba's potential is not as good as that of young people like them, and has been developed almost. At first, Rades also believed that Naba would not be able to reach the realm of a super scion in his entire life, but now his view of Naba has changed, and instead he is more looking forward to the old friend's appearance after he mastered the super scion. How could I stop here? Isn't it just a super scion? Let's see how I master it. Scream. With his roar, the S-cells in his body gathered in the center of his back and exploded in one go. Boom! There was a shocking sound. A majestic golden aura gushed out from Naba's body. At this moment, the sky within a radius of hundreds of miles changed color. The sky shakes and the earth moves, and the wind rises and clouds surge. The golden aura raged everywhere. Located in the center of the storm, Naba's aura was rising, and his combat power instantly exceeded tens of millions of points. This also means that Naba finally took a crucial step and mastered the super scion he had always dreamed of. Because of his lack of hair, Naba's super scion changes were not obvious, but his eyebrows turned golden, as did his stubble, and his pupils turned green. This is the sign that he successfully mastered the super scion. At the same time, when Naba successfully broke through the super scion, his breath enveloped the entire earth. Zidu. Super gravity training room. Talat, who was practicing, felt the powerful aura from Naba and turned his eyes to the distant horizon. I thought it would take some time for you to break through the super scion, but I didn't expect you to succeed so soon. This was a bit beyond my expectations, Talat murmured to himself. In fact, he had noticed the situation on Bayezishan just now. At first he didn't care much. After all, it was just an ordinary competition. Who would have thought that there was an unexpected surprise in this battle, and that Slaw mastered the super scion? The other side of the earth, in a mountain stream, in Vegeta's temporary residence, Vegeta, who was thinking about asking Talat for advice, was attracted by a sudden and powerful aura of expansion. This Naba, has that guy also mastered the super scion? Vegeta was shocked and looked towards the source of the breath. After repeated determination, Vegeta finally confirmed that Naba had mastered the transformation of the super scion. Although it was incredible, this happened and Naba took that step. It seems you are not too useless, Naba. Vegeta sighed and took back his mind. He didn't know that it was actually because of his ruthless irony that Naba was angry enough. Of course, even so, Vegeta is still arrogant. Naba's strength is there. Even if he breaks through the limit and becomes a super scion, it seems that's the case in his opinion. This level of energy is far behind his first level super scion. The only thing he cares about now is how to go further and master the transformation of a higher level of super scion. Whether it is the second level of the super scion, the third level of the super scion, or the fourth level of the more advanced super scion, he wants to master it, and then he surpasses Talat in one fell swoop in the shortest time. Regain your own glory. Damn it, could it be that I can only ask for help from that guy? Vegeta clenched his fists unwillingly and asked Talat for advice on this kind of thing, which appeared in his mind more than once. But if he really did that, it would be equivalent to taking the initiative to give up his arrogance and dignity as a scion prince. However, dignity and arrogance seem so insignificant in the face of strength. What exactly should he do? In addition to Talat and Vegeta, other warriors on Earth also felt the aura that expanded to an extremely amazing extent. Tianjin Rice, Dumplings, Lin, Yamcha, Turtle Fairy, and his group were all confirmed. This terrifying aura was Naba. As companions who practice on on the northern realm Wang Star, Klin, Yamcha, Tianjin Rise. Jiaozi knew that Naba was very strong, but she was definitely not that defiant. Now Naba's aura has increased to such a terrifying state. Then the only possibility is the transformation of the Super Saiyan. Naba has completely taken that step and has become one of the Super Saiyan. On the mountain of Baizai, Naba's transformation is stable and powerful aura is formed, which adds a little more depression in the surrounding environment. With the blessing of the first level of the Super Saiyan, Naba's combat power directly increased to 26 million point. Is this power of the Super Saiyan? I finally succeeded. Naba, who came to his senses, was ecstatic and shouted excitedly. Since the moment he learned that the Super Saiyan is real, he has been fantasizing about becoming a Super Saiyan for countless days and nights. Now he finally got what he wanted. The power of the Super Saiyan flowed in his body. This feeling seemed to be activated in the entire body and was in an extremely excited state, which made Naba unforgettable. When his mind returned, Naba grinned and turned his eyes to Leitais in the sky, eager to try. Come on Naba, let me see how strong your Super Saiyan is. Leitais felt Naba's fighting spirit, hooked Naba's right hand, signaling him to attack. How could Naba miss such a good test opportunity? Suddenly he turned into a golden aurora and rushed straight towards Leitais, and his fist with endless destructive power suddenly hit him. Bang! There was a muffled sound. Leitais raised his hand and blocked Naba's punch with all his strength and cleverly resolved the fierce force. Unable to succeed in one blow, Naba quickly pulled back his fist and attacked Leitais continuously. The storm-breaking iron fist swept across Leitais' body like a storm. With the blessing of the first level of the Super Saiyan, Naba's speed and strength have undergone qualitative changes, and his combat ability has also been improved to a certain extent. His fighting style has changed to some extent. Ha ha ha, is this the power of the Super Saiyan? It's so wonderful! Naba shouted excitedly, and his fist and feet attack became sharper. But with this level of attack, Leitais could not do anything to him. As a Saiyan second only to Talat, Leitais' combat ability is quite terrible. Faced with Naba's strong attack without leaving any room for anything, Leitais performed easily and could handle it with one hand. At this moment Sun Wukong suddenly came out and joined the battle. The two of them worked together to continue to put pressure on Leitais, and their combat methods were integrated and their levels were improved to a higher level, and there was a vague tendency to gain the upper hand. Faced with the joint attack of the two Super Saiyans, Leitais couldn't help but feel a little pressure, and the Saiyan blood in his body was restless due to the pressure. Leitais, who was infected by the two people's fighting spirit, also planned to have a good time. My body is starting to get hot, so I'll be a little more serious. As soon as he finished speaking, Leitais glared at his eyes. In an instant an unparalleled storm broke out with him as the center. Under normal circumstances, the combat power of more than 60 million points exploded Indiana full swing, and the powerful aura was formed, and the aura impact only instantly shook Sun Wukong and Naba 10 meters away. Brother, have you finally taken out all the power under normal circumstances? We have to be careful next, Uncle Naba. Sun Wukong rubbed his nose, and his confidence was not hit by this outbreak of Leitais. For him, such a battle is meaningful. Only by feeling stronger power can you break through, only by facing it yourself. Chapter 189. 1 month later, Vegeta asks for advice. Can you burst out such a strong power without transforming into a Super Saiyan? Leitais, you are so powerful. Naba grinned. After feeling Leitais' powerful power, he was not hit. Instead, I became more eager to try. The powerful Saiyan energy flowed in his body, and Leitais' powerful aura also inspired his warlike nature. Naba was itchy and eager to fight. Come on, the real battle has just begun now. I still say the same thing, but I have to attack with the determination to kill me. Leitais hooked up at Sun Wukong and Naba and said provocatively. The two Super Saiyans were desperate for it. The powerful Saiyan energy burst out, and Sun Wukong and Naba attacked at the same time, attacking Leitais. The fierce battle broke out again. The three of them were flying through the sky like an aurora, faster and sharper. The roar of the collision of limbs spread like muffled thunder, shaking the sky. Although the joint attack between Sun Wukong and Naba is fierce, it can still be easily dealt with for Leitais. After all, his normal combat power exceeds 60 million points, and the combined combat power of Sun Wukong and Naba is only 38.5 million points, which is less than 40 million points. How could it be difficult for Leitais to deal with now? Leitais just took serious action and had reached the limit of the two. Of course, as Saiyans, the combat ability of Sun Wukong and Naba should not be underestimated. The strength of the two people who cooperated united and broke out in cooperation is far more than 1 + 1. Bang pound, bang pound. The endless roar echoed in the space. The battle continued to heat up, and before I knew it, the three of them had been fighting for several rounds. The three of them became more and more powerful as they fought. Leitais was also infected by the anxious fighting spirit of the two. He was almost selfless. While bursting out his breath to force the two to retreat, he also began to gather his own killing skills. Naba and Sun Wukong, who were shocked, condensed all their energy as soon as possible and made a killing skillful posture. The three of them gathered energy at the same time, and the huge pressure expanded, causing ripples in the surrounding space. Shining shock cannon. Leitais quickly waved his hands, and the devastating energy advanced through the air, heading straight for Sun Wukong and Naba. Turtle Sack Kigong wave. Sun Wukong waved his hands, and the blue energy beam shot out from his palm and rushed straight to Leitais. Naba's energy cannon also gathered to the extreme and was fired together with Sun Wukong's Turtle Sack Kigong wave. The two energy fusion during the advancement, making the destructive power to the next level. Boom! The deafening roar spread all over the world, and at this moment the earth was shocked by the big explosion. The dazzling light of destruction bloomed, and while swallowing the three of them, it also enveloped everything within a radius of dozens of miles. After more than 10 seconds, the light of destruction was dissipated, and the three of them also appeared. Each of them had smiles on their faces, and the fighting spirit in their eyes increased instead of decreasing. It's really amazing, the breakthrough you have made in the King of the North. Even my shining impact cannon was offset by you. Leitais praised the two without hesitation. Where our strength is far worse than you, brother. Sun Wukong knew the difference between him and Leitais, and at the same time he was more eager to become stronger. Leitais, you are too unfair. You have hit this point. Shouldn't you express your feelings? Turning into a Super Saiyan as soon as possible. Let us see it. Naba suggested on his own initiative. Hearing this, Leitais' mouth lightly fluttered, and the smirk on his face could not be concealed. Since they want to see their Super Saiyans, he will satisfy their wishes. As you wish. After the words fell, Radies rose all over her body. With a burst of breath, Radies entered the first level full power state of the Super Saiyan. His combat power directly exceeded 4.8 billion point, approaching 5 billion point. Even though he deliberately retracted most of his momentum, the extremely heavy aura still made Naba and Sun Wukong lose their mind for a brief period. Is this brother's Super Saiyan? The feeling is so strong. What a terrible aura. Our gap is so big. The fighting spirit in Sun Wukong and Naba's eyes gradually calmed down as Leitais' first level Super Saiyan power arrived. This is no longer a dimension. Their Super Saiyans are very different from the Super Saiyans of Leitais. What's wrong? You're backing off, but you made me change. Leitais smiled, but he didn't plan to let them go. All of them have transformed into the first level Super Saiyan, so they have to move on any matter what. In the midst of lightning, Leitais turned into a phantom and disappeared from the spot. Seeing Radies disappear, Sun Wukong and Naba's pupils shrank and their bodies trembled. Before they could react, Radies appeared behind Sun Wukong without realizing it. He felt a chill behind him, and Sun Wukong opened his mouth wide and sweated like rain. He instinctively felt the crisis, but his body had no time to react. As Leitais' hand knife fell on Sun Wukong's neck, a strong sense of powerlessness and darkness came. But in the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong lost his ability to resist and fell into a coma, falling to the ground powerlessly. One blow kills in seconds. No suspense. So fast. When did it arrive? Naba was startled by Radies' speed, but he never thought that Radies teleported in front of him the next second. Seeing this, Naba's heart trembled and instinctively shot his fist to attack Leitais, but Leitais was one step faster than him. Pound. The iron fist wrapped in a golden aura hit Naba's stomach, and the terrible penetration force swept through Naba's internal organs. At this moment, Naba's eyes became blurred, and a bitter water spurted out from his mouth, and his breath fell down in a cliff-like manner. What a heavy fist! After saying that, Naba's eyes turned black and the Super Saiyan transformed and lifted it, and his whole body fell to the ground as if he was weightless. Don't blame me. It will be good for you if I do this. Leitais rubbed his nose and smiled badly, and then removed his transformation. He had already achieved extremely exquisite control of power. The two attacks just now only allowed Sun Wukong and Naba to sleep for a while and felt the gap. Then they woke up in less than a few minutes. With his hands on his chest, Leitais began to fall into thinking. He was very satisfied with this test, especially Naba's breakthrough was successful. However, they have to become stronger. On the one hand, they are normal strength, and on the other hand, they are the realm of the Super Saiyan. He planned to teach them some methods for the next period of time. Zidu Talat, who was practicing, paused for a moment because the breath of Sun Wukong and Naba decreased during breath perception, and it was obviously because Leitais gave him good guidance. The warm-up exercise has been accelerated. This progress is not good. At most 1 month, I have to try my best to touch the threshold. Talat took another deep breath. The next second, the cultivation continues. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, a month has passed. Everything returns to peace and the new era begins. begins. First of all, for Sun Wukong and Naba, this period is the time when their strength has improved rapidly. Under Leitai's training, it can be said that every day is 1,000 miles a day. But just a few days ago, they bid farewell to the earth and set off again to the King of the North and asked the King of the North to improve themselves with more stringent exercise. Like them, this time Leitai also went with him, and he also had new goals, so he developed motivation. As for the other Earth warriors, they took the lead through Sun Wukong's instant move half a month ago. They have been training in the way given by the King of the North. The improvement of their strength is one of them, and the improvement of their mood is even greater. Today, an unexpected guest was welcomed at Talat home, Vegeta. During this month he has been hesitating, and just today he made a decision. Dignity and arrogance are all based on absolute strength. If the strength is not enough, everything will be fart. Temporarily put aside your arrogance and airs as a prince and look for opportunities to become stronger. Located in the backyard of Universal Capsule Private Manor, Talat and Vegeta looked at each other with a smile on the former face while the latter looked cautious. The two sides were in a stalemate, and Vegeta corrected his attitude after hesitating for a while. Please tell me how to effectively become stronger quickly. Vegeta asked Talat for advice. Although it is a bit stiff as the Prince of the Scion, it is indeed rare for Vegeta to let go of his dignity and do this. I didn't expect you to come to me so soon. I thought you would not come after at least a year or two. Now it seems that I still underestimate you, Vegeta. Talat's admiring eyes went up and down. He looked at Vegeta and praised. To be honest, Talat didn't expect Vegeta to make a choice so quickly and talk to himself so low-key. The ability to bend and stretch has improved Talat's attitude towards Vegeta. Since Vegeta has put down his arrogance as a prince, he will naturally not be stingy to help him. If you want to become stronger, come with me. Talat turned around and walked towards a super gravity training room that Leitai used. A glimmer flashed in Vegeta's eyes, pressing his restless heart and following Talat. Soon, under the guidance of Talat, Vegeta entered the super gravity training room. Looking at the space inside and some strange equipment, a trace of doubt flashed in Vegeta's eyes, but he didn't ask much. This is the place we often use to practice. Simply put, it is the gravity training room. It can change the surrounding gravity environment to adapt to yourself for exercise. Talat explained to Vegeta the role of the super gravity training room. Hearing Talat's commentary, Vegeta's pupils trembled violently. Unexpectedly, this inconspicuous empty room actually had such a function. According to your own situation, adjust the corresponding gravity, bring greater pressure to yourself and hone yourself. Talat felt Vegeta's emotional fluctuations and set off to the center console to manually adjust the gravity. Buzz. As the device is activated, the surrounding environment is shrouded in red light. A sense of oppression came and surged across Vegeta's body. Every cell in his body felt the huge gravitational pressure. Is this gravity? Feeling the changes in his body, Vegeta was very excited and prepared to welcome the baptism of gravity. But as the gravity continues to increase, Vegeta's face changes again and again. At first he can still stand firm, but now his muscles are tight and he is holding his feet in his body. Not only to say that he is moving, and breathing becomes extremely difficult. At this moment, the gravity number on the central control room display has reached 100 guaranis. This also represents 100 times the gravity of the Earth's environment. It's similar to what I expected. If you haven't experienced gravity training, it will be difficult for you to adapt to 100 times. You need to take it slowly. Talat's eyes looked up and down at Vegeta and said. Vegeta stared at Talat with blood in his eyes. He naturally knew that his limit was far more than that, but Talat was right. Being able to withstand and being able to practice here is different. Okay, I've taken you to the gravity training room. I believe that you can use this thing for a long time, and the method of using it is very simple. There are only 3 buttons over there. If you really don't know how to control it, remember not to. He is aggressive. If it is broken, it will be gone. Talat walked casually towards the exit, leaving Vegeta alone in a 100-fold gravity environment. As Talat left, Vegeta's eyes kept changing and eventually stayed on the center console. What Talat just said echoed in his mind. He forced himself to the center console, studied as Talat said, and then tried to increase the number of gravity. As the gravity multiple increases, the color of the surrounding reflected light becomes darker. The gravity value was also manually increased to 200 G by Vegeta in one breath. Obviously, Vegeta had reached the limit. His muscles were tight and his veins were bulging. His whole body looked like a hideous and terrifying ghost. Damn it, but it's just 200 times the gravity of the Earth. How could this be the only one? Vegeta relies on his tenacious will, forcibly increase gravity again, and finally reaching 300 times the gravity. Outside the door of the super gravity training room, Talat saw Vegeta's behavior. Vegeta forced to challenge 300 times of gravity, but it is actually no different from self-harm. But he didn't stop it because it was Vegeta's own choice. Moreover, there is also a life detection device in the super gravity training room. Once Vegeta fails, gravity will automatically return to normal. final. Beside, Vegeta is a young strongman who can't be beaten. If he doesn't do this, it will be Vegeta. Fate is so wonderful. I don't know what level of strength we will reach in a year and a half. Can Sun Wukong fight Vegeta? Talit couldn't help but think of Sun Wukong. Because of him, the distance between Sun Wukong and Vegeta has been completely widened, and I am afraid that it will not always be ahead of Vegeta as in the original work. Even if you can surpass Vegeta, the efforts you have to make will be beyond imagination. Chapter 190. A year and a half later, at the 23rd Martial Arts Conference, Kikai and Wukong. Time flies. Before we knew it, a year and a half passed quietly. Today is the day when the 23rd World's #1 Martial Arts Conference is held. The Grand Martial Art Competition was held on Papaya Island as before. However, this World's #1 Martial Arts Conference was held much larger than before, and it was even nearly 10 times the scale before. After all, it is a conference promoted by the largest group on Earth and the largest group on Earth and the official Wudao conference. In order to meet Talit and their need, Bulma has made great contributions and changes over the past year. It should be said that the group industry of universal capsules has become the core of the Earth, so that Bulma's active capital injection has not only obtained official permission but also changed the rules. In fact, this grand event is somewhat similar to the scene at that time of the Magister Bu chapter. Even bigger than that. Now this world's #1 martial art conference is the real world's #1 martial arts conference. The number of participants exceeded 10,000 and the main venue alone could accommodate more than tens of millions of people. Of course, most of them are here to try their luck. After all, as long as you pass the preliminaries and enter the finals, you can get a prize of 100,000 Bailey. Not to mention the champion and runner-up. There are 100 million Baileys and 50 million Baileys respectively. These are all awards set up by a consortium dominated by Bulma after discussion. In addition, there are top 4, top 16, etc. So it is equivalent to making money as long as you enter the finals. Papaya Island, not far from the main venue. Sun Wukong, Flynn, Tianjin rice, Yamu tea, dumplings, Leitai Solari, Naba and even Turtle Fairy and a group of relatives are here. Everyone got together, talking and laughing and talking about their respective experiences over the past 2 years. At this time, everyone had signed up under the arrangement of Bulma and was now heading to the rest place, waiting for the start of the competition. After all, the identities are different, otherwise the group would not have an exclusive rest area. All of them have to be thanks to Bulma's arrangement. Brother Talit hasn't come back yet. I'm really looking forward to it. How strong are the might and that picky? The more I think about it, the more excited it. Sun Wukong is no longer the teenager he used to grow up to be a young man, the deputy said with a eager look. After so much effort, it is finally time to verify. Now his normal combat effectiveness has already exceeded 1 million point. Today is not the same as before. It should be soon. Now I miss it. It's been so long before I knew it. I don't know how strong Laga and Niru have reached. Solari recalled when he met Laga that year. The scene also recalls Niru, who was still a child at that time. Because of her feelings, Tarala in her arms twisted for a while and stood on the ground out of Solari's arms. Although he is less than 2 years old, he has grown up quite well. In addition, he has extremely strong potential, which is extraordinary for an ordinary child. Little Tarala looked at Leitai Sun Trap, who was holding in Lankai's arms in curiosity. There is 1 year difference, but there is actually not much difference, but Trep is more immature. Obviously, Tarala wanted Trep to come down and play with her, but Trep was still in an ignorant state. Maybe this is the difference between purebred scions and mixed blood scions. There is still a gap. Wait for 2 months. Trep can walk by himself and play with you, little Tarala. Rades was not in a hurry, but joked with Tarala. In fact, he missed his past. After all, he had also been to the planet Mech and had also seen Regal and Niru. The last time we met was many years ago. But then again, Vegeta, you will also come to participate. I haven't seen you for a long time, and you are different from before, Naba said from the side. His attention was all on Vegeta. You all come. How could I not come? And I have people who must be defeated. Vegeta looked at Leitais with a fiery gaze. Leitais has always been regarded by him as the first opponent he must surpass. First surpass Leitais, then surpass Talit. As for the Mechites that Talit brought this time, he didn't take them seriously at all. Vegeta saw information about the Nameks while serving in the Frisia Legion. It is said that some of the Nameks are extremely powerful in combat, and there are very few records in the information. In his opinion, no matter how strong the mechs are, how can they compare to their scions? Because of Vegeta's word, the scene was quiet for a while. After all, although Vegeta has been on Earth and has not done anything in the past 2 years, most people are still hostile to him, and laddies obviously didn't care about Vegeta. After all, it was not the first time Vegeta showed this expression to him. It was at this time. Swoosh! A sound of breaking through the air sounded. Talit used space teleportation and arrived here with Rhaegar, Niru, and Bik, who had changed his appearance. It happened to be here. It seems that everyone has arrived. Talit smiled smiled when he saw everyone present. Laga and Niru looked at each other and then their eyes fell on the people directly in front of them. Laitais and Solari stepped forward and greeted Laga and Niru in friendly manner. Rhaegar and Niru also expressed their friendship. After a few people reminiscing about the past, their eyes fell on Sun Wukong, Naba, Vegeta, and others one by one. Intuition tells them that these three people are very strong. They were observing Sun Wukong, Naba, and Vegeta. Sun Wukong, Naba, and Vegeta naturally also looked at them. Finally, after getting familiar with it, the Earth Warriors focused on Bik. In just 2 years, not only has he become very tall and strong, but his aura is also very strong. As Talat thought at the beginning, Bik's nature changed a lot because he went to the planet Mech. He was not as cruel as old Bik, nor was he who was unforgivable. On the contrary, the past 2 years of his career has transformed him into a guardian who pursues strong strength. Bik won't have any thoughts about others, but it's different for the Turtle Fairy. Of course, it is not the kind of hostility and murderous intent. The two of them had a collision of their eyes, and for a moment both sides had a general understanding of each other's strength. It's really unexpected. It's just such a short time. I'm already so strong. I can't accept my old age. The Turtle Fairy sighed. Bik naturally saw through the general strength of the Turtle Fairy, and a look of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Looking back at the time, the Turtle Fairy was so powerful that he was almost desperate that he didn't even dare to have the idea of resisting, but now it's exchanged. In his eyes, the current Turtle Fairy is as small as an ant. He only needs to take a little action and kill the other party with one finger, but it was not necessary for him to do so, and it was meaningless because of Bik's indifferent expression. Plin, Tianjin Rice, Yamcha, and Jiaozi stood in front of Turtle Fairy. I was afraid that unexpected things would happen. After all, Bik's predecessor was killed by Turtle Fairy. The awkward atmosphere was not until Bulma took the initiative to remind him that it was cancelled. Since everyone has arrived, then go to the preliminaries. There are many participants this time. In order to select qualified elites more easily, the method will be different from the previous preliminaries. Under Bulma's explanation, everyone understood the general pattern. The crowd no longer wasted time and headed forward. Due to the change in the registration mechanism and the number of people is too large, the mode of selection and promotion for contestants is to judge whether they are out of touch by hitting the boxing machine by the height of the numbers. Speaking of which, this is a method provided by Talat intentionally or unintentionally, because there are too many participants. If you compare them in the previous way, even if there are 4 venues, it will take 2 or 3 days to compete for 10,000 participants. To be honest, it was just taking advantage of the loopholes in the future martial arts conference in the original work. The preliminaries of the world's #1 martial arts conference by the Magic View chapter were selected because there were too many people, so this method was used. Unlike the teenager group, there are not many people and there is enough time to compete. The venue for entering the preliminary round selection is already crowded. Fortunately, there is not only one boxing machine, otherwise it would take at least half a day for 10,000 people. During the queuing for the test, Talat also saw some familiar faces, the contestants of the last World #1 Martial Arts Conference, Werewolf, and some guys who performed well. They even saw Spabik and Yamo, who were controlled by Babadai during the Magi Bu chapter. What made Talat most incredible was that he saw an extremely special person, young Satan. Of course, Talat just glanced at him and withdrew his gaze because he knew him, but they actually didn't know him. Because of him, the world has changed drastically. I don't know what will happen to Satan in the future. As the preliminaries officially begin, the contestants who came to participate in this martial arts conference hit one by one in order. A very high value in the fighting world is used as the regulations. Values below 100 will be eliminated directly. Values above 100 can be held in the second round of preliminaries, waiting for screening. For the Z Warriors, in other words, this model is actually very novel and simple. Just wait here. Although this method is simpler and can also save some physical strength, everyone has to be careful when hitting it in a while. It will be bad if it blows up, Yamcha suddenly reminded. As soon as these words came out, everyone nodded one after another when they heard this. After all, their strength has long surpassed the scope of ordinary people on Earth. Any finger can kill a bunch of them. If this small boxing machine has no control over its power, it will explode with a slight finger. You will be here soon, Plin. Tianjin Fan on the side reminded. Plin nodded when he heard this. As the first Plin in the team to test his fist strength, he carefully put on his posture. He was very cautious in controlling his strength. He raised his hand and lit it for fear that he would use too much force and shock the world. However, even so, the numbers on the boxing machine show the 555 points that are against the will. This number also surprised all the onlookers and the staff responsible for recording. They did not expect that someone's fist in this world could actually hit this number. After all, even a well-trained person, if he is strong and has stronger strength, 200 is considered ridiculously high. Of course, this is not the case for fighters and martial artists artist. In fact, some people have scored more than 200 values. This era is not the next 10 years later, and today's martial arts are the highest ranking ones. Just in everyone's shock, the blonde referee found Clint and others took the initiative to come over to rescue and introduced the performance and achievements of Clint and his group in the previous 2 martial arts conferences. This was considered an exaggeration. Of course, despite this, the following numbers were more outrageous than the other, which made everyone stunned and kept wiping their eyes for fear that they had read it wrong. Only the blonde referee knew that this was the real martial artist, not the other mobs who had only titles. This is going smoothly. On the other side, because Latai's and Naba's continuous attacks were too high, Talat's appearance and hit 888 with one finger, the staff directly concluded that the machine had a malfunction. At this critical moment, the cold Vegeta walked out and raised his fist and punched Yoon Danfan. Boom! There was a loud bang. The boxing machine was split into pieces and the strong boxing wind raged everywhere, which affected many people. More than a dozen people at close range sat on the ground. You are still reckless as usual. Talat smiled slightly and didn't care much. If I don't take action, you have to play again. This kind of preliminaries is low level and boring. Vegeta held his chest with his hands and looked arrogant. Latai's and Naba both agreed, while the other Z warriors covered their faces. God knows that Vegeta has done this. Not far away, Satan, who was originally arrogant, had his face turned pale and his whole body was trembling because he witnessed Vegeta breaking the boxing machine with one punch. Others may be lucky, but he is actually very clear about the value of martial artists and fighters. If he was punched, he would probably die on the spot. Obviously, Satan is not the guy who only knows how to cheat and cheat in later generations. He is still smart and has a sense of deception. The first round of preliminaries ended. The crowd gathered together, and just as the conversation was held, after seeing a familiar person, the daughter of Bull Demon King Kikai jogged over happily to say hello to Sun Wukong. Girls change every time they grow up, and Kikai now is very different from Kikai when she was a child. Everyone doesn't understand what's going on. So is Sun Wukong. This made Yamcha and Clint, who were in the same school as Master Sun Wukong, feel envious and jealous. The old erotic embryo, including Turtle Fairy, secretly sighed that Wukong was really blessed when he grew up. Sun Wukong looked innocent. After being ignored and not recognized, Kikai was angry. She scolded Sun Wukong for a few words and then walked away angrily. Once a woman gets angry, it is difficult to coax her. Only Talat knew the inside story, but he didn't say it straightforward. Chapter 191: The Arrival of the God of Destruction, Talat and Satan. Seeing Kikai go away, the group is still a little confused. Sun Wukong was even more confused and looked stupid. With the innocent heart, he has no scheming since he was a child. He really has no impression of this girl. Of course, Sun Wukong is like this. Lin and Yamcha around him have envied that you don't cherish such a good opportunity. The other party is not only beautiful but also has a good figure and is a perfect beauty. If you don't grasp this, wouldn't it be a fool? Oh, this kid Kakarot is too focused on cultivation. He has grown up over the years. In fact, his temperament is still the same as a child. It should be related to the impact of his head when he was a child. Latai's sighed. I don't think you have to worry about Kakarot's future. Isn't there a girl coming up? Solari sneered and said, I don't think it's that simple. The girl must be familiar with Kakarot, and Kakarot must have promised her something. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so angry because Kakarot said she didn't know her. Go away. Also, haven't you noticed it? This girl's aura is much higher than that of other earthlings present. A earthling woman, it is not easy for a child to have this strength. Talat said intentionally or unintentionally, but he couldn't say it directly. After all, they didn't accompany Sun Wukong, Bulma and the others to experience the first search for Dragon Ball. After some exchanges, time passed by little. With the second preliminary test, Talat and his group naturally stood out. The players who advanced to the first round of the preliminaries were constantly eliminated in the second round of selection. Until 1 hour later, the qualifiers have finally ended, and the list of candidates for the world's #1 martial arts conference has also been released. At this moment, the audience was already full of people in the real main venue. One thing worth mentioning is that no one would have thought that in this small audience there are gods from the local universe gathered. The gods on earth, the king of the realm of the underworld, and even the king of Yama have skipped their duties. There are also the old king god, the eastern king god, and Jabit. As kings of the realm, no matter where they want to go, it is just a matter of thought. Today, Talat and others attended the world's #1 martial arts conference held on Earth. On a whim, they naturally came to Earth to watch the battle. I didn't expect the Earth's martial arts conference to be held so lively. I'm a little looking forward to the start of the competition. The king of the East realm sighed. Just as he was talking to himself, he did not notice that the old king god around him seemed to have seen something particularly terrifying, as if his soul was about to be scared away. Old king god, what's wrong with you? G-Bit, who was standing beside him, noticed that the old king god was in a wrong state state and asked with concern, "Ancestor." The king of the East Realm realized the abnormality when he heard this. The old King Shen trembled and raised his right arm, pointing his index finger to a corner of the audience opposite them. The king of the East Realm and Jabit looked in the direction of the king of the Old Realm. It doesn't matter if it doesn't look. When they saw it, they were both dumbfounded. In their sight, two familiar figures appeared. These two people are the angel Bados of the Sixth Universe and the god of destruction, Xiongpa. Why are these two great gods from the Sixth Universe coming to the Seventh Universe again? Angel Bados, located in the opposite audience, clearly noticed their gaze. The destruction god Elephant Pa was standing beside him, holding a large bucket of ice cream and a bunch of snacks in his arms. He didn't notice that others were looking at him at all. The food on the earth is still as special as ever. Delicious, delicious. The god of destruction, Xiangbao, feasted on his image without caring about his own image. This time they came to Earth for the delicious food on Earth. After returning to the Sixth Universe last time, they went to the Earth of the Sixth Universe. After witnessing the tragic situation of the Sixth Universe Earth with his own eyes, Xiangpa almost couldn't recover in one breath and was so angry that he died of anger. Because internal war broke out on the Earth in their universe, all humans on the entire planet died and almost exploded. The elephant Pat in his heart was so angry that he directly destroyed his Earth at that time. Then, in order to taste the food, we continue to look for a planet with delicious food in the Sixth Universe. Until I found nothing some time ago, I finally made up my mind to sneak into the Seventh Universe again and come to the Earth. It just so happened that the Earth held the world's #1 martial art conference. They also learned that Talat and the others were participating in the competition, so the two hid in the dark. Sir Xiongpa, it seems that we have been discovered. Angel Bados reminded. Hey, have you been discovered? Xiongpa raised his eyebrows and looked in the direction that Bados pointed. The figures of the old king god and the eastern king god were reflected in his eyes. Seeing that the person who discovered him was the king of the Seventh Universe, Xiongpa didn't care. He thought it was Talat or the angel Weiss who discovered them. Two realm king god. It's no big deal. If you are discovered, you don't care. When will this game start? I am already a little impatient to wait. Xiongpa picked her finger and said unhappily, wait a little longer. I just announced that the trial competition has ended and the official competition will begin soon. Bados smiled. Okay. Xiongpa was about to focus on his snacks again. Suddenly, a look came, making him look up. It's a little girl. I also have a bunch of snacks in my hand. One person and one cat look at each other, and the scene is particularly strange. Big cat, I'll use pudding to exchange octopus balls for you. Can I? The child picked up his snacks for a while, then picked up the pudding and said, pudding. Xiongpa was stunned for a moment and turned to look at the white and tender pudding. The object of the pudding has a lot of temptation, and he feels that this pudding must be delicious. Okay, little brat on Earth. Xiongpa was quite easygoing and handed over the octopus balls directly. This situation is actually very incredible. The dignified god of destruction actually went with the Earth little girl exchanging snack. Not only did Xiangbao not put on airs, but she quickly talked and laughed with the little girl and kept exchanging other snacks with each other, which made him extremely happy and satisfied. This little girl wouldn't know that the most glorious moment of her generation is now. Soon, the list of 32 contestants was announced. Talat, Leitai Solari, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Naba, Tianjin Rice, Dumplings, Lin, Yamcha, Turtle Fairy, Big Laga. Near there is no doubt everyone was selected. In addition to them, there are Satan, Kikai, Spobechi, Yamu, Werewolf, and passers-by with good strength. Among them, there are even King Chopper, who has participated in the martial arts meeting in the past, not only for the sake of becoming famous but also for the sake of great bonus. In fact, in the past, 8 contestants were shortlisted, but it was rare to change to 16. This time, the 32 contestants are also because there are too many participants. The ranking was randomly disrupted, forming 16 battles to advance to the top 16. I have to say that Talat was quite surprised because his opponent was Satan. I don't know what the world's darling could end up with this pseudo-destiny son who appeared later in the original work. The opponents of Leitais and Celery are Spabik and Yamo respectively. During the period of the Magi Bu, after being controlled by the magician Babadai, their combat power was far superior to that of normal martial artists. Now they are just a little bit of strength and their combat power is at most dozens of points. Sun Wukong's opponent is still Kikai. Fate seems to bring them together and get them back on track. I didn't expect that the first one would be to show off with you, Yamcha. Tianjin Fried said. As the order of the game was announced, his opponent information was displayed. Whether it is for Tianjin Fried or Yamcha, this battle is of great significance to both. Tianjin fan, if you dare to show mercy at the start of the competition later, I will never forgive you. Yamcha clenched his fist with his right hand and said to Tianjin fan, as warriors who practice together and protect the earth together, the two have long been in tune with each other. Well, you are the same. Tianjin fan nodded. Afterward, the list of 2 consecutive games was announced and until Klin appeared on the big screen and drew the same group as Dumplings. This will be another fight between them. Then, Laga and Nira drew the substitute Earthlings who were not very strong ones one by one. Finally, it is Turtle Fairy and Big, Vegeta and Naba. For the Turtle Fairy, what is coming after all. He was just trying to make some extra money by making a ranking. Now he was in a match with Big, which reminded him of his past grudges with Big's Great Devil. This time, it will be completely finished. It can be regarded as an unavoidable battle of fate. The Turtle Fairy sighed with all her emotions, while Big was completely calm. Looking back at his predecessor, he was so weak that he was not even an ant in front of the Turtle Fairy. But now, after continuous training on the Mic Star, he is so strong that he is no longer comparable to the Turtle Fairy. Back then, he was eager to have the power to defeat the Turtle Immortal and achieve revenge. Now that I see a broader world, my goal has long changed after having this power. He has a brand new goal. Vegeta and Naba were very embarrassed. Although Vegeta's hatred for Naba has long been resolved as the Prince of the Scion, Naba's betrayal of him would still make him feel resentful. Times have changed, but some things still have to be done. Naba is under great pressure. He always felt a lot of guilt about Vegeta. Sometimes he didn't know how to face it, as if fate was teasing himself. The opponent you came up is you, Naba. Let me see how much you have made in the past 2 years. Vegeta hugged his chest with his hands and looked at Naba proudly. This battle is inevitable. Even if it is you, I will not give in. Vegeta. Naba is not the Naba of the past. This is the growth brought by enough experience. I hope so. Vegeta smiled coldly and walked to the side. No matter how much you say it, it is meaningless. Just use the victory or defeat to see the truth. Naba watched Vegeta walk away, clenching his fist lightly. In this battle, he will prove himself. Ladies and gentlemen, let's wait for a long time. After fierce preliminary competition, the top 32 of the 23rd World No. 1 Martial Arts Conference were finally released. Next, let's cheer together. Please give the first one. The promotional player in the game, accompanied by the blonde referee's roaring commentary. At the entrance and exit near the inner hall, Talat and Satan appeared and walked towards the ring shoulder to shoulder. Talat didn't think anything. Satan looked conceited and obviously was quite confident in his strength. As long as he was sure that he was not the opponent who beat the boxing machine, he felt that he would not lose. As he walked, Talat's eyes happened to see something. After a slight moment, the corners of his mouth were undulating and a smile appeared somewhere in the auditorium. Sir Xiongpa, Talat seems to have discovered us too. Angel Bados reminded Xiongpa, the destruction god beside him. I saw it. Cut it. This kid is boring enough. If you participate in this kind of competition, what is that kind of opponent? Xiongpa said carelessly, while not forgetting to go to himself. Snacks in your mouth. What's there to see in this battle? When dealing with an ordinary person, you can instantly use a look and one thought without any suspense. Bados giggled but looked at Talat, who was walking onto the ring with concentration. With her insight as an angel, she had already felt the surging giant ape power in Talat's body, as well as the powerful and extremely stable power of the god. It seems that since the last time I parted, Talat was very serious about the cultivation of the power of the god. Just from the part I perceive, this divine power is very powerful. At least Talat's strength is much stronger than when he fought with Xiongpa. In the viewing area opposite Bados and Elephant Paw, the eyes of the old king god, the eastern king god and Jebet also fell on Talat. I didn't expect that I was the first to appear. That earthling named Satan is really unlucky. The old king god complained. I met the strongest one at the beginning. Do I still need to guess the ending? Yes, this earthling man named Satan is very lucky. If he meets other earthlings with weak strength, he may be able to fight. The king of the East Realm answered. If you face ordinary martial artists, at least Satan will not be eliminated so easily. On the ring, Talat and Satan were each in their place, and the two looked at each other. Talat's expression was plain and his breath was restrained, and he looked no different from that of ordinary people. Satan opposite him originally planned to show his strength, but before he could really take action, he even had time to speak. He felt tremendous pressure. Talat stood there motionless, which made him feel like his heart beat faster, as if he would fall out of the ring if he moved casually. The game began. The blonde referee gave the order. Under his stimulation, Satan gritted his teeth and prepared to give up. He quickly approached Talat and punched Talat in the face. This is definitely a powerful attack in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the eyes of existence like Talat, Satan's speed is as slow as a snail crawling. Talat was not interested in avoiding it, but just let Satan attack desperately, as it didn't hurt anyway. Chapter 192. Next session. Maybe you will be the champion. Repeated attack, bringing out all your strength. Satan tried his best to show himself, and his extraordinary performance made him burst into tears for a while, feeling that he had endless energy to use. However, Talat stood there motionless like a stabilizing needle. In the eyes of the outsider, Satan seemed to have the advantage, which also made the audience cheer for him and make noises. Outside the huge arena, the blonde referee is not the kind of person who can't understand the situation, but due to his his profession, he can only use his way to explain the game. After a long time, Talat didn't fight back but just face Satan. After all, it can be regarded as giving this so-called world savior to the future of the original work some decency. In fact, if people like Satan had not had their relationship with the Z-Warrior, their daughter, and the protagonist's son would have never been able to become a couple. In other words, Satan's future setting is to simply share the economic pressure for the future son family. If you say he is not bad, he cannot be bad, otherwise he will definitely not be able to sit firmly in the world champion or even the savior. But if you say he is good, Satan is indeed the kind of cheating master. Of course, everyone says Satan, and everyone wants to be Satan. After a round of crazy attacks, Satan finally showed signs of exhaustion. After he frantically punched the last lick, he continued to pull up several meters of backflips, and then he was a little furious and panting. "What? How about it?" Satan's exaggerated look made Talat feel particularly familiar. People who don't know really think he is so powerful. Talat disagreed, and he was still not moved, let alone spoke. This also made the Z soldiers in the waiting area in the backstage look puzzled. This kind of thing is nothing to Talat, but Talat did not knock him out of the ring immediately. "Is there anything special about this person?" Sun Wukong poked his head out curiously, but his breath perception told him that it was not powerful at all. No one answered his word, but the ordinary contestants on the other side were making their own remark and determined that Satan had an absolute advantage from the beginning of the game, and the final result must be Satan winning. How could they know that there are people outside of people and heaven, living in the world of ordinary people? Even if they have the opportunity to come into contact with the top, what they see is only what they can see. Located at the top floor of the back-end waiting area, this is the best place to watch, and it is also the super VIP room designed by Bulma for himself. At this time, Bulma was taking her family and friends here to watch the competition. It is worth mentioning that Weiss is also here. Since a year and a half ago, Weiss often came to the Earth to taste delicious food, and he naturally became familiar with it after a while. The martial arts conference was held, and Talat asked Weiss for help so that he could escort their competition and lay a strong protective barrier around the ring to ensure that they could perform well in the fight in the ring. Strength is not afraid of being too much in combat and being afraid of being too terrified. Really, what are you doing if you don't fight back? Even if the other party is an ordinary person, won't it be enough to fight directly? Bulma was still impatient as always, especially as pregnant. She would always shout out because of her intense emotional fluctuations. Talat didn't fight back when he was fighting or scolding him in the ring, which made her, a wife, anxious. Is Bulma pregnant? That's right. Just a few months ago, Bulma finally got pregnant with Talat's child and was about to be born in more than 3 months. Madam Bulma would better calm down. Excessive emotions will also affect the development of the child. I believe Talat must have some plans to do so. In other words, this player named Satan, Talat, he cared very much. Weiss said, I haven't heard him talk about Satan. Bulma was very suspicious. Okay. In short, Talat's result will definitely be the winner. Let's watch quietly here. No matter what the situation is, we will know in the end. Gnei held Tarla in his arms and was also helping persuading Bulma not to think randomly. Speaking of this, Lord Xiongpa and his sister are here too, which is beyond my expectations. Weiss suddenly changed the subject. These words shocked everyone present. Everyone knows who Xiongpa is and who Weiss's sister is. Following Weiss's gaze, sure enough, Xiongpa and Bados were sitting in a corner of the audience watching the game while eating dessert. Do you want Lord Xiongpa and Weiss, your sister, to come here together? Bulma asked. She has always been diligent in grasping people's heart. The more mature she is, the more steady she will be in dealing with people and things. Weiss shook her head and said, since my sister has not come to me on her own initiative, she probably doesn't want me to disturb her. I believe that after the game, she will come to find me. After hearing Weiss's word, Bulma nodded slightly. Weiss said so. If she forced her to invite her, it would be counterproductive. On the ring, after Satan finished his rest, he stopped breathing. Talat said the first sentence. How much strength is yours? I have already experienced it. I believe you should also feel the gap in strength between us. If you don't want to be embarrassed because you lost too badly, I think you can give up now. After the words fell, Talat waited for Satan to answer. Satan was stunned for a moment when he heard this. Immediately afterward, his expression changed in his eyes, and his expression became extremely angry and unwilling. What a joke. From beginning to end, I have the upper hand. I want me to abstain from a few words. You think you are? Before the word who was said, Satan suddenly took a breath of air conditioning, because Talat suddenly crossed the distance between the two sides and came to him. Although he did not attack, he was shocked and made him retreat repeatedly. Go down. You can come to the next martial arts conference. Maybe you will be the champion at that time. Talat said a word, then raised his hand and bounced his fingers. The reason for saying this is naturally that the contestants of the next martial arts conference will not have them. The invisible aura shot out like a bullet, hitting Satan, pushing his body out of the ring. Satan was is not hurt, but falling out of the ring means he has lost. This is a trick? No, it's not right. What methods have you used? Satan was puzzled and asked, but Talat ignored him and looked at the referee. In the first qualifying match, Satan was eliminated. Talat won, and the first top 16 player in the 23rd World No. 1 Martial Arts Conference was officially released. The result was announced. Talat smiled at him, turned around and walked off the ring and headed towards the backstage waiting area. Despite the audience's lack of understanding of the life-aggressive remark, Satan was still in a state of confusion. It was not until the blonde referee asked him several times that he realized and walked towards the backstage waiting area dully. Others don't know, but if he experiences it personally, how could he not know what he had just experienced? That was definitely not a fool. It was a real air cannon. He was hit out of the ring by an invisible attack. It's really slow. Isn't it enough to just use this kind of opponent in seconds? Laitais, as the second player, handed over with Talat. I just think this person is quite interesting, and his strength among ordinary people is pretty good. I can't hit people like that. Right, Talat said with a smile. Where can he tell the truth? Is that true? Laitais was suspicious, then heard the shouts outside and walked out of the backstage step by step. Talat glanced at the others one by one, then looked at the law Satan and smiled slightly. In fact, Talat suddenly had an idea. If he taught Satan's cultivation method, could he become stronger? Speaking of which, Satan is still very talented. Otherwise, how could he become an absolute strong man among ordinary people? Shortly after this idea was born, Talat threw it out of his mind. He doesn't have so much leisure and elegance to cultivate Satan. On the other side, Satan comes back and Spobay comes on the field. The rest are asking, what the hell is Satan? Satan naturally couldn't explain his own experience, so he could only say that he was careless and accidentally fell out of the arena. But who can believe this? Some people suspected that Satan was fighting counterfeiting and deliberately quit the arena. After all, how could you accidentally fall out of the arena if you are separated by a distance of 10 or 20 meters? Just as these people were condemning, Spobich was also knocked out of the ring by Rades, shocking everyone's chins. This didn't even have a minute, and it took only a few seconds to go on the ring, which was too amazing for ordinary people. Laitais came back and handed over to the third Solari, who was on the court. Yamo looked at Spobay, who was back in a daze like Satan, frowned, trying to find out what happened, but there was no time left. In this way, the third game ended in a flash of fingers. As always, this situation has caused countless audiences to be abused. Everyone is watching the exciting battle. Who wants to watch such a game? Obviously, 3 consecutive games like this are fake. Many people even think that this is a plan that the official has made with the purpose of making money. Sure enough, the 4th game was a showdown between Sun Wukong and Kikai. This can be regarded as a slight change of the situation. After all, Sun Wukong was the champion of the last World No. 1 Martial Arts Conference. The value of the champion is not very high, even if the 22nd World No. 1 Martial Arts Conference is not as impressive as the original one. After all, the incident of the Pick Demon King in the original work was forcibly solved by the Turtle Fairy, but many people remember it. Some videos were also left behind during the competition scene that year. In fact, 3 years have passed, so it has not been like the original work. Because of the decline of the older generation, the new generation has long forgotten how great the martial arts were. Standing on the ring, Sun Wukong faced Kikai. He was still a little puzzled. What was going on with this girl? I wanted to ask again, but because I hadn't recognized it yet, Kikai became even more angry. The fierce attacks in succession are dazzling, but the fist skills displayed on the surface are far beyond ordinary people. Speaking of which, Kikai in the original work is already powerful, with a total of 130 points, and the current Kikai should be due to the butterfly effect, with her combat power as high as 200 points. Indeed, the combat power of 200 points is not worth mentioning to the current Z warriors, but this strength is enough to dominate the ordinary human world on Earth. While responding, Sun Wukong was also recalling and thinking carefully. After all, the gap in strength is ridiculously large, so no matter what attack Kikai attacks, Sun Wukong can easily resolve it. Then, because Kikai couldn't beat her, she collapsed on the ground and started crying. How has Sun Wukong seen such a scene? I was confused at the moment, but he is not the kind of person who will take advantage of others' danger. After coming forward to care, he finally learned Kikai's name and origin. After asking, only then did I realize that this was the daughter of Bull Demon King. When Turtle Fairy, Sun Gohan, and the others heard this news, they were unbelievable at the first time, but now that things have come to this point, they are extremely happy. There was a past between Sun Wukong and Kikai, and Wukong was the same as the original work, saying that he would marry Kikai as his wife when he grew up. Even Sun Wukong still doesn't quite understand what his wife means. At the end of the 4th competition, Sun Wukong hugged the beauty and cheered the audience. In fact, those who know the inside story understand that it should be Kikai plotting against Sun Wukong, because Sun Wukong does not have that kind of scheming. It is also consistent with with the plot of the original work and no accidents happened. When Sun Wukong took Kikai back to the backstage waiting area, everyone gathered up, first congratulations and then said some envious words, especially Clin and Yamauchi. Yamcha remembered his early experiences. He participated in that adventure in search of Dragon Ball. It was also because of the transformation at that time that made him who he is now. It was inevitable that he would feel. The happiest person is Leitai. As the eldest brother, his younger brother found his other half, which means that there will be one more member of their family in the future. Talat's heart would be somewhat volatile when he saw such a happy scene. Chalari, who was standing by, felt Talat's mood change and reached out to hold it up. Feeling the soft touch, Talat looked down at Celerai and smiled. The next game will be an ordinary showdown that cannot be more ordinary. Werewolf vs Masked Man contestant. This game is pretty good for ordinary people, but in the eyes of the strong, it is just a child playing house. The werewolf won. After losing the last martial arts conference, this guy should have made a lot of effort and his strength has increased by less than twice. Then King Chopper fought against the little flying player, and the 8-hand fist Chopper won. The little flying man was lucky, otherwise he wouldn't be able to squeeze in the preliminary round. Of course, being able to enter the preliminary round is enough to show that he is very strong, otherwise can't type a value of more than 100. Chapter 193. This is the real martial artist. With the end of the first 6 games, the 7th game kicked off. This game will definitely be valued by everyone, because it is no longer the kind of house-playing game that was used to play, but a competition between Yamcha and Tianjin Fried. Tianjin Fried players and Yamauchi players have both shown their strength in the last World No. 1 Martial Arts Conference with strength. Let us look forward to their wonderful competitions. For us, please invite players from both sides. The blonde referee told the story while asking Yamcha and Tianjin Rice from the waiting area in the backstage. For the blonde referee, these two are also considered old acquaintances. He was extremely excited to be lucky enough to see that kind of battle between real martial arts again. The audience was in a hurry with the introduction of the blonde referee, and the noise continued. This is also due to the previous 2 duels, at least enough to shock ordinary people. The god in the audience also cheered up a little. After watching a few boring games, if you continue, your patience will be wiped out. Lord Xiongpa, those 2 people look familiar. This game may be worth watching. Are you not planning to see it? Bados said to Xiongpa with a smile. Tisk, it's just this level. What's worth watching? Then again, the taste of this pudding is really delicious. After the game is over, we have to save more and all the flavors. Xiangbao can't have any leisure time. Watch the battle. At this time, he didn't care who was competing in the ring. He was already huddled with the little girl next to him and shared other snacks with each other. Seeing that Bados was like this, he had no choice but to sigh and shook his head. However, she also tasted the pudding. This thing is indeed delicious and has a unique taste. Looking at the blonde girl, Patos looked at the serious brunette boy beside the girl. This should be a pair of twin siblings. After a long look, Bados looked at the mother next to the siblings again, smiled politely, and stopped caring about each other. She just felt very curious that this child on Earth was not afraid of being the god of destruction. She didn't know how many years she hadn't seen a man named Xiongpa like a child play with his 2 children and share food. The audience on the other side. My ancestor, it's finally the turn of the competition between Tianjin Fried and Yamauchi. I don't know who will be better between them. The king of the East Realm cheered up and carefully savored this preparation for a battle. When I was developing their potential abilities a few days ago, I actually felt their gap. In terms of talent potential, Tianjin Fried is above Yamauchi. If it were Clin, I should be able to fight Tianjin Fried with them with all my strength. The old king god pinched his chin with one hand and made an analysis and evaluation based on his feelings at that time. Of course, it will only be known after the fight. On the ring, Tianjin Fan and Yamcha stood on both sides face to face. The battle was about to begin. The aura they invisibly exuded had already made the blonde referee on the side feel great pressure, and beads of sweat as big as beans appeared on their forehead. Although nervous, the blonde referee is more excited and expectant. If you don't even have this kind of excitement, then what kind of martial arts showdown is it? Tianjin Fan, since we have accepted the potential development of the old king god, our strength has been greatly improved. In the past month since we returned to Earth, you and I have been practicing hard. Let me see yours how to get it. Yamcha said with a high spirit of fighting. You said what I want to say to you. We are hard to decide the outcome in the previous duels. This time, we will definitely be divided into 2 different levels. Tianjin Fan responded to Yamcha's fighting spirit. The 2 of them appreciate each other and each put on a battle posture. The game began. The blonde referee saw that the time had come and immediately gave an order. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Tianjin Fan and Yamcha acted at the same time, and the 2 turned into a shadow and disappeared in place. The ordinary people in the audience looked at the 2 people who suddenly disappeared and were confused. Even the blonde referee was a little confused, but But the next second, with a burst of noise coming from the sky, everyone's mind was moved and they looked up. Bang bang bang, the sky heard loud noises again. Yamauchi and Tianjin Rice have appeared in the sky and started a melee battle between the two of them. The fist and foot attack is as fast as thunder. Every move contains the power of overwhelming seas. The terrifying fist wind is an ordinary existence. Even if the combat power exceeds 10,000, it is impossible to bear it. Bang pound, bang pound. With one thrilling roar after another, burst of thrilling sounds burst into the space. Everyone was stunned. People are floating in the air to fight. I can only barely see some after images. Is this still a human? The eyes of ordinary people were almost glaring out, and this level of battle was beyond their understanding. Of course, there are also many people who are excited because these people have watched the first two world-first martial arts conferences. For the people on Earth who know the good, they all know that this is the real martial art. At this moment, these people were all glad because they had won the ticket to the world's #1 martial art conference. If you miss this wonderful battle, it will be a lifelong regret. First there was silence, then there was a lot of discussion, and slowly the whole audience exploded. Countless people shouted loudly, and after their emotions were stimulated, they were completely out of control. Located in the back-end seating area, the ordinary people who have been eliminated and have not been eliminated, the few people led by Satan, Spobei, and Yamo looked at the fierce battle between Tianjin Mian and Yamcha, and the world view was completely subverted. In the past they thought they were very powerful. Whether they watched the video recording of the world's #1 martial art conference or heard about it, they all thought that it was just that. Now that I have seen it with my own eyes, I realize that the battle between martial artists is so powerful and terrifying. This is completely beyond humanity. At this time, they also understood why they were killed so easily. In the sky, although the battle between Tianjin Fan and Yamcha had just begun, the battle became more and more intense, with fist and feet attacks one after another. The two of them have both offensive and defense, both attacking and defending. You chase and fight, and you don't give in to each other. This level of battle has reached a level of 1 million. However, for Tianjin Fan and Yamcha, it is just a warm-up battle now. They tentatively fought for more than 10 rounds, and then, bang pound, two loud noises. The two sides linked each other and launched a pure power competition. The snow-white aura was released from the inside out, turning into a strong storm and sweeping around, causing ordinary people in the audience to subconsciously raise their hands to resist the storm's invasion. Although there is a defense set by Angel Weiss, it can still be felt to a certain extent by the audience. Tianjin Fan and Yamcha will certainly not show all their strength from the beginning. Klin was at the exit of the waiting area in the backstage and looked up at the battle between the two. Jiaozi and Klin stood on the side. So amazing. I didn't expect that after only 1 year of separation, Tianjin Fan and Yamcha's strength have improved so much. If I don't become a Super Saiyan, I seem to be no match for them. Sun Wukong opened his mouth. Boss said in shock. A year ago, Tianjin Rice, Yamcha, Klin, and Dumplings left Wang Xing, and they didn't meet until now. Sun Wukong would not know that after they returned to Earth, they first practiced under the guidance of Talat for a period of time, and then were sent by Talat to the Realm King God Realm to practice. It was not until more than a month ago that they had developed their potential abilities that Talat went to the Realm King God Realm to pick them up. It seems that even I underestimated them, but I didn't expect their strength to be improved to this level. Leitais was also shocked by the strength shown by Yamcha and Tianjin Fried. Although this strength is nothing to him, it is really not easy for Tianjin Fan and Yamcha to catch up with it in such a short time. In the past, he actually didn't look down on Tianjin Fried and Yamcha because the gap was too big. Cholari knew some inside story, but because Talat said hello to her, she didn't say it out. Talat has to say that after all, Tianjin Fan and others have improved their strength to this point. Talat has made the greatest contribution. On the side, Baek Niru and Rhaegar were seeing the strength of Tianjin Fan and Yamcha. Although they did not have the feelings of the soldiers here, they were indeed shocked. At least from now on, they have seen the strength of Earth warriors. Unbelievable. I only realized now that Klin and Dumplings are strong enough. You are far from comparable to those in the past. How did you practice? Naba looked at Klin and Dumplings, thinking of knowing the answer. Affected by this battle, he was a little eager to try and his hands were itchy. We just got the guidance and help from Brother Talat. If Brother Talat doesn't say it, we can't talk nonsense. Klin smiled and said perfunctorily. As soon as this was said, the finger was pointed at Talat. It was Talat's relationship which made the people present understand more, but curiosity won't dissipate easily. Not far away, Vegeta, leaning against the corner of the wall, looked dull and there was no emotional fluctuation at all. On the surface, this is actually agitation. Vegeta was shocked. As a person on Earth and a person on the three-eyed planet Yamcha and Tianjin Fried Prada could show such amazing combat power. If he does not transform, Vegeta can be sure that he will not get any advantage. In the air, the struggle between Tianjin Fried and Yamcha continued. continued. Yamcha's muscles were tight all over his body and he looked like he had exhausted all his strength. Tianjin Fan seems to have tried his best, but in fact he still hides great strength. It's really you, Yamcha. Tianjin Mian praised, a smile on her face. Come on, I know you still have hidden things. Come out with your real skills and fight me. Even if you are defeated, I am not strong enough. Yamcha shouted loudly, igniting the air in his body. He had long felt that Tianjin Rice still had no energy to use. I know, so I will display my true strength next time. Drink. Tianjin Fan also shouted loudly and exerted force. The powerful force directly retreated Yamcha to 10 meters away. I'm not overwhelmed by you so easily. Yamcha, who was retreating, struggled to stabilize his body. Just as he was about to fight back, he suffered continuous blows from Tianjin Fan. Bang, pound, bang. 3 heavy punches in succession. The powerful attack made the chi and blood in Yamcha's body roll, and a mouthful of old blood almost spurted out. Bang. Tianjin Rice chopped another chop, and the back of Yamcha shot down from mid-air onto the ring. Yamcha, who fell on the ring, tried his best to adjust his breathing rhythm. He turned over and stood up again, with a strong sense of seriousness flashing in his eyes. He had thought that the gap between his strength and Tianjin Fan would be very big, but he didn't expect that the gap would be so big. Tianjin Fan just showed some real skills, so he almost couldn't stand it. But this also made Yamcha even more excited. Suffering the pain in his body, Yamcha looked directly at Tianjin Rice in the air. Tianjin Rice fell from the sky and landed in front of Yamcha. With a smile on his face, he once again put on a stance of the match. Those few strokes just now were really painful, but this is not your real strength. Let's see how I force you to take out all your strength. Yamcha wiped off the blood stains on the corner of his mouth. The classic move attitude made Tianjin Chinese look forward to it. I'll wait and see. Come on, Tianjin Fan said. Hey. Yamcha didn't say nonsense, and a long shout burst out from his mouth. A surging breath burst out from his body, and an unparalleled aura swept across. The blonde referee on the edge of the ring was not careful and was hit by the aura. A strong storm was raging, and everyone in the audience was affected by this momentum, and even everyone in the waiting area in the backstage were shocked by the strong aura that Yamcha burst out. The intensity of this aura was much higher than the limit they felt just now. What a strong aura! Has Yamcha finally shown all his strength? Lin sighed. The intensity of this aura was extraordinary. Although it was not as strong as his, it was not much different. Bik, Laga, Niru, the three of them had different expressions after feeling this aura. This energy is very strong, which is enough to show that Yamcha is a top-notch master. It's always surprising that he can even raise his breath to this level. Naba recalled the scene when several people practiced together in the past years. Vegeta, who was silent not far away, began to pay attention to Yamcha, which exploded on the ring. Although her expression still did not change, Vegeta's heart was filled with storm. This is at least several times more powerful than his normal state. What is the value of his combat power in the intensity of this energy? Rades, who was extremely curious, took out his virtual glasses he carried with him and began to calculate the combat power index of Yamcha. I'm very curious too. Cholleri, who was standing beside him, also took out his virtual glasses and put them on. Chapter 194. Take the ship of the next era. With the depth detection of virtual glasses, Yamcha's combat effectiveness index is displayed. There are 43 million points. This number caused an incredible moment for everyone. Unexpectedly, Yamcha's combat power has exceeded 40 million points. At this time, it was not only Sun Wukong, Naba, Vegeta and the others who were completely moved, and even Radice and Celery opened their mouths wide. You should know that 2 years ago, Radice's normal behavior was only 60 million points and Celeri's strength was at the level of tens of millions because of pregnancy and childbirth. What a favor, so powerful. I really want to fight one of them. Niru, who was standing beside him, clenched his fists excitedly. Although he was the mic he was fighting, and inside his body the surging factors of warfare made him feel excited. Just as he was eager to fight, an arm was placed on his shoulder. Niru turned around and saw that it was Rhaegar. Don't worry, there will be some fights in the future. Control your anger and watch the battle, Rhaegar said with a smile. Niru was too excited and his breath was a little too violent. They didn't care, but there were too many ordinary people here. On the ring, the aura of Yamcha has reached its peak and its aura has been rapidly restrained, sealing all its aura in its body to prevent the breath from being leaked in battle, thus exerting 100% strength. What a strong aura. I really deserve you, Yamcha. Tianjin Fan's eyes showed a strong fighting spirit after feeling the power of Yamcha. I know my strength is quite different from yours. Come on, fight me seriously. Yamcha was very calm and did not act rashly. Hearing this, Tianjin Fan did not dare to take off the weight of his upper body like before, and moved his limbs. This set is a super heavy bearing suit given by the King of Realms. He always wears it while sleeping except for taking a bath. Drain blew out from his mouth with a long shout. In an instant, a wave of overwhelming momentum expanded rapidly immediately with Tianjin Rice as the center. The powerful air pressure hits all directions, allowing all the audiences in the viewing zone to experience another baptism. But this time is different from before because the storm is too huge, so the transparent protective cover set up by Weiss is faintly visible, making people know that it is because of this protective barrier that ensures that everyone is safe. The outside of the protective cover can ensure safety, but Yamcha on the internal ring looked extremely solemn after feeling the outburst of Tianjin Fried. After the breath burst to a certain extent, Tianjin Fan also took all the breath back into his body. He posed for fighting and waited for Yamcha's attack. Leitais and Solari, who are located in the waiting area in the backstage, also saw Tianjin Fan's combat effectiveness index at this moment through virtual glasses. It is 7 million points higher than Yamuoti, a full 50 million point. This strength surprised everyone again. Only Talat remained silent because he knew that Tianjin Fan's strength was far more than that. Tianjin Fan is probably not even half of his true strength. As a three-eyed star, after various trainings he discovered the power belonging to their clan. Yamcha has no bad talent, otherwise he would not have joined the ranks of Z warriors. It's really amazing, but it's just what I want. After the words came, the shadow of a wolf pack appeared behind Yamcha and he put on a signature offensive posture. Xin wolf teeth feng fist. In an instant Yamcha came out like a rushing giant wolf and rushed straight to Tianjin Fen. Bang! There was a muffled sound, and at this moment the fierce battle between the two top martial artists started again. Yamcha's wolf teeth feng's attack was fierce, and every time he attacked he rushed to Tianjin Fan's weakness. This is not an ordinary wolf feng fist. After various improvement, evolutions and continuous precipitation, Yamcha has upgraded the wolf feng fist to the extreme, and it is not an exaggeration to be an invincible move at the same level. Faced with the extremely fierce offensive of Yamcha, Tianjin Fan's choice is to focus on defense. The defense without leakage is offset by Yamcha's wolf tooth feng fist, but Yamcha's attack is still intensifying, getting faster and faster, and the ultimate attack swept across Tianjin Fan like a storm. Faced with Yamcha's desperate and fierce attack, even if Tianjin Fried Rice, which had 50 million points of combat power, there were vague signs of being suppressed. This scene not only did not make Yamcha proud but instead made him even more dissatisfied. Enough! When are you planning to hide? Tianjin Rice! A burst of angry shout burst out from Yamcha's mouth. The next second he suddenly burst out, his right hand turned into a sharp wolf claw containing endless murderous intent and stabbed towards Tianjin Fan's face. A must-kill attack, and he is murderous and does not hesitate. Not good. Tianjin Rice felt something was wrong, so he subconsciously raised his hand to resist, but was suddenly changed and attacked by Yamcha. This is just a trick. Bang! Yamcha's right leg was charged and kicked out quickly, hitting Tianjin Fan's abdomen. The powerful impact force repels Tianjin Fan to the edge of the ring. It's just a little bit short of that. Tianjin Fan will be eliminated. It's so dangerous. Tianjin Fan took a breath in her heart, and she was just a little short of losing her qualification for the game because she went out of bounds. I originally planned to leave some dignity for Yamcha, but now it seems that it is impossible not to fight seriously. Yamcha's strength made him look at him with admiration. He also knew that if he did not give his all, Yamcha would hate him instead. Accept the challenge. At this moment Yamcha did not stop attacking. After shouting loudly, he threw his right hand and a golden energy bound through the air and rushed straight to Tianjin Fan. In order to force Tianjin Fried to take all his strength, Yamcha showed no mercy. Seeing this, Tianjin Fan was full of energy. He knew that Yamcha was serious this time. Tianjin Fan's left hand was charged and a power shot out from his palm, hitting Yamcha's golden energy bomb. Crack! When two energy bombs collided, the imagined super explosion did not happen, but the two energy sources cancelled out each other, shooting terrifying lightning in the space. From this we can see how much power has Tianjin Fan controlled. Otherwise there would be a big explosion. Even if Weiss' protective cover will not be broken, it will cause a huge storm inside the cover. Crazy! The aura around Tianjin Fan burst out, turned defense into attack, and rushed straight to Yamcha. Tianjin Fan, who no longer held back, burst out at a very fast speed, but in the blink of an eye, rushed to Yamcha and suddenly hit the unstoppable powerful collapse punch. Yamcha, who had no time to dodge, subconsciously raised his arms to form a defense but was one step slower. Pound! A thrilling sound of flesh sounded. Yamcha was hit by this powerful punch and his legs rubbed against the ring, only 1 meter away from the edge of the ring. Yamcha was shocked, but before he could recover, Tianjin Fan rushed to his front again, and his strong attack was like a storm, pouring down towards Yamcha like a storm. Seeing this scene, Yamcha instantly woke up and tried his best to defend against the edge of the ring, resisting Tianjin Fan's strong attack. Bang! 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 The iron fist with endless destructive power fell like raindrops. This terrifying force impact made Yamcha feel his arms numb. If it weren't for the fact that he had been practicing for many years, he would have fallen out of the arena at this time. Realizing that he could no longer be passive, Yamcha decisively changed his combat strategy. He simply moved back at high speed and then jumped into the sky. Seeing this, Tianjin Fan smiled at the corner of her mouth and used the technique of Wukong and rushed straight to Yamcha. When Yamcha saw Tianjin Rice coming, he placed his right hand behind him and the energy bomb slowly gathered, but in a flash, his ultimate skill had already condensed and formed. "You're fooled, Tianjin." Yamcha showed joy on his face, took out his right hand from his back, waved his arm, and used his unique skill to make the chi bullet. Seeing this scene, Tianjin Fan quickly stopped his body and avoided the attack of the chi cao bullet without any danger. "It's not over yet." Yamcha's right hand kept dancing, controlling the gas bomb to attack Tianjin Fan from multiple different directions. Faced with the roundabout offensive of the gas bomb, Tianjin Fan temporarily chose to defend. Yamcha took this opportunity to find the flaws of Tianjin Fan and waited for an opportunity in secret. As long as Tianjin Fan reveals the flaws, he will attack with all his might and defeat Tianjin Fan in one move. But what he never expected was that Tianjin Fan directly pinched his fucking bullet with his bare hands. There was a loud bang. Tianjin Fan suddenly exerted force and the gas bomb collapsed due to brute force, turning into energy particles all over the sky, floating in the space. This scene shocked Yamcha. How possible? Yamcha was at a loss in place and his ultimate skill was easily resolved by Tianjin Fan. He was squeezed by one hand. What a terrifying power this must be achieved. The gap in strength was so big before I knew it. Swoosh. A sound of breaking through the air sounded behind the back. While Yamcha was distracted, Tianjin fried again, and this super high-speed moving sense of energy was too late to track. Tianjin Mian clasped her hands together to form a war hammer and accumulate strength. At this time, Yamcha had cold sweats on his forehead. The chill from behind him changed his face. He had no time to turn around, and the heavy hammer of Tianjin Rice had already fallen. Pound. The loud bang exploded. Yamcha, which was hit hard, fell into the ring like a meteorite and smashed a large pit half a meter deep. The severe pain on his back, Yamcha grinned, but his body has been tempered by many hardships. Although Tianjin Fan's destructive power this time was terrible, it was not able to knock him down yet. Enduring the pain of bone cracking, Yamcha jumped out of the deep pit. At this time, Tianjin Rice had already landed on the ring and was directly in front of Yamcha and continued to confront Yamcha. The atmosphere became tense again, and the auras between the strong men were impacting each other. The white aura was burning around Tianjin Fan. His aura continued to expand, and his combat power index was also increasing. Seeing this, Yamcha burst out his breath without being outdone, comparing the momentum of Tianjin Fan. Unfortunately, the strength gap between the two was more than a little. No matter how Yamcha burst out its energy, it could not match the Tianjin Fan in front of her. Damn it, I'm willing to give it my best, Yamcha thought in his heart, and then his eyes became firm. Instead of sitting there waiting for death, it is better to give it a try. The next second, Yamcha took a deep breath. After the breath in his body stabilized, a sharp light flashed in his eyes, and the next second suddenly burst out, and his whole body rushed straight to Tianjin Fan like a cannonball. Super Wolf Teeth Feng Feng Fist. He devoted all his Yamcha and showed off his last special skills. This is the Wolf Feng 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 Fist after the upgrade again, and the attack is even more fierce. Every move contains infinite murderous intent, but this move has not been perfected yet. Good come. Tianjin Fan did not dodge or avoid, and his fighting spirit broke out and he met him head on. Bang! There was a loud noise. The moment the two sides collided, the entire ring trembled, and everyone's hearts in the audience even sucked hard. Under the horrified eyes of countless people, the final battle broke out. The two of them were disillusioned and like afterimages constantly shuttled and collided on the ring. People with insufficient strength could only see storms flashing by, and even the afterimage could not be seen clearly. With all the Yamcha, with the blessing of the Super Wolf Tooth Feng Feng Fist, it seemed to suppress Tianjin fried again. However, this is just an illusion. Although Yamcha's offensive was fierce, it was not unbearable for Tianjin Fan. He had seen through all Yamcha's offensive. Although the attack of the Super Wolf Teeth Feng Feng Fist is powerful, there is a huge flaw in addition to this which Yamcha cannot make up for. There is more than enough attack, but the defense is extremely weak. After resolving dozens of blows from Yamcha, Tianjin fried suddenly exerted force, completely disrupting Yamcha's offensive. The counterattack has begun. Bang! Tianjin Fan's right hand fisted and hit Yamcha's abdomen heavily. Huff! Yamcha, who was hit hard, looked extremely ugly, and a mouthful of sour water mixed with blood sprayed out of his mouth. The breath is weak, the body is stiff, and the middle door is wide open. I'm sorry, Yamcha. After the words fell, Tianjin Fan Chaoshan's kick hit Yamcha's jaw. Under this blow, Yamcha's body lost control. His consciousness became dazed, and he flew out of the ring powerlessly. Just when everyone thought the winner had been decided, Yamcha forced to to regain control of his body with his tenacious willpower. When he was still 10 centimeters away from the ground, he was frozen there. This makes everyone's heart feel like another bump. Immediately afterward, Yamcha slowly returned to the arena with gasps. This scene that violated physics naturally made all the audience stunned, and the bosses with their mouths opened stunned. After all, the level is too high. In everyone's eyes, the duel is like a fight between gods and immortals. Chapter 195 Vegeta's Princely Dignity. Your Fami Lyman, my fist is so heavy. Just now I felt like my body was about to be broken by you. Yamcha forced himself to stand up, wiped off the blood stains on the corner of his mouth, and said with admiration, now he has realized the gap in strength between him and Tianjin Fan. The other party is not a little better than him. Your offense is not bad either. The attack of Lanja Fengfeng fist is much more fierce than before. Tianjin Fan once again put on a fighting stance. Continue, Yamcha. Just when everyone thought that the war was about to break out again, Yamcha made an action that everyone unexpectedly had. Give me a side. I don't want to get your fist a few more times. Yamcha smiled and shook his head, then shifted his eyes to the blonde referee and said, Referee, I admit defeat. As soon as the word came out, not only Tianjin Fan was stunned, but even the blonde referee was surprised, and everyone in the waiting area in the backstage was extremely surprised. Yamcha actually gave in. However, for Yamcha now, it is not a shame to admit defeat. After understanding the gap in strength between himself and his opponent, he will go back and work hard to continue practicing and make up for his own shortcomings. Failure is not terrible. What is terrible is the lack of courage to face failure. Yamcha obviously thinks very clearly. If he can't recover because of a small setback, that is the real failure. Due to the voluntary abstention of Yamcha, the winner of this game is a Tianjin Fan player. The blonde referee, who came to his senses, immediately shouted loudly and sentenced Tianjin Fan to victory. With the order of the blonde referee, the originally silent audience burst into noise. From the initial disappointment to anger, and then seeing this shocking showdown, everyone's passion has been ignited. For ordinary people, this world's #1 martial arts conference was subconsciously understood that they had not come in vain. At least such a wonderful battle that subverts cognition did not disappoint them. On the ring, Tianjin Mian and Yamcha smiled at each other and left the scene at the same time. It doesn't matter, right? I think you seem to be very hurt, Yamcha. Tianjin Fan teased. It's just a skin trauma, not worth mentioning. Although you won this time, it may not be the next time. Wait for me to defeat you, Tianjin Fried. Yamcha knew that Tianjin Fried was motivating himself, so he spoke out and released it. Tell harsh word, then I'll wait and see. The two returned to the backstage. Before anyone could speak, Puer, who had been here all the time, flew up and said with concern, Master Yamcha, are you okay? As a partner of Yamcha, Pol is really loyal. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Yamcha waved his hand. I did not suffer any serious injuries, but I just consumed a lot. After Pool, everyone surrounded him. While caring about Yamcha's injuries, they were also praising the strength of the two of them now. Faced with the popularization of everyone, Yamcha and Tianjin Fried couldn't help but blush. In the end, the two could only modestly say that their strength was far from enough and they would have to practice harder in the future. The intermission time passed quickly. The next game will continue to begin. After Yamcha and Tianjin rise, there was another battle between two ordinary people. It is not worth paying attention, but the audience is also satisfied with watching it because the impact of the competition between Tianjin Fen and Yamcha has not dispersed for a long time. One thing worth mentioning is that the fear of Yamcha and Tianjin Fried almost reached its peak, and they didn't even dare to look at it. Obviously, I don't want to meet anyone who meets him in the next round. Just admit defeat. The 10th game after the 9th game is another focus battle. After all, it was a duel between Bick and the Turtle Fairy. To be honest, everyone was sweating for this game. The gap is really too big. Turtle Fairy himself was not worried at all about this. It was obviously fighting against the enemy of life and death, but he walked onto the arena calmly, as if facing death. Bick was incredible about this and had a new view on the Turtle Fairy. The two of them looked at each other, and Bick tried his best to keep calm. The Turtle Fairy saw through the world and had a bright look. The competition began. With the order from the blonde referee, the game officially began. Because he knew the extraordinariness of Turtle Fairy and Bick, the blonde referee retreated out of the arena with tactfulness, fearing that he would be affected by the aftermath of the battle between the masters. Neither Turtle Fairy nor Bick took action immediately. The two were still looking at each other, and the Turtle Fairy could feel a great pressure from Bick's eyes. The gap in strength is self-evident and has been known for a long time. Bick was the first to speak provocation. After all, his predecessor was killed by the Turtle Fairy. What's wrong? Don't you plan to attack, or do you want to take the initiative to abstain? Old guy, my strength is indeed far less than you, and I can't tolerate this era, but I can't do such a thing as giving up. The Turtle Fairy smiled slightly and put on a fighting posture. Immediately afterward, a sharp cold light flashed in the eyes of the Turtle fairy, and the next second the individual rushed towards Bic like an arrow and launched a powerful attack on him. Turtle Fairy Flow's fighting technique. Facing the resurrection of Bic, Turtle Fairy tried all her skills. As soon as she came up, the combat power of 3,000 points exploded in full swing, and fierce offensives continued. Unfortunately for Bic, this level of attack cannot even break the protective aura for the current Bic. Although only 2 years have passed, Bic is no longer the Bic of the past. After training from Rhaegar and Neru on Namek plus his own asceticism, his combat power has already exceeded 10 million points, much stronger than the Turtle Immortal. The Turtle Fairy, who was regarded as the enemy by him at the time, is now just a weak old man. Have you grown up to this in just 2 years? My attack did not work for him at all. The Turtle Fairy sighed a lot. The next second he seemed to have a premonition of something, and his body instinctively retreated, quickly setting a distance from Bic. It seems that Lao Gui Lao, your perception is quite keen. I just thought of knocking you out, but you didn't expect you to notice it. Bic appeared cold on the surface, but in fact he was quite shocked inside. The gap in strength is indeed big, but in terms of realm, the Turtle Immortal is indeed not weak. Oh, since that's the case, I will show my skills. Bic, let me see how strong your strength has grown. To the Turtle Fairy's eyes were solemn, and then the muscles of her body swelled from a weak old man to a point of view, become a muscular man. As the shape changed, the aura of the Turtle Immortal expanded to its limit. He put out the posture of the Turtle School Qigong wave, and the blue energy gathered in his palm. Feeling the energy condensed by the Turtle Fairy, Bic stood still as if he was as cold as a mountain. His eyes were cold and his expression could not see any turbulence. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this is the last attempt of the Turtle Fairy. Turtle Sack Qigong Bo. With a loud shout, the Turtle Fairy pushed forward with both hands and locked in Bic. In an instant the violent energy rushed straight to Bic like a rushing beast. Boom! There was a loud noise. A scene that made everyone feel unbelievable happened. The Turtle Fairy's Turtle School Qigong wave was crushed on the spot by the impact of Bic's powerful aura. When it was half a meter away from Bic's, it turned into energy particles all over the sky, floating in the surrounding space. The ending is true. Is it still the same? The Turtle Fairy looked at the blue light spots scattered in the space, and her eyes were a little dim. Although he had expected such an ending, it still had a significant impact on him. As a master of his generation, he has now been completely eliminated by this era. Even though he has been chasing him, he can only leave the market in vain. Let's end. You are no longer my opponent now. Suddenly, Bic came behind the Turtle Fairy at some point and spoke. Hearing this, the body of the Turtle Fairy trembled. Bic didn't take action, letting him end up. The grievances in the past seemed to be resolved at this moment. The Turtle Fairy suddenly changed. She put away her breath, looked at Bic seriously, finally sighed and walked off the ring. Bic looked at the back of the Turtle Fairy before finally looking at the blonde referee. This showdown is the exclusive show of Turtle Fairy. Bic just endured the assessment of the Turtle Fairy. The winner has been decided. Winner, Bic. The blonde referee gave the order and the victory and defeat of this game was announced. In the backstage waiting area, Flynn and Yamcha quickly stepped forward, and so did Sun Wukong. They were naturally worried about the situation of the Turtle Fairy, but fortunately it was not a big deal, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. When Bic came in, everyone looked at him. His eyes were completely different from before. The fear and hostility that still existed at the beginning have disappeared at this time. Bic is indeed no longer the Bic who used to kill without blinking. Otherwise this would not be the case. The 10th game ends. The 11th game was also followed. This is another showdown between ordinary people, and there is not much excellence. However, with the end of the 11th game, it was the turn of the competition between Dumpling and Clin. There have been countless contests between the two in the past, so they have an incomparable understanding of each other. It can be said that in Clin, Dumplings cannot take any advantage. Even though his superpowers are indeed quite amazing, he can fight Clin at the top of the level, but in the end, Jiao's combat power is only 2 million points, which is too big a gap with Clin. Clin won, Dumplings lost. However, it also showed a very good battle. With the end of the 12th game, Laga and Neru also appeared one after another, and both of them easily eliminated the ordinary contestants on Earth. Afterward, another competition between ordinary fighters. By the end, it finally came to the highlight: Vegeta vs Naba. This battle belongs to the Scion. Naba is ready to face Vegeta. Vegeta was extremely solemn. After all, the warriors on Earth who were looked down upon by him before were shocked by him. He began to think that Naba faced himself so confidently. Perhaps his strength had really improved a lot over the years. He began to worry that if Naba surpassed him, then how could he have the face to live in the future? With the final rest time over, Vegeta and Naba walked out of the backstage at the call of the blonde referee, each of them stepping onto the competition arena. Vegeta and Naba looked at each other, and their eyes collided. The aura of the strong expands invisibly, and the pressure is extremely terrifying. This made the referee standing on the edge of the ring stiff and unable to move at the first time. Everyone in the audience also felt a sense of depression for no reason, which made people at close range beat faster and seemed to have a premonition that this game would be very unusual. Vegeta and Nappa, the battle between the two scions. I wonder what the outcome of this battle will be. The king of the East Realm in a corner of the audience could feel that his aura was getting stronger and stronger, and he spoke. He naturally paid attention to these two scions. Even if it is not as good as Talit and Latize, it is no longer the small role he used to be. Finally, there is a good show again, and this game should be even more exciting. The old king of King pinched his chin with his right hand and was extremely looking forward to this battle. The divine servant Jobite was silent. He actually felt emotion, but he didn't say it at this time. After experiencing more, he also realized the power of mortals and no longer underestimated them, especially for the scions. His views are summarized as this race is a monster. On the other side, Lord Xiongpa, are you planning to see this duel between scions? Patos smiled slightly and reminded Xiongpa, the destruction god, beside him. At this moment, the elephant handkerchief still looked as he had been as careless as before, and he didn't care at all. Tisk, it's just this level anyway. Xiongpa didn't care at all, but just glanced at it. As a god of destruction, he has experienced too many storms. Just talking about this level of battle, in fact, it is nothing to him. If someone really could attract his attention, only Talit would do his best. Originally, I just came here to take a look. Super VIP Indoor. Bulma, Tarala, Jin, Y, Sun Gohan, Ranchi, Trep, and others also raised some spirits and carefully watched the last battle of the top 32 that was about to begin. Vegeta and Nappa are both very strong. If they really want to fight, the intensity will definitely be far beyond the previous battle between Yamcha and Tianjin Fan. After all, the scions will transform, and Vegeta and Nappa will inevitably transform. Oh, I finally met. Our prince has not completely let go of his identity. GNEI sighed. Although it has only been 20 years since the planet's explosion, the times have indeed changed. The rule of the former scions has long passed, and now it is a new century. On the ring, Vegeta and Nappa looked at each other, and neither of them took the lead in taking action. The pressure the two continued to release became stronger and stronger, and the snow-white aura bloomed from the inside out, and the huge air pressure produced a strong sense of suffocation and oppression. Chapter 196. Nappa, who is afraid of whom? Although it was just a test, the aura of the two was really amazing. After Nappa felt the powerful aura released by Vegeta, sweat beads had already slid down her forehead along her cheek. His breath strength was obviously much weaker than Vegeta. Just as the atmosphere was in a stalemate, Vegeta suddenly made a sound to break the stalemate. The game has begun. Don't you plan to attack Nappa? Vegeta joked with his hands on his chest and said with a cold look on his face. Hearing this, Nappa's swaying heart suddenly became firm. He didn't say anything, but just silently put on his own fighting posture. Hey! A low muffled shout erupted from Nappa's mouth. His momentum gradually rose, and his normal combat power exploded in full swing. 5.2 million combat power was released in one breath, centered on the martial arts arena, causing the entire Papaya Island to shake. Feeling all the power that Nappa burst out, Vegeta's mouth lightly raised. It's indeed a very strong aura. Compared with you before, there is really a big gap. Is that so? Now you can experience it yourself. Vegeta. Without hesitation, Nappa's burly body rushed out like a beast and attacked Vegeta, but in a blink of an eye, Nappa had already arrived in front of Vegeta, waving her huge fist out and hitting Vegeta's face. It's too slow, Nappa. Vegeta turned his head slightly and easily avoided Nappa's heavy punch. He was not in a hurry to attack. As the first time the two of them fought in many years, he wanted to see how much strength Nappa is now. It's just the beginning. Nappa, who was provoked, quickly pulled back his fist and then launched a fierce and terrifying attack on Vegeta. Nappa's body is very large and burly, but his movement speed is not slow at all. Working a boxing and kicking, every move contains destructive power. Nappa's unreserved attack and his powerful force kept making the space emit a sonic boom. He did not hold back but went all to completely defeat Vegeta. After years of precipitation, especially the guidance of Talit and the king of the northern border and the mutual supervision between his companions, Nappa has long been different from the past. His fighting style is rough and direct, but it is also thick and thin, with both offense and defense. However, the gap in strength is still very big. His offensive is indeed fierce, but Vegeta cannot do anything to the slightest. As the prince of the Scion, Vegeta's talent is indeed evil. Since he let go of his dignity and asked Talit for advice and seeking a way to become stronger, his strength once broke through the limit, and now his normal combat power has reached 10 million point. Compared to Nappa, who has only a combat power of more than 5 million, he is almost twice as strong as that of Nappa. Bang, 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 bang. The offensive became more and more fierce, and Nappa should have noticed the gap in strength, but he was still putting pressure on Vegeta. It was only after dozens of moves that Vegeta turned into a shadow and disappeared in front of Nappa. It seems that you have indeed improved a lot over the years, but compared to this prince, you are still far from it. What? Vegeta's disappearance made Nappa's pupils shrink, and he suddenly felt something was wrong. The next second, a chill came from behind. Naba subconsciously wanted to turn around to defend, but it was too late. Vegeta hit his back with a kick in the sky, and the huge force swept through Naba's entire body. Naba, attacked by powerful forces, lost control of her body and rushed straight into the sky like a rocket. The pain of tearing muscles on his back made Naba look ferocious, but as a scion, he would not fall down so easily. After lifting to 100 meters, he forcibly regained control of his body, but before Naba could take a breath, Vegeta raised his hand and fired a destructive energy cannon to attack him. Naba could only resist head-on and raise his arms to form a defensive posture. Boom! A shocking sound was heard, and the explosion of fire covered the sky, and thick flames covered the sky of the arena. Everyone in the audience was frightened by this unimaginable battle, especially looking at the terrifying explosion in the sky. Their eyes were dull and they could not come back to their senses for a long time. What a terrifying scene this is! If it weren't for the protective cover, the audience would have been swept by the explosion. Thanks to the wonderful explanation from the blonde referee, everyone knows that this is the chi wave attack that martial artists can emit after practicing chi, which is so powerful that they can break the mountain and crack the earth. You shouldn't be solved so easily, right, Naba? Vegeta looked at the fire that had not yet dissipated in the sky and said to himself. The next second, a strong wind broke out in the sky. As the storm swept, the explosion flames were dispersed, and Naba's slightly embarrassed body reflected everyone's eyes. Vegeta, feeling the scorching pain on his body, Naba's face looked very ugly. Although it was expected that Vegeta's strength was very strong, he did not expect that Vegeta's combat ability had reached this level. In close combat, all his tricks were seen through and resolved, which was not good for him. But this is exactly what he wants. The stronger Vegeta, the greater the pressure it puts on himself, and this battle is more meaningful. Vegeta on the ring looked at Naba in the air, moving his limbs, and the wicked smile on his face became stronger and stronger. You played enough just now, right? Now it's my turn, Naba. After the word came, a sharp light flashed in Vegeta's eyes, and his whole body burst out instantly, rushing straight for Naba like a phantom. Who is afraid of whom? I am no longer the Naba who was afraid of you before. Seeing this scene, Naba gritted her teeth, burst into an aura and forced her to hit her, and started a head-on confrontation with Vegeta. Boom! There was a shocking sound. A dazzling white light shone in the air. Fierce battle broke out. Bang, 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 bang. There were constant harsh explosions from the sky. Naba and Vegeta were in a high-speed shuttle collision. The two were as fast as lightning. Except for the Earth Warriors, ordinary people could not see it at all, and could only hear the continuous explosions in the space. The two sides fought in mid-air, constantly teetering, and seemed to be evenly matched, and no one could get the advantage. The blonde referee located below the ring was explaining the exciting battle with his passionate voice. The people in the audience were stimulated by this fierce battle, and were moved by his voice, and they began to shout. The battle lasted not long, and the seemingly even battle quickly reversed. After thoroughly understanding Naba's general combat effectiveness under normal conditions, Vegeta did not plan to continue playing with Naba. Bang! Pound! Two muffled sounds in succession. Vegeta and Naba were linked together, and both of them burst out with extremely powerful force to press towards each other. Logically speaking, the power that Naba's strong body can explode should be several times that of Vegeta, but in terms of strength alone, Vegeta is not inferior to Naba at all, even more than Naba. Be strong. No matter how Naba exerts his strength, Vegeta will resolve it with the same force. It has indeed become much stronger, but it is not enough to face this prince at this level. I won't play with you anymore, Naba. After saying that, Vegeta suddenly exerted his strength with both hands and pushed Naba's. He bounced his hands away and kicked out with force, hitting Naba's abdomen. Naba, who was hit hard, was repelled more than 10 meters away. The severe pain in his abdomen made Naba grin, and his face looked very ugly. This was just beginning. In a blink of an eye, Vegeta quickly advanced to Naba and launched a fierce attack. The prince's tactics fully attacked Naba. Start an attack. The powerful iron fist continued to sweep Naba's body like a tornado. The continuous and powerful attack made Naba feel unprecedented pressure. Vegeta's prince tactics are an offensive method that can maximize the offensive. Although Naba has become much stronger and has done a good job in defense, his defense is in vain in the face of Vegeta's prince tactics. Not enough to see, but after a few rounds, Naba's defense was forcibly shattered by Vegeta. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta accumulated strong power and planned to defeat Naba with one move. If this punch hit, even if Naba's physical strength is excellent, he will definitely not be able to recover for a while. The King of Realm Fist. At the critical moment, Naba shouted, "It has reached this point, and there is no need to hide the tricks at the bottom of the box." As the blood-colored evil spirit expanded, Naba's combat power increased sharply, and his blood erupted. He grabbed Vegeta's wrist with his left hand. The powerful force squeezed Vegeta's fist could not move forward at all. What? Wait, this move is Vegeta's face changed when his fist was blocked. He recalled something and tried again. Under normal circumstances, circumstances he had to use absolute power to suppress Naba. Although Naba's combat power has exceeded tens of millions of points with twice the blessing of the Realm King Fist, this power has been forcibly improved through the Realm King Fist. In the face of Vegeta's real strength, he still fell into a disadvantage. Knowing that he couldn't stop it, Naba yelled with gritted teeth and clenched his fist with his other hand. He wanted to regain the dominance of the battle, but Vegeta would not do as he wished. The attack momentum is indeed good, but unfortunately, it's far worse than me. Vegeta dodged Naba's attack, and the next second, his right hand was tightly clasped, and his fist that condensed with golden aura broke through the air. Wave it out, pound! The unstoppable super punch hit Naba's face, and the terrible force swept Naba's whole body, but it instantly overturned Naba's body and knocked him away. Naba, who was attacked by Vegeta's heavy punch, had a brief trance in his consciousness. Damn it, even if you use the King of Realm Fist. Naba's consciousness returned, feeling the scorching pain on his face, and felt a sense of grievance. After recovering, his eyes kept wandering in the arena space, but found that Vegeta was missing. Vegeta's shadow has been lost in his sight, and he cannot feel Vegeta's aura in his breath. This situation made Naba feel a little panic. I'm still as dull as before. I've been behind you for a long time. Vegeta's voice slowly came from behind Naba. Hearing the sound, Naba was shocked and immediately set off to quickly distance himself from him. So fast speed, I didn't even notice it at all. Naba looked at Vegeta, who was moving in front of him at some point, and couldn't help but take a breath. Vegeta's strength is far stronger than he thought. If you just rely on the King of Realms, you are not Vegeta's opponent at all. Change into Naba quickly. Don't say that I don't give you a chance. If you don't transform into a Super Saiyan again, don't blame me for being rude. After saying that, Vegeta's eyes became extremely sharp. His cold eyes stared at Naba, making his heart shudder. This is Vegeta's last warning to Naba and the last chance he gave Naba. Hearing this, Naba's eyes became extremely solemn, and a golden light flashed through his deep eyes. Then come on, Vegeta. Naba had made up his mind. The next second, Naba clenched his fist, his muscles tightened, his forehead was bulging, and his low cry continued to burst out. Crazy. The golden aura lingers around Naba like a raging fire. Because of her lack of hair, Naba successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan, but there was no big change. After his aura was stable, Naba's combat power limit soared to 260 million points. Is this your Super Saiyan? The breath is indeed amazing. Vegeta's eyes looked up and down at Naba. In just a few short glances, he could see what level Naba's strength is roughly at. The strength is not bad, but it is only limited to good. You are so proud of Vegeta, who is stronger and weaker before you can know. Transform. Let me see your Super Saiyan. Naba's eyes were firm, waiting for Vegeta's transformation. Body. He is ready to face the Vegeta Super Saiyan. As you wish. As soon as the word fell, a golden light flashed in Vegeta's eyes. The surging S cells in the body are mobilized and gathered towards the center of the spine behind. Crack. The golden aura drove the unparalleled pressure to expand with Vegeta as the center, and golden arcs exploded around his body. His anger continued to transform between black and gold, and this extremely powerful aura expanded without hesitation. Naba, who felt the intensity of this breath at close range, felt cold sweat slid down her cheek. He could truly feel how powerful the aura that Vegeta burst out now was. Dring. Accompanied by Vegeta, a loud shout spread golden light around him, and a strong aura swept across the world, causing a storm. Blonde hair and blue eyes. The first level of Super Saiyan is completed. In fact, he could complete the first level transformation of the Super Saiyan in one go, but in order to let Naba feel his power carefully, he slowed down the pace of transformation. At this moment, everyone was watching, and the two Super Saiyans were floating at a height of 100 meters to confront each other. The ordinary people in the audience were already shocked by this scene and could not come back to their senses. They kept wiping their eyes, fearing that they would have hallucinations. After repeated confirmation, it was confirmed that this was true. Transformed. Blonde Warrior. Chapter 197. Beyond the Super Saiyan. I finally transformed into a Super Saiyan. This level of battle is a little interesting, otherwise it would be just the small fight just now, without any fun. The old King of Kings in a corner of the audience stroked his chin, said to himself he almost fell asleep when the boring fight just now. Now that the Super Saiyan is on the stage, he has cheered up a little. Whether it is Naba or Vegeta, the aura they burst out is amazing, and the next battle will be very exciting. The King of the East Realm sighed. The god servant Jebet is very smart and acts as a little transparent person without saying a word. In fact, for them, Vegeta and Naba's strength is not worth mentioning. After all, their combat power is more than 1 billion. Vegeta and Naba have hundreds of millions of combat power. On the other side, Angel Battles and Destruction God Elephant Pa also cheered up a little after seeing the two transformed. It seems that there is finally a slightly decent game. Lord Xiongpa. Angel Battles said to Xiongpa, the destruction god beside him. Elephant Pa continued his disdain. Although the aura that these two Scions burst out was one dimension high, higher. In his eyes they were just two slightly more powerful ants in the back-end waiting area. After seeing Naba and Vegeta transform into Super Saiyans, each of them had their own thought. There are worries, expectations, and of course there are excitement. The real battle is about to unfold, no longer as boring as before. After turning into a Super Saiyan, Naba's combat power reached 260 million points while Vegeta had 500 million points. Larry revealed the combat power index of the two through virtual glasses. Although the combat effectiveness is so different, Naba may not lose in this battle. It's just the beginning, Leitai said to himself with his hands folded in his chest. Naba has grown very fast in the past 2 years and he should have a trump card. Otherwise he would not face Vegeta like this. Continue to watch the game. They will soon show a wonderful showdown. Talit kept his original expression. Leitai and Celery nodded when he heard this. Everyone on the side also calmed down. However, Niru and Bic were greatly stimulated and could not be easily calmed down. Their strength is indeed far less than that of Naba and Vegeta today. Rhaegar was extremely excited because his longing opponent finally began to display his real skills one after another. In the air above the ring, Naba and Vegeta maintain the Super League form to confront each other. The combat power of over 100 million levels, just an invisible expansion of aura, is enough to razor everything around you to the ground. If Angel Weiss hadn't been here to stay and use the power of the angel to strengthen the space and form protection, otherwise it would have been so calm. Vegeta held his chest with his hands, his face proud, and seemed to have no attack, but in fact he had already begun to test Naba. His powerful aura invisibly pressed towards Naba's body, which brought invisible pressure on Naba and also gave Naba a huge mental impact. Faced with Vegeta's aura, Naba felt a lot of pressure and was mentally impacted. Her face was heavy and she was stunned, motionless. Damn it, it's just that the invisible aura makes me dare not act rashly. Naba was observing Vegeta with all his attention, looking for Vegeta's flaws. However, after observing for a long time, he could not find a suitable opportunity to make a move. Vegeta looks full of flaws, but in fact he is impeccable. If he is not careful, he will be hit by a terrifying blow. What's wrong? Are you planning to stand there for the rest of your life? If you are afraid of my power, just abstain from it. I won't blame you. After all, I am the Prince of the Scion. It's not a shame to admit defeat to the Prince thing. Seeing that Naba had not taken action for a long time, Vegeta chose to stimulate Naba with a provocation. Sure enough, after hearing his ridicule, Naba immediately couldn't sit still. Stop kidding, Vegeta. Naba, who was angry in his heart, burst out quickly with aura. The golden aura was burning all over his body and he rushed straight to Vegeta like a rushing beast. This is the only way to be true. Vegeta was intrigued. He had already seen through Naba's combat trajectory and did not take the initiative to attack. Instead, he focused on defense and dealt with Naba's all-offensive methods. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. One after another, the sound of breaking through the air sounded. Naba's iron fist cut through the space and bursts of sonic booms came from him. His fist was almost at a loss and he put all his strength into every attack. Infinite destructive power, enough to break a huge mountain. It's a pity that the offensive is more than enough, but the speed is lacking. Vegeta saw through all Naba's moves in the previous battle. Now, no matter how Naba attack, he can't do anything to him. He doesn't need to think through his brain, but just needs his body to react on his own and can easily avoid all Naba's attack. The battle continues to heat up. Naba's continuous fist and feet attacks swept through Vegeta's body like a storm, but failed to cause any effective damage to Vegeta. Damn it, this guy saw through my offensive path. I had to change my combat methods and could no longer continue to fight with him in close combat. Naba's brain was running rapidly, looking for a way to break the deadlock. At this moment, a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind, and his 5 fingers in his right hand accumulated strength, slammed his fist, and rushed straight to Vegeta's chest. This time, Vegeta did not dodge, crossed his arms and made a defensive posture, easily blocking Naba's devastating punch. Is it only this level, Naba? Vegeta's mouth raised confidently, and the prince's arrogance was fully reflected. Don't be too happy too early, Vegeta. Naba responded to Vegeta's words and suddenly shone a golden light on his fist. Suddenly, boom, there was a loud bang. The energy condensed above Naba's fist exploded. Vegeta, who was completely unexpected, was caught off guard by this blow and was knocked back more than 10 meters away. But only with this level of explosion, Vegeta cannot be hurt. If you have any other means, just take it out, otherwise you will have no chance later. Naba. Vegeta hooked at Naba and smiled confidently. In the face of absolute strength, no matter what means, it is some inequality trick. Hearing this, Naba did not answer, but just nodded coldly. Immediately afterward, the energy rhythm in his whole body caused layers of ripples in space. His aura was rising, and a golden energy ball flashed in his hands. Come on, Vegeta! With a hysterical shout, Naba's hands danced quickly, and dense energy bombs shot out from his hands like a overwhelming net, urging Vegeta full bombing. Is the coverage bombing? There is a little shadow of this prince, but you seem to have used the wrong occasion. This kind of attack has no effect except wasting physical strength. Vegeta waved his hands and his fierce golden aura was turned into an unstoppable shock wave of destruction, hitting Naba's energy bomb. Bang! A energy bomb was detonated, and the chain effect it had was that all energy bombs exploded one after another. Boom! The explosion of fire covered most of the sky. The scorching flames expanded rapidly as if they were about to swallow everything but were trapped in a certain range by a mysterious force. Vegeta hummed his chest with his hands and sneered, but he didn't seem to notice, and he was also trapped. These energy bomb attacks are just a trick. Naba's real ultimate skill is about to take shape. Aren't you planning to show up? That prince is not polite. Vegeta waved his hand again, and the powerful storm expanded, directly tearing the wall of flames in front of him. The scene that caught my eye made Vegeta's pupils shrink suddenly, and he felt that something was wrong. Naba's mouth was opened, and an unparalleled mass of energy brewed in Naba's throat, but in the blink of an eye, it shot out and headed straight for Vegeta. Not good. Feeling the strong destructive power of this move, Vegeta did not dare to neglect. Without time to dodge, he could only hurry to mobilize his energy, cross his arms to form a defensive posture. Naba's energy cannon hit Vegeta accurately and triggered a super explosion that shocked the world. Boom! The aftermath of the explosion hit all directions, causing ripples in space, and the scorching flames were limited to a certain range by the invisible barrier. This attack was terrifying enough to smash an extremely huge star body into pieces in an instant. This is what you underestimated me, Vegeta. Naba couldn't help but feel complacent. Naba is still very confident about his improved version of the super tweet. Although Vegeta is powerful, it will definitely not feel good if he is hit by this energy cannon at such a close distance. However, he was handsome for only 3 seconds before Naba could be arrogant for a while. The smoke in front of him dissipated, and Vegeta's intact posture came into his sight. Naba was stunned when she witnessed this scene with her own eyes and was completely stunned. How is this possible? You have nothing to do, Naba repeatedly confirmed, unable to believe the situation in front of him. The energy wave he had released with all his might failed to hurt Vegeta's slightest. The destructive power of this attack is indeed good. If the attack is faster, maybe I may be hurt by you. It's a pity that there are not so many ifs in this world. Vegeta's golden arrogance burned around him. The aura burst out in full swing, which means he is about to start a counterattack. Naba, who knew Vegeta's fighting style, immediately put on a battle posture and was ready to welcome Vegeta's attack at any time. I hope you won't be defeated by this prince so easily, Naba. After the words came, Vegeta turned into a golden aurora and rushed out suddenly, sprinting to Naba with lightning speed and pouring his whole body into his body. The iron fist of power rushed straight to Naba's face. Seeing this, Naba subconsciously raised her hand to block it. Pound! A powerful blow instantly repelled Naba to more than 10 meters away. The pain in his arms made Naba's mind feel extremely heavy. This is just the beginning, and Vegeta would not let Naba go so easily. But in a blink of an eye, Vegeta rushed out again and rushed into Naba quickly. The prince used his tactics and attacked Naba's body with a fierce attack like a storm. Bang, bang, bang. One dull explosion after another burst of noise. The collision between the two limbs caused layers of sonic booms in the space. Vegeta's offensive was extremely fierce, fast and fierce, but in just a few seconds Naba's defense showed signs of defeat, and there was a situation where he could not stand it. Understanding that he was defeated, Naba chose to fight in a roundabout way. The rapid violent aura shook Vegeta back, maintaining a relatively safe distance from Vegeta and using energy bombs to interfere with Vegeta's actions. This kind of boring little trick is useless to me, Naba. Vegeta disdained and danced his fist quickly, shattering all the energy bombs released by Naba. In an understatement, the energy bomb attack could not stop Vegeta's footsteps, and Naba's face became extremely ugly. Swoosh! A sound of breaking through the air sounded. Vegeta's figure arrived in front of Naba like a dawn light. At this extreme speed, Naba had no time to react. Pound! A sound of flesh entering the flesh sounded. Vegeta's iron fist was deeply embedded in Naba's abdomen. Naba's painful facial features were distorted. If it weren't for the years of exercise that increased his physical strength very high, he would have lost his combat ability under Vegeta's punch. Vegeta did not hold back. Bang, pound, bang, pound. Continuous punches and feet hit Naba's body. What's wrong? After you transform into a Super Saiyan, are you only able to fight to this level? Are you that's all? Naba. Vegeta clasped his hands together and smashed them down like a meteor hammer. Hit Naba's back. Bang. The power of this attack was extremely terrifying, and Naba instantly lost control of his body. Naba, who was hit hard, fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Boom. Under his impact, the entire area vibrated, and a huge pit was smashed into the huge ring. Under such a powerful attack, everyone in the waiting area in the backstage was worried about Naba. Just when everyone thought that Naba had already lost, Naba in the center of the giant pit stood up tremblingly. The veins on the forehead were raised like an angry beast. He raised his gaze. A hole broke on his forehead, and the blood blood from the falling eyes stained red. Staring at Vegeta in the air, Naba's eyes became more serious. I knew it was the result, but the battle was not over yet. Vegeta, let you see the power of me surpassing the Super Saiyan. Naba shouted. His aura suddenly changed, and his golden aura expanded, which drove his body to expand. Since he was able to become a Super League, Naba has been practicing breakthroughs. He has never been lazy and has now practiced the second and third stages of Super League. Chapter 198. Naba is eliminated. The list of the top 16 is released. As Naba's energy explosion became stronger and stronger, his Super Saiyan's first and third stage also stabilized. The powerful aura, unparalleled sense of oppression, and Naba's already sturdy body give people the feeling of a human-shaped monster. With the support of the first and third stages of the Super Saiyans, Naba's combat power index directly exceeded 350 million points and is still improving. This is the case with simple data. If it is actually fought, Naba's explosive combat power may even exceed 400 million points. Naba, who had transformed and looked up at Vegeta in the air with a serious expression. At this moment he looked down at Vegeta, looking down at Naba, and a trace of surprise flashed deep in his eyes. Then the corners of his mouth raised lightly, and the prince's confident smile appeared. It's really surprising that you have surpassed the ordinary Super Saiyans, but do you think you are the only one who surpasses the Super Saiyan? This prince will open your eyes. Haha. As the words came to an end, a golden light flashed through Vegeta's eyes. Crazy. The next second, the golden aura around him erupted like an erupting volcano. The powerful aura hit the four directions and caused the entire Papaya Island to shake. Vegeta's breath was extremely high, and the unparalleled aura was formed in an instant. This scene shocked everyone in the waiting area in the background. With their eyesight, how could it be impossible to see what level Vegeta has reached? Especially Talat, Leitai Solari, and Sun Wukong all clearly understand that this is the first level full power state of the Super Saiyan. I didn't expect that he had grown to this point and he had mastered the full power of the first level Super Saiyan. Leitai exclaimed in surprise. It can only be said that Vegeta's talent is indeed great. If it were the other party in the past, he was also given guidance from Talat, but he was afraid that his strength was far more than that now, and he would even be above him. Unfortunately, there are not so many ifs in this world, and he is indeed too far ahead of Vegeta. Although the Super Saiyan's first level full power is of course beneficial, in his eyes at this time, it is no longer enough. High aura. Vegeta's combat effectiveness has exceeded 800 million points now. Solari saw Vegeta's combat effectiveness index through virtual glasses and said, with the numbers, everyone has a more accurate understanding of Vegeta's strength. Taro nodded without saying a word, just watching Vegeta, who was constantly raising his breath in the air. He reached his level of strength, and his body, soul, and insight have ushered in qualitative changes in all aspects. Vegeta is showing very powerful at the moment, but Talat knew that this is probably not his entire power. Vegeta is still hidden. This battle is becoming more and more interesting. Vegeta, you deliberately hide your strength just to give us greater surprises, right? It is not difficult for Talat to guess Vegeta's intention. After all, as the Prince of the Saiyan, he has the right direction. After the strong training over the past 2 years, if he achieves only the first level full power of the Super Saiyan, that would be too bad. After all, they have already created a way out and have reached more than 2, 3, and even 4. Sun Wukong, who was standing by, was watching Vegeta's surge in strength in the sky more seriously at this time. The transformation of the first level full power of the Super Saiyan is not only Vegeta, he has also achieved it, but the intensity of the aura that Vegeta burst out far exceeded that of him now. Sun Wukong knew in his heart that Uncle Ba really fell into trouble this time. Tianjin Fan and Klin were gasping for air. They were already worried that if the opponent they met in the quarterfinals was Vegeta, they might not be able to hold on for a few rounds and would be killed instantly. Laga, Niru, and Bic, the three of them have different expressions. Rhaegar's expression was dull, and his passionate fighting spirit was faintly revealed in his eyes. As the most powerful Namek in the current era, Rhaegar is looking forward to fighting Vegeta. I believe that will definitely be very interesting. As for Niru and Bic, neither of them spoke and continued to watch the battle. On the ring, Naba felt the powerful aura emitted from Vegeta and felt great pressure. Super Saiyan's first level full power. Have you reached this point? Naba said unwillingly with a serious expression. It's just a mere Super Saiyan first level full power. Is it strange that I have mastered it? Vegeta hugged his chest with his hands and looked down at Naba in the posture of a winner. Naba clenched his fist and gritted his teeth. The golden aura continued to explode. Unwilling to end it, he rushed straight to Vegeta to attack. So what about full power? He must prove himself. Good, come, this is your last chance, Naba. Vegeta was calm and waited for Naba's attack. Naba, who rushed over, tried his best to launch a strong attack on Vegeta. The dense fist and foot attacks were pouring towards Vegeta with terrifying pressure. The destructive power of each attack was extremely strong. It would definitely not be a good idea for a strong man man of the same level to be beaten. But unfortunately, Vegeta's strength is not on the same level as his. With the blessing of the first and third stages of the Super Saiyan, Naba's power has increased to its limit, but this is achieved by sacrificing speed. No matter how powerful an attack is, it will be useless if it fails to hit the opponent. In contrast, Vegeta, with the support of the first level full power of the Super Saiyan, surpassed Naba in all aspects of speed, strength, reaction, defense, etc. He didn't even need to deliberately dodge to disintegrate that. All the offensives played with the opponent in their palms. After a few rounds, Naba's attack failed to touch Vegeta at all. Instead, he himself, because of his rapid attack, his physical energy was consumed too much, his speed slowed down, and his breath suddenly decreased. Now you understand the shortcomings of this form, right, Naba? After the words came, Vegeta seized the opportunity and waved his strong iron fist out, hitting Naba's face. Pound. There was a loud noise. Naba, who was hit hard, fell from the sky like a meteorite, falling heavily on the arena. This punch made Naba dizzy and his consciousness became dazed. Vegeta's fist was very heavy, so heavy that it almost took him to a second. But how could Naba admit defeat so easily? He gritted his teeth and forced himself to stabilize his body with his tenacious willpower, and stood up again tremblingly. Vegeta saw this scene. I can stand up again after enduring this heavy blow from my prince. My willpower is worthy of praise, but this battle is over, Naba. After saying that, Vegeta clenched his hands tightly and the golden aura continued to come from him. The body exploded completely. How powerful is the combat power of more than 800 million under the full power state? He wants to eliminate Naba in one go. Hey. The breath rose to the peak and Vegeta dived at full speed, turning into a golden meteor and colliding towards Naba. I'm not over yet. Super Realm King's Fist. Naba gritted his teeth and took the initiative. At this moment, the Super World King's Fist was used and the blood and energy all over the body burst out and the combat power was extremely expanding, but in the blink of an eye, it exceeded nearly 4,100 million, 700 million combat power. Naba rushed out of the deep pit and faced Vegeta head-on. The two fists with infinite destructive power collided at this moment. Boom! The deafening roar sounded. Both sides were subjected to the backlash of power at the same time. Naba was forced back to the ring, while Vegeta was knocked into the sky. The attack was offset and he was defeated, which made Vegeta look ugly. Looking down at Naba, who was surrounded by blood, made Vegeta a little angry. This is another move. Come again, Vegeta! Naba shouted loudly. Hearing this, Vegeta was unmoved. This move, called the King of Realms, is indeed very unusual, but when you use the King of Realms to fight me in the state of a Super Saiyan, you really want to die, Naba? Vegeta knew. Naba, the situation is not good now. This power was completely exchanged for the other party's life. As long as he delays the time a little, it won't take long for Naba to lose his combat ability due to excessive physical energy consumption, and the worst result will even lead to a death from a body explosion. But Vegeta would never use such despicable means. Since Naba used the Super World King Fist to fight him at any cost, then he would give him dignity. One blow determines the outcome. Crack! Vegeta exploded with blue and white electric arc, and his entire aura instantly sublimated, and his golden anger turned into a golden vertical hair. His attack was as fast as thunder, and his iron fist, which was filled with powerful strength in his body, hit Naba's abdomen. Pound! There was a muffled sound. This powerful blow hit Naba's abdomen, and the terrible force penetrated Naba's body and stirred his internal organs. At this moment, Naba's eyes were dull and his breath dissipated. The state of the Super World King Fist and the state of the Super Saiyan disappeared at the same time. Although I feel unwilling to fail, but reality is so cruel. Naba, who was hit hard, fell to the ground and could no longer get up. At this moment, the winner has been decided. After defeating Naba, Vegeta quickly removed the transformation and looked down at Naba, who was unconscious in the form of a winner, with a hint of recognition in his eyes. You have indeed become different than before, Naba. After that, Vegeta turned around and looked at the referee. Seeing this scene, the blonde referee recovered and hurriedly announced that Vegeta won and successfully advanced to the top 16. Naba, who was knocked out, was urgently carried to the rest area by medical staff to prevent life-threatening danger. Of course, as soon as he arrived in the backstage area, Talit had taken over Naba and gave him a fairy bean. The effect of fairy beans not only cures Naba's injuries but also allows Naba to break through the limit and become stronger. The normal situation has reached at least 7 million point. With the final battle between Vegeta and Naba ended, the final decisive battle of the top 32 also came to an end. The list of people entering the top 16 is released. Under the explanation of the blonde referee, there will be an hour of intermission used to restore the player's strength. During this process, there will be some special performances and a list of matches to the quarterfinals of 16 selected. In the audience, it seems that the Saiyan named Vegeta is still hiding his strength. His form seems to have changed in the moment of explosion just now. Badoz's keen insight and saw clearly what had just happened. In this world, nothing can be hidden from the eyes of an angel. Even so, this power is just that, but I remember that their Scion transformation seemed to be called Super Scion second level. It's a really twisted name. Obviously not too much, the big changes are so complicated. Xiongpa complained. Opposite their location, the King of the East Realm, the King of the Old Realm, and the God Servant Jebet also commented on the battle. What a wonderful fierce battle, Lord Ancestor. The King of the East Realm turned to the old King of the Old Realm and said. At this moment the old King God showed a thoughtful expression as if he was thinking about something and turned a deaf ear to the question of the King God in the East. King God. This made the face of the King of the East Realm beside him full of embarrassment. Super VIP indoor. Everyone is talking and laughing here and communicating constantly. The knockout round of the top 32 has ended. Although Naba lost in the last game, he played very well. The failure of this battle to appear in danger means that there should be no major problems in the future. In the rest area behind the scene, the eyes of everyone looking at Vegeta changed subtly. They all underestimated Vegeta. This guy is hiding very deeply. I'm afraid only he knows how strong his specific real combat power index is. Vegeta didn't care about everyone's gaze but just sat alone in front of a table. He didn't say anything, nor did he care about other people's gazes, and quietly waited for the quarterfinals to advance to the quarterfinals that will begin in an hour. Of course he seemed to have done nothing, but in fact he was also experiencing it. Because of the battle with Naba, he benefited a lot. What about BA? After he recovered, he was not only true the strength has increased and the realm has also loosened, and it has vaguely touched the threshold of full power. After this martial arts conference, he could master the full power of the first level Super Saiyan as long as he focused on practicing for a period of time. 1 hour is not long or short. In fact, the waiting process must be long. Talit took advantage of this time to take out the fairy beans and divided them into 5. First, everyone's lives are guaranteed, and second, they can replenish their physical strength in a timely manner. After all, no matter who wins and loses next, the energy will be consumed due to the battle. Talit naturally did not forget Vegeta. Although this guy has been alone, he has been together for 2 years. Moreover, he used a lot of physical strength to fight with Naba before. If he did not have the peak strength, then the subsequent battle would be difficult unless he drew an ordinary person as an opponent in the promotion match. Vegeta did not refuse, nor did he feel embarrassed to eat fairy beans. After taking the 5 fairy beans, he did not eat them immediately, as if he thought that now was not the time to eat. I just want to make sure that the opponent is necessary to see if there is any need to eat it. Chapter 199 Fate Duel Sun Wukong vs Pick. Soon, an hour of halftime quietly passed. The audience was crowded from beginning to end. No one left. They were waiting, and every audience was shouting that the competition was about to start quickly. The battle at this world's #1 martial arts conference has inspired their inexplicable desire. Under the passionate commentary of the blonde referee, the list of players who advanced to the quarterfinals of 16 and advanced to the quarterfinals of 8 were released. Game 1, Talat vs Chopper King. Game 2, Sun Wukong vs Pick. Game 3, Clint vs Werewolf. Game 4, Neilo vs Tianjin Fan. Game 5, Laga vs Fighter Tiger. Game 6, Vegeta vs Dinosaur Superman. Game 7, Fighter Rag vs Boxer Zaki. In the 8th game, Latais vs Solari. What even Talit unexpectedly was that he was not only the first to appear, but also his opponent was King Chopper, who was famous in the early days of the original work. As the two stood on the ring, the battle had not yet begun. The arrogant King Chopper had already made harsh words. He didn't see anything great about Talit in the round of 16 games, and he also thought that Talit and the others had bribed their opponent. In short, it is the limit that Talit can reach the top 16 by using dirty means. When he meets him, he will use his fame skills to eliminate Talit. Talit didn't care about the clamor of this small character and yawned boredly, waiting for the blonde referee to announce the start of the game. The match begins. The blonde referee knew that Talit was not simple, so he glanced at King Chopper with contempt. After a command, the first game of the quarterfinals 8 promotion officially began. As the game started, King Chopper rushed straight to Talit and came up with 8-hand fists. However, in Talit's eyes, this was just a boring trick. Go down. Talit casually raised his hand and waved it. A slap fell on King Chopper's face in an understatement. Under this slap, King Chopper had no power to resist, and he flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and landed outside the ring. The arrogant just now. The miserable thing is now, and several of my teeth have fallen off. In fact, if King Chopper was a little polite, Talit would not mind dealing with him like he did with Satan. Of course, Talit didn't use much force, and his control over his power reached an extremely perfect level. This slap only made King Chopper doubt his life and not die. The blonde referee had long anticipated this scene. He trotted off the ring and confirmed the situation of King Chopper. After finding that he was not dead, he immediately announced that the first game was won by Talit. After all, the rules of the competition clearly stipulate one thing: if the opponent is killed by mistake, he will lose the qualification even to participate. It's so boring. I thought I could meet Kakarot or Vegeta, but in other words, I'm pretty lucky. Talit blew up and turned around regardless of what others thought. After getting off the arena, he walked towards the backstage area. The first game ended in a dramatic way, which naturally caused many people to abuse. However, some people have seen the reputation. After all, the previous battle was too intense. It was a complete showdown between Superman. The second game, Sun Wukong fights Bic. This made everyone cheer up because this would be another duel between experts. Bic's strength has long been different from the past, but Sun Wukong's strength is also unfathomable and unpredictable. On the ring, Sun Wukong and Bic confronted each other, and their expressions were extremely cautious. They secretly accumulate strength and are ready to deal with sudden attacks at any time. I didn't expect that my opponent this time would be you, Bic. Sun Wukong clenched his fist, very excited. Sun Wukong, I have been waiting for this battle for a long time. Turtle Fairy is your master. In fact, the target of my visit this time is not only Turtle Fairy but also his disciples. As a scion, you are undoubtedly the strongest. Bic's eyes were sharp and he locked in Sun Wukong. Is that true? It seems that you and I have a resonance. From the moment I see you again, I have looking forward to a fight with you. It turns out that my premonition is very accurate. Sun Wukong posed for battle and said with a high spirit of fighting. Bic did not speak anymore but responded with a light hum. He also acted in a battle posture, stared at Sun Wukong with his eyes, looking for an opportunity to make a move. The auras between the strong men impacted each other, and this situation made the blonde referee feel stressed but extremely excited. As the champion of the last World #1 Martial Arts Conference, Sun Wukong's powerful strength is undoubtedly, but the strength of this player named Bic in front of him should not be underestimated. The top 16 easily crushed the Turtle Fairy as a master. You can imagine how powerful it is. There was already a lot of noise in the audience. The match start. Under such circumstances, the second game of the quarterfinals promotion began with the order of the blonde referee. Swoosh, swoosh. Two consecutive sounds of breaking through the air sounded. The moment the game was announced, Sun Wukong and Bic rushed out at the same time, and the two rushed towards each other quickly and started a close-fitting fight. The attacks were constantly on each other, attacking and defending, chasing and fighting. The speed of both sides was so fast that the naked eye could not easily see clearly, and they were like phantoms and colliding in all corners of the ring. In addition to the soldiers in the backstage who could see the two of them clearly, only those gods could see clearly in the audience. Other ordinary people only saw vague fierce battles, and bursts were heard from time to time. The fierce battle between Sun Wukong and Bic continued to heat up, and both of them were testing each other. Although this is not a life and death battle, it is also an old problem that Sun Wukong cannot change. He will test it first when facing any opponent and will not give out all his strength. Although Bic is also testing, he has figured out Sun Wukong's general strength under normal circumstances in just a few rounds of confrontation. Since you don't plan to turn into a Super Saiyan on your own initiative, then I can't blame me. Bic made a decision in his heart. Crazy. A gust of wind blew, and Bic's white aura exploded, and he directly showed 2/10 of his strength. So strong aura. Feeling the powerful aura of Bic's explosion, Sun Wukong's eyes lit up and was shocked by Bic's strength. Bang! There was a loud bang. Although Sun Wukong crossed his arms in front of him and defended him in time, the power of Bic's explosion was extremely arrogant, and the power of just one punch knocked Sun Wukong to the edge of the ring. Taking advantage of the victory to pursue, Bic quickly sprinted to Sun Wukong and launched a fierce attack without mercy. The practice on Namek has already tempered his melee ability and combat skills to the point of perfection. Compared with Sun Wukong's specially improved version of the Turtle Fairy flow combat method, it is not weak at all. Bic's sudden strong attack caught Sun Wukong off guard and could only defend himself. Do you have the only ability, Sun Wukong? As soon as he finished speaking, a cold light flashed in Bic's eyes. He seized the opportunity and hit Sun Wukong's jaw with a kick in the sky. Pound. There was a muffled sound. The huge power instantly overturned Sun Wukong's body and sent him into the air. The pain on his chin made Sun Wukong take a breath and realize that he could not continue to test, otherwise he would be beaten hard by Bic. Bic locked Sun Wukong in the air with his eyes and rushed out with both legs and headed straight for Sun Wukong to attack. The King of Realm Fist. With a loud shout, Sun Wukong directly used the King of Realm Fist twice, and his blood and energy burst out, and his combat power broke through to the 6 million point. While cleverly avoiding Bic's attack, he hit Bic in the face with a punch and knocked Bic back. The two of them were floating in the air, looking at each other from the air, and smiled on their faces at the same time. Bic raised his hand to wipe off a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, and a fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. Drain. The next second, Bic exerted his strength again, and the surging breath gushed out from his body like a torrent. The unparalleled aura hit all directions, and Bic directly took out half of his strength, and his combat power was so terrible that he directly reached the 15 million point mark. Sun Wukong was infected by the powerful aura that Big burst out, and his eyes showed a fiery fighting spirit. Since that's the case, 5 times the Realm King's fist. Sun Wukong once again increased the multiple of the Realm King's fist and controlled his breath to the same level as Big. The two of them's combat power soared to the 15 million points at the same time, and the fierce battle with a combat power exceeding tens of millions of points broke out. Boom! The moment the two collided, an extremely dazzling wave of aura expanded. At the moment when this wave of air bloomed, the two of them fought in a battle that was invisible to the naked eye, chasing and colliding in the sky. Their figures were as fast as lightning, and the shock waves generated by each collision were so thrilling. Two lights and shadows of white and red collided continuously in the air, followed by one harsh sonic boom after another. Sun Wukong and Big fought for dozens of rounds in a row, cracking each other dozens or hundreds of attack. Bang! Big's heavy punch hit Sun Wukong's heart. Pound! Sun Wukong's whip legs fell on Big's neck. The two were repelled at that time. It accumulates energy and shoots out an energy bomb to attack the opponent. Boom! The explosion of flames bloomed in mid-air. The two men who were in the explosion flames swirled quickly and finally landed smoothly. Both sides were very vigilantly watching each other, and neither of them took the lead in attacking. The first stage of the confrontation ended with a draw. Awesome! I didn't expect your strength to be improved to this level. It's incredible that my body began to be excited. Sun Wukong sighed. After the battle just now, the militant factors in his body have been completely awakened. Now he only feels the passion in his body, making him unable to control his desire to fight to the end. This is just the beginning. Sun Wukong. Big snorted coldly. He had figured out Sun Wukong's way of making moves, so there was no need to show mercy. Next, Big's arms crossed and the sleeping power in his body was awakened. A hysterical roar broke out from Big's mouth. His forehead was bulging with blue veins. His breath swelled around him, and his combat power was greatly increased. As I guess, you also hide a stronger power, but I am the same. Under the impact of Big's power, a hot flame burst out from Sun Wukong's eyes, and the blood and energy around him burst into stronger. At this moment, the tenfold Realm King fist was used. The blood and energy burst out in large quantities, and Sun Wukong's combat power increased to the same 30 million points as Big. Come on, Sun Wukong! With a loud shout, Big released a magic light cannon while raising his hand and attacking Sun Wukong. Come on! Sun Wukong, who was unwilling to be outdone, released a powerful energy cannon to fight it. Bang! Two energy beams with infinite destructive power collided, and the explosion shock wave vibrated in all directions. The moment the energy exploded, Sun Wukong and Big rushed towards each other at the same time. The fierce battle broke out again. Both sides were trying their best to suppress the other side. Based on their previous insights when fighting Sun Wukong, Big temporarily changed his fighting method and transformed his attack method into a special offensive that was extremely targeted at Sun Wukong. Every attack was rapid and powerful. Even Sun Wukong, whose combat power was equal to his, was completely suppressed by him at this moment. But even if he was suppressed, Sun Wukong showed extremely strong resilience. No matter how powerful Big's attack was, he could not break his defense. The two seized the opportunity, accumulated strength with their right fist, and shot at the same time. Bang! Pound! Both side fists fell on each other's face at the same time, and the powerful force distorted the other's facial features at the same time. At the same time, they endured a heavy punch from the other party, and their bodies quickly retreated again, and they did not stop until they fell to the edge of the ring. Turtle Sekigong Wave. Sun Wukong quickly condensed energy. In an instant, Turtle Sekigong Wave burst out from his palm. Super Magic Light Cannon. Big clasped his hands together, condensed energy at the fastest speed and released it. Two energy beams with infinite destructive power collided in the center of the ring, shooting out extremely terrifying lightning of destruction, and the ring was destroyed again. Enough. When are you planning to continue the status quo? Sun Wukong. At this moment, Big, who was angry, couldn't bear it anymore and shouted. Immediately afterward, the energy output from his hands increased by a huge circle, instantly overshadowing Sun Wukong's Turtle Sekigong Wave. Not good. Seeing this, Sun Wukong's pupils shrank rapidly, and he hurriedly cut off the energy output, avoiding the bombing of the super magic light cannon without any danger. However, the people in the audience were not so lucky. Those people saw the super magic light cannon coming straight to them, and they were frightened and began to flee in all directions. I completely forgot that there was an invisible barrier covering the audience and would not harm them. The moment Big's super magic light cannon touched this invisible barrier, it was absorbed by the strange power in the barrier and turned into nothing. This is the angel's method. As long as they think nothing can be done, this special energy barrier can avoid 100% of danger and devour some threat. It's so dangerous. It's okay. Sun Wukong breathed a sigh of relief and raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat off his forehead. He was still worried about the audience, but when he saw that it was okay, he felt completely relieved and could let go of his hands and feet to fight. PS. Promote a Pokemon full-on novel. Interested guys can go and have a look. There is a portal below. Chapter 200. The Power of the Dragon God. Sun Wukong advances. Transform. Sun Wukong, don't waste your and my time. Big began to urge impatiently. He doesn't need such boring battles. His purpose is to fight against Sun Wukong in the Super Saiyan state. Even if the outcome was a crushing defeat, he was willing to do so. Hearing this, Sun Wukong turned around to confront Big, and his aura continued to increase. Since you want to fight my Super Saiyan so much, I won't waste my time. Drink. With a loud shout, Sun Wukong decisively liberated the Super Sai energy pool in his body. The S cells in the body move rhythmically, quickly gathering at the center of the spine behind the back and gushing out in an instant. Crazy golden aura rose from the ground, and Sun Wukong's crab-like hairstyle turned into a golden angry hair, and his aura and combat power ushered in explosive growth. The momentum and pressure of the over 100 million level expanded towards all directions, and a powerful aura formed instantly, crushing the entire force. Big's aura. With the blessing of the first level of the Super Saiyan, Sun Wukong's combat power index has exceeded 150 million point. This level of strength is actually the same level as the original work when he first became a Super League. Now, it's 6 years earlier. The entire transformation process was completed in one go without causing any breath to leak out. From this we can see how skilled he has mastered the first level of the Super Saiyan. I'm afraid the current Super Saiyan status is not his full strength. He just turned into a Super Saiyan as Big's request. As for whether you have shown your true skills, it is hard to say. Have you finally transformed? Super Saiyan Big enlarged his perception and carefully felt the changes of Sun Wukong in front of him. The powerful aura emitted invisibly by the other party affected his mind to a certain extent. The feeling of up close is much clearer than the feeling of watching under the ring. Big can now clearly feel the strength gap between himself and Sun Wukong. The two are no longer in the same dimension, but even if the strength is huge, what if it is so different? We have to fight too. As you wish. I have become a Super Saiyan. Are you ready? Hick. Sun Wukong's mouth raised, showing a smile that was exclusive to him. It looks confident and as if it can defeat all enemies in the world. Stop being proud. The Bai Shun didn't say much, and raised his hand and fired a powerful energy cannon, attacking Sun Wukong from the front. Faced with Big's powerful energy cannon attack, Sun Wukong smiled slightly, without any idea of avoiding it. The moment the energy cannon approached, his eyes glared, his momentum condensed, and the invisible impact of the powerful force was released. But in an instant, this powerful energy cannon was blown into pieces by his aura. Just the momentum blocked the energy cannon released by Big with all his might. The gap between the strength of the two sides is self-evident. It's my turn, Big. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Wukong turned into a golden aurora and rushed straight to Big. The instantaneous advance made Bitten feel something was wrong, and the cells in the body were extremely dangerous at this moment. He instinctively wanted to avoid it, but Sun Wukong had already rushed forward and the iron fist wrapped in golden aura swung out unstoppable. Seeing this, Big subconsciously raised his arms to block it, but unfortunately he was still one step slower. Bang! A heavy punch hit Big in the chest. An unimaginable force penetrated Big's body, and pain swept through him. Big's face turned ashen and his body kept retreating until the edge of the ring stopped barely. This punch, Sun Wukong only used less than 50% of his skills, but he had reached the limit that Big could bear at present. How do you feel? This is the power of the Super Saiyan, Sun Wukong said confidently. He did this to make Big retreat. The moment he transformed into a Super Saiyan, the strength of both sides was no longer the same level. Bah! Big spit out a bloody phlegm and a smile appeared on his face. Seeing this smile, Sun Wukong was slightly stunned. Could it be that Big had a hidden backhand that he didn't take out? The Super Saiyan is indeed very powerful, but if it is only this level, it cannot defeat me. After that, Big began to burst out his breath, awakening the special feeling that was sleeping in his body. Bit by bit the power of his aura is increasing at an extremely fast speed, and his combat power is also increasing. Did you still hide your strength? That's great. Sun Wukong's eyes ignited a fighting spirit, and he was extremely looking forward to Big's full strength. At this moment, it is located in the rest area in the background. The warriors were extremely surprised and shocked as they watched Big's breath change. Especially Leitais and Solari, who were wearing virtual glasses, observed Big's combat effectiveness index in real time. Music power has improved very quickly. It seems that he has experienced a very difficult practice on the mic star. Now his combat power index has exceeded 60 million points. Solari exclaimed. When I met Big last time, the opponent's combat effectiveness index was only 200 points, but now it has exceeded 60 million points. This guy's talent is indeed very evil. This progress speed is much faster than we did back then. Is there any secret in him? Leitais fell into deep thought. Big's strength soared, reminding him of their game, the transformation of the Asian clan. Now, they have all become Super Saiyans through cultivation, so will the mics also have Super Nameks transformed? With the changes of the time, it seems that it is not impossible to reach today. Big may be that super might. On the side, Rhaegar and Near looked at each other and saw the look of surprise and joy in each other's eyes. Even they didn't know that Big had actually touched this power. Although it was only a preliminary touch, just this point is enough to improve Big's strength to an amazing level. It seems that sending him to the Mic Star to practice was the right decision. Thinking that he had grown to this point so soon, and he also realized that power in advanced talent thought secretly in his heart. Big's performance made him lit up. The special force that burst out from the opponent now was the same as the power that Rhaegar burst out at the beginning. That unknown and powerful force, and closely related to the dragon god. Although it is very weak, this weak part is enough to increase Big's strength to an amazing level. This breath is so amazing. After Clint felt Big's outburst of anger, a look of horror flashed across his face, feeling unbelievable about Big's strength. This fierce aura is far beyond his usual state. If Sun Wukong is replaced by him, he will be afraid that he will have to take out the King of Realm Fist to fight Big. Don't worry, although this aura is powerful, it is still not as good as Goku's Super Saiyan. Tianjin Fan analyzed calmly. The power of the Super Saiyan is like an insurmountable mountain blocking him, but he was also very excited. Today is different from the past. Although he was not sure to win against the Super Saiyan, he also had confidence that he would not be easily defeated. This is his progress. Naba, who was eliminated, was also shocked after feeling the soaring aura of Big. Unexpectedly, the combat power of the mechs could be improved to such a strong point. Even Vegeta was shocked by the increase in this aura and began to feel it carefully. On the ring, Big's ever-expanding aura reached the critical point and a golden light flashed faintly in the white aura around him. His combat effectiveness also soared to an astonishing 70 million points at this moment. Although there is still a considerable gap between Sun Wukong's 150 million points of combat power, it is already quite amazing to be able to improve his strength to this level in such a short time. Pros and cons. Sun Wukong praised Big from the heart. I don't need your praise. Come and fight. Sun Wukong. With a loud shout, Big jumped and attacked Sun Wukong at full speed. Okay, then I'll fight you as you wish. Sun Wukong's mouth curled up slightly and he used 6 excess powers to compete with Big. Bang! As the fists of both sides collided again, this exciting super hot war continued to unfold. Big's attack without any room for anything. His offensive was so fierce that every move was full of fatal threat. The attack without leaving any room for him allowed him to display his combat ability far exceeding his peers. But only this level of attack is nothing to Sun Wukong. In the Super Saiyan state, even though he deliberately lowered his strength, his eyesight was still there and his body's instinctive reaction was almost perfect. His powerful combat ability coupled with his attack and defense, no matter how big attack, he cannot hurt him at all. Tens or hundreds of consecutive attacks were blocked by Sun Wukong and Big's face became extremely ugly. He decisively changed his fighting strategy, jumped to 100 meters high and quickly condensed energy with both hands. Come on, Sun Wukong! Big pushed forward with his hands and the golden light cannon with infinite destruction shot out from his palm, carrying the power of destruction towards Sun Wukong. Good come! Sun Wukong was not afraid at all. His legs were accumulating strength, turning into a shell and rushing out in a straight line, crashing towards Big's golden electric cannon head on. The powerful protective aura cuts the energy cannon ruthlessly like a sharp blade. What? Big's pupils shrank. In his shock, Sun Wukong had already rushed to him and the iron fist containing infinite power suddenly hit him. Pound! A thrilling sound of flesh exploded. Sun Wukong's iron fist hit Big's abdomen and the terrifying fist force penetrated Big's body. Huff! Big, who was hit hard, suddenly spurted a blood arrow from his mouth. His whole body trembled and his breath dropped sharply. If it weren't for the high-intensity practice over the years that had tempered his body extremely strong, he would have completely lost his combat ability under the power of this terrible punch. It's not over yet. Sun Wukong clasped his hands together to form a super warmer and hit him hard at Big's back. Bang! There was a shocking sound. Swept by powerful forces, Big's entire body lost control and fell to the center of the ring, knocking the repaired ring out of a huge pit. Under this blow, his body trembled and even he became extremely difficult to stand up. Even though he has initially mastered the power of the Dragon God, there is still a considerable gap in strength compared to Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan first level. Damn it! Big gritted his teeth and forced himself to stand up, wanting to fight again. Swoosh! A sound of breaking through the air sounded. At this moment, Sun Wukong descended to him again, spread his 5 fingers with his right hand and aimed at Big. His breath gathered in his palm, ready to go. After seeing this scene, Big's expression stagnated. He knew that he was sure to lose. It's over, Big. As soon as he finished speaking, the chi combined cannon condensed in Sun Wukong's palm released and the powerful aura hit Big's body. Big, who was hit hard, was knocked off the ring. The victory and defeat will be announced. The winner, the last champion, Sun Wukong player. After seeing Big falling out of the ring, the blonde referee immediately loudly declared Sun Wukong's victory. The audience audience cheered. The title of the last champion is too big. Sun Wukong successfully advanced to the quarterfinals and Pick stopped in the quarterfinals. The fierceness and heat of this battle ignited the enthusiasm of the audience, making them extremely enjoyable and refreshing. Sun Wukong also removed the first level transformation of the Super Saiyan, walked under the ring, stretched out his right hand to Rabbit. Pick looked at Sun Wukong with a gloomy face. After pondering for a long time, he rejected Sun Wukong's kindness, endured the pain on his body, stood up and passed by Sun Wukong. You won this time, but it won't be sure next time, Sun Wukong. After leaving a sentence, Pick also gave Sun Wukong a new battle letter. Hehe, I'm looking forward to the next showdown with you. After Sun Wukong showed an innocent smile, he walked to the backstage with Pick. In the viewing table, the old king god saw the performance of Sun Wukong and Pick. While nodding repeatedly, he kept murmuring, "No, it's really a good seedling." Sir, do you think the battle between Sun Wukong and Pick is very fierce? Or the king of the East Realm asked tentatively. After the observation just now, I felt that in their bodies they were sleeping with extremely powerful energy. If I had developed my potential, my strength would have been greatly improved. But this one is called Pick. The mics are not complete, but unfortunately, if they were complete, maybe this game would be another ending. The old king of kings pinched his chin with his right hand and explained earnestly, this reminiscent of something that the king of the East Realm and the servant of the god Jobbit. After all, they have contacted the gods on earth many times, so they probably know the inside story. Pick is a genius who can exert such strong combat power in an incomplete state. If he recovers his complete body, he may be comparable to them. Chapter 201 Frequently Fired Kigong Cannon. No way to fight. With the second quarterfinals qualifying match over, the third quarterfinals qualifying match begins, with Clin fighting the werewolf. This game can be said to be without suspense. The strength of werewolf is indeed much stronger than that of ordinary people, and even those fighting players who have been trained may not be his opponent. He did show excellent strength in the original work. Unfortunately, how could he get the advantage in front of Clin today? Clin easily eliminated him with one finger. After easily advancing, we ushered in the fourth quarterfinals. Nialu vs Tianjin Fried. On the ring, Nialu and Tianjin Fan looked at each other with friendly smiles on their faces, because Tianjin Fan performed specially in previous games. As soon as he came on the court, he directly detonated the whole audience, and countless spectators cheered. Of course, Tianjin Fan and Nialu will not be affected. I'm honored to fight you. Please don't be reserved for the next battle and fight with me with all your strength. Nialu asked Tianjin Fan very modestly. Of course, I will do my best to this battle, and you will be the same. Let me see the power of the mic, Tianjin Fan said with an excited look on his face. The two of them had high fighting spirit in their eyes, and they both had high expectations for this showdown. The fourth game of 16 and 8 begins. At the order of the blonde referee, this highly anticipated battle kicked off. Swoosh, swoosh, boom. Tianjin Fan and Neilu rushed towards each other at the same time. With the first collision between the two sides, the entire ring was shaken, and a strong shock wave swept across the world. Feeling the weight of this blow, the two of them couldn't help but smile. The same fierce battle broke out. Tianjin Fan and Neilu attacked at the same time. Both of them used their extraordinary combat skills and intensive offensives, attacking the other side like a rainstorm. Bang, 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 bang. The muffled sound of collision between the limbs is so thrilling. Every time the two people collided, they would stir up waves of space. Nialu did his best to take advantage of his strongest combat power and launch a full attack on Tianjin Fan. His attacking moves were different from Pick's fierce and terrifying skills. Instead, he had a trace of shadow similar to Sun Wukong. While attacking, he also left a lot of room for himself. This is the fighting method that Nier learned after countless trials with Rhaegar. Although it is very good, it lacks the training of life and death. This fighting method seems to be flawless, but in fact it is far from enough. On the other hand, Tianjin Fan has more fierce fighting styles and good defense, and is better than Nialu in offense. Not only that, he has not yet shown all his strength, and now he has only given half of his strength to deal with Nialu. If converted into the combat power index, it has a total of 40 million points. Of course, if you only have half of your strength, Tianjin Fan cannot easily suppress Nialu. After several rounds of battle, the two sides figured out the opponent's way of attack. At the same time, the two of them accumulated strength to punch each other and slammed their faces. Bang! Tianjin Fan's iron fist was in Neilu's face. Pound! Nialu's heavy punch also fell on Tianjin Fan's cheek. The two were hit by force at the same time and were knocked back more than 10 meters away. A wisp of blood slid from the corners of their mouth. Your strength is indeed amazing. Nialu wiped off the blood stains on the corner of his mouth and said to Tianjin Fried, you are not bad either. The power of this punch is amazing. Tianjin Fan also praised Neilu's powerful strength. This round of confrontation is considered to be over. No one took the lead in attacking again. Both sides watched each other from a distance. Their momentum continued to sublimate stalemate ready to go. The battle just now was just a warm-up battle, and it was also a test between them. Now that they have figured out the other party's way of attack, it is time to fight seriously. Hey. Tianjin Fan and Nei Lu's mouth burst into hysterical shouts at the same time, and their auras rose straight. Nielu detonated the sleeping power of the dragon god in his body, and his combat power increased violently. Although not as powerful as Rhaegar, with the blessing of this power, his strength will be greatly sublimated. Tianjin Fan felt the changes in Nielu and also showed 100% of his strength to face Nielu. The aura that erupted at the same time turned into a fierce and terrifying storm, sweeping all directions, and the entire Papaya Island was shaken under their power. In the backstage rest area, the virtual glasses worn by Chilleri and Laddies also show the combat effectiveness index of the two in real time. Is this all-out effort? It's really surprising, especially Niru. He has not seen him in just a few years, and his combat effectiveness has reached this level, exceeding 90 million points. Chilleri was shown by Niru shocked by powerful combat power. 90 million points of combat power is already close to 100 million units. This level of combat power can already match her current full strength. If she fought head-on with Niru and did not transform into a Super Saiyan, she would probably find it difficult for her to win. If it seems like this, Tianjin Fan's situation seems to be very bad. His combat power is only 80 million, which is nearly 10 million points lower than Niru. Radies said from the side. Although combat effectiveness is not the absolute factor that determines the outcome of a battle, it is definitely crucial. The difference in combat effectiveness of 10 million points is not a little bit. However, Leitais believed that Tianjin Fried must have hidden means not taken out. After all, after practicing with the King of the North for so long, I must have learned the King of the North for the North. As for how much you can play, it depends on Tianjin Fan's understanding. Tianjin Fan and Neilu are both very strong, and I want to fight with them too, Sun Wukong said with high spirit. The previous battle with Big has ignited the belligerent factor that is sleeping in his body. Now, the battle between Tianjin Fan and Neilu made him feel itchy and unbearable, and he was eager to fight. On the other hand, Vegeta did not pay attention to the battle but kept staring at Rhaegar. The strength of Bik and Niru has been determined. He now wants to know what level can Rhaegar reach. The intuition of the fighting nation told him that this guy is very not simple. It seems that participating in this world's #1 martial arts conference is the right choice, and it is becoming more and more interesting. Vegeta's mouth fluctuated slightly, and she was extremely expecting her next two games. His next opponent is a guy named Dinosaur Superman. For him, this kind of person can be killed instantly with just one finger, and he doesn't have to care at all. It depends on who he will meet in the quarterfinals and the quarterfinals. It's better to be this and that Mike. In Vegeta's opinion, his final opponents are nothing more than Leitais and Talat. Even Larry was excluded by him. On the ring, the explosion of Tianjin Fan and Neilu both reached their peak. Both of them had very strong auras, but Tianjin's food was obviously slightly inferior. It seems that my breath is stronger. Nielu, who had initially mastered the power of the dragon god, smiled confidently. The strength of the breath is not the main factor that leads the outcome of a battle. Come and fight. Tianjin Fan put on a battle posture and was ready for battle. If you can't ask for anything, let's start again. Neilu shouted loudly, and his aura gushed out of his body like an explosion of torrent, pressing down on Tianjin Fried. Feeling the pressure of this huge aura, Tianjin Fan's face changed, and at the same time, a breath burst out to resist. Boom! There was a shocking sound. The collision of auras between the two top powerhouses is undoubtedly a disaster-level storm. The people in the audience were not affected, but the blonde referee was in trouble. Even though I retreated to a relatively safe area, I was still affected by this powerful aura and was blown against the wall and could not move. Neilu continued to explode with breath pressure on Tianjin Fan, and Tianjin Fan, who was not willing to be outdone, was also responding with breath impact. Seeing that the pressure of the breath had not worked for a long time, Neilu took the lead in attacking, and raised his hand and released a golden energy bomb with infinite destructive power to throw it towards Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan aimed his right index finger at this energy bomb and used the whole wave. Boom! The two energy collided in the center of the ring, and the explosion caused an amazing lightning. At the same time, the two of them used super high speed to disappear and dive quickly towards each other, pouring their strength into their bodies. The iron fist hit the opponent. Bang! The shock wave generated when the fist collided and vibrated in all directions, and the strong aftermath dispersed all the explosions around them as soon as possible. The hand-to-hand combat combat between the two started again. However, the situation this time changed. Neilu, who had all the powers erupted, was sublimated with the support of the power of the dragon god. The attack is fast and fierce, and it also has a very good defense. At this moment, Tianjin Fan was completely suppressed and could only defend passively. But Nilu's offense pressed forward step by step, putting huge pressure on Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan knew very well that if he continued like this, he would definitely lose. He had to find a way to solve the status quo, otherwise he would sooner or later be subjected to Neilu's heavy blow. Tianjin Fan, who was constantly forced back, raised his right hand high and gathered energy in his palm and smashed it hard towards the ground. Boom! The energy bomb exploded on the soles of his feet, shooting out layers of thick smoke, and Neilu was forced to retreat several meters away. Seize the opportunity, Tianjin Fan burst into an aura and rushed into the sky, merged his hands to form a triangle state. Powerful energy gathered in his palm, and his super killing skills were ready to go. Qigong Cannon. With Tianjin Fan's shout, his Qigong Cannon with super destructive power was launched. This comprehensive bombing covering the entire arena made Nilu unavoidable. What a strong sense of oppression. Since that's the case, I can only go to the front. Nilu gritted his teeth, a golden flame ignited in his eyes, raised his hands high, injecting all his strength and quickly condensed energy. Release full energy wave. Boom! Two destructive energy collided in the sky, bursting out an amazing destructive lightning, and a deafening roar spread all over the world. The entire Papaya Island and the surrounding islands shook violently due to the collision of this force. Crack! The energy is still colliding, shooting amazing light from the void. Tianjin Fan and Neilu are still exerting their strength in a pure energy competition. Tianjin Fan's forehead is bulging, and the energy output of the Qigong Cannon continues to increase from a single energy emission to a continuous energy emission. Qigong cannons of this level consume extremely physical strength. If they use too much, they may even consume their lifespan and eventually die of exhaustion. But it is precisely because of the strength of this move that Tianjin Fan temporarily suppressed Nilu. With the continuous bombing of continuous Qigong cannons, Neilu could not resist it for a while, and the power of the dragon god was about to be dispersed. No, I can't continue like this anymore. Nilu gritted her teeth and raised her head to watch the rhythm of Tianjin Fan's move. His keen insight and combat intuition found a brief pause when Tianjin Fan released the Qigong Cannon in just a few seconds, and the pause time was about half a second. This half-second pause is his chance to reverse the situation. Qigong Cannon. Tianjin Fan roared and activated the Qigong Cannon again. Boom! The explosion of Niru's full-strength energy wave was completely dispersed at this moment, just when Tianjin Fan thought he was sure to win and just needed to add another Qigong Cannon to win. Nilu moved. He seized the pause for half a second, wrapped himself with all his strength, burst out at the fastest speed, soaring into the sky like a rocket, heading straight for Tianjin Fan. Not good. When Tianjin Fan changed his face when he noticed Neilu's active attack, he hurriedly took a defensive posture, but unfortunately he was still one step slower. Neilu, who was sprinting quickly, passed through the Qigong Cannon with lightning speed and descended to Tianjin Fan. His unstoppable punch hit Tianjin Fan's abdomen. The powerful force penetrated Tianjin Fan's body and criticized his internal organs heavily. Huff! Tianjin Fan, who suffered a devastating blow, suddenly spurted a blood arrow from her mouth and her entire aura dropped sharply. This punch caused him a lot of trauma. Fortunately, his body has been tempered to a very strong point after years of training. Although Niru's punch is powerful, it is not yet at the point where he can defeat him. Resisting the pain, Tianjin Fan waved his right fist and rushed straight to Neilu's face. Faced with Tianjin Fan's sudden attack, Neilu cleverly stopped as if he was prepared. Taking advantage of the victory to pursue, a fierce attack like a storm fell down towards Tianjin Fan's body. Bang, 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 bang. Neilu launched fatal attacks on Tianjin Fan one after another. His fists and feet attacked extremely fiercely, and each move contained a special layer of dark power. Even if Tianjin Fan successfully defends, this special force will still penetrate into Tianjin Fan's body and carry out secondary damage. Tianjin Fan, who could only defend passively, discovered something wrong after defending Neilu's dozens of punches and kicks. Chapter 202 Boxing Master. Never practice boxing anymore. As the defense continued, Tianjin Fan found that he had removed most of Neilu's power, but some of it could not be removed. This part of the power penetrated into his body, causing secondary damage. He must find a way to break the deadlock and drag it on, and he may not even have the chance to show all his strength. Just when Tianjin Fan was distracted, Nilu keenly grasped his flaws. You are careless. Niru's cold voice sounded. In the next second, Lu turned into a shadow and disappeared from the spot. Not good. Seeing Nilu disappear, Tianjin Mian's pupils shrank sharply. Then a dangerous reaction came from his body. He instinctively wanted to dodge, much, but unfortunately it was too late. Bang! Nialu's powerful blow hit Tianjin Fan's back and instantly shot down Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan, who fell to the ground, quickly turned around to offset the remaining force impact on his body and finally landed smoothly in the center of the ring. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Nilu's more fierce attacks followed one after another. Nilu, who has the initiative in combat, will not give Tianjin Fan a chance to breathe, burst out with strength in his body and a golden light flashes in his hands. Hey, 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 hey. Niru shouted loudly, then his hands danced quickly and countless energy bombs ejected from his palms. The dense energy attack, like a rainstorm pear blossom, formed a net of heaven and earth to carry out a cover bombardment of Tianjin Rise, leaving him nowhere to hide. Come on, let's fight happily. Tianjin Fan ignited his fighting spirit, and Nilu's fierce fighting style completely awakened the belligerent factors in his body. The whole person began to be in a state of extreme excitement, and powerful energy flowed in his body. As Tianjin Fan's hands advanced forward, these energy turned into layers of protective barriers covering his body completely. Bang, 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 bang. The roar of the explosion continued and resounded throughout the sky. The scorching flames soared into the sky, and the powerful energy explosion shock wave swept across the world, filling most of the invisible barriers. Nialu's energy bombing continued, and he knew that the outcome would be defeated in one fell swoop. As long as you continuously output energy, sooner or later it can break Tianjin Fan's defense. It depends on which side has stronger endurance. Hey, hey, hey. Niru shouted loudly. His energy bombing further intensified. The dense energy bomb fell like raindrops, continuously attacking Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan, who was blindly defending, also felt a great pressure at this moment, and her strong body was covered with dense beads of sweat. Flick, flick. The protective barrier he released with all his strength has reached the critical point. If he continues to withstand the bombardment of energy, he will collapse sooner or later. This is the first time since Tianjin Fan has felt such a huge pressure. Nilu's strength made the blood of the three-eyed star in his body boil and burn, making him forget himself and sweep all his fatigue. The King of Realm Fist, Tianjin Fan, who was in high spirits of fighting, suddenly roared, and suddenly a terrifying aura burst out from his body. The blood-colored evil aura soared into the sky, and the powerful aura impact expanded rapidly, instantly dispelling the explosion of smoke while also offsetting all the remaining energy bombs in the space. What? Nilu saw that the situation was not good, instinctively raised his hands to protect him, resisting the impact of this terrifying aura. However, the impact intensity of this aura was much higher than expected and almost knocked him over to the ground. After the storm dissipated, Nilu saw clearly that Tianjin Fan in the center of the ring was shrouded in a blood-colored evil spirit, and his momentum was beyond imagination. With the blessing of the King of Realms, Tianjin Fan's combat power directly exceeded 100 million unit with a combat power of 160 million point. In terms of combat effectiveness alone, he is even more powerful than Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan first level ordinary state. Awesome, is this your real power? This move of King of Realm is really eye-opening. Nilu took a breath and said in disbelief. At this time, the intensity of the aura on Tianjin Fan's body was extremely terrifying, which made him feel an irresistible feeling in his heart. In Nilu, he was extremely amazed. Tianjin Fan on the ring suddenly teleported and appeared in front of him. So fast. Nilu was frightened by this scene and subconsciously punched her. His iron fist was easily blocked by Tianjin Fan's hand and cleverly resolved all the impact. The attack was easily blocked. Nilu's face changed drastically. When he was about to pull back his fist and launch a counterattack, he found that his fist could not be pulled back at all. Tianjin Fan's grip was too strong to imagine. Even if you do your best, you cannot get rid of the constraint. It's the first time I've used the World King Fist to conduct actual combat. I'm sorry, Nilu. After the words came, Tianjin Fan used his other hand to forcefully attack Nilu's abdomen. Pound. A thrilling sound of flesh suddenly exploded, and the strong fist wind penetrated Nilu's body. The power of this punch is extremely terrifying. Even though Tianjin Fan deliberately retracted most of its power, the impact on Nilu is still extremely huge. Nilu, who was hit hard, had distorted facial features and a blood arrow sprayed out of his mouth. His body was stiff and he was unable to move for the time being. It wasn't over yet. Tianjin Fan seized the opportunity and kicked Nilu out with another whip leg. Then he used super high speed to catch up with Nilu, and his fingers were linked together, turning into a huge warhammer and smashing it down violently. Bang! The loud bang, this terrifying blow, even caused ripples in the space. Nilu, who suffered a devastating blow, fell on the martial arts arena like a meteorite, smashing a large pit of more than 10 meters. His whole body was twitching constantly in the center of the deep pit and could no longer get up. At this moment, the outcome has been announced. The gap in strength is self-evident. With the blessing of the King of Realms, even Sun Wukong, who is the first level Super Saiyan, cannot get a bargain at Tianjin Fan. After knocking Nielu back to the arena, Tianjin Fried slowly fell from the sky and landed on the edge of the deep pit. He looked down at Nielu, who had completely lost his combat ability as a victorious attitude. At this time, Nielu was still struggling with all his might. He wanted to continue fighting, but he was helpless and could no longer move. Tianjin Fan watched silently, remained calm, and then gave a look to the blonde referee not far away. Seeing this scene, the blonde referee finally recovered and climbed onto the ring to the edge of the deep pit to count down. Within 10 numbers, Neilu still did not stand up. The winner of the fourth quarter-finals is the Tianjin Fan player. The blonde referee directly announced the list of winners, Tianjin Fan. At the same time, fierce applause and shouting burst out from the audience as if celebrating the victory for Tianjin Fan, especially those who have been paying attention to Tianjin Fan since the last World No. 1 Martial Arts Conference. They were deeply shocked by the power of Tianjin Fan and became key fan. Even Tianjin Fan himself did not expect that because of this fierce competition, his super combat power directly helped him win a lot of fans. At this moment, Neilu in the deep pit also recovered, slowly stood up and breathed a sigh of relief. Tianjin Fan's 2 consecutive heavy blows fell on his weakness. Although he failed to cause fatal injuries, he could not recover. The two looked at each other again, and an admiring smile appeared on their faces at the same time. Your strength is really strong. I'm willing to give it a disadvantage, but this time you win, and I will win back next time, Nielu said to Tianjin Fan. Okay, I'm looking forward to the next fight with you. Tianjin Fan stretched out his right hand very friendly. Seeing this, Nielu raised his hand and shook it. The two strong men with extremely strong strength reached an agreement at this moment. Next time, fight again. With the fierce battle between Tianjin Fan and Neilu, the two returned to the backstage. When everyone saw the two of them return, they couldn't help but exclaim, and all kinds of praise were heard. Although it was very regretful that Neilu was eliminated, the strong combat power shown by Tianjin Fan really shocked them. No one expected that Tianjin Rice was hidden so deeply. In addition to the Realm King Fist, his own combat power has also reached such a high level. Don't be discouraged, you still have the chance to fight again in the future. Rhaegar patted Nielu on the shoulder, comforted him, and walked outside. Next, it's his turn to play. Speaking of which, his opponent is also unlucky. He is just an ordinary earthling, but he has to face the strongest mic man now. Under the verdict of the blonde referee, the contestants in the rest areas on both sides began to walk towards the martial arts arena. Laga's opponent is a boxer named Tiger. As soon as the two met, the atmosphere became extremely heavy. Before the game started, Tiger was so nervous that he was soaked in sweat. Laga's skin color is exactly the same as that of Bik and Nielu. It is hard to guess the relationship between them. After watching the previous few games, he already knew the gap in strength between them. But even so, standing on the ring, he would not retreat. Even if he knew that this was an impossible battle, he would have to fight it until the last moment. Laga's face was plain and he waited for the blonde referee to announce the start of the game. For him, this game was no big deal. The fifth quarter-finals advancement match will be matched by fighter Tiger against Rhaegar. Now, the game begins. The blonde referee gave the order and the game officially began. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Tiger rushed towards Rhaegar at full speed, attacking with all his strength and suppressing Rhaegar fiercely. Faced with Tiger's full-strength attack, Rhaegar naturally didn't care at all, and could dodge all by relying on his physical instinct alone. In front of him, the strongest Mikian, Tiger, an ordinary boxer, seemed a little too small. After dodging Tiger's dozens of attacks in succession, Rhaegar shook his head slightly and prepared to end the game with one move. In fact, I admire Tiger and dare to fight him, otherwise it would be just a moment. At this moment, Tiger was so tired that he was exhausted because of his continuous attack. His eyelids were beating wildly, and he felt extremely unwilling. In his opinion, even if he was eliminated, he would have encountered Rhaegar. Otherwise, it would be too shameful if you were eliminated like this. But when he watched Rhaegar move forward and raised his hand to point it at him, Tiger suddenly stopped looking at him. Boom! The sound of a loud bang. Rhaegar released a breath impact at will. Tiger, who was hit hard, flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, but in the blink of an eye, he fell off the ring and was eliminated. Tiger, who was eliminated, looked confused and his whole body trembled. Only after experiencing the gap between the world can you understand how huge it is. These boxers are just a boring joke in front of real martial arts powerhouses. He never practiced boxing again. The fifth quarter-finals advancement, the winner is Laga, said the blonde referee. Rhaegar, who won the game, had no joy in his heart. He turned around and walked towards the rest area in the background. However, before entering the door of the rest area, he and Vegeta met, and the two of them had a collision of their eyes. Although it was only a moment, Rhaegar still felt that the anxious fighting spirit that Vegeta exuded to him was coming for him. Rhaegar had already felt that Vegeta wanted to fight him. He is also looking forward to whether whether he can meet Vegeta in the next round of the game. He also wants to see how powerful the so-called Super Saiyan is. With Vegeta entering the martial arts arena, the quarter-finals promotion match is about to begin. Vegeta's opponent, Dinosaur Superman. I have to say that this guy is Vegeta's opponent, which is really unfortunate. Among all Earth warriors, Vegeta is the kind of character who is ruthless and talks little. As the blonde referee's judgment game began, Vegeta took the first move, and an invisible aura impact directly knocked the martial arts arena on Dinosaur Superman. Instant kill. The winner is decided less than a second before and after the game. This scene will naturally be impossible to even make the blonde referee at least let the sea go. Laga could at least symbolically fight with the opponent 2 moves, but Vegeta directly instantly took the opponent. Vegeta, who ended the game, turned around coldly and walked towards the backstage rest area with a proud look on his face. Without the referee announcing the result, the winner of the quarter-finals, Vegeta. The blonde referee shook his head helplessly and quickly announced that the winner of this game was Vegeta. Everyone in the lounge area was not surprised by this ending after seeing Vegeta's return. The cold Vegeta is not as easy to talk to as they do. She can kill her opponent in an instant with just one meeting, something that is expected. Soon, the 7th quarter-finals promotion match began, with fighter Rag vs boxer Zaki. The battle between 2 ordinary earthlings is not very ornamental, but just an ordinary physical duel. After watching the battle beyond understanding just now, the audience members in the audience felt a little boring and couldn't get enough energy to watch such ordinary games. P.S. Promote a new book, Pokemon, a Super Dream invitation letter at the beginning. Help me read and collect it, and there is a portal below. Chapter 203. After many years, Latais and Solari. Under the gaze of everyone, the battle between fighter Rag and boxer Zaki officially began with the verdict of the blonde referee. The two are in the same strength, and no one can do anything to anyone in a short time. Although it cannot give people much shock, fighting at this level is just within the scope that ordinary people can accept. The battle between 2 ordinary people can also be carried out very vigorously. At the beginning, the 2 sides were evenly matched, but as the battle continued, the gap between the 2 gradually became apparent. Lager's fighting power is stronger, but in front of boxers like Zaki, his skills are much worse. Under Zaki's powerful combination punch, Lager was severely injured. Zaki also seized this opportunity and punched Lager in the face. Bang! There was a muffled sound. Under this heavy punch, Lager was in a daze and his eyes turned black and he fainted on the ring. The blonde referee immediately announced the result of the game. The battle ended with it. In fact, for Zaki, he never dreamed that he could reach the quarterfinals. Next is the showdown between Solari and Latais. Backstage rest area. Solari and Latais looked at each other, and a very amazing aura burst out from both of them. Before the battle began, a very hot fighting spirit burst out in their eyes. Obviously they could not wait. The auras of the 2 powerful men collided with each other, which caused the surrounding space to be distorted to a certain extent. The soldiers present retreated one after another, fearing that they would be affected. The collision of aura between Solari and Latais invisibly brought them huge psychological pressure. Speaking of this, it has been several years since we last fought. Latais, Solari asked suddenly, cleverly resolving the solemn atmosphere. Well, I remember the last time we officially fought. It was in the realm of the King of Realms. Rades retracted his momentum and replied. Then both of them knew what each other was thinking. Don't show mercy in the next battle, Latais. Don't underestimate me. Although I've been on hold for 2 years, I've recovered in more than a year. Solari, he said with high morale. Half a year after Tarala's birth, she has slowly resumed her cultivation and improved her strength. This battle happened to be a major test of her strength. Latais is undoubtedly the best opponent. Is that so? Then I have to see your achievements well. However, I still have to inform you in advance. In the past we were always incomparable, but now it is different. This battle I will win, Latais said confidently with his lips rising. It's better not to be too confident. As a strong woman, Solari will not give in. At this time, Talat walked between the 2 of them and patted their shoulders with both hands. Okay, it's useless to say more. You'll see the heights on the ring. Talat gave Latais a look, and there was no doubt that he was telling him not to act too ruthlessly, otherwise he would not show mercy in the end. Latais clearly felt this meaning and looked at Solari helplessly. The 2 walked out of the backstage area one by one. Everyone here also focused and cheered up at this moment. This battle will be more exciting than all previous duels. In the audience, Ancestor, the next game is Solari vs Rades. After so long, I don't know how strong their strength has improved. The King of the East Realm recalled the past and couldn't help but sigh. It's finally about to start. I've been looking forward to this game for a long time. The old King God also cheered up. In his eyes, the previous battle was just a small fight. The battle between Latais and Solari is really interesting now. The god servant Jobit, who was standing by, also recalled the battle he saw in the realm of the King of the Realm. At that time, Rades and Solari fought fiercely, shocking the entire world. King God world. He still remembered the huge momentum and terrifying impact impact. At the same time, opposite them, Angel Batos and God of Destruction Elephant Pa were also cheered up at this moment. Lord Xiongpa, this battle is Talat's wife and the scion named Latais. Hatos reminded, I remember that the male scion man had an impression of him. When I just appeared he was the most rude, so I took a little help to teach him. Xiongpa recalled the time when he came to Earth and said some small frictions that happened to Latais. Although the strength of Latais and Chilleri is not worth mentioning in his eyes compared to the previous game, there is finally a slightly more interesting battle. It can help him, the God of Destruction, get a little interested. Of course, the most important thing is how much has their strength improved after the past 2 years. So what if you compare with the scions in their universe? VIP viewing room. It's finally about to start. The battle between Celery and Rades. I hope that Rades is a bit sensible, otherwise GNEI scolded him seriously. If Celery was injured in this game, she would definitely teach Latais some lesson. Latais and Chilleri are both her children. They had nothing to do when they were young, but now they are both adults and parents, so they can no longer be the same as before. Don't worry, Auntie Jine, Sister Celery has been practicing hard for the past year. Latais has not hurt her so easily, Bulma said. Because she was pregnant, her tone of speaking became very different. Mom, will you win? Tarla asked in Gne's arms. The little guy could speak long ago, but he couldn't say a long sentence. Most people don't know how to answer such inquiries, but Gnei would coax the child. Does Xiao Sela hope that her mother will win? Yet Tarla nodded vigorously. The little guy is still very unique. Then let's cheer for my mother here, Gnei said with a smile. On the side, Lankai held her son Trep without saying anything. Trep is still young and doesn't understand some things. Lankai was not displeased with Jine helping Celery and teasing Tarla. Because she had been together for many years, she knew what kind of person her mother-in-law was. As Latais' wife, she naturally hopes Latais wins, but she has a good relationship with Celery, so she doesn't support anyone. Finally, I only had one idea in my mind, that is, I hope that in this game both of them can exert all their strength and then decide the winner without being seriously injured. On the ring, Latais and Celery have already walked upstairs. Just as they stood opposite each other, the two people collided with their eyes. The invisibly expanded strong aura made the blonde referee on the side feel great pressure again, and sweating profusely. The last quarter-finals advancement match will be made by Latais against SC Lari, and the game will begin. After the rush to announce the start of the game, the blonde referee ran off the ring. In an instant, Latais and Celery acted at the same time, and the two moved in shape and disappeared into afterimages. Bang! Suddenly, a thrilling explosion came from 100 meters above the sky. The two fists and feet collided, and the entire area spreading 1,000 meters as the center of the martial arts arena was shaken by 3 points. Latais and Chileri's fists collided, and an unparalleled shock wave burst out. Feeling the weight on each other's fist, the two looked at each other and smiled, and then Celery made a quick attack. Under normal circumstances, she was fully fired, and a rapid and thunderous offensive swept over Latais' body. Faced with Celery's fierce offensive, Latais' eyes narrowed, and his unparalleled observation and flexible bodywork could easily avoid all Celery's attack. Seeing that the attack could not hit Latais, the aura around Celery burst out, and under normal circumstances, all the forces exploded in full swing, and their speed and strength increased by more than one order of magnitude. Bang, 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 bang. The fierce and powerful punches and feet attack swept across Latais' body like a hurricane. Celery's offense is extremely fierce, and each move contains infinite power. Although her normal combat power is only 90 million points, not up to 100 million units, even those with a strong combat power of over 100 million must be dealt with at this level, and if she is not careful, she will be doomed. However, although Celery's offensive was fierce, Latais' strength was also unfathomable. After years of cultivation and precipitation, his strength has long been different. He, who had exceeded 100 million normally, easily resolved all of Celery's attack. He was agile and as fast as lightning. Seeing this scene, Celery was immediately angry. She really didn't believe that Latais could handle all her attacks so easily. Suddenly, Celery poured all his strength into his right fist and swung it out. Seeing this, Latais raised his hand to block it. Pound! There was a burst of explosion. Celery's fist was blocked by Latais, and Bun rose from the palms of the two. Tisk! The full-strength attack was easily blocked by Latais, which made Celery very unhappy. She also recognized the gap in strength between herself and Latais. In the year she was pregnant, Latais continued to practice and experienced the battle when Frisia arrived on Earth. Her combat power was no longer comparable to her. She had been left far behind. It seems that your rehabilitation training is effective, and the attack is indeed powerful. Latais chuckled. Don't be so proud of Latais. Look at my King of Realm fist. With a loud shout, Celery directly used the King of Realm fist. Boom! There was a loud noise. The blood-colored aura soared into the sky, and the unparalleled aura instantly condensed and formed. The extremely powerful aura impact directly successfully forced Latize to retreat several meters away. After using the World King Fist, Solari's combat power doubled but instantly exceeded 100 million unit, reaching 180 million points. Since that's the case, I'll fight seriously. Latize looked at Solari up and down, and through the intensity of breath and observation, he judged Solari's approximate strength. Nowadays, if you convert your breath into combat power, it will definitely be very close to 200 million points, but he is no longer the same as he was back then. After such a long period of cruel practice, his normal combat power has already exceeded 200 million points. It doesn't need to use the World King Fist to deal with the Solari in front of him. Solari also noticed Radi's attitude, and he planned to directly use normalcy to counter himself, who has used the Double Realm King Fist. How far has this guy Latize's normal combat power reached? It was so irritating that after a while of rest, the gap between us was so big. No wonder, brother Talat, you would say that. I have known for a long time that Latize's strength is far better than me. Solari, who was unwilling to accept his heart, burst out at full speed and headed straight for Latize. Faced with Solari's re-attack, Latize still chose to focus on defense, constantly offsetting Solari's attack while looking for opportunities to counterattack. Bang pound, bang pound, bang pound. The collision between the limbs shot countless deafening roars in the air. The lightning exploded in the void. Looking around, the white and blood-colored light collided continuously in the air, and it was constantly deterring. The fierce battle between the two aroused the resonance of the warriors in the backstage. They were all admiring the strength of Latize and Solari. However, the normal combat power was so terrifying that it was, if they transformed into a Super Saiyan, they would how strong should be. What an amazing aura! Can you do this just by normal? Naba, who is also a Saiyan, now his mouth is open, looking stunned. His current normal combat effectiveness is only a few million points, not even reaching tens of millions. On the other hand, Solari and Latize are just the intensity of normal combat, which undoubtedly reaches 100 million unit. The gap in strength is much larger than expected, but he still has time, and this battle is also an opportunity for him. If he can learn something from it, for example to realize the higher level of Super Saiyan, his combat power will also be in a very short time. Progress by leaps and bounds. Can my brother and sister Solari show such strong strength without transforming into a Super Saiyan? Compared to this power, I am far behind. Sun Wukong's expression was complicated, and he said to himself, after his practice over the years, he thought he had made great progress. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, he could compete with Latize and Solari, but now it seems that I think it's too simple. The strength of Solari and Latize is far stronger than he thought. If he wants to catch up with them, he still has a long way to go. Have these two guys reached this level? If you don't transform into a Super Saiyan, you can exert this level of combat power. Vegeta, who watched the battle, frowned deeper and deeper. Although he had already known that Latize and Solari were stronger than he is now, he did not expect that the gap in strength between them would be so outrageous. Now, his normal state has reached tens of millions of points. The two people on the ring have undoubtedly all explosive combat powers of 100 million units. Chapter 204. The characteristics of female Saions. The exquisite control of power. The battles of over 100 million levels, especially the two top masters Latize and Solari, have many things to learn from, whether in combat skills or trick. This battle is a great opportunity for the soldiers of the spectators. If they can find their own shortcomings, this will be a great opportunity for them. Over the ring, the fierce battle between Solari and Latize continued to heat up, and the two of them collided quickly, shooting amazing thunder and lightning in the void. A burst of harsh roars spread in the space, and the space rippled, causing layers of ripples. The speed and strength of the two gradually increased in the battle. Solari was shocked by the powerful combat power shown by Latize. She had twice the King of Realm Fist, but her combat power had expanded to an astonishing 180 million points. This combat power is infinitely close to 200 million points, but it is impossible for Latize to do anything. From this, it is not difficult to guess that Latize's combat effectiveness has exceeded 200 million points. I don't believe that there is really nothing I can do with you. After the words fell, a blood light flashed in Solari's eyes. In an instant, the blood-colored aura surrounding her body turned from a flame to a jet, and the powerful energy shock wave hit all directions without any scruples. In the state of a huge explosion of breath, Radi's was knocked back 10 meters away if he was not careful. After successfully forcing Radi's back, Solari put his hands together and placed them on his waist. The purple-red light gathered in his palms. The surging energy was constantly compressed. Its power was so terrifying that it was not a problem to blow up several Earth. Noticed Solari's actions. Latize smiled slightly, and the white evil spirits erupted all over his body. His hands merged to form a stance released by a killing move. The powerful energy gathered in his palms, and countless electric lights exploded around him. The red and golden energy ball flashed and beat in the palm of the palm. After a while, the killing technique condensed and formed. Purple light cannon. With a loud shout, Celery drove the energy. A purple-red violent energy beam burst out from his hands like a giant dragon, opening his bloody mouth and killing towards Latai's shining impact cannon. Latai, who was not willing to be outdone, also used his super light cannon to respond to Celery's purple light cannon. Boom! Two powerful energy cannons collided and shot a terrifying explosion in mid-air. The aftermath is rippling and vibrating in all directions. The sky shakes and the earth moves. The wind rises and clouds rise. Papaya Island, no, everything in a radius of hundreds of miles, including the sea, was constantly shaking under the impact of these two powerful forces. The energy fluctuations are getting stronger and stronger, and Celery and Latai are both continuously outputting their own energy rays to attack each other. Celery clenched his teeth and had already taken out twice the ultimate combat power of the King of Realms, but even so, I still couldn't do anything to Latai. On the other hand, Latai, under normal circumstances, is far from showing real skills. I have reminded you before the war start. Today is different from the past. My strength is far better than you. Latai grinned. The next second he thought, and the white aura around him burst into gusts, and the powerful energy caused ripples in layers of space. Normal 220 million points of combat power exploded. Indiana full swing. His arms' muscles swelled at a speed visible to the naked eye. Blue veins swelled up, and violent energy output instantly overwhelmed Celery's purple light cannon. The shining impact cannon gained the upper hand with its overwhelming power and was pushing the Zigwang cannon back little by little. Feeling the increasing pressure in his hand, Celery's teeth were clenched, his forehead was bulging, and his whole face showed a ferocious look. Is this your real strength under normal circumstances, Latai? Celery was deeply shocked by Radi's fierce fighting power. The power that exploded under normal conditions exceeded her twice the King of Realm fist. I dare not think about how cruel practice Latis has experienced over the years. After becoming a Super Saiyan, his combat power will inevitably soar to a higher level. However, no matter how strong Latis is, Celery will not retreat. Instead, because of Latis' strong strength, her fighting spirit has inspired. Pressure turned into motivation. Celery, who was also a Saiyan, only felt the blood of the Saiyan in her body irritated, and her whole aura began to rise step by step, and she began to get excited. The restless Saiyan blood provided her with constant motivation. 3 times Realm King's Fist. With Celery's shout, the triple Realm King's Fist was used. Boom! There was a loud bang. While Celery's blood and energy increased explosively, the output of the purple light cannon also increased rapidly. The purple light cannon, which was originally pushed back, was pushed back again. Feeling the surge in Celery's power, Latai's eyes lit up. Then he gritted his teeth and burst out with even more fierce energy, competing with Celery's purple light cannon. The powerful energy shocked the 4 sides, and both sides continued to increase the energy intensity of the output, shooting out terrifying pressure. The battle between the ultimate moves continued, and neither of them planned to stop. Because of this, at the center of the collision of these two energy sources, due to the collision of forces and high compression of the two, a black sphere gradually solidifies and forms. This black sphere is the gathering body of the two people's energy. As the energy output of the two people becomes longer and longer, the volume of this black sphere continues to grow until it finally becomes extremely unstable and explodes at any time. Signs: Latai and Celery are still relentless, and they must be distinguished at this moment. Boom! Finally, the black sphere completely collapsed, and an extremely amazing explosion of destruction occurred. The dazzling light of destruction expanded rapidly, filling the entire battleground. Everyone in the watching zone couldn't help but raise their hands to resist the dazzling light. The invisible barrier created by the power of the angels also appeared and disappeared in this amazing power. Time passes minute by minute. After a long time, the dazzling light generated by the explosion completely dissipated. Latai and Celery were both swept by the explosion's shock wave, and both of them were blown to the edge of the invisible barrier at the same time. The two of them were leaning against the invisible barrier, both breathing heavily. Although the explosion just now was amazing, it did not cause any substantial damage to the two. On the contrary, the fighting spirit of the two further inspired. At this moment, the two of them had a raging fire in their eyes. The battle just now was just a small fight, and it was not even a warm-up exercise. But they ignored one thing: there was an ordinary person in this competition venue. As an ordinary blonde referee, regardless of the danger of his life, he resolutely explained the game. It can be seen how dedicated he is. Not every referee can have this spirit of looking at death. At this time, Latai and Celery both set off and returned to the ring at the same time. The two of them were opposite each other, with their eyes facing each other, and a burning and fiery fighting spirit flashed deep in their eyes. The warm-up exercise is almost over here. Turn into a Super Saiyan as soon as possible, Latai. Celery urged with high spirit. At this moment, her fighting spirit has been fully aroused, and the real battle is about to begin. Don't worry, let's play slowly, and you haven't transformed into a Super Saiyan. Why should I change? Leitais raised his lips and chuckled. Hearing this, Celery snorted coldly in dissatisfaction. Since you don't want to turn into a Super Saiyan on your own initiative, I will force you to transform. Dring! Celery burst into a loud shout, and the golden aura around her body was rhythmic, and the majestic S-cells gathered at the center of her back, causing a huge explosion. But in the blink of an eye, Celery completed the transformation of the first level full power of the Super Saiyan. The huge aura took shape in an instant, and an extremely heavy sense of oppression spread, making the ordinary people in the audience tremble, and also surprised the Earth warriors in the rest area. This powerful aura is many times stronger than Vegeta before. This breath is still as tough as ever. Naba swallowed a mouthful of saliva, raised his hand to wipe off the sweat beads from his face, and sighed with lingering fear. Sister Celery's Super Saiyan. Her breath is so stable and powerful, and her transformation seems to be different from mine. Sun Wukong's keen insight noticed something unique. They are all warriors who have mastered the first level full power of the Super Saiyan. Not only did Celery's aura calm, but he did not leak any breath, especially the pressure of the breath that was invisible, which made him feel I'm still scared. Naba and Vegeta, who were present, focused on looking up and down at Celery when they heard this. Soon, they also discovered something unusual. The full power of the first level Super Saiyans is obviously more calmer than theirs, and the breath is more stable, and it is free to retract and release, and it will not waste any power, just like there is no transformation. It seems that the difference is not very big, but in an even battle, perfect power control and a slight reduction in power will determine the outcome of the entire battle. Could it be that this is because Celery is a female Saiyan, so her control over power is more exquisite? Tisk! Vegeta snorted coldly with an unhappy look on his face. Although he didn't want to admit it, Celery's aura was really much more terrifying than him. Even if he showed all his strength, he could not compare to Celery's first level full power in the Super Saiyan. The gap in strength is too huge. However, as the proud Saiyan prince, he would not be discouraged. He vowed to surpass Celery one day. It's just a woman, and it's only a matter of time before you completely surpass the other person. Awesome Wriggle, who was the strongest Mikian present, couldn't help but sigh. Even for him, it is not that easy to defeat this powerful force. On the ring, Celery's full power has stabilized, and his breath is restrained into his body. His powerful power is not displayed on the surface, but is hidden deep in his body, making it impossible for the enemy to judge his strength. The normal combat power has increased by dozens of times, and now the Celery has strong combat power, reaching 7.2 billion. Are you still going to continue to fight with normal conditions? Leitais. Celery narrowed his eyes slightly, his invisible aura spread, and golden lights all over his body exploded, as if he was giving Leitais the last warning. Hearing this and seeing this scene, Leitais was not panicked at all. He continued to hold his hands in his chest and smiled. Noodle, there's really nothing I can do. I originally planned to fight you slowly, but now it seems that it's impossible not to transform. After that, Leitais let go of his embracing hands, clenched his fist, and his eyes were a green light flashed in his eyes. In a moment, the Super Saiyan energy pool in his body was detonated, accompanied by a golden storm, and Leitais also entered the state of full power of the first level Super Saiyan. His transformation was just a flash of sight, and his long hair became more erect, his pupils turned green, and his breath was very stable, making others unable to feel the depth of their strength. It seems like a Super 3, but of course it is not. Although it is impossible to judge the strength of Leitais' combat power at this moment through breath perception, Celery's keen insight can see how strong Leitais is at this time. After so many years of precipitation and hard training, Leitais' combat effectiveness has exceeded 200 million. With the support of the first level full power of the Super Saiyan, its combat power is at least 156 billion, or even close to 20 billion. This level of combat power is twice as good as Celery. The combat power gap under normal conditions will be magnified by the limit after transforming into a Super Saiyan. In terms of real combat power index, even if Celery transforms into the second level of the Super Saiyan, he may not be able to compete with Leitais' first level of the Super Saiyan at this moment. Seeing Leitais transform into the first level full power of the Super Saiyan, Celery frowned slightly. What? Did you shrink after seeing my transformation? This is not like you. Are you scared? Leitais quipped at Celery with a wicked smile. Don't be too proud. Even if your combat power has been improved to a very high level, I will never be bad. Who is stronger or weak you can tell at a try. As a strong woman, what about Celery? So what? We'll admit that you are not as skilled as others. She acted in a battle posture, secretly accumulating strength and ready to go. Then come on. Leitais waited for Celery's attack and stood there unmoved. Dring! Suddenly, Celery let out a cry from her mouth. Her aura erupted, and she entered a state of abruptness. Her whole body turned into a golden aurora and rushed straight towards Leitais. Faced with Celery's active attack, Leitais still maintained that proud attitude, as if he had completed neatly seen through Celery's offensive path. His dodging movement was so swift and elegant that he easily avoided Celery's fist attack. Swoosh 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 swoosh. Celery launched fierce attacks continuously, but her attack method had been touched by Lattie's. No matter how she attacked, she could not touch Latai's body at all. Instead, she was played with it in her palms. This situation made Celery gasp and try her best to remain calm, but he had to be merciless of his emotions. Chapter 205. Celery admits defeat and the list of promotions to the semi-finals is released. How so? The huge gap in strength made Celery feel nervous. If you can't even touch the enemy, how can you defeat the opponent? Just when Celery was frightened, Latais raised his hand and released a chi cannon to shock Celery ruthlessly. Boom! There was a loud bang. Swallowed by the strong aura, Celery quickly retreated until the edge of the ring. It's so dangerous. Celery took a breath and exclaimed. Her eyes when she looked at Latais became very complicated and the gap in strength was very obvious. Both of them were in the first level Super Saiyan state. Latais' strength was obviously much greater than her. In this case, you can only transform into the second level of the Super Saiyan, otherwise you will not even have the qualification to fight. Crack! Around Celery's body, blue and white arcs exploded. The golden anger turned into a golden vertical hair. His breath surged and his combat power changed qualitatively. Super Saiyan's second level peak. At this moment, Celery's combat power has increased to a very terrifying situation with a total of 18 billion, which is even stronger than Latais. Have you transformed into the second level of the Super Saiyan? This is what it means to be a battle. After seeing Celery taking out his real skills, Latais put down his hands. His breath surged all over his body and his full power was over. The fire power is fully on. Use Super 1 to fight Super 2. The powerful aura hit the foreside and the huge pressure poured down towards Celery. Faced with the impact of Latais' breath, Celery did not show any weakness at all and burst out all his strength to fight against it. This time, Celery had the upper hand. It's not like before now. Be careful, Latais. With a shout, Celery took the initiative to attack. Her figure was disillusioned and rushed out quickly, and her right fist drove a powerful force out of force. Seeing this, Latais raised his arms to block it. Pound. There was a loud noise. Celery knocked Radi's back with an unreserved punch. Compared with the previous attack that could not hit Latais, the destructive power of this attack has been greatly improved. After one blow, Celery launched a continuous attack again, and his devastating fist and foot attack was like a storm. Lattes poured down. Faced with Celery's continuous and full-scale attack, Latais played a 12-point spirit and focused on defense. However, in just a few seconds, the two sides fought dozens or hundreds of moves, and Latais completely adapted to Celery's move. It's now. Seizing the opportunity, Latais swung his all-out attack directly at Celery's face. At this moment, time seemed to be still, but the corner of Celery's mouth rose up at this moment, revealing a successful smile. You're fooled, Latais. As soon as he finished speaking, Celery turned into a shadow and disappeared from the spot. Latais' fist was empty, and Celery also appeared quietly behind Latais at this moment. Not good. Feeling the chill coming from behind, Latais' face changed, and then an irresistible force swept across his body, overturning his body and ruthlessly sending him to the sky. Taking advantage of the victory to pursue, Celery gathered his strength with both hands, hoping to take this opportunity to defeat Latais in one go. Super Purple Light Cannon, Celery shouted, and his super killing skill shot out from his palm, driving the ultimate destructive power that annihilates everything and slams towards Latais. Latais, who soared straight into the sky, felt the sense of crisis on his back. After regaining control of his body, he quickly turned around and crossed his arms to form a defense. Boom! The energy exploded and the scorching fire filled the sky. Thick smoke filled the whole world, and Latais was swallowed by the explosion, and the situation was unknown. But in the next second, in the center of the explosion, an unparalleled aura storm expanded, dispersing all the explosion flames and smoke. Latais' posture once again came into everyone's eyes. Celery's pupils shrank suddenly after witnessing this scene. What? Celery was shocked. Under her super purple light cannon that she was doing her best, Latais was able to bear it head on, and she could not be hurt at all. In the air, it's so dangerous. Fortunately, I just mobilized the second level energy pool of the Super Saiyan just now. Otherwise, if I was blown up like this, I might lose a layer of skin. Latais sighed without any danger and wiped it. Sweat beads on my forehead fell off. Then he seemed to have made up some determination. Since Celery has already produced the second level transformation of the Super Saiyan, he can also produce a more advanced transformation. Using the transformation of the same level to defeat the opponent is also the importance of Celery. Then next I will also fight you in the second level of the Super Saiyan. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and the golden aura around Radi's body was rhythmic, and the rich golden aura continued to expand, storm-like impacting all directions. The slender golden aura became more erect because of the rapid flow of the golden aura. The blue and white arc exploded around him, lingering all over his body, extremely extremely conspicuous and eye-catching. The powerful aura kept erupting. The vast power expanded rapidly, washing away the entire world. Super Saiyan's second level peak. The normal combat power increase of 200 times. Leitais' combat power has expanded to 44 billion points at this moment. The combat power of more than 40 billion points filled Leitais' entire body. This feeling of full power in the whole body made Leitais extremely happy body and mind, and it felt wonderful. He hasn't felt this way for a long time. At this moment he was like an unsurpassable mountain in front of Celery. His strong combat effectiveness has left Celery very far. Golden light spread all over the place, and everyone's eyes were deeply attracted by Leitais' invincible posture. Celery on the ring looked at Leitais in the sky, his eyes constantly changing, and finally a bitter smile appeared on his face. At this moment she completely saw the gap in strength between herself and Leitais. Both the second level Super Saiyan, Leitais is more than twice as strong as him. She still has not used this method of Super Realm King Fist, but Celery is also very clear that in this case Super Realm King Fist is meaningless. Even if the Super World King Fist can increase its combat power by more than twice, Leitais will do this trick. Moreover, no one can guarantee whether the second level of the Super Saiyan is the limit of Leitais. She felt that Leitais' strength was definitely more than what she saw so far. Perhaps he has already surpassed the second level of the Super Saiyan, but they don't know. Referee, I abstain. Celery sighed, then removed the transformation of the second level Super Saiyan P, and the fighting spirit in his eyes disappeared. It's meaningless to continue fighting. It is better to admit defeat than to humiliate yourself. At this time, the blonde referee outside the ring was obviously stunned. He thought the fierce battle would continue and was ready to be killed by the aftermath, but Celery directly abstained. Did you admit defeat? Leitais said with a little surprise. He thought that even if Celery had given all his money, he would fight him to the end. He was even ready to fight. At worst he would be beaten up by Talat, but he didn't expect that Celery would be so clean and neat. Give up. Since Celery has taken the initiative to admit defeat, he naturally removed his transformation and fell from the sky. Since one side admits defeat, the winner of the final quarterfinals is Leitais. The blonde referee, who recovered from his recovery, shouted loudly and announced the result of the game. In the ring, Leitais and Celery confronted each other again, and smiles appeared on their faces. It is indeed unexpected for me to take the initiative to abstain from power, said Leitais. Even so, don't be too proud of Leitais. Just enjoy the feeling of victory, Celery said with a proud look on his face, then walked towards the backstage rest area. It is not embarrassing to stop at the quarterfinals. After all, everyone knows you, and there are opportunities to compete. When you catch up, let's fight with me. Leitais smiled slightly and kept up with Celery's pace. With the end of this game, the list of personnel in the quarterfinals has been released. The game was also suspended and entered the intermission period. The next 8 to 4 matches will be allocated by their members, and considering the player's own situation next, the 8 to 4 match will start in half an hour. In the audience, I didn't expect the final ending to end in this way, and the bursting aura of Leitais, it's much stronger than him back then. The King of the East Realm sighed. Well, the progress of both of them should not be underestimated. I can feel that there is a huge potential in their bodies. If it can be developed by special means, its strength may be much stronger than it is now. Especially it was that Rades, the old king god, said with a serious expression. As the world king god 15 generations ago, he was an old monster who had lived for countless years, and his insight was undoubtedly first class. He saw Talat's shadow in the present Leitais. Perhaps soon they will witness the birth of a Super Saiyan 4th level birth again. Jobit on the side has long become a little transparent. The audience seat opposite the King of Realm. The competition is over, and it will take another half an hour to advance to the semi-finals. During this period, should Lord Xiongpa take a walk and exercise? Bados asked on a whim. Just then, Xiongpa had already finished her snack. In half an hour, there were no more or less. You could also add some snack. Then let's go, Xiongpa said, getting up and moving. Looking at the boy and 2 children beside him, Xiangpa suddenly became interested and said, do you two want to be with me? The siblings hesitated for a moment and finally refused Xiongpa's invitation after seeing her mother shake her head. They wouldn't know how great the opportunity they had rejected. VIP viewing room. Everyone was stunned when they saw Celery taking the initiative to abstain. I didn't expect that the competitive strong woman would have abstained from such a free and easy way. Of course, this is undoubtedly the best result for them. Backstage lounge area. With the return of Leitais and Celery, everyone surrounded him. Listening to everyone's flattery, Leitais and Celery didn't think anything, and only what Talat said would make Leitais and Celery take it seriously. After dealing with a few words, the scene calmed down again. In the next 8-4th game, a civil war will definitely be inevitable. I just don't know who will be against whom in the end, but no matter what the game is, everyone will take it seriously. It's just in a corner that no one notices. Vegeta and Rhaegar met, and the 2 top powerhouses could not wait. They were eager to divide them into a group in the next game. In the blink of an eye, half an hour passed quietly. All those who left the audience also returned to their positions. With the passionate commentary of the blonde referee, the top 4 promotions of the world's #1 martial art conference officially kicked off. The list of matches for the semi-finals promotion matches was also announced. The first game is made by Talat vs Tianjin Fried. The second game is made by Sun Wukong vs Boxer Zaki. The third game is made by Rhaegar vs Vegeta. The fourth game is made by Leitais vs Klin. With the announcement of the competition list, some people are happy and some are worried about this result. The lounge area in the background, Talat and Tianjin fans' eyes collided. Talat's face was filled with a faint smile. For the next game, please give me some advice. I will leave no room for battle with you until the last moment. Even if I still lose in the end, I will not hesitate. Tianjin fan has already made his mind. Even if the game is eliminated, it doesn't matter. The opportunity to fight against Talat is hard to come by. Tianjin fan knows that this is his chance to go further. He will inevitably have a lot of feelings when competing with Talat, which will be of great help to his future cultivation and progress. Okay, I'm looking forward to your full-time battle. Even if you let the horse go at the beginning of the game, I'm also very curious. As the real power of the three-eyed star, you should have successfully unlocked it, right? Taro. He smiled very much and exposed Tianjin Rice in just one sentence. This made Tianjin fan extremely surprised. Talat saw through his last trick at a glance. Sure enough, nothing can be hidden in your eyes, Tianjin fan admitted frankly. At the same time, my heart is even better. I admire Talat's strength and look forward to the next fight. During the exchange between Talat and Tianjin Fried, the most exciting thing is Vegeta and Rhaegar. Their expectations come true. Although it is the third game, it is better to take a look at the battle between Talat and Tianjin fan before this. The two of them have long been looking forward to Talat's strength and hope that Tianjin fan can force Talat to take action seriously. As for Sun Wukong and Boxer Zaki, no one cares. Leitais and Klin. Rhaedes didn't have much pressure, but because his opponent was Klin, he found it very interesting. Klin is under great pressure. Although his strength has improved a lot, how can he fight Leitais? In the end, Rhaedes said that he would not transform into a Super Saiyan, and Klin's psychology was much more balanced. Chapter 206 Talat. It's finally my turn. Not long, the semi-finals promotion competition that everyone is looking forward to officially begin. Talat and Tianjin fan made their debut, which naturally caused an uproar, because Tianjin fan was already a hot topic and one of the most promising people in everyone's heart. The main thing is that he has good results and strong performance. Not only the audience but even the blonde referee also thinks so. The blonde referee knows little about Talat. Although he knew in his heart that Talat's strength was extraordinary, he still felt that Tianjin fan would win in this battle. This is the view of the world of ordinary people. The match begins. With the order of the blonde referee, the first game of the semi-finals was announced to officially begin. After the verdict was announced, the blonde referee, who had already had several experiences, left and fled to a safe distance outside the ring. Of course no one cared about his actions, and Talat and Tianjin fan would not go to see him. Come on, Tianjin Fried. Facing Tianjin Fried, Talat smiled slightly and signaled that he could start. This battle is a warm-up exercise for Talat. In short, it was finally his turn to take action. If he continues the boring motions before, he will be bored to death. Even Talat was a little doubtful that Bulma had tampered with the competition list just to let him show mercy to his own people. As for ordinary people who will deal with this group of people differently, then I'll laugh. Ha 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 ha. Facing Talat, Tianjin fan did not dare to neglect or hide at all, and he showed all his strength as soon as he came up. The majestic aura turned into a white aura and burned around the body, and all the 80 million combat power exploded. Even because the opponent he was facing was Talat, this aura had a faint sign of breaking through the limit. The energy is still rising, and the intensity can be clearly felt. Facing the rising momentum of Tianjin fan, Talat smiled slightly, and the power in his body flowed with his thought. His chi was rising in his body and no one could notice it. This is Talat's perfect control technique for breath and power. After mastering the power of the god while improving the body and preventing the opponent from notice, it can also ensure that the breath will not be leaked, thus exerting more than 100% of its power. Kank wave. Tianjin fan took the lead in attacking, and an energy ray broke through the air and attacked Talat. Facing Tianjin fan, who took the initiative to attack, Talat did not dodge or avoid it. With a wave of his hand, his breath turned into an invisible impact, cleverly changing the attack direction of the whole waves and landing on the invisible barrier set by Weiss. The energy was swallowed up, but it only splashed a lot of wave, as it really isn't the whole wave's work. Then try this trick. Continuously penetrate the wave. Tianjin fan waved his hands quickly. In an instant, one extremely penetrating and powerful energy light wave after another broke through the air and rushed towards Talat. He knew in his heart that doing so would not hurt Talat at all, and his persistence in energy attack was just to let Talat reveal reveal his flaws and find the best time to make his move. In an instant, a continuous and powerful beam of energy penetrated through the energy was attacking Talat. This dense whole wave is like a huge net, leaving Talat with no way to avoid it. The power is enough, but the power is not worth mentioning. If you are at the same level, you will be in trouble, but this level of trick is nothing to Talat. Talat condensed an energy bomb and gave a counterattack which responded to Tianjin Fan's attack. It's now. Tianjin Fan keenly realized that his opportunity had come. Almost the moment Talat had raised his hand, his body rushed out at full speed, but in a flash he came to Talat. All the strength of the body is poured into the fist and a bang box is used to forcefully hit it. Talat noticed something strange in advance and was not nervous and responded with a fist that was neither fast nor slow. Boom! The moment when the two iron fists collided, the two energy bombs suddenly exploded. At this moment, fierce battle is about to break out. Amid a hysterical shout, Tianjin Fan used all his strength and used his tactics one after another, and his dense fist and foot attacks attacked Talat like raindrops. A strong and powerful attack. Every move is extremely powerful. The lower plate is tough and very fast, and it also takes into account a very strong defense. After Talat felt the artistic conception of this particularly solid fighting style, his eyes lit up. To be honest, he was also shocked by Tianjin Fan's fighting style. This fighting style was before Tianjin Fan never saw him performing his actions when he fought against Nialu. Now it seems that it is the time to deal with Nialu, and Tianjin Rice has been hidden more than one thing. The purpose is to deal with the next game. If he is a little weaker, he doesn't even need to take it out, but when facing him, he has to take it out no matter what. Awesome! It seems that you have been practicing very hard over the past year. If you are in front of you, you are afraid that you will not be able to gain any advantage. Talat flexibly dodged the attack of Tianjin Fan. Flexibly praised. It's just a fancy move. Compared to you, it's still much worse. Tianjin Fan was very happy to receive praise from Talat, but only at this level. He was not very satisfied with it. Don't belittle yourself. At least in my opinion, you are already very excellent. In this era, few people can compare to you now. After the words fell, Talat's right fist was accelerating force and hit hard, cleverly avoiding Tianjin while defending the food. He hit his abdomen. Pound. There was a muffled sound. Tianjin Fan, who was hit hard, quickly retreated until she slid to the edge of the ring and stopped. Hiss. The severe pain and tearing from the belly made Tianjin French grin in pain. This is not over, and then there is a threefold invisible impact on Tianjin Fan's belly. The sudden attack almost made Tianjin Fan directly shoot out of the ring. What kind of attack is this? It seems like one punch. It is actually the same as 4 punches. Tianjin Fan was shocked after coming back to her senses. He did not expect that Talat's control of power was so exquisite and perfect. If you can turn 4 punches into 1 punch, it means that Talat can turn 10 or even 100 punches into 1 punch behind it. It's just a trick of trick. If you want to learn, you can teach you when the competition is over. Okay, the warm-up exercise is over, so you can come up with real skills as soon as possible. Let me see what you are doing. The real power to master. Talat urged Tianjin Fried, but such a battle is really boring. He wants to see what the real power of the 3 Ming Star Man is like. At this time, Tianjin Fried, after he recovered from his energy, wiped off the blood stains on the corner of his mouth and his eyes became firmer. Since Talat said in person that he wanted to see his true power, then the words he continued to hide his weakness were wrong. Then I'd better obey my destiny than respect. After that, Tianjin Fan jumped and came to mid-air. His eyes were closed, his hands were closed, and a golden spot of light flashed in the center of his third eye. Immediately, the vitality on the entire Papaya Island began to stir up. Controlled by Tianjin Fan's third eye, he kept rushing towards Tianjin Fan's third eye. This scene shocked all the viewers, including the soldiers in the backstage rest area. Even Klin, Yamcha, Dumplings, Naba, Sun Wukong, who practiced with Tianjin Rice in the past, all showed surprise. Tianjin Fan's third eye is very special, they know it. However, Tianjin Fan is usually only used to release energy attacks, so they didn't care, because in their opinion, this is just an extra position to attack. Now it seems that they still underestimated this third eye. This eye is not just a decoration, but contains a ability that they cannot imagine. Just like a Scion can transform into a Super Scion, this third eye is also the key to Tianjin Fan's improvement in strength and becoming stronger. Look, that's vitality! Klin exclaimed. He has affected the vitality of the entire Papaya Island. Do he need to use the vitality bomb? It doesn't look like it. Yamcha was extremely confused. It seems that it should be because of his third eye. There are some secrets in this eye, which is interesting. Naba said, no, this is not a vital energy bomb. I understand that Tianjin Fan's eyes can store powerful energy. Tianjin Fan is absorbing the vital energy of Papaya Island to improve his strength. This method is like gathering chi. It's just more direct. Sun Wukong, who had a keen insight, discovered something strange. His words shocked everyone present, especially Leitai, Solari and Vegeta. They attach more importance to Tianjin Fan, the three-eyed star. On the ring, Talat looked up at the Tianjin French that was constantly absorbing vitality and rising breath in the sky at a height of 100 meters. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. This kind of trick is very similar to the skills he learned on the Adalath star back then. He strengthens himself by absorbing natural energy, but his absorption is different from that of Tianjin Fan. The absorption of Tianjin rice is to gather breath through the third eye and fill the body. Logically speaking, the more breaths it can store in the body, the stronger his strength will be. At the same time, Talat also began to look forward to how much will Tianjin Fan's strength soar. Buzz buzz. Tianjin Fan's third eye was shining, and the majestic energy that filled the surrounding space was sucked into the third eye without leaving any remaining. Tianjin Fan's third eye finally entered a saturation state. As Tianjin Fan opened her eyes, boom! Suddenly, a terrifying aura storm expanded rapidly. The intensity of this breath is undoubtedly is a unit with a total of over 100 million, and it is quite amazing. Even the arrogant Vegeta showed an incredible look at this moment because the power of this aura was enough to match his first level full power of the Super Saiyan. This three-eyed bald head is so deep that it can burst out with such a strong aura. I underestimated him. Vegeta's view on Tianjin Fried has changed. In this world, it is not only Saiyans who are powerful. As long as those who are willing to work hard to practice can still catch up with the Super Saiyans or even surpass the Super Saiyan. What an amazing breath! Is this the function of Tianjin Fried third eye? Klin was shocked to the point of being unable to stop and said in disbelief. He originally thought that if he met Tianjin Fan, he might be able to advance to the semi-finals, but now it seems that he is dreaming. So strong, this breath is so powerful. Sun Wukong took a breath and said in disbelief, so how powerful is Tianjin Fan now? Yamcha changed his gaze and asked Leitai and Solari impatiently. Solari and Leitai have seen Tianjin Fan's combat effectiveness data. His combat power has reached 800 million points. After strengthening himself through the third eye, his combat power has been increased 10 times. However, although this power is amazing, his combat effectiveness index is very unstable, and after reaching the peak of 800 million points it began to decline at an average speed. This state should not be maintained for a long time. It can only be used for respond to some emergencies. Leitai and Cholari said one after another. It is indeed not an enhancement of durability, but it is the highest value that everyone can hear. 800 million points of combat power. After learning about this amazing combat power index, Naba's eyelids twitched wildly and were frightened by Tianjin Fan. Nialu, who had fought with Tianjin Fan, was even more frightened by the data. This has a combat power of 800 million points. Unexpectedly, when fighting with Tianjin Fan, the other party hid so much. Vic and Rhaegar were also shocked by this amazing number. Tianjin Rice is far better than they imagined. If we could meet, it would have been a hearty battle. Unfortunately, he had no chance. Now he met Talat. The combat power of 800 million points is indeed amazing, but in front of Talat it is far from enough to see. On the ring, Tianjin Fried, who had completed the final transformation, slowly fell from the sky, landed in front of Talat and confronted him again. Talat was looking at Tianjin Rice up and down, and Tianjin Rice was also facing Talat seriously. The improvement of combat power is amazing, 10 times stronger than just now, but this state cannot be maintained for a long time. Your power will gradually weaken with the passage of time. When fighting, the power should pass faster. Talat said to Tianjin Fan, it's you. You can see the flaws of my form at a glance. My third eye has not been fully mastered. Although this form cannot be fought for a long time, it is enough to fight quickly. Tianjin Fan poses in a fighting position, and his white evil spirit is burning wildly. It depends on the rhythm of full firepower. In the shortest time, you can exert your combat ability far beyond your limit. Then let it come over. I won't show mercy again this time. Talat nodded to Tianjin Fried, signaling him to do his best. Then take the move. With Tianjin Fan's roar, the fierce battle broke out again. Chapter 207. The Crush from Talat. Vegeta vs Rhaegar. Tianjin Fan attacked again, and this time his speed changed qualitatively from before. It rushed to Talat like a ray of light and waved its iron fist and rushed straight to Talat's face. Bang! There was a loud bang. This seemingly invincible iron fist was easily blocked by Talat's left hand and perfectly resolved all the impact. The strength is good and the speed is good. It's a pity I am the person you are facing. After that, Talat began his counterattack. Since Tianjin Fan has shown his real skills to fight him, he cannot let down the other party's desire for fighting and must respond. At this moment, Talat took out 1/3 of the power of normalcy. A breath that reached 1 billion points gushed out from his body. 1/3 is 1 billion combat power. That's right. Now Talat's normal efforts are 3 billion. With 5 fingers on his left hand, Talat's fist was tightly pressed against Tianjin Fan's fist, and he accumulated strength to throw it. In an instant, powerful force swept across across Tianjin Fan's body and his body lost control and was thrown into the air. Tianjin Fan, who flew backward, gritted his teeth and burst out his breath and forced his control to regain control of his body. But before he could come back to his senses, Talat was approaching and his strong attack swept across his body like a hurricane. Facing Talat's fierce attack, Tianjin Fan could only do his best to defend, but the incident happened suddenly and Talat's attack was extremely fierce. Even if he made a defense in time, he still suffered a lot of physically. The trauma has several more fist mark. Bang, 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 bang. Talat the fierce attack continued and the force of the fist and feet attacks became stronger and stronger every time. Tianjin Fan was almost unable to withstand it. Can't you stand it? Talat smiled slightly and his right leg was charged with strength, swept out with a whip leg, completely shattering Tianjin Fan's defense. The terrible force swept through Tianjin Fan's body, but in the blink of an eye, Tianjin Fan was knocked out. After being hit one after another, the aura around Tianjin Fan quickly declined, not as powerful and fierce as it was at the beginning. If the combat power of Tianjin Fan before was 800 million points, then the combat power of Tianjin Fan now has dropped to 600 million points and the intensity of the breath is still declining rapidly. Taking advantage of the victory to pursue, Talat quickly rushed to Tianjin Fan. Without waiting for Tianjin Fan to react, he accumulated strength to punch and hit Tianjin Fan in the abdomen. Puff! A large mouthful of sour water mixed with blood spurted out from Tianjin Rice's mouth. At this moment his aura dropped sharply by half, and if it was converted into combat power it would be less than 300 million points. It's over. As soon as Talat finished speaking, his hands merged, forming a warhammer, aiming at the back of Tianjin Fan's neck. Pound! A thrilling roar sounded in the space. Tianjin Fan, who was hit hard, fell rapidly, and finally hit the ground. Tianjin fried player out of the boundary. Winner, Talat player. This time the blonde referee was not attentive. With his order, the result of the first semi-finals promotion match was released. The whole audience was in an uproar, and no one expected that the dark horse who was expected to win the championship would lose so completely. No one expected that Talat, a player, had nothing to pay attention to at the beginning, but he was so powerful. Talat defeated Tianjin Fan. Some people regretted Tianjin Fan, and some people scolded Tianjin Fan because many people bet Tianjin Fan won. Of course, there are also many happy people because no one can buy Talat and win, so the casino makes a lot of money. Slowly falling from the sky, Talat landed accurately next to Tianjin Fan. At this moment, Tianjin Fan was still struggling after being hit hard many times. Finally, with his tenacious willpower, he forced himself to suppress the pain and slowly stood up. Talat's fist was terrible, and his casual punch made him feel like his body was about to break. Although he was defeated, he was very happy because this battle made him feel a lot and had many new insights in his heart. After he went back, he digested it and his strength would inevitably improve again in a very short time. Credit to Talat. During the previous battle, he felt that Talat was deliberately pointing out the direction for him. Although he was unwilling to be eliminated, what he gained was more precious than the outcome. With Talat and Tianjin Fan returning to the backstage one after another, the second game began immediately. Sun Wukong vs Boxer Zaki. This game is so ordinary that almost no one will pay attention to it. The result is no suspense. However, Sun Wukong's old habit was redefeated. He gave the other party a full chance. Finally, after he thoroughly understood the opponent's way of attack, he eliminated the opponent with one move. Not to mention, this boxer named Zaki actually made a breakthrough on the spot. Among ordinary people, except Satan, they are considered personal characters. The third game that followed began. Everyone was cheering up again, because the intensity of this game should be second only to the battle between Latize and Solari. Rhaegar vs Vegeta. Before, both of them noticed each other. Now they are officially fighting, and both sides are very curious about each other's strength. As the two of them climbed onto the ring from different directions, an extremely heavy sense of oppression spread rapidly. Not only the ring but also the audience was affected, and the cheerful audience was affected by the powerful aura of the two. The battle seemed to have not begun, but in fact it had already begun. The moment the two sides stepped onto the ring, they invisibly expanded their breath and embarked on the first round of confrontation. This caused the blonde referee on the ring to be under great pressure. His forehead was covered with dense beads of sweat and he was gasping for breath. The game begins. The blonde referee held on with his strong psychological quality and announced the start of the game tremblingly. Almost the moment he finished speaking, hey, Vegeta burst into a fierce cry. The super energy pool in the body was instantly mobilized and an extremely powerful aura was formed and a powerful shock wave swept across the world. After transforming into a stable state, Vegeta attacked strongly, turning into a golden aurora to break through the space and heading straight for Rhaegar to kill. Good come. Seeing Vegeta being so excited, Rhaegar suddenly felt high in fighting, burst out with an aura and rushed towards Vegeta. The moment the two of them approached, the two fists wrapped in golden and white flames were accumulating their strength at the same time and swung them out suddenly. Bang! The moment when the fists collided, the lightning exploded and the space vibrated. Both of them were backfired by their strength and were knocked back at the same time. Vegeta, who was shocked to the edge of the ring by the backlash, showed a fanatical fighting spirit in his eyes. It's really powerful. If that's the case, the big explosion attack. Vegeta raised his right arm, locked in Rhaegar, and energy condensed in his palm. The next second, a blue energy bomb shot out quickly from his palm and rushed straight to Rhaegar. Facing this power with an infinite blow, Rhaegar did not dodge, and his hands crossed to condense a large energy ball, which was shot out through the breath, colliding head-on with Vegeta's big explosion attack. Boom! The two energy collided, and the flames shot from the explosion soared into the sky. At the same time, Rhaegar and Vegeta rushed towards each other quickly with the help of this fire that soared into the sky. Boom! Another burst of explosions spread all over the world. Vegeta and Rhaegar were fighting each other, and the fierce battle between the two sides broke out completely at this moment. Vegeta was fully fired, and the prince was fully exerted without any mercy. The devastating attack was like a storm of storm, and the fierce offensive was not at the same level as when he fought with Naba before. Every time he attacked, he went straight to Rhaegar's fatal point. This terrible offensive only attack but not defense seemed to defeat Rhaegar in one breath. However, how could Rhaegar, the strongest mechite, be defeated by Vegeta so easily? After feeling Vegeta's powerful strength, he excitedly burst out all his combat power under normal circumstances. But under normal circumstances, all of his strength is still not enough to deal with Vegeta's fierce attack. Rhaegar, who was forced to mobilize the energy pool of a deeper power in his body. There was a golden arc that was faintly visible in the breath around him. The situation changed slightly, and the two started a even match battle. Bang pound, bang pound, bang pound. The collision of fists and feet is so intense and passionate. The battle between the two continued to heat up, and the collision of limbs shot out electric lights in the space, causing layers of storms. The two sides fought roundaboutly, constantly shuttled through the ring and mid-air, and the speed of shuttle was getting faster and faster. In just a few seconds, the two sides had fought no less than hundreds of times. Vegeta, who only attacked but did not defend, met a strong enemy this time, because he discovered that Rhaegar's understanding of offense was comparable to his. The two fought hundreds of moves, and the attacks were offset and resolved by the other party. This situation made the two of them lit up, and the hot fighting spirit flowing in their eyes seemed even more intense. Bang! Vegeta hit Rhaegar's right side with a heavy punch. Pound! Rhaegar hit the sky and hit Vegeta's jaw. After both of them suffered injuries to varying degrees, they opened up the distance at the same time and landed on both sides of the ring. I have some strength. I am worthy of being the opponent I am attracted to. Vegeta raised his hand to wipe off the blood stains on the corner of his mouth and smiled excitedly. Your strength is also good. This is the most enjoyable battle I can fight besides fighting Talat. Rhaegar also wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth and praised Vegeta. Hearing Rhaegar's praise, Vegeta was unmoved and just snorted. What he hates the most is to compare him with Talat. You seem to have misunderstood your strength. This is just the beginning. Open your eyes and see clearly my true strength. After saying that, Vegeta directly mobilized a deeper energy pool in his body. Rhaegar's strength has been recognized by him. Since that is the case, there is no need to continue to hide it. Just use real skill. Crack! Blue and white arcs exploded around Vegeta. The golden aura around him turned into a jet, and the golden vertical hair turned into an angry hair. The militant factors and S cells in the body are in a fully activated state. Vegeta now only feels that the blood in his body is boiling, making him eager to fight. The warlike nature of the Scions is almost unable to suppress it. In the second level Super Saiyan state, he has strong combat power, directly exceeding 1 billion point. In the background rest area, the Vegeta guy has indeed mastered the second level of the Super Saiyan, but his normal strength is too weak. Radies said he had noticed it long before Vegeta fought against Naba, but Vegeta's transformation was too fast at that time. But in the blink of an eye, Naba was instantly killed and then withdrew from the transformation. Apart from him, only Celar and Talat should have seen it. His Super Saiyan level 2 should have just been completed, and his control over his strength needs to be improved. Chalari explained. Is that guy Vegeta? Has he already reached this point? I'm really too far away. After seeing Vegeta's changes on the ring, Naba opened his mouth and recalled the previous battle with Vegeta, when, at that time, he was wondering why Vegeta solved himself in the state of Super Realm King Fist in an instant. It turned out it was powered by the second level Super Saiyan. So strong, Vegeta's aura has far surpassed Rhaegar. Sun Wukong was very surprised at Vegeta's strength. Looking back at the time when Vegeta first came to Earth, although his normal combat power was strong, he would not be transformed by a Super Saiyan. Therefore, he has always been far ahead of him. But look at the present. Not only did Vegeta's normal combat power far exceed his own, but he even mastered the transformation of the second level Super Saiyan. Before I knew it, my own strength was a weaver. He was thrown away so much by the other party. The wonderful thing is still behind. You can watch it slowly. Talit put his hands on his chest, waiting for the fierce battle between Vegeta and Rhaegar. Although Vegeta is strong, Rhaegar's strength will never be inferior to him. Since he fought with Laga awakened part of the power of the dragon god. Now that so long has passed, Talit doesn't believe that he has made no progress at all. After all, Niru and Big can mobilize a trace of dragon god power on the ring. When the second level Super Saiyan transformation stabilized, Vegeta's mouth almost raised to the sky and his confidence was overflowing. Apart from Nobanagai, you are the second person who can let this prince take the initiative to take the second level of the Super Saiyan to fight. Be enlightened. Vegeta was full of momentum and was in the Super Saiyan. With the blessing of the second level power, he became even more arrogant and arrogant. He didn't take everyone seriously except Leitai Celar and Talit. With the blessing of the second level of the Super Saiyan, he confidently believed that no one could fight him. Even though Rhaegar was very strong in front of him, it was just that. At this moment, Rhaegar was not affected by Vegeta's words at all. He was looking at Vegeta up and down. In just a few short glances he could see how strong Vegeta, the second level Super Saiyan, was. Chapter 208 Vegeta is eliminated. Clint vs Leitai. The breath is indeed very strong, but if it is only this level, it is far from defeating me. After the words fell, Rhaegar decisively liberated the deeper energy pool in his body. His aura continued to expand and he stopped until he was on par with Vegeta. Rhaegar is deliberately controlling his combat power and trying to maintain his strength at the same level as Vegeta. His real strength is much stronger than he is now. After feeling this momentum that was comparable to his own, the smile on Vegeta's face gradually solidified and replaced by a strong sense of fighting and seriousness. You are indeed not an ordinary person. As the Mechite, it is indeed amazing to be able to improve your combat effectiveness to this level. But unfortunately, the opponent you meet is I, Vegeta, and we Saiyans as combat nations can be. He keeps growing in the battle. Now you can match me, but you will definitely be defeated by me next. Vegeta put on that classic ego. Whenever the action of pointing his thumb at his face is done, it also means that Vegeta is about to suffer a defeat soon. Others don't know. Talit is too familiar with it, and Talit clearly knows how strong Laga is. Vegeta's current strength is probably not even 1/10 of Rhaegar's total strength. After all, that is the power of the dragon god. There are more than you Saiyans born for the battle. I, who are both fighting, will not lose to you Saiyan. Who is stronger and weaker, you will know after you fight. Wriggle, too lazy to argue with Vegeta, he hooked his right hand at Vegeta, indicating that he could attack, then fight. With a roar, Vegeta clenched his fist and the blue and white light burst out all over his body and the breath surged quickly around his body. In an instant Vegeta took the lead in attacking. This time the speed was much faster than before. He used a super heavy punch with a mixed use and rushed straight to Rhaegar's face. This punch was extremely dangerous, but Rhaegar did not agree with it. He raised his hand to block the attack of the Iron Fist with infinite destructive power and cleverly resolved the impact force in it. His whole person stood in place like a mountain without moving at all. Rhaegar, who easily blocked the attack, raised his lips and his smile seemed to be provoking Vegeta. The attack was blocked. Vegeta snorted coldly and his aura exploded and an even more fierce attack swept across Rhaegar like a storm. The prince's tactics were used again, only attacking but not defending, and a more fierce offensive continued to destroy Rhaegar's body. But although Vegeta's attack was fierce, Rhaegar's defense was also amazing and was airtight. No matter how Vegeta attacked, he can offset Vegeta's attack in the most perfect way at the first time. Bang pound, bang pound, bang pound. One dull explosion after another echoed in the space. The battle between the two became more and more intense. Vegeta's fighting style was very strong. He ignored his own physical energy consumption and resolutely attacked. Judging from this posture, it was to completely defeat Wriggle. Rhaegar demonstrated his defensive skills by retreating to advancing, which is no longer just as solid as possible. No matter how Vegeta attacked, he could not break his defense. On the contrary, Vegeta's first wave of offensive was carried over by him. Although the next attack was also terrifying, it was no longer as fierce as before after one wave. For Rhaegar, he has seen through Vegeta's path. As long as he delays for a while, Vegeta will automatically expose his flaws. At that time, you will be able to severely attack Vegeta with one blow. Of course, how could such a small thought be hidden from Vegeta? Vegeta was very clear about the shortcomings of his combat method, but even so, he would choose to go the wrong way. This is the path he chose and the one that suits him the most. He will never look back when he goes all the way. Hey, 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 hey. Hysterical shouts erupted from Vegeta's mouth. In an instant he put his whole body. The power was poured into the right fist and a punch with all strength ascension to heaven was strongly shot. Seeing this, Rhaegar took a defensive posture in time. Pound. The thrilling sound of flesh suddenly exploded. A huge force exploded and an unparalleled impact swept across his body. Rhaegar's pupils shrank violently and he lost control control and was hit by this powerful punch. The space was vibrated by the strength of this blow. Rhaegar, who rushed straight to the sky, quickly burst out his breath to regain control of his body, but before he could adjust his condition, Vegeta's more fierce attacks followed one after another. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The continuous sound of breaking through the air sounded, and Vegeta on the ring waved his hands quickly, and the continuous golden energy bombs rushed towards Rhaegar. Boom, 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 boom. The explosion of the energy bomb spreads all over the world. In an instant the space vibrated, and the explosion of flames continued to expand, and soon covered most of the sky. Fortunately, the barrier under Westbor blocked the aftermath of the explosion, otherwise everyone in the audience would have to die. In the audience, all the viewers were silent, just paying attention to the ever-expanding super explosion. The gods in both areas did not speak. Watching the battle, their faces were dull and they could not see any emotional fluctuations. Vegeta's fighting style is extremely fierce, and the main feature is that you die or I die. This kind of strong attack is terrible, but when the battle reaches this point, the physical energy consumption is also very huge. If it were a battle at the same level, Rhaegar, who was at a disadvantage, would have been defeated long ago. It's a pity that this battle was not at the same level from the beginning. As God, they have already seen through Rhaegar's full strength. From the beginning, Vegeta had no chance of winning. On the ring, Vegeta's continuous energy attack continues. He kept releasing energy bombs to attack. His forehead was covered with dense beads of sweat. This shows how huge his physical energy is. However, as a fighting nation, the Scion attack not only did not make him feel empty, but instead, this large amount of physical energy consumption further stimulated the Scion blood in his body. Vegeta felt no fatigue at all when he consumed his physical strength. Instead, he became more and more braver as he fought, and the power of the energy bomb released became stronger and stronger. On the other hand, Rhaegar, who was in the center of the explosion, frowned and had a very ugly expression. It was obvious that Vegeta's strong attack brought him quite a lot of pressure. With the same combat power, he was suppressed so thoroughly. Is this the power of the combat nation Scion? It's indeed extraordinary. However, his real ability is far more than that. Although Vegeta's attack is strong now, he is already a desperate bet. As long as he withstands this last wave of attack, Vegeta will fall into a situation of powerless successors, and it is inevitable that his combat power will be greatly reduced. At that time, it will be a great opportunity for him to win. Vegeta naturally knew about this situation, so in the next blow, he would gather all the energy to launch a super kill, defeating Rhaegar in one fell swoop. As for what Rhaegar will do with this move, then it depends on Rhaegar's life. It's over. Super Golly Cannon. Vegeta's white and purple aura popped up. His hands approached and pushed forward. In an instant, a tremendous energy gushed out, carrying the unparalleled power of destruction towards him. Gal rushed away. Boom. The energy exploded in space, stirring up an extremely thick flame. At this moment, the invisible barrier vibrated, and the remaining waves were so fierce that they were beyond imagination. In addition to Papaya Island, the sea caused shocking huge waves. In the rest area the day after tomorrow, Neru and Bic watched the super explosion over the ring, stunned, worried about Rhaegar's safety. Vegeta's move is a bit terrible. If it falls on them, there will be no doubt that they will die. But if Rhaegar is facing such a powerful destructive move, it should be fine. Awesome. We all underestimated the guy Vegetan. His Golly Cannon was upgraded again, and his destructive power was increased by a higher level. Solari sighed. The destructive power of this move is indeed good, but that's all. This battle is coming to an end. Leitai sighed as he watched the battlefield. Although the Earth warriors around them did not speak, they were all trying their best to perceive. Is Rhaegar severely damaged by Vegeta's ultimate skill and lost his combat ability, or will Rhaegar be safe? On the ring, Vegeta gasped heavily, and the golden aura around her body suddenly decreased, and her aura was no longer as fierce as before. The continuous high-intensity energy bomb attack, coupled with the bombing of the Super Golly Cannon, has consumed a lot of his energy. Although he is still in the second-level Super Saiyan state, his strength is less than 1/10 of his peak period. It seems that this prince is better. You are too hesitant. The mics are under the strongest attack of this prince. No one can. What Vegeta was about to say came to an abrupt end. He widened his eyes in horror, with the look of seeing a ghost. Located in the center of the explosion of the Super Gaviar cannon, the fire dissipated, and Rhaegar also appeared. Although Laga looked a little embarrassed at this moment, his aura did not weaken at all compared to before. That move just now was indeed very powerful. Rhaegar praised. If he hadn't mobilized the hidden power of the dragon god in his body in time at a critical moment, he would probably have been severely injured by this blow. Immediately afterward, golden light flashed through Rhaegar's body, and the majestic aura expanded with him as the center, dispelling all the smoke. He slowly fell from the sky and stepped onto the ring again in an intact posture. The situation at this moment is already very obvious, and Rhaegar has an absolute advantage. Without any suspense, he will definitely win this battle. The shocked Vegeta came to his senses. With his IQ, it was not not difficult to guess what had just happened. You guys are still hiding your strength. Vegeta had already guessed what was going on and asked with an incredible look on his face. Rhaegar did not deny it, laughing without saying a word. At this moment Vegeta only felt like a jumping clown. He was so arrogant just now and so ashamed now. After saying so many arrogant words, the slap in the face came so quickly. At this moment, swoosh, a sound of breaking through the air sounded. Rhaegar took the initiative to attack. His speed was extremely fast, but in the blink of an eye he rushed into Vegeta's body, and his fist containing the double dark force swung out right in Vegeta's heart. Bang! The powerful attack hit Vegeta. Vegeta, who received a powerful blow, squirted a blood arrow from his mouth and his body quickly retreated to the edge of the ring. When he was about to fall, Vegeta with his tenacious willpower resisted the impact of this punch and forced himself to stabilize his feet on the edge of the ring. His face was pale at this moment, but as the Prince of the Scion, he would never give in. However, just as he was about to take the initiative, two attacks came from his chest. Bang! Bang! The two hidden secret forces exploded at the same time. Vegeta, who was hit hard again, was overwhelmed and fell off the ring. At this point, the outcome was announced. Laga advanced to the semi-finals. After eliminating Vegeta out, a smile appeared on Rhaegar's face. This move was exactly the trick he learned when he watched Talat's battle before. A fist with a hidden murderous intent. It seems like one punch, but in fact, 3 punches are combined and can burst out with extremely strong destructive power. Well, damn it. Vegeta, who was eliminated, was unwilling to accept it, but no matter how unwilling he was, he could only accept reality. He thought that his opponents were Talat, Latais, and Solari. Laga is very strong, so strong that he can't compete with him now. He also felt the punch just now. This was Talat's move against Tianjin Fanshi. That guy, did he learn Talat's attack just after just a glance? Vegeta recalled the scene just now. His teeth tightly clenched and his heart was filled with anger. If you lose, you will lose. You can only accept reality. With Rhaegar's successful advancement, soon, the last game of the semi-finals advanced match also began. By Latais vs Klin, the two have huge differences in strength. Klin's current combat power is only 65 million point. The maximum combat power of a battle beyond the limit is only 70 million point. On the other hand, Latais' normal combat power has already exceeded 100 million, with a total of 220 million point. With his huge strength gap, even if Klin breaks through on the spot, he can't see any hope of winning. However, Rhaedes had an agreement with Klin before the battle that he would not transform into a Super Saiyan, which gave Klin enough face and allowed him to play. Klin knew that he was still no match for Latais, but he also planned to give it his all. Moreover, he can also be the King of Realms. If Latais doesn't even use the King of Realm fist, he does have a glimmer of hope to win. At the beginning of the game, Klin attacked Latais with all his strength. As soon as he came out, Latais naturally did not panic at all and responded calmly and easily. PS. Promote a friend's new book, Dragon Ball. Vegeta was sent to Earth since childhood. With the portal below. Chapter 209, Talat vs Sun Wukong. Klin's full strength attack under normal conditions could not have any impact on Latais. After all, the difference in combat effectiveness is here, and the strength of the two can be said to be completely different from the same dimension. Klin's move was so slow in Latais' size. Latais did not take the initiative to attack. He was still waiting for Klin to take out the King of Realm fist at the bottom of the box to compete with him. Otherwise, the battle would end, and there would be no meaning at all. After many attempts, Klin no longer continued to waste time. 3 times the King of Realms. This is the limit multiple that Klin can bear at present. The practice requirements for the World King's Fist are extremely strict. Even if they are guided by the North King and learned World King's Fist, the limit they can reach is still limited. Unlike Scions, the physical strength is far greater than that of ordinary people, so by constantly exceeding the limit they encourage themselves to withstand higher multiples of the Realm King Fist. Adding to the threefold Realm King Fist with the support, Klin's combat effectiveness index soared, and soon it increased to an astonishing 195 million point. This is a little interesting. Come and fight. Feeling the majestic bloody aura on Klin's body, Latais was intrigued. Although this aura is not enough to make him do his best under normal circumstances, it is enough to fight seriously. He can also take this opportunity to move his muscles and bones to prepare for the next semi-finals, and he may not be able to face Talat in the next game. Fierce battle broke out, and Klin and Latais fought together. With the blessing of the threefold Realm King Fist, Klin ushered in a qualitative leap in both speed, strength, or defense. He was able to fight Rhaedes head-on, and the battle between the two was extremely fierce. With the collision of fighting methods and the explosion of energy bombs, the battle continued to heat up. Unfortunately, although Klin, who is blessed by the threefold Realm King boxing, is still far behind Latais. Under normal circumstances, the power that Latais possesses is real, and it cannot be compensated by him through the Realm King Fist. Not to mention the threefold Realm King Fist, even the fourfold Realm King Fist, Latais can easily respond. Soon, as time goes goes by. Klin's physical strength gradually became exhausted in the state of Triple Realm King's Fist and could no longer hold on. In the end he was accidentally knocked out by Latiz and eliminated. At this point the final game of the semi-finals has ended. Latiz advanced to the semi-finals without any surprise. After making some polite words with Klin, Latiz pulled Klin on the ground and walked back to the backstage together. Everyone saw Klin's performance. In short, it is already very powerful. Others may not have an accurate definition, but Talat knew that with Klin's Triple King's Fist, Frisia, who had a combat power of 120 million points in the original work, had no power to fight back. The semi-finals are over, and the list of matches in the semi-finals is randomly assigned on the big screen by random selection. In the first game, Talat vs Sun Wukong. In the second game, Latiz vs Laga. The competition has reached this point, and those who are left in the end are undoubtedly the strongest. Half an hour off, in the background lounge area, everyone looked at each other and Sun Wukong came to Talat. Brother Talat, please give me some advice on the next battle. Sun Wukong changed his usual hippie face and said seriously. He knew the difference in strength between him and Talat, but he was still looking forward to a fight with Talat. He has been growing up over the years, but in fact winning or losing is not important to him. He is mainly because he can stand on the ring fairly with Talat. He also wanted to see if he could learn more or less from Talat in the battle. Talat naturally would not refuse Sun Wukong's humble advice. When the game starts later, just use any tricks you have. Kakarot, I'm actually very curious. How far have you grown over the years? Talat said with a smile on his face. This was indeed unexpected to deal with Sun Wukong. I thought my opponent was either Latiz or Laga. Yeah. Sun Wukong nodded heavily, then his face changed to seriousness and showed his signature smile. By his side, Kikai looked like a worried little wife. At this time, Kikai was still very cute and really beautiful. Sun Wukong is indeed very lucky. If you can help him in the future, he will be considered half a relative. At least don't let Kikai suffer like the original work. I think it wouldn't be true. After all, everyone's relationship is closer than the original work, and Gnei, Latiz and Lankai are there too. On the other side, Rhaegar and Latiz met. The eyesight between the two top powerhouses is extremely sharp. They can all feel the powerful force in each other's bodies. Speaking of this, I have never fought with you. I hope you will not hold back in the next battle. Rhaegar sighed. Yes, we have never fought each other. This time we finally have a chance and will not disappoint you, Latiz said with his lips rising. The time with the intermission ended. The first game of the semi-finals officially began. The martial arts conference entered the final stage before the finals. Talat vs Sun Wukong. The two of them climbed onto the repaired ring at the same time, with smiles on their faces. In the audience, both the King of Realm and the God of Destruction were slightly motivated. Mainly, I saw Talat take action again. Although his opponent is a little guy with a hair that has not grown all over yet, he is also a scion, which is worth seeing. Match begin. The blonde referee announced the start of the game with an order and hurriedly retreated to a safe position. Others don't know, but he knows exactly how strong Sun Wukong is. He is the champion of the last martial art conference. Obviously, this time it is stronger, and Talat's strength is just as terrifying. Come on, Kakarot, let me see your achievements in practice, Talat said with his hands on his chest and relaxed. His current normal combat power is even comparable to the demon in the original work Sun Wukong and Vegeta during the Bu period. He wanted to see if Sun Wukong's all-out efforts could force him to take half of his strength under normal circumstances. Hehe. Then I'm not polite. Let you see the achievements of my practice. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden light flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes. Crazy. The golden aura erupted from inside and out from inside his body, but in the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong entered the state of full power of the first level Super Saiyan. With the support of Super 1 full power, his combat power soared to 240 million points. It looks very strong, but this level of combat power cannot even reach 1/10 of Talat's normal state. Is the first level full power of the Super Saiyan? Not bad. Talat smiled indifferently. He had expected the full power of the Super 1, but when will Sun Wukong change his bad habit? Do you really think you can't see his hiding? Since he is unwilling to show all his strength, don't blame him for not showing mercy. Next, come and fight, brother Talat, Sun Wukong shouted loudly with a high spirit of fighting. Hearing this, Talat smiled without saying a word, and had already thought about how to teach Sun Wukong a lesson. Swoosh, swoosh. Two consecutive sounds of breaking through the air sounded in the space. At this moment, Talat and Sun Wukong acted at the same time, turning into an aurora and soaring into the sky. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of fists and feet colliding like muffled thunder came from the space. However, whenever this sound sounded, it would be accompanied by Sun Wukong's wail. Talat showed no mercy at all, and gave him an extremely heavy blow. Every time he punches, the strength is just right, and it will not make Sun Wukong lose his combat ability, but it will make him doubt his life in pain. Pound. The sound of a loud bang. Talat's extremely fierce fist hit Sun Wukong's cheek. cheek and directly hit him back to the ring from mid-air. It hurts so much. Sun Wukong, who fell on the ring, covered his painful face. He felt depressed and didn't give him any chance. He was ruthless as soon as he came up. Fast and ruthless. How does it feel? Kakarot. Talat put his hands on his chest, fell from the sky with a joking look on his face and joked at Sun Wukong. Brother Talat, you are too ruthless. I don't even have a chance to react. Sun Wukong complained with laughter and cry. There's no way. I've already shown mercy and this is just 1/10 of my power under normal circumstances. Since you know it hurt, then hurry up and take out all your strength, or if you still want to continue playing, it's okay, but this time my fist will be a little heavier than before, Talat said and raised his right fist. A layer of white aura gathered on the fist, intimidating Sun Wukong. Seeing this scene, Sun Wukong's face suddenly changed. He thought about his next ending and felt creepy. If he fights with the first level full power attitude of the Super Saiyan, he will be severely repaired by Brother Talat. Haha, Brother Talat's insight is still as amazing as ever, and he can't hide anything from you. Sun Wukong scratched his head awkwardly. Immediately afterward, his face changed suddenly. In a moment, the deeper super energy pool in the body was mobilized. As the S cells in his body gathered in the back and erupted in the spine center, his chi also surged. Crack! Around Sun Wukong, the blue and white light burst. At this moment, his form had changed, and his golden vertical hair turned into a golden angry hair, and his combat power also increased to 300 million point. I finally took out the second level Super Saiyan transformation. I took it out from the beginning so I could suffer less flesh and blood. Talat smiled slightly and teased. At present, Sun Wukong already has the capital to fight 1/10 of his combat power under normal conditions. He can no longer be afraid of things. After all, abuse is a technical job, and the control of power needs to be perfect. If he is accidentally abused to death, it will be bad. Hehe. I originally planned to try my first level full power of Super Saiyan. Can I compete with Brother Talat? But now it seems that I am too whimsical. Brother, your combat power will not be transformed. All are much better than my Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong sighed. Since you know the difference in strength, then let me come over. If there is any hiddenness, don't blame my subordinates for being merciless. After that, Talat put on a fighting posture, which gave Sun Wukong enough face. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to move at all. I won't hide anything anymore this time. Amid a hysterical shout, Sun Wukong took the lead in attacking. The second level Super Saiyan firepower was fully opened, and he turned into an extreme shadow and disappeared from the spot. Seeing this, Talat smiled slightly, used super high speed movement to catch up with Sun Wukong, and launched an attack. Bang! The two fists collided, causing a burst of sonic boom in the space. The battle broke out again. Sun Wukong, who no longer concealed anything, took the initiative to attack Talat. After many trials, his fighting style was no longer as fragile as before, and he had a preliminary shape. Offense and defense can be easily restrained and released in a short period of time. Facing Talat, Sun Wukong took the initiative to attack Talat. As soon as he came up and tried his best to attack Talat, he knew that if he wanted to go with Talat in a battle, we must seize the opportunity to fight. Only in this way can we be qualified to compete with Talat head-on. Once Talat seized the opportunity to fight, he would be crushed unilaterally, beaten without any power to fight back, and he would not even have the chance to resist. Talat was not in a hurry to Sun Wukong's strong attack. He maintained the same combat power as Sun Wukong, retreated to advance, resolved Sun Wukong's attacks again and again, and told him intentionally or unintentionally that his loopholes and shortcomings were slow. Guide him slowly. Sun Wukong's understanding is considered first class. After just a few rounds of fight, he understood Talat's intention, which was deliberately pointing the direction for him and making up for his own shortcomings. Sun Wukong's combat talent was fully demonstrated, and he grew rapidly in the fight with Talat. His combat power soared, and he became more and more proficient in mastering the second level of the Super Saiyan. This is the case, so I will increase my strength a little more. Neck, but don't be knocked down too easily. Kakarot. Talat smiled slightly. The next second, an extremely violent aura erupted from the body, and the powerful aura expanded rapidly. Boom! The vast and boundless aura turned into an extremely fierce aura storm. This terrifying aura impacted but instantly forced Sun Wukong to retreat several meters away. After being shocked, Sun Wukong showed a bitter smile on his face after feeling the extremely fierce momentum of Talat. He knew that if he was not careful, he would be knocked off the ring. Soon, Sun Wukong's premonition was fulfilled. This time Talat directly used two successful forces to deal with him, and rushed to Sun Wukong in a flash and fire, and punched him hard. P.S. Promote a Pokemon novel. Pokemon, a Super Dream invitation letter at the beginning. The big guys help me click on the reading, and the portal is below. Chapter 210. Sun Wukong is defeated. Vegeta's careful thought. Sun Wukong crossed his arms and instinctively posed for defense. Bang! There was a shocking sound. Even though the defense is very timely, the powerful destructive power contained in this punch is not something that Sun Wukong Wukong can compete with now. Sun Wukong, swept by huge force, retreated straight back like a flying shell until he hit the invisible barrier and stopped. Speaking of which, if you really want to count it, it will be considered out if you hit the barrier. It's just that there is no such rule in the game, so it's not considered an exit. Feeling the severe pain from his arms, Sun Wukong grinned in pain and his whole body trembled. Before Sun Wukong could take a breath, Talat made another attack and rushed to his front quickly. This scene scared Sun Wukong's face changed. Without having time to think too much, he instinctively put on a defensive posture. This is just beginning, Kakarot. As soon as he finished speaking, Talat waved his hands quickly and the dense attack fell like raindrops, and the powerful attack continued to destroy Sun Wukong's body. Bang, 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 bang. Some of thrilling sounds lingering in the space. Talat's attack was extremely domineering and cruel, and the destructive power of every attack was extremely amazing. But Sun Wukong showed extraordinary resilience. Even if Talat's offensive was very cruel, he could barely resist it. However, the current situation of the battle is very bad for him, and he must find a way to break the deadlock, otherwise he will delay for a while. No matter how strong his body is, he will probably be crushed by Talat's attack. Brother, Talat fist is so heavy. The pressure of every attack is so strong. My body is like it's going to break. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and pressed against Talat's attack head-on. At the same time, his combat instinct was fully stimulated, and he was also trying his best to find Talat's flaws. Once he found an opportunity, he would burst out with a force far beyond his limit in an instant to force Talat back. Suddenly, Talat spread his 5 fingers with his hands and grabbed Sun Wukong's wrist tightly. The power burst out and he threw Sun Wukong out again. Sun Wukong, who was flying backward, did not burst out anxiously but adapted to this force to adjust his posture. At the moment when he was about to hit the invisible barrier, he cleverly regained control of his body. Turtsect Kigong Bo. Sun Wukong acted as a killer move, and a straightforward turtle Kigong wave blasted out of his palm and rushed straight to Talat. Faced with this powerful energy attack, Talat didn't care at all. With a casual wave, the invisible aura storm changed the direction of the turtle Kigong wave and rebounded it to Sun Wukong. What? After seeing this scene, Sun Wukong's eyes were almost glaring out. The storm caused by a casual slap rebounded his turtle Kigong wave. Before he could think too much, Sun Wukong put his right finger into a sword on his forehead and moved instantly as the turtle Kigong wave was about to approach. Avoiding this attack in time, the uncontrolled turtle Kigong wave bombed on the invisible barrier, causing a violent explosion. Sun Wukong appeared behind Talat the next second and was about to attack, but Talat had seen through his space movement. He raised his hand and hit Sun Wukong in the face, knocking him away. Sun Wukong, who flew backward, hit the invisible barrier heavily. Want to sneak attack me with instant movement? You're so naive, Kakarot. Talat turned slowly, put his hands on his chest and his smile on his face. He looked at Sun Wukong in front of him and joked. This kind of skill, that instantaneous movement, is useless to him, and what he masters is a higher level of space teleportation. Any abnormal movements coming from the surrounding space cannot escape his perception. It hurt. Brother Talat, you react too quickly. I really have no chance at all. Sun Wukong complained constantly, and the gap in strength was so big that he could not see any hope of winning. Brother Talat's strength is still as strong as ever. In the hands of the other party, he is like a child who has not grown up. No matter how he makes trouble, he can't cause any storm. Instead of complaining there, it's better to continue attacking. Talat smiled slightly, hooked his index finger at Sun Wukong, and signaled the other party to attack quickly. Seeing this scene, Sun Wukong smiled bitterly. Although he understood that the gap in strength was very large, he was still unwilling to give up. He knew he was not his opponent, but he was not afraid at all, so he could only bite the bullet and go. Hey. Sun Wukong, who made up his mind, burst into a hysterical cry. The golden aura was constantly erupting, and the blue and white light was constantly exploding around his body. His aura was rising step by step. After reaching the peak, Sun Wukong burst out with all his speed and rushed towards Talat. This time, he took all his strength and powerful attack on Talat, sweeping Talat like a storm. After experiencing Talat's guidance, Sun Wukong's fighting style has been greatly improved, but to completely complete the sublimation, he still needs time to settle down and more powerful training. Talat responded to Sun Wukong's full strength attack with ease, and an idea came to his mind. The time is almost done. Should I take Kakarot, Vegeta, and Naba to find the old king god? Talat said silently in his heart. With his help, a group of earth warriors have gone to the old king god to develop potential abilities, and their strength has increased greatly, and they are not even inferior to the Super Saiyan. On the contrary, these 3 Saions on earth have not yet experienced potential development. Now their accumulation is enough. Naba is only one step away from the first level full power of the Super Saiyan. Vegeta and Sun Wukong both mastered the second level transformation of the Super Saiyan. After gaining the potential development of the old king god, their strength will will inevitably be improved to a greater level in a very short period of time. Especially Vegeta, whose combat power has exceeded 10 million points, is already extremely qualified and has unfathomable potential. After being developed by the potential of the old King God, he may soar into the sky, and his normal combat power may even have units that may reach 100 million. Talat has planned the subsequent growth route for the three scions, and through the potential development of the old King God, this is an indispensable stage. But after this, how they should go depends on themselves. After all, everyone's path is different. While Talat was distracted, he also resolved Sun Wukong's dozens of attack. Taking advance as retreat invisibly put Sun Wukong incomparably under great pressure. Damn it, the gap in strength is too big. I am no match for brother Talat at all. Forget it, just use the Super World King Fist. The situation is getting worse and worse, and Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and chose to sacrifice his life. Even if you can't beat Talat, you must force Talat to take out the power of the Super Scion. Super World King Fist. Sun Wukong burst into a hysterical cry, and the blood-colored evil aura erupted. His breath showed explosive growth, and his combat power was so fierce that it directly reached 600 million point. When Sun Wukong used the Super World King Fist, Talat also came to his senses. Looking at Sun Wukong, who was surrounded by blood and energy, and his momentum increased greatly, Talat nodded silently. I have to say that at this time, the King of Realm has become a move that anyone can use. Everyone can use it except Vegeta. Yes, you can already use the Super World King Fist in the second level Super Saiyan state. It seems that you have put a lot of effort into the cultivation of aura in recent time. Talat admitted Sun Wukong the power of the world. In his opinion, true strength does not depend on the level of combat effectiveness but on his own use of power and realm. If you cannot perfectly control your own power, you are not a real strong man. If it were Vegeta, it might not have been possible to be like Sun Wukong. Vegeta is indeed several times stronger than Sun Wukong, but this is only because Vegeta is older than Sun Wukong and her body has matured long ago. It took only 1 or 2 years for Sun Wukong to truly develop. After all, Sun Wukong is even more evil. Brother Talat, stop joking about me. I'm afraid that this level of combat power is not even half as good as you do, right? But even so, I won't give up. Let's continue. Sun Wukong was very excited to fight, shouted loudly. The next second, the whole person rushed out in a straight line, turning into a blood-colored aurora and sprinted straight towards Talat. Faced with Sun Wukong's re-attack, Talat smiled indifferently and decided to send Sun Wukong off the ring in the most decent way. He burst out like Sun Wukong. The power of the country once again fought fiercely with Sun Wukong. Boom! The two fists collided and a dazzling white light exploded in the sky. The two aurora of white and blood collided in the space, and the speed continued to accelerate. Sun Wukong used all his strength to attack Talat, and Talat responded calmly. There were harsh roars and responses echoed in the space, and the aftermath brought by the two of them to the attacks of fists and feet shook all directions, causing the sky to shake the earth. The strength of both sides is getting stronger and stronger, and Sun Wukong is evolving at an astonishing speed in the battle. The momentum is good. Keep this rhythm. Remember this feeling, Kakarot. Talat reminded Sun Wukong while dealing with Sun Wukong's attack. But now Sun Wukong can no longer listen to his word, and the fierce battle has brought him into the realm of selflessness. His fighting spirit continued to rise, and the belligerent factors in his body drove him, making him forget his fatigue and constantly attacking, and his body and soul were enjoying this feeling of sublimation. Unfortunately, this fierce attack could not continue. As time goes by, Sun Wukong's momentum showed a trend of decliningness. However, Sun Wukong's growth has been quite amazing after being able to fight Talat for so many consecutive rounds. Are you finally reaching the limit? Since that's the case, then it's over, Kakarot. Seeing that Sun Wukong's breath began to diminish sharply, Taro knew that his final outbreak had ended here. The Scion's characteristics of becoming stronger and stronger as they fight, although they can greatly extend the time limit of the Super Realm King Fist to the greatest extent, huge physical energy consumption is inevitable. If Sun Wukong continues to fight, he may be in danger of his life. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong was about to stubbornly say that he could still beat him, but he never thought that Talat had appeared behind him quietly. A hand knife that Talat fell on the back of Sun Wukong's neck. At this moment, Sun Wukong's whole body was stiff, his aura was completely dissipated, and he retreated from the second level of the Super Saiyan to normal. Darkness came invading, and he only felt his body getting heavier and heavier. The whole person fell to the ground uncontrollably and finally landed outside the ring. At this moment, the outcome has been been announced. Talat defeated Sun Wukong without any suspense and entered the finals. The blonde referee made a judgment, even though he didn't expect Sun Wukong, the last champion, to lose so thoroughly. Since the game was so successful, he had to react as quickly as possible and give comments to all the audience. An uproar. The noise is endless. No one expected that Sun Wukong would lose, and another wave of people began to curse, just as Tianjin Fan lost before, because these people bet that Sun Wukong could win, who knew it would be Talat. As for ordinary people, they are still excited by the fierce battle. As we returned to the background rest area, everyone saw Sun Wukong unconscious in a deep coma and surrounded him to check the situation. Whether it should be said or not, the Scions have extremely strong recovery ability. After just a few minutes of unconsciousness, Sun Wukong woke up by himself. Looking at the extremely familiar environment around him and his friends around him, he smiled bitterly. Before he could say anything, Kikai rushed up because of his wake up. This action was too rough, which made Sun Wukong whisper, but everyone laughed when they saw this scene. Before he knew it, even Sun Wukong grew up and had a wife who came to his door. Only when Kikai and Sun Wukong were tired of it would Sun Wukong have the chance to eat the fairy beans to recover. He took the initiative to face Talat and ask for advice humbly. Talat was not stingy with Sun Wukong for his conscious approach and seeking ways to become stronger. He told him more deeply about the methods of practicing to become stronger and how to make up for his current flaws. As the two sides exchanged, the second game of the semi-finals also began. Neither Raitais nor Rhaegar spoke but walked out together with smiles on each other's faces. Vegeta should be the most concerned about this battle because he lost to Rhaegar before and was disgraced. Now, Raitais and Laga face each other. He actually hopes that Raitais and Laga will win, which is very contradictory. Damn it, wait, no matter who you wins, I will surpass you sooner or later. Vegeta clenched his fist and shouted in his heart. With absolute confidence, even the semi-finals did not break in. The most important thing is that he has not met Talat Selar and Raitais, whom he wants to fight the most. Chapter 211, A Showdown of More Than 10 Billion. Raitais vs Laga. Raitais and Rhaegar entered the ring at the same time, and the two top powerhouses resonated with each other. An invisible aura spread out, and before the battle began, the atmosphere became heavier. Raitais held his chest with his hands, his face full of arrogance, and his aura of 220 million points under normal circumstances was pressing towards Rhaegar invisibly. Faced with the pressure of Rhaetais' aura, Rhaegal was not affected at all, and the aura released invisibly dispelled the aura released by Rhaetais. The last game of the semi-finals officially begins. The blonde referee gave the order and the game officially began. Almost as soon as the referee finished speaking, Raitais and Laga took action at the same time. Both sides turned into a remnant shadow at the same time. He disappeared from the spot, and when he appeared again, he was already in mid-air and punched him in a sympathetic manner. Bang! A violent muffled sound came from the space. Raitais collided with Rhaegar's iron fist, and the two of them were backfired by the force at the same time. But the difference is that Raitais retreated 6 or 7 meters away, while Laga only retreated 2 meters away. After this collision, both sides had a rough understanding of each other's strength. It's interesting. You're really good or bad? Raitais grinned, spread his hands open, and swung quickly. In an instant, countless energy bombs with amazing destructive power cut through the space and rushed towards Rhaegar. Faced with this comprehensive attack without leaving any room for freedom, Rhaegar dared not underestimate it at all. If it were someone else, he might have put some water on it, but his opponent now is Raitais, and he dare not be careless at all. Dring! An invisible sound wave burst out from Laga's mouth. This sound wave caused ripples in space, and the powerful impact force instantly detonated all the energy bombs in front of them. Bang! 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 The energy bombs that exploded one after another turned into a thick wall of flame, blocking Rhaegar and Raitais and separating the two of them from their sight. This also hits Raitais' plan, using the thick wall of flames to block the vision of the two people and block their perception. Seizing the opportunity, Rhaetais used an instant move to descend behind Rhaegar, and the iron fist with a hidden murderous intent was swung out violently at this moment. Rhaegar did not dodge or avoid, and seemed to be really going to be hit by this punch. You're too careless. Rhaetais smiled contemptuously, and an unexpected scene happened just when he thought his fist was about to hit Laga. Swoosh! A sound of breaking through the air sounded, and Rhaetais' fist directly penetrated Rhaegar's body, but there was no substantial touch on his fist. This is after image. So fast. Rhaetais, who realized what was going on, was shocked. The next second, his back felt cold, and he felt the sense of crisis coming from behind, and his face suddenly changed. Rhaegar appeared behind him, spread his 5 fingers with his right hand and aimed at his back. You are the careless person, not me. After the words fell, Rhaegar decisively released the breath gathered in his palm. The chi combination cannon was used, and the powerful aura impact swept across Rhaetais' body, and in an instant it knocked Rhaetais to more than 10 meters away. Rhaetais, Raytais, who was attacked by the Kahi cannon, was not panicked at all. He quickly regained control of his body and quickly turned around to prepare for the battle. Rhaegar also rushed to him at the first time. Laga would not miss such a good opportunity, especially when facing such a strong opponent as Raytais. Rhaegar swung his heavy punch, and Raytais instinctively raised his hand to defend. Bang! There was a loud bang. The violent force caused ripples in space, and this extremely fierce shock wave swept across Raytais' body, but it instantly knocked him away. Raytais was shocked by the huge force. Unexpectedly, Rhaegar's power was so fierce, which further stimulated the belligerent factors in his body. It's interesting. Raytais grinned, quickly stabilized his body with violence, and then rushed straight to Rhaegar. Boom! The two collided in mid-air, causing the space to ripple, and a wonderful battle broke out. Rhaegar and Raytais fought in a group, and their fists continued to attack the other side, attacking fiercely again and again, with space rippling, and the aftermath of the waves hit the four sides. Every collision between the limbs will burst out with strong shock waves that hit the soul. As a scion with the second most strength to Talat, Raytais is far from comparable to Sun Wukong and Vegeta. During the battle with Rhaegar, he saw through it in just a few rounds the opponent's offensive. However, Rhaegar's combat power has reached 550 million points after all, which is more than twice as strong as Raytais. Even if his moves are seen through, it cannot change Raytais' situation at a disadvantage. Strong bombardment. Rhaegar pushed forward with his hands, and a golden energy beam shot out from his palm, condensing an unparalleled power of destruction, and headed straight for Raytais. It's a very powerful attack, but it's not impossible to resolve. Double Realm King Fist. Shining Shock Cannon. With the blessing of Double Realm King Fist, Raytais also released a killing attack in his hands. The moment the two people's energy attacks collided in mid-air, a deafening super explosion was born, and the white light of destruction bloomed, and the dazzling light made everyone in the audience raise their hands to block their eyes. Soon, the white light dissipated, and the fierce battle between Rhaegar and Raytais continued to heat up. The two sides refused to give in. In just a few seconds they had collided with each other for several rounds, and resolved the opponent's moves by no less than 100 times. But the situation of fighting has always been towards Rhaegar. Even if Raytais uses the Double King of Realm Fist to improve his strength, it cannot pose a threat to Rhaegar. But in contrast, although Rhaegar can suppress Raytais, he can't do it if he wants to completely suppress Raytais, because Raytais' real combat power is far more than that. Does the Double Realm King Fist can't do anything to you now? I'm curious how much your combat power has reached. The Three Realm King Fist. Raytais took the initiative to liberate the Three Realm King Fist with a loud shout. Stay! The majestic blood-colored evil spirit continued to erupt, and the powerful aura hit the four directions. Rhaegar was accidentally forced to retreat several meters away by the impact of the breath. With the blessing of the Triple Realm King Fist, Raytais' combat power surged to 660 million points, completely surpassing Rhaegar in front of him. Taking advantage of the victory to pursue, Raytais seized the opportunity and rushed out at full speed, turning into a bloody light, and rushed straight towards Rhaegar. Seeing this, a sharp white light flashed across his right arm, then waved his arm, turned into a sharp chopping wave, and rushed straight to Raytais. Swoosh! A sound of breaking through the air sounded, and the space caused ripples due to Rhaegar's slash. The slashing at close range was so hard that ordinary people couldn't avoid it, but unfortunately, Raytais is not an ordinary person. He is the scion, second only to Talat. One attack failed, and Rhaegar attacked again, swinging several times in succession, causing ripples in the space, which shows how sharp his attack is. If he is accidentally touched, even if he is a strong man at the same level, everyone must separate their bodies and head. Raytais created a afterimage on the spot, which was split into two by Rhaegar's knife, and his body had appeared quietly behind Rhaegar. Bang! Rhaegar, who was hit hard, crashed into the martial arts arena like a meteor. After being hit hard, Rhaegar was not seriously injured, but the scorching pain on his back would not be able to dissipate for a while. Of course, this also happened to become a stimulant that stimulated him to become stronger. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. There were continuous harsh sounds of breaking through the air. Before Rhaegar could be prepared, Raytais had already launched an attack, and the dense energy bombs bombarded Rhaegar like a needle in the rain. Faced with this all-round cover energy bombing, Rhaegar knew that he had no way out, so he simply burst out energy and turned into a giant barrier to resist Raytais' full bombing. Energy bombs fell one after another on the giant barrier of Rhaegar. The explosion of fire continued to expand, and the remaining waves were so fierce that the entire Papaya Island was trembling violently. It has to be said that Laga's defense methods are really first class. Even Raytais, who is blessed by the Triple King of Realm, cannot break through his protective barrier in a short period of time. Can't this break your defense? Then you have to block this move. Seeing this scene, a bad smile appeared on Raytais' face. Then he made a move to release his ultimate skill. The super flashing impact cannon quickly condensed and formed in his palms. As he danced his hands, a red and golden energy beam shot out from his hands like a roaring golden golden giant. Like a dragon, he rushed straight to Rhaegar and killed him. But in the blink of an eye, Rhaegar's invisible barrier was shattered, and the super flashing impact cannon ruthlessly swallowed his body. Boom! The dazzling firelight soared into the sky, and the fire of destruction hit all directions like a poisonous snake with its teeth and claws, trying to swallow everything around it. However, after it expanded to a certain level, it was easily diluted by the invisible angel power. Everyone in the strong present saw this scene and watched quietly. This battle has just begun. Crazy! Suddenly, in the center of the explosion, a hurricane swept across, dispersing all the explosion flame. At the same time, Rhaegar also appeared and mobilized a deeper layer of dragon god power in his body. His combat power was so strong that he exceeded 1 billion. Come on! With a loud shout, Rhaegar attacked again, and his whole body shot out like a shell, heading straight for Rhaetice to hit him. Good come! Seeing this, Rhaetice's intention to fight was affected, and the multiple of the World King's fist increased to 5 times again, and his strength remained at the same level as Rhaegal. Rhaetice was not afraid at all, and turned into a blood-colored aurora and crashed into Rhaegar from the sky. Bang! The moment the two collided, waves of space ripples visible to the naked eye emanated, and the two fists collided again, and the impact of the force caused both sides to suffer from varying degrees of backlash. They were shocked at the same time, but they also cleverly resolved the residual power impact in their bodies in their own way. The two quickly turned around in the air and finally landed smoothly on the ring. The first round of confrontation ends here. The two of them looked at each other, and a slight smile was hanging on the corners of their mouth. Just now, they were just tempting each other and making small fuss, which would have no impact on the two. Next, the real battle. It's almost time to end the warm-up exercise. Show your real strength. Laga, I know you have a bigger hiding. Rhaetice suggested that the belligerent factor in his body was already in the completely activated during the competition. He couldn't wait to fight Rhaegar to the end and vent his desire to fight in his body. Hearing this, Rhaegar's mouth rose slightly, and he also responded to this. It's not impossible to let me show my real skills to fight, so shouldn't you transform into a super scion? That's the point. After saying that, Rhaetice clenched his fist and a golden light flashed in his eyes. The S cells were fully stimulated at this moment, and the golden aura lingered around him like a raging fire. But in a flash, he completed the transformation of the first level full power of the super scion. With the blessing of the first level of the super scion, Rhaetice's combat power has increased to tens of billions. In addition, it is close to 18 billion. A powerful aura enveloped the 4 directions, and he stood there like an invincible god of war, exuding endless pressure. As you wish, I have transformed into a super scion. Come and show your true skills quickly, Rhaetice said proudly with his hands on his chest. At this time, after feeling Rhaetice's powerful aura, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then the corner of his mouth raised, and in just a few glances he analyzed how strong Rhaetice's current strength has reached. Look at it. This is my power, the power of Armekian. As soon as he finished speaking, Rhaegar clenched his fist, and his powerful aura took shape instantly. The power of the dragon god in his body was like an erupting volcano. The violent aura shock wave vibrated everywhere, and a powerful aura that was more powerful than Laddie's quickly expanded. The two auras collided, and shocking lightning of destruction shot out from the center of the ring. Rhaegar's energy expanded to an even greater than imagination. Not only could it compete with Rhaetice's super scion first level, but it even vaguely had a tendency to surpass it. In the background, Chilleri saw through virtual glasses analysis that Laga's combat power value at this moment, which had reached 20 billion. It is even stronger than Rhaetice, who is in the first level full power state of the super scion. I'm so angry, but this shouldn't be your full strength, right? Rhaetice was shocked by Rhaegar's strength, but at the same time he saw through it at a glance. Rhaegar was still hiding. Didn't you show all your strength? Since that's the case, why should I be so anxious to show all your strength to fight you? Rhaegar restrained his momentum and chuckled at Rhaetice. You are right. Since that's the case, let's see who can't help but show off his true skills first. Hearing this, Rhaetice was not angry, but instead put on a fighting posture. Then come on. Rhaegar also put on a unique fighting posture. Chapter 212 Super 2 vs Super Nama. Compared with just now, Rhaegar's fighting posture has changed to a certain extent. Now he is introverted in his aura, surrounded by the invisible power of the dragon god. He seems to be full of flaws, but in fact he is impeccable. Rhaetice was not in a hurry to attack, and his eyes looked up and down at Rhaegar's fighting posture. It is probably not that simple to break through the opponent's defense by ordinary means, but the more this happens, the more excited he becomes. Since ordinary means cannot break through Rhaegar's defense, he will take an unusual path. Draying. With a loud shout, Rhaetice accumulating energy with one hand and quickly released a wave of red and golden energy light to kill Rhaegal. Seeing this scene, Rhaegar condensed energy without being outdone, and at the same time, a wave of destruction light shot out from his right hand and collided with him head-on. Boom! The moment the energy attacks of both sides collided, the explosion of fire rose into the sky and a powerful storm swept across the world. At the same time, Leitais and Rhaegar attacked, and both of them were disillusioned and disappeared from their original position. Bang! There was another thrilling explosion. Suddenly, a loud bang came from the center of the ring, and the invisible shock wave dispelled the explosion of fire, and the two of them entered everyone's side again. Both sides maintained the stance of punching. The fists wrestled with each other, and there were lightning bursts at the fist. The two looked at each other and smiled knowingly. The next second, Rhaenys took the lead in attacking, and his fierce punches and kicks turned into a golden storm and attacked Rhaegar in full swing. His offense was fast and fierce. Every attack contained super destructive power, launching a fatal blow to Rhaegar from various tricky angles. However, Rhaegar was not panicked at all for Leitais' strong attack. His airtight defense ability was easily used to resolve all Leitais' attack. Bang, 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 bang. There were bursts of explosions lingering in the sky like muffled thunder. Leitais and Rhaegar are colliding in the ring at a speed that exceeds the limit of the naked eye. Leitais attacked strongly and continued to attack. In this battle, he steadily gained the upper hand, but despite having an absolute advantage, his attack could not have much effect on Rhaegar. On the other hand, Rhaegar, in his special combat style, made advance and retreat while resolving Leitais' attack. He was looking for opportunities. The seemingly suppressed party is actually the real initiative. The moment he takes the initiative to attack, it means that the offense and defense will change, and the situation will usher in a huge change. It's now. A glimmer flashed in Rhaegar's eyes. In an instant, the aura around him gushed out like a torrent, and the extremely strong aura instantly took shape. The powerful aura impact made Leitais' movements pause, revealing a huge flaw. Pound. Rhaegar seized the opportunity and punched out with all his strength. This punch hit Leitais in the jaw firmly. A powerful force swept over, and Rhaenys' body soared into the sky like a rocket, and blood bead floated in the surrounding space. Leitais was seriously injured by this blow, but for the Scions, the damage that could not defeat them will become their motivation to go further. Leitais, who was hit hard, laughed instead of anger, turned the pain into fighting spirit, and quickly burst out his breath and forced his control back. Seeing this opportunity, Rhaegar on the ring launched a fierce attack again, with his hands swinging quickly. The continuous energy bombs attacked Leitais. Good come. After Leitais turned around and saw this scene, the smile on his face became stronger and stronger, and a golden light flashed through his green pupils. The energy pool that was sleeping deeper in his body was mobilized. Since the first level of the Super Scion could not meet this contest, he would take out a stronger second level of the Super Scion. Crack! The lightning burst all over Leitais, and an extremely powerful aura gushed out of his body, as vast as a tsunami. Room. All the energy bombs pressed by Leitais' aura were detonated at the same time. The heavy flames produced by the explosion covered half of the sky, and Rhaegar and Leitais' vision were blocked at the same time. Immediately afterward, a storm of fierce aura hit all directions, dispersing the explosion of flames. Leitais stood in the air at the peak of the second-level Super Scion state, with electric lights exploding all over his body, and his momentum was infiltrating, and his whole person exuded an incomparable tough aura. The multiple combat power increase of the second-level Super Scion peak directly raised his combat power index to 44 billion. Since he reached this level, this is the first time he has been forced by others to take the initiative to take this form to fight. Have you finally transformed? Super Scion level 2. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Rhaegar looked at Leitais, who exuded a terrifying aura in the air, and the smile on his face became stronger and stronger. This world's #1 martial art conference was really in vain. He was very glad to meet a powerful opponent like Leitais. However, if his strength is only this level, it will not stop him from entering the finals. At this moment, Rhaegar also decided to use all his strength to fight. Crack! Laga, who made up his mind, clenched his fist, leaned forward slightly, and an extremely ancient dragon god power slowly flowed out of his body. Hey, this feeling, so that's it. You really have hidden strength. Rhaenys in the air lit up after feeling Rhaegar's powerful aura, but he underestimated Rhaegar. This Mikian was far stronger than he thought. Let him see how powerful the so-called super mics are. In the audience, the three of them watched quietly in the semi-finals, and the three of them were extremely emotionally fluctuating. The previous battle was a small fight in comparison. The king of the Eastern Realm was completely shocked by the powerful combat power displayed by Rhaenys and Rhaegar. This overwhelming aura impact is comparable to Talit's back then. Both Rhaenys and Rhaegar have shown extremely terrifying combat power. They are undoubtedly the most powerful beings in the current era. If there were these warriors back then the Magi Bu would not have done anything badly. The old king god paid attention to Rhaegar. His eyes changed again and again. Only he knows what he is thinking. I didn't expect that the power belonging to Lord Dragon God would be controlled by these three might, especially this, which could be exerted to such a level, the old king god thought in his heart. As the old king god of the world 15th generation ago, I still have heard of the matter of Dragon God. The powerful Dragon god power displayed by Laga has attracted his attention. He saw extraordinary potential in Rhaegar. On the other side, the destruction god Elephant Pa and the angel Bados were also focused on watching the fierce battle. Although it is still only that level for the god of destruction and the angel, it is already quite amazing to be able to let the god of destruction and the angel look carefully. In fact, it was the power of the dragon god that kept erupting on Rhaegar that attracted their attention. Super VIP indoor. The crowd watched the battle on the ring because they were not familiar with Rhaegar, so they were naturally cheering for Rhaeti's. Angel Wise, who was standing beside him, showed a deep expression of thought. As an angel, how could he not sense the power of the dragon god? There is extraordinary potential in this mechite, and you may be able to pay attention to it in the future. Wes thought silently in his heart. Even Rhaegar himself did not expect that it had attracted much attention from many parties because of this full-strength explosion. Inside the backstage, the warriors led by Talit are paying attention to the outbreak of Rhaegar. This extremely powerful dragon god power made everyone except Talit feel a terrifying feeling in their heart. The domineering power of the dragon god impacted their minds, making everyone feel uncomfortable in breathing. Is that form completed? It's amazing, Rhaegar. Talit held his hands with his chest and watched Laga, who had changed his appearance on the ring, with a smile. At this moment, Rhaegar had taken that step and developed a super transformation belonging to their mech. Originally green, the skin is slightly yellow at this moment with a light orange-yellow color in the middle. Not only has his appearance changed, but his combat effectiveness has even improved as a huge improvement. Through virtual glasses, Talit and Sarari saw Laga's combat effectiveness index 55 billion point. By Lottie's second level Super Saiyan peak is even stronger. On the ring, Laga quickly retracted his aura, stabilized his super mic date, raised his head, and his sharp eyes locked Rhaeti's. Seeing this, Rhaeti's immediately understood what Rhaegar meant. He smiled slightly and fell from the sky to the ring. Communication between strong people only requires a look to make the other party understand it. Is this your all-out effort? Very good. Since I reached this level, you are the first opponent to make me excited. After saying that, Rhaeti's put on his fighting posture. His aura was introverted, making him feel so proud. It's hard to figure it out. After the previous fight, he had figured out the general way of Rhaegar. Now, it's time to decide the outcome. You are also the first opponent who can let me take the initiative to 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 attack. This time I will do my best. Be careful, Rhaeti's. With a loud shout, Rhaegar abandoned his previous combat style and chose to take the initiative. With the blessing of the power of the dragon god, his speed ushered in a qualitative change. But in the blink of an eye, he rushed into Rhaeti's body, and the light golden light spots gathered in his fist and swung it out suddenly. Seeing this, Rhaeti's raised his hand to block it. He thought it was an ordinary blow, but soon his idea changed. Bang! The domineering impact of the power of the dragon god swept across the body. Even though this attack was blocked, the powerful force was not enough to resolve it. Rhaegar changed his previous fighting style and launched fierce attacks on Rhaeti's many times in a row. The continuous iron fists bombarded down like a storm. The boxing became more and more fierce and fierce. Rhaegar, who attacked strongly, took the lead in laddies in all directions and completely gained the upper hand. Not to mention the gap in combat power, it is not an exaggeration to call this power of the dragon god the same level. If it were someone else, I'm afraid he had been eliminated, but Rhaeti's is not an ordinary person. As a warrior second only to Talit among the Scions, how could his strength be limited to the second level of the Super Scion? Since he witnessed Talit's Super Scion 3rd level and Super Scion 4th level, he has been working hard and training desperately over the years. The ultimate exercise has tempered his physical strength to an extremely high level. The pressure brought by Rhaegar's attack not only failed to crush him, but was transformed into a driving force for growth by him. Bang, 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 bang. The sounds of explosions were as thrilling as thunder. Rhaeti's did not choose to avoid the edge for the time being, but instead faced Rhaegar in his own fighting style. The powerful combat instinct was shown. After being destroyed by Rhaetix more than 10 consecutive times, the militant factors in Rhaetix's body were awakened and fully adapted to Rhaetix's attack. From the beginning, I could only passively resist, to the current gradually adapting and then launching a counterattack. After detecting the changes in Rhaegar's mind tightened, his eyes became sharp, and he kicked it hard towards the sky. Bang! There was a shocking sound. Although Rhaeti's made a timely defense, the impact of Rhaegar's blow still sent him directly into the air. Yes, the power of this attack is so terrifying. It hurts so much. Rhaeti's stabilized his body. Feeling the severe pain from my arms, I couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. But before he could come to his senses, Rhaegar was approaching and swung his iron fist with the powerful dragon god power. Suddenly, Rhaeti's gritted his teeth and slapped his fist to fight head-on. Boom! The fists collided with each other, and the powerful force caused ripples in layers of space, and a deafening roar was heard. The two were swept by force at the same time, and Rhaegar took 2 or 3 steps back, while Raytais was bombarded to the edge of the invisible barrier. "Come again!" Laddies, who was in high spirit, shouted loudly and took the initiative to attack Rhaegar. Seeing this, Rhaegar raised his hand and fired more than a dozen powerful energy bombs to attack Raytais. However, the next scene stunned Rhaegar. Raytais seemed to have completely seen through his energy bomb attack trajectory. After his agile posture perfectly avoided all the bombings, he quickly rushed to his front and accumulated punch. Tip out. Laga subconsciously raised his arms to block it, but Raytais' fist trickily avoided his defense and hit his abdomen accurately. Pound. Under this blow, Rhaegar's blood in his body rolled, his face showing an ugly look. There is no doubt that this punch actually hurt him. Chapter 213. Rhaenys is over 3 and Rhaegar is eliminated. The attack was not over yet. Raytais seized the opportunity and launched 3 powerful strikes in succession. Bang, pound, bang. 3 quick punches hit Laga, and the powerful punch penetrated Laga's body, knocking him back more than 10 meters away in one breath. Feeling the severe pain, Rhaegar grinned. His fighting spirit became more and more intense, and the golden dragon energy around him was rhythmic. Draining. With a shout, Rhaegar suddenly opened his arms, and the power of the dragon god turned into a shock wave and vibrated from all directions. After feeling the impact of this dragon god power, Raytais' fighting spirit even more prosperous. The belligerent factors in the body are restless and are ready to fight in full. The aura of both sides continued to expand. After the aura of both sides increased to a certain level, they burst out at the fastest speed and rushed towards the other side. 2 golden lights were constantly teetering in the space, colliding continuously, and each impact was deafening. Fierce battle broke out again. Rhaegar and Raytais were fighting each other. In just a few seconds, the 2 sides had already fought dozens of moves. The fighting spirit is completely stimulated, and you enter the state of selflessness, conveying your own feelings to each other. Raytais enjoyed the battle very much, and his body and mind were extremely happy at this moment. Originally, at this world's #1 martial arts conference, he thought that his opponent was only Talat, but now it seems that he was very wrong. Laga's strength is even stronger than his second-level Super Saiyan. Although the oppression brought by the battle is not as good as what Talat gave him, it is certain that this is definitely the most he has ever met so far. Tough opponent. Raytais' combat effectiveness is increasing little by little over time. The plug-in of the Scions when they meet strong people has begun to explode. His fist has become sharper and stronger than before, and his strength is also improving. If he continues to drag on it, the situation will be very bad for me. Rhaegar realized that he had to fight quickly. If you continue to drag on, you may have another change. After all, he has personally experienced the growth speed and combat ability of the Scion. Without intending to continue to entangle, Rhaegar's body was disillusioned and suddenly disappeared from the spot. So fast. When Rhaenys saw Rhaegar suddenly disappear, he felt an ominous premonition in his heart, and his body instinctively tightened to improve his defense. The next second, an unimaginable force came from his back, and his whole body was instantly bombarded into the sky. The intense pain on his back made Raytais grin. Fortunately, he tightened his muscles in time at critical moments and greatly improved his defense. Coupled with the years of exercise, his physical fitness became extremely strong. This level of attack is nothing to him. Swallowing the blood in his throat, Rhaenys was about to stoke his body violently, and Rhaegar on the ring had gathered an energy ray with infinite destructive power. As he folded his hands together, a rich red gold energy light cannon suddenly swung out and rushed straight to Raytais. Raytais, who had just stabilized his body, narrowed his eyes slightly, and a splendid light flashed through his pupils when he saw that this extremely powerful energy had arrived in front of him. Room. The destructive energy of destruction shook all directions, and the heavy flames filled the entire combat area, and the storm caused was enough to swallow everything. The entire Papaya Island, including the surrounding waters, was affected and violent shocks occurred. The terrifying flames covered the sky and filled the entire invisible barrier. If it weren't for the barrier blocking, just the aftermath could kill everyone present. All the viewers outside the martial arts arena held their breath and stared at the center of the explosion without blinking. The gods and the soldiers in the backstage also cheered up at this moment. This attack is indeed amazing, not only an instant but also a considerable destructive power. But this battle shouldn't end so easily. Everyone was staring at the center of the explosion. The same is true for Laga. He knew that this blow could not kill Raytais, but he was certain that Raytais, who had endured this move head-on, would definitely not have a good time. Because of the attack just now, he did not hold back at all. Time passes by bit by bit. Soon, most of the thick smoke in the air had dissipated. Located in the center of the explosion, Raytais' figure was faintly visible. Laga cheered up, but the next scene shocked Rhaegar. When Raytais' figure completely appeared, he just looked a little embarrassed, and there was no obvious injury on his body. The breath was also extremely calm, as if the move just now had no effect on him. What? My trick has been resolved by him. Rhaegar's face was horrified and surprised. This is impossible. That angle, that speed, Rhaenys can't react no matter what. Unless she hides his strength. After thinking of this possibility, Rhaegar's pupils shrank suddenly and his eyes were full of awe when he looked at Latais. At this moment Latais was staring at Rhaegar with a smile. It seems you have guessed it. Since it has been discovered, I will not hide it anymore. I originally kept this form to deal with Talit. I didn't expect to take it out so soon. Since I reached this after the realm, you are still the first person who can really force me to give my full strength. After Rhaetis said, he clamped his fist tightly and the breath around him continued to surge, sublimate and explode. Feeling the rising breath of Rhaetis, but in the blink of an eye, she completely surpassed herself. Rhaegar's pupils shrank and a drop of cold sweat flowed down her forehead. A powerful aura swept across the world and the entire earth was shaking under this fierce force. In the sky, the wind and clouds were changing and thunder burst into the void, making it particularly terrifying. In the air, Latais' facial expression suddenly became ferocious. Her forehead was surging and her breath had expanded to an extremely terrifying level. Haha! A more ferocious roar than a beast broke out from Latais' mouth. Suddenly, an extremely majestic aura gushed out of his body. The dazzling golden light expanded rapidly, forcing everyone to close their eyes. The powerful aura enveloped the entire Papaya Island, and the dazzling golden light was as dazzling as the light of dawn. After a few seconds passed, the dazzling light disappeared. Latais' form also changed at this moment. The long golden hair that reached the waist became more erect at this moment, and the whole body was surrounded by dense blue and white lightning. The eyebrows on both sides of the forehead disappeared, and the eyebrows were pulled down. The whole person seemed to have become a vicious god of war, cold and ruthless. Although there is not much change in appearance, judging from the perception of breath, Latais has reached a very amazing height at this moment. Laga on the ring was already stunned and unbelievable. Latais' true strength has reached such an amazing level. Even if he is as strong as him, he can only feel inferior. Sorry for having kept you waiting for a long time. I'm not used to this form yet, so I've transformed for a little longer. Rhaetis smiled evilly, and his invisible powerful aura pressed down on Rhaegar. At this moment, Rhaegar only felt that his body became heavy and his breathing became rapid. His mental body was greatly affected under the pressure of Rhaetis' aura. In the audience, the king of the East Realm, the king of the Old Realm, Jebet the god of destruction, Xiongpa, and the angel Bados were also surprised to see the change in Latais' form. The third level Super Saiyan. When Talit fought against Frisia, he broke through himself and entered this state briefly. Although Latais' appearance is not obvious at the moment, his aura is completely different from the previous second level Super Saiyan. That's right, it's the third level of the Super Saiyan. This is interesting. It seems that the outcome of the battle has no suspense from the beginning. Latais has always been the sure win side. In the rest area in the background, the warriors were shocked when they saw Latais descending in the third level Super Saiyan posture. It seems that my previous guess is correct. Latais has long mastered the transformation of the third level Super Saiyan. This guy has even concealed me. Although Talit had expected this, but I don't know the specific situation. It can only be said that Latais came prepared for this world's #1 martial arts conference. The third level of the Super Saiyan is his trump card. To fight him, the third level of the Super Saiyan, it turns out that I was still too much. In the past, I was the one who transformed me, but now I have been surpassed by him. Damn it. Solari held her with unwillingness on her face, tightened his fist. As a strong woman among the Scions, she has a strong desire to win or lose. Now not only has his strength been thrown away, but his transformation has been thrown away, which makes Solari unhappy and helpless. Have you reached this point by Rhaetis? Vegeta looked at Rhaetis' arrogant posture in the air, and his fist couldn't help but clenched tightly. The desire for power in my heart is even stronger, and I wish I could practice hard immediately. He has always regarded Latais as his goal to surpass. Now that he has witnessed Latais' powerful power, his mind will inevitably be affected. However, as the proud prince of the Scions, Vegeta never gave up. Latais' strength further stimulated his self-esteem heart. So what about the third level Super Saiyan? Since Rhaetis has taken the lead, he will complete the fourth level of the Super Saiyan faster than Rhaetis. So strong. My brother's aura is so strong now. Sun Wukong carefully felt the powerful aura on Latais' body, and sweat slid down his cheek, and the pressure was huge. He thought about it. If he changed his position with Rhaegar and let him face the third level Super Saiyan Rhaetis, he would probably be looked at in less than half a second. Have you reached the third level of the Super Saiyan? It seems that I have to work harder in my future cultivation. Naba sighed as he watched Latais, who was extremely powerful in the sky. Now he is in the third stage of the first and third stage of the Super Saiyan, and he has not even reached full power. Latais is over 3, and the difference in transformation is not an ordinary big one. But he is not in a hurry. He just needs to walk his own path. There was one thing he was very confused about. If he really masters the third level of the Super Saiyan one day in the future, so will the hair grow? This is already his inner demon, and everyone always jokes that he has become a Super Saiyan or has no hair. In fact, he had hair when he was young. On the ring, Latais Leitai slowly fell from the sky and landed in front of Rhaegar with a confident smile on his face as if he could defeat no matter what opponent he was. With the normal combat power increase of 400 times for the Super Saiyan level 3, his strength has reached a terrible 88 billion points, infinitely close to 90 billion points. Of course, for Saiyan, combat effectiveness is not something that measures everything. Real battle, if it is fought, the strength that Leitai's can exert is probably comparable to a powerful person of hundreds of billion. Do you still want to fight? Rhaenys asked. Hearing this, Rhaegar's mind returned and his eyes gradually became heavier. Soon, an excited smile appeared on his face. It's too embarrassing to retreat without fighting. I also want to learn how powerful the Super Saiyans who have transformed further are. With a loud shout, Rhaegar suddenly rose up and rushed straight to Rhaenys. For a while, his speed was very fast, but it was slowed down by the limit in Leitai's size. All the flaws that could not be discovered before appeared in Leitai's size at this moment. Rhaegar, who rushed into Rhaenys, began to attack desperately. The fierce offensive was desperate and bombarded Leitai's with a fatal threat. The move is like the wind and as fast as lightning. Every attack is just right. While it can give the opponent a fatal blow, it also leaves a lot of room for itself. It can be used to deal with any opponent, and there is also a certain amount of capital for combating over levels. If it were Rhaenys who was the second level Super Saiyan just now, he would be beaten by Rhaegar's fierce attack. But now it's different. With the blessing of the third level of the Super Saiyan, Leitai's perception, insight, speed, defense, attack, and all values have ushered in a huge transformation. It seems that under the transformation of the third level of the Super Saiyan, you and I are no longer of the same magnitude, so let's end it here. As soon as he finished speaking, Leitai's attack even came. Bang! There was a loud bang. The space trembled 3 points because of this blow. Rhaegar's body flew out in response, hitting the invisible barrier in the distance and finally falling out of the arena. One move, instant kill. The winner has been decided. After eliminating Rhaegar, Rhaenys also took advantage of the situation to remove the third level Super Saiyan transformation and breathed a sigh of relief. Although this transformation has been mastered, it cannot be used casually for him, because compared to the second level of the Super Saiyan, the third level of the Super Saiyan consumes too much energy. Once you use the more than 3, you will come up and explode and strive to win the opponent as soon as possible. For long-term combat, you still have to use the second level of the Super Saiyan. Chapter 214, The Final Battle, The Power of God. Under the ring. After a while, Rhaegar, who was shot down, recovered. Although he is very unwilling to give up, he loses if he loses, and he will not have any complaint. After adjusting his condition, Rhaegar breathed a sigh of relief and slowly stood up. At this time, Leitai's also quietly walked to the edge of the ring and looked at him. The two sides looked at each other and smiles appeared on their faces. The communication between the strong and their eyes could convey meaning. I've been taught, Rhaegar said modestly. You are not bad either. Leitai smiled. The second game of the semi-finals is now announced to end. Finally, Talit and Leitai compete. The final will not begin half an hour later. Backstage lounge area. When Rhaegar and Leitai returned, everyone gathered to praise him. Although Rhaegar was defeated, he was still honored. The excitement of this game was far greater than any previous game. The next game will be the most intense showdown. It is also the decisive battle between the two strongest Saiyans so far. At this time, the atmosphere had become very heavy. Talit and Leitai's eyes collided, and the aura between the strong made everyone present feel their bodies sink. Leitai, you are really impressive. Talit chuckled with his hands on his chest. Time flies. Recalling the scene when we were only 5 years old and the strength of both sides, I have to say that it is really touching. You can't show mercy in the next fight. I have been preparing for this battle for a long time. Even if I lose, I will lose with decent. Leitai's eyes were full of fighting spirit. For this battle, he has been waiting for too long. In fact, even if he didn't have this world's #1 martial art conference, he wanted to challenge Talit, not to win, just to prove yourself. Without hesitation, Leitai took out the fairy beans that Talit had distributed to them before and ate them without hesitation. As the fairy beans fell, Leitai's muscles swelled and his injuries were healed and his breath returned to its peak state. Of course I won't show mercy, but you'd better have some hidden things, otherwise it's not enough for me to be a Super Saiyan 3rd level person, you know. Talit said. Leitai didn't speak, but his expression became more serious as he thought, after all, Talit could have become more than 4 years old. Soon, half an hour passed quietly. Under the attention of everyone, the finals of the 23rd World's #1 Martial Arts Conference began. Talit and Leitai slowly walked towards the ring under the call of the blonde referee. Is it finally going to the end? This game is barely like a little bit. God of Destruction, Xiongpa said carelessly, while still eating the potato chips in his hand. Although the previous 2 games were good, they were far from his expectations. It's different now. The battle between the strongest Saiyans and Saiyans will be more interesting. Yes, this game may bring us unexpected surprises. Lord Pa. Angel Bados chuckled. As an angel, she can see others' there's something that is missing, especially when she saw a very powerful divine power in Talat. Although she didn't know how far Talat had cultivated the power of God, her intuition told her that once Talat exploded this power of God, she might descend to this world in the posture of God. Although this is just an unlikely possibility, her strange intuition is often quite accurate. Opposite them, the old king god and the eastern king god were full of energy and did not dare to neglect. Talat power is already able to compete with the god of destruction, Xiongpa. Leitais is strong enough, but I don't know how much strength he can force Talat to take. Super VIP indoor. Everyone is discussing. The decisive battle between Talat and Leitais was undoubtedly everyone guessed from the beginning. Unclearly, these two kids have grown to this level. Gnei sighed. She felt a lot of feelings about this situation. Those present could actually feel the changes in Gnei, but no one speak, and once you say the wrong thing, it will make each other uncomfortable. The game is about to begin, and the next movement will be more intense than the previous few games, Weiss said with a smile, which made the atmosphere slightly change. On the competition arena, Talat and Leitais stepped onto the ring one after another. The competition had not yet begun, and the eyes of the two collided first. An invisible aura permeated and quickly covered the entire area. The pressure generated by the collision of eyes caused the island to shake slightly. This invisible aura made everyone present sweat and feel depressed. The blonde referee had a habit, and he survived with his strong psychological qualities. The finals of the 23rd World No. 1 Martial Arts Conference officially begin. The golden referee gave the order, and the highly anticipated finals officially kicked off. At the beginning of the game, neither Talat nor Leitais did attack immediately, but continued to observe each other. Attack Leitais. Have you been waiting for a long time? Talat hooked up at Leitais, smiled, and signaled that he could attack. Don't worry, let you feel it right away. Leitais narrowed his eyes slightly, his muscles tightened, and all his strength exploded under normal circumstances. The evil white aura swept across the world like a tornado, causing the sky to shake the earth. Faced with this powerful aura impact, Talat remained indifferent, just taking out 1/10 of his power under normal circumstances. He easily resolved the powerful aura that Leitais burst out. Seeing Talat's disapproval of his appearance, Leitais' mind was hit to a certain extent. Although he had expected it, he did not expect Talat to resolve all the oppression of his normal state so easily. Stimulated, Radi's unwillingness was transformed into motivation. His breath soared, his potential was released, and his normal combat power was greatly improved. Before, his normal combat power was only 220 million point. Now his normal combat effectiveness has soared to 300 million point. But this aura is at most 1/10 of Talat's normal combat power, and he can't do anything to Talat. Aren't you planning to attack? Then I'm not polite. After the word came, Talat's eyes glared, and his powerful aura instantly overwhelmed Leitais' aura like a torrent, sweeping across all directions, shaking the world. The unparalleled impact force caused layers of storms, shaking the entire earth. This fierce aura erupted, causing the soldiers in the rest area in the background to change their faces, and they felt unbelievable. But the chi that burst out under normal circumstances has reached such an amazing level. What if I transform into a Super Saiyan? The one who was most affected was Leitais, who was closest to him. Talat's violent aura swept across his body and was also criticizing his spirit. Soon, the storm dissipated and the turmoil subsided, and Taro remained motionless in place. Looking at Leitais again, his face was solemn, and a drop of sweat on his forehead slid down his cheek. Obviously he was already sweating profusely. The moment the sweat bead fell to the ground, Radi's blood and energy burst out, and his breath surged. Two-fold King's Fist, Super Shining Impact Cannon. Leitais did not dare to be careless at all, and a red energy beam with infinite destructive power burst out from his hands, breaking through the air and blasting towards Talat. Seeing this scene, Talat was calm, and his invisible aura formed an indestructible defense around his body. The power of the Shining Impact Cannon under the blessing of the Double Realm King's Fist is terrifying, but when it approaches Talat's body, it is cut into two pieces by the extremely fierce aura. Seeing that the sparkling impact cannon was ineffective, Laddie's pupils shrank, and then he made a decision in his heart. Since energy attacks don't work, then fight hand in hand. 3 times the King's Fist. Leitais roared, and his whole body turned into a bloody light and rushed to Talat, and the Destruction Fist, which condensed infinite destructive power, hit strongly. Talat raised his right hand calmly, and a finger it blocked Leitais' full strength attack. Seeing that his powerful blow was resolved by Talat's finger, Radies felt unwilling to accept it, and the multiple of the World King's Fist increased again, reaching a full 5 times. With the blessing of the 5-fold Realm King Fist, Leitais' combat power has reached 1.5 billion point, a fiercer offensive than the storm, attacking Talat in all directions. Bang pound, bang pound. The thrilling muffled sound kept wandering in the space. Leitais' attack without any room for anything, like a violent beast trying to tear Talat to pieces. Faced with this extremely violent attack, Talat was calm and responded calmly. The battle continued to heat up, and Latai's attack seemed powerful, but for Talat he could not even shake him. Can't even the five-fold King's Fist shake you? How outrageous has your combat power reached? Latai's was surprised. Has Talat's strength reached such a terrifying level? The gap in normalcy is much bigger than he imagined. Combat strength is not the key to judging the outcome of a game. You are too obsessed with combat effectiveness, Latai's. Talat replied, although combat effectiveness is not the key to determining victory or defeat, it is the most important thing to ignore. In the face of absolute power, any means is useless trick. Since the 5-time King Fist cannot do anything to you, how about the 10-time King Fist? With a loud shout, Latai's decisively erupted the 10-fold Realm King Fist. His combat power was so strong that it directly increased to 3 billion points. Feeling Latai's momentum change, Talat smiled on his face. Latai's condensed all his strength and blasted a destructive blow. Talat raised his arms to defend himself, blocking Latai's heavy punch. However, this fierce power was very impressive. Talat, who had not transformed, was directly knocked out by this punch. Talat's breath burst out from his backward, cleverly resolving the remaining impact in his body. Latai's would not miss such a good opportunity. After making a quick breakthrough, he launched a powerful punch and kick attack on Talat. Fierce battle broke out. Latai's used all the attack methods without leaving any room for him, and he tried his best to attack Talat with all his strength in every attack. Facing this powerful attack, Talat was at ease with it. After all, his normal combat power was here, with a real 3 billion points. Although Latai's momentum was on par with him, this was just forced through the King of Realm, just improved. This also verifies what Talat said before. Combat effectiveness has never been a key factor in measuring the outcome of a battle. There are too many people who have gotten the wrong direction and are devoted to studying the level of combat effectiveness but ignore their own understanding of the current realm. Suddenly, a light flashed in Talat's eyes, which continuously dissolved Latai's attack dozens of times. He was already tired of it, and it was his turn now. Bang! There was a loud noise. Talat's full-strength attack in normal condition knocked Radi's back. The gap is revealed here. Not until it was over. Talat counterattack was not the same. He counterattacked strongly, knocking Radi's out of his spirit with 3 punches and 2 kicks, followed by a crushing, devastating blow. After pushing Latai's to 100 meters above the sky, Talat sprinted violently again, but Latai's burst out the 15-fold King's Fist at this moment, forcibly regaining control of his body while driving the power of destroying stars. Taro kicked. The combat power reached 4.5 billion points with a full-strength attack, and Talat, who had not transformed, also felt a little pressure, but he had no intention of using the King of Realms. A special force appeared around Talat's body. His breath was hidden, replaced by a deep and powerful divine power. At the moment when this power burst out, the World King God, Destruction God, and Angel in the audience were slightly stunned. The moment Latai's approached, Talat stretched out his right hand and cleverly grabbed Latai's ankle. His whole body burst out with strength, and he swung Latai's back and forth like a toy. This situation changed Latai's face. At this moment he did not dare to hide his weakness. He used the 20-fold Realm King's Fist, and his combat power soared to 6 billion points. He kicked it out with a heavy kick and caught Talat off guard. The repelled Talat smiled instead of anger and stared at Latai's. It seems that the King of Realm Fist is completely invalid for you. Since that's the case, I can only transform. After realizing the gap between himself and Talat, Radi's did not dare to be arrogant and liberated his body deeper on the spot. A layer of energy pool. Crazy. The golden aura surged. At this moment, Latai's completely ushered in sublimation. His hair turned into gold, and the first level Super Saiyan full power arrived. The powerful aura instantly overshadowed Talat's aura. His combat power is so strong that it reaches 24 billion points. You finally transformed, Latai's. Seeing that Latai's finally transformed, Talat smiled even brighter. The warm-up exercise ends here, and we have to fight seriously next time. Just in time, you can take this opportunity to test whether you can compete with Radi's, who is transformed into the first level full power of the Super Saiyan. Chapter 215 Super Triassic King's Fist. After noticing that Talat had not transformed, Latai's frowned slightly, very dissatisfied with this situation. Actually, he was very unhappy, but he was really helpless. However, even if you understand how big the gap in strength is, he also has a temper. Do you think you can defeat my first level full power of the Super Saiyan without transforming into a Super Saiyan? Talat. A burst of anger was brewing in Latai's chest. A powerful aura continuously pressing towards Talat. However, this suppression was resolved by Talat. I have to know whether I can defeat your first level full power of the Super Saiyan, and I have to fight after I can tell. And although I haven't transformed, I do have a force comparable to transformation, Talat lightly said with a smile. At this moment the power of the gods surged around him, and his combat power was lifted to a level that was comparable to that of Latai's. There was no fluctuation in the aura, but Radi's still felt the threat from Talat. It comparable comparable to the power of transformation? This strange feeling, the situation is wrong. Latai's unhappiness disappeared and he paid great attention to Talat with great vigilance. At this moment an invisible force was filled with Talat. This force gave him a very dangerous feeling. He couldn't say what it was. In the audience, after feeling this powerful divine power, the king of the East Realm looked shocked. He only learned about the power of the gods in the past 2 years from the Old Kingdom and practiced under the guidance of the Old Kingdom. But now Talat showed his divine power strength, which made him feel ashamed. With such a little divine power, even 1/10 of the other party can't reach it. Have you cultivated the power of God to this level in such a short time? The progress is faster than I thought. He is really a genius among geniuses. I have never met such a talented person, but unfortunately he doesn't want to become the king of realm. The old king of realm. Talat saw the performance of the king of the old king of realm and was very moved. In his opinion, Talat is also half of his disciple. The reason why Talat was able to cultivate divine power to this level is related to the fact that he taught the complete method of cultivating divine power. Obviously, the other party did not disappoint his expectations. Following this progress, it is only a matter of time before Talat becomes a god. But this god is afraid there is no god position. The old king god didn't know at this time that Talat had become a god, but he had not transformed yet. Elephant Pa and Bados located on the other side of the auditorium. When they felt the pure power of the divine power on Talat body, their expressions were very exciting. Is the power of God? It seems that he has made quite a lot of progress during this period. He can use the power of God without transforming himself. However, it is a foolish decision for this boy to refuse to become a god. Even if he can use divine power, he could not reach the realm of God. Although Xiongpa had expected Talat to fully master the power of God, he hated Talat's refusal to become a god, but he still had to use the power of God. He would not know that the path Talat took was to strengthen himself with the power of gods as a supplement, with the power of mortals as the main force and the power of gods as the auxiliary. This is contrary to their path to destroying God. In God's eyes, if you don't become a god, you will eventually become an ant. In Talat's eyes, God is just a framework, and being powerful enough to surpass God is his goal. This may be true, Lord Pa. Pados chuckled. Hearing this, Xiongpa showed a look of surprise on his face, and then he thought of something. His face suddenly changed, and he looked at Pados with disbelief. Noting Xiongpa's unexpected little look, Bados gave a positive reply. Maybe Talat has taken a step that even God cannot take. You mean, how is this kid possible? Xiongpa was incredulous, and then grabbed a handful of potato chips and ate them with an unhappy look on his face. Between him, some ordinary people have long been used to saying something outrageous to this fat cat. I just thought that this was a phantom attack. However, the siblings sitting next to the elephant Pat always seemed to listen carefully, which made their mother laugh and cry. On the ring, Talat and Latais confronted each other again, and the momentum of both sides continued to expand. Even if he transformed into the first level full power state of Super Saiyan, Latais did not dare to act rashly. His instinct and intuition told him that Talat is very, very dangerous now, but this further aroused his competitive spirit. He looked serious and fought, and a muffled shout erupted from his mouth. The golden aura rose from the soles of his feet, covering his whole body, burning like flames. The firepower of the Super One-powered person was fully opened, and Latais' breath was soaring with his emotions. It's quite amazing, but it's not enough. Talat narrowed his eyes slightly, and a deeper layer of divine power burst out. His expression changed slightly. In a moment, the power of the divine in his body was fully stimulated. Although it was different from Latis, the powerful and oppressive feeling brought invisibly made people on Papaya Island feel all over not at ease. The friction between the breath causes the space to be visible to the naked eye. Latais and Talat are the center, as if it is another world. The ordinary people in the audience kept rubbing their eyes with their hands and repeatedly confirming whether they had read it wrong. In the flash of lightning, fierce battle broke out, and Lottie Z rushed to Talat with a thunderous momentum and hit hard with all his strength. Bang! The loud noise shocked the world. Talat put on a defensive posture in time and made Latais' attack perfectly defend. Can't you do anything to you? Then what about this? Latais' right hand turned into a sharp golden hand knife and stabbed Talat's eyebrows violently. Such a close-range attack is indeed difficult to defend against. Talat didn't force himself and leaned back. While avoiding Latais' hand knife, he charged his right foot to kick Latais' chest. Latais had been on guard. When Talat launched the attack, he cleverly teleported around Talat with the help of this force, followed by a fierce attack like a storm, and attacked Talat. Faced with the attack behind him, Talat calmly distanced himself from Latis, turned around and rushed towards Latis and started a head-on confrontation with him. This super fierce battle that transcends the times begins. Inside the backstage, all the soldiers watched the shocking battle, their faces filled with shock. What shocked them was not the intensity of the battle, but the fighting skills displayed by Talat and the invisible power that permeated him. Although it cannot be perceived, it does exist. With the blessing of this strange range power. Talat can be compared with Latai's first level full power of the Super Saiyan without transforming. They didn't dare to think about what level Talat had reached. Over the martial arts arena, the battle continued to heat up and became more and more intense. While the two were fighting, their aura turned into a vesicular light, tearing each other like crazy, destroying each other, and twisting the space. Judging from the situation of the battle, the two fights hard and they are hard to separate, and they go back and forth between each other, and no one can gain the upper hand. This situation gives both sides a rough understanding of each other's strength. Talat had a rough understanding of the strength bonus after using the power of the god, and also roughly understood how strong he had reached in the state of strengthening the power of the god. Latai's was shocked by Talat's strength. Although he didn't know what that power was, it was too amazing to allow Talat to compete with his super full power under normal circumstances. In this case, it was like Talat who practiced the power of the giant ape back then, but they couldn't. Now it's such an outrageous power. Crack! There were bursts in the space. Countless blue and white lights exploded around Latai's body instantly, and his aura sublimated again, transforming from super first full power to the peak state of the second level Super Saiyan. His fierce combat power increased explosively. At this moment, even Talat combat power strengthened by the power of the gods was not as good as him now. Seeing this, Talat immediately mobilized the super energy pool in his body to bless him. Boom! The auras of the two collided and turned into a powerful storm in the space. When the storm dissipated, Super 2 laddies took the lead in attacking and swung out with an extremely fierce punch. Faced with this fist with endless destructive power, Talat did not dare to be careless and immediately put on a defensive posture, crossing his arms to block Latai's heavy punch. However, this power was extremely domineering. He had not transformed into a Super Saiyan but was pushed by Rades and kept falling backward. It was not until Talat's breath burst out that he could barely stop. But then, Latai's fierce offensive as if it were raining rain came. Faced with this violent and powerful attack, Talat cheered up and devoted himself to the battle. The belligerent factors in the body are awakened and the power mobilized in the Super League energy pool is getting stronger and stronger. After resolving dozens of Latai's attacks in succession, the super energy pool in Talat's body completely exploded. In one thought, the first level Super Saiyan achieved full power. The powerful aura forced Latai's to retreat more than 10 meters away in the blink of an eye. You have finally transformed. Latai's expression became a little heavier after seeing Talat's transformation. Because Talat's transformation did not have the slightest blockade, he could clearly feel how strong Talat was at this moment. But even though his strength is huge, Latai's will never admit defeat. With gritted his teeth, Latai's rushed towards Talat with all his strength. Talat, who had been completely aroused by fighting spirit, naturally would not show mercy. He took out his real skills at full power state and knocked Rades out with a punch. The combat power of a level of 100 billion is not comparable to that of Latai's combat power of tens of billions of points. After knocking Latai's away, Talat followed closely behind and several powerful attacks completely suppressed Latai's. The battle situation was completely crushed. Without any suspense, huge pressure came towards him. Latai's clenched his teeth and a deeper energy pool in his body was mobilized. During the battle with Talat, he completed the transformation of the third level of the Super Saiyan. His combat power was so strong that it directly reached 120 billion points. The combat power exceeding 100 billion points is indeed very strong, but only Talat's current 5 success powers are only. If you want to compete with Talat, it is still too far away. The gap in strength is no longer something that transformation can be filled. Latai's is still suffering from Talat's ruthless destruction and can only passively defend and look for opportunities. Damn it, Super League is the third level of the Asian man still not as good as his Super Saiyan first level? What have I been doing over the years? Latai's heart-wrenching roar was roaring inside, but despite the huge difference in strength he would never admit defeat. Keeping defense is not a solution, so I can only give it my best. At this time, Latai's completely gave up his defense and chose to fight with injuries to fight against Talat to compete with willpower, which depends on who can fight to the end. This kind of fighting method is very strong, but the reality is too cruel. Talat 5 or 6 successful punch hit Latai's in the face. Pound. The sound of the explosion did not give Latai's any chance. A powerful punch hit Latai's face. The terrible force swept across his brain. Latai's only felt the picture in front of him become blurred. His expression was dull, and his body fell toward the ring without control. Boom. Latai's hit the center of the ring hard, forming a large pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters. He lay in the center of the deep pit, his whole body twitching. The winner is announced. No. Latai's was unwilling to give up. He stood up with his strong willpower, and although his body was swaying, he still chose to continue the battle. This scene was seen by Talat in the sky. Talat fell from the sky without any waves and landed on the ring. Latai's walked out of the deep pit tremblingly, and the blurry picture in front of him took a long time to recover. Do you still want to continue fighting? Latai's. Talat Talit asked in a deep voice. He was not in a hurry to take action and was waiting for Latai's choice. If he wanted to fight, he would stay with him to the end. Of course I have to fight. I'm far from reaching the limit and you're far from giving out all your strength. It would be a pity if you end it like this. Latais, who adjusted, replied in a heavy sentence. Then come on, I will satisfy your fighting spirit. Talit was waiting for Latai's counterattack. Hey! Latai's breathed a sigh of relief, relaxing his tense fighting nerves. After just a few seconds of contemplation, he made a decision. Crazy! The blood-colored evil spirit burst out on the surface of Latai's body. Latai's muscles were tense and his forehead was bulging. At this moment he completely sacrificed his strength. Amid these thunderous roars, Latai's breath expanded rapidly, and from the perspective of perception, it had reached a point where he could be comparable to Talit. Super World King Fist. Latai's last method is also a proof of his desperate bet. Chapter 216. The Super Game appears. One punch, putting the Super World King Fist in the third level state of the Super Saiyan. Sure enough, this is your last method. Talit was shocked by Latai's willpower. After all, the physical energy consumption of the third level of the Super Saiyan is already terrifying. Now, with the Super World King Fist, if you replace this huge consumption with someone else, you will be exhausted after 10 seconds, let alone combat. Don't underestimate me. I've been preparing for this day for too long. Latais shouted, and the shape of the Super 3 superior Super World King Fist was stable. At this moment, Latais was covered in a blood gold aura, and her whole body was stained with blood red. Those who didn't know would think this was a brand new Super Saiyan transformation. In fact, this is just the blood energy inspired by the Super World King Fist that changed the color of the third level Super Saiyan, and the transformation has not changed at all. Then come on, let me see where your limit is. Talit was moved by Latai's determination. Since Latais was so determined, he would fight with him until the last moment. The golden aura rose from the solace of Talit's feet, and the Super Saiyan's first level full power state firepower was fully opened. Crack! The two people's auras collided in space, shooting out amazing electric light. At this moment, the world was shocked. Even the starry sky outside the earth was affected by the powerful power of the two. Hey! Latais shouted loudly, his hands dancing quickly, and the overwhelming energy bomb rushed towards Talit. This kind of coverage bombing left Talit with nowhere to hide and could only resist head-on. The next second, Talit mobilized the energy in his body, spread his hands, and turned into a protective barrier in front of him to resist the bombing of the energy bomb. Boom! A large number of destructive energy bombs fell on the protection barrier at the same time, setting off an extremely terrifying super explosion. The dazzling flames expanded and swallowed Talit with most of the arena without any mercy. It seems to be extremely destructive and has endless murderous intentions, but this is just an appetizer. In the flash of lightning, Latais once again made a strong move. In the explosion of fire, the protective barrier of energy condensation in Talit's whole body had been damaged by 70%. Suddenly, a hurricane broke out in front of Talit, blowing away all the flames. At a close distance, Latais had already rushed in front of Talit, and the fist of destruction, which was filled with all his strength, suddenly shot out. Bang! There was a loud bang. Talit's invisible barrier collapsed instantly. When he saw that he was about to hit Talit, Talit raised his hand to block it, cleverly dissolving the remaining force of the punch. After feeling the impact of the power on the palm, Talit with an excited smile. Latais was completely aroused by fighting. It's not over yet. Latais shouted again, and suddenly pulled back his fist and took the initiative to attack again. The unstoppable offensive swept over Talit. The almost crazy attack without any room for anything, forcing Talit to passively defend, and a lot of fist marks appeared on the surface of his body. After dozens of powerful outputs were launched in succession, Latai's right leg was charged and kicked out with great force. Pound! There was a loud bang. Talit's body flew backwards for more than 20 meters. Latais, who gave up all his strength, showed extraordinary combat ability. Judging from this movement, he had to suppress Talit in one breath. But is this possible? Obviously impossible. The cooperation between the third level of the Super Saiyan and the Super World King Fist can indeed increase the limit of combat effectiveness, but doing so will greatly burden the body. Although Latais' willpower is amazing, according to the intensity of this attack, it won't last long. When his momentum dropped sharply, it was Talit's attack. Latais also knew that he had little time left, which was the main reason why he kept attacking. He must not stop, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable, and he must win, at least force Talit to transform into a Super Second or a Super Third. The next second, Talit grabbed the flaw exposed by Latais during his attack and attacked decisively. Bang! A powerful blow hit Latais in the chest. Latais, who was hit hard, frowned, and his whole body was swept by huge force, and he kept retreating back until the edge of the ring. It's my turn after playing for so long. Talit smiled slightly. His aura was like a rainbow, rising steadily, and his huge sense of oppression rushed straight to Latais. After feeling the intensity of this breath, breath. Latai's expression became more and more serious and he was ready to give it a try. Swoosh! A sound of breaking through the air sounded. Talat burst out with an extreme speed, rushed into Latai's in less than 0.001 seconds and swung his punch. Latai's instinctively raised his hand to defend, but Talat discovered it in advance. The trajectory of the fist changed and turned into an uppercut hit Latai's jaw. Pound! The sound of a loud bang. Latais, who was subjected to a powerful blow, suddenly felt dizzy and his body was out of control and rushed straight into the sky. At this moment, when he was negligent in defense, Talat attacked again. This time he showed no mercy. The attack was even more violent than a hurricane swept across Latai's body, and thunderous sounds lingered in the space. This intense and fierce attack instantly made Latai's wake up. The piercing pain made his body chi and blood roll, and the bones all over his body seemed to be about to break. Fortunately, his body has been extremely strong after years of exercise. Coupled with the double blessing of the Super Saiyan 3rd level and the Super World King Fist, he can withstand Talat's high-intensity attack. Otherwise, if it were someone else, I would have been crushed to pieces and died. Latais, who came to his senses, crossed his arms to protect the vital point and carried Talat's attack. But Talat's attack was hard to defend. Even though he protected the vital points in front of him, there were still many flaws on his body. Talat's figure was like a ghost and wandering in the space. Every attack made Rades unable to defend, giving Rades great pressure. Seeing that the fist attack was ineffective, Talat put his hands together and used a powerful super chi combined cannon. Boom! There was a loud bang. Latais only felt an irresistible force sweeping across his body, and his whole body was out of control. When it was completely stabilized, it was sent to a height of 1,000 meters. Latais, who stabilized himself, gasped in big mouthfuls. A trace of blood was hanging on the corner of his mouth, and hot white smoke was emitting all over his body. His strong body was covered by dense fist mark, and the severe pain kept stimulating his nerves, making he is always awake. Bah! Latais spit out a bloody sputum from his mouth, raising his hand to wipe off the blood stains at the corner of his mouth, and an excited smile appeared on his face. Those pains that cannot defeat him will only make him stronger. Talat is still as strong as ever, but the full power of the Super Saiyan level 1 can make him breathless. On Latais' left arm, a crimson lightning suddenly exploded. At this moment, a muscle on his left arm was torn apart by the breath, and blood flew everywhere. You can't bear it anymore? It seems that you can't continue to drag it down. You have to decide the winner and lose with one move. Latais' eyes suddenly became firm, and his eyes stared at Talat. It seemed to tell the other party what he would do next. The tacit understanding between the two had reached a point where it could be conveyed without words. Latais was just a look, and Talat immediately understood it. Come on! Talat cheered up, and a golden aura surged all over his body, and he was ready to welcome him. At this moment he completely sacrificed his best, not for the victory or defeat but for himself, and he wanted to see if he could surpass his limit. Crack! Around Latais, blue and white arcs burst, looking extremely fierce and terrifying. Come on! If you have the ability, you can resolve my full blow. Talat! Latais roared loudly, posing as a killer move. Gather all the energy in your palm and take a gamble. With this move, if you fail, you will be successful. Because of the continuous condensation and compression of energy, with Latais as the center, the violent aura vibrated everywhere, and a huge tsunami was set off around Papaya Island. The entire island was constantly vibrating due to this ever-increasing energy. If it weren't for the angels, there was no angel. I am afraid that this Papaya Island has already sunk into the sea. This situation made all the viewers and soldiers stunned. The energy attack released from that angle will turn the entire Earth into dust in the universe if you are not careful. Moreover, the energy condensed by Latais is no problem to destroy 10 Earth. Is it really okay to do this? Everyone held their breath and watched the scene quietly. Only Talat kept calm. He felt Latais' determination and knew what was the reason why Latais worked so hard. The two are both enemies and friends. Since Latais is so persistent, he will show it. Talat decisively removed the transformation of the first level full power of the Super Saiyan, and the energy pool of the divine power in his body was mobilized, ready to go. This scene made the soldiers in the rest area dumbfounded. They were puzzled by Talat's behavior of actively revoking the Super Saiyan transformation. Is Talat going to resist Latais' attack with normalcy, or are there other means that you can only use it when you don't transform into a Super Saiyan? Everyone has different ideas. At this moment, even their breathing became heavy. They stared at the battlefield without blinking, afraid of missing something. Over the martial arts arena, Latais was wrapped in endless lightning, and his super killing skills had condensed and formed. Although he was puzzled by Talat's action to remove the transformation, he did not question it. On the contrary, he was looking forward to what way Talat would resolve his all-out super kill. Accept the move. Super Shining Destruction Cannon. Leitai shouted loudly and swung his hands. In an instant, a blood gold lightning energy cannon with a diameter of dozens of meters burst out from his palm, like a blood-colored dragon with its teeth and claws slamming towards Talat. At this moment, Talat's form changed. In an instant, the divine power, which was materialized like a flame, was released from the inside out. Talat's hair and pupils were dyed deep red, and deep flames of divine power were filled with. This form is the Super Saiyan God. At this moment, his strength instantly soared to a unit of zigzag. Raise your hand and swing it out. Boom! A scene that made everyone unbelievable happened. Leitai's ultimate skill, Super Shining Destruction Cannon, was smashed to pieces by a punch, turning into energy particles all over the sky and floating in the void. The powerful fist force penetrated Leitai's body and hit the invisible barrier, causing huge ripples. The power of a punch shocks all directions. Rades, swept by the force of fists, spurted a blood arrow out of his mouth, and his entire aura dropped sharply, and the state of the Super Saiyan 3rd level and Super Realm King's fist dissipated at the same time. As expected, this ending is still but I got what I want, although it is not the 3rd level of the Super Saiyan. But Leitai sighed in his heart, and then the boundless darkness came, swallowed his consciousness. His body was out of control and fell to the ground like a meteorite. Just as Leitai's was about to fall to the ground, Talat set off and caught Leitai's, who was unconscious. After catching Leitai's, Talat checked his physical condition. The bones in his body were broken. The 3rd level of Super Saiyan combined with the huge load of the Super World King fist brought great trauma to his body, especially the desperate attack just now almost killed him. You guy, you really want to die? Talat released a healing beam, and the green light merged into Leitai's body. These healing particles are repairing Leitai's wounded internal organs, pulling Leitai's back from the edge of death bit by bit. It was not until he returned to the ring that Leitai's woke up. It hurts so much. Leitai screamed in pain. After adjusting my condition, I wanted to get up, but I got air conditioned because of severe pain in my body. Then he didn't care much about it, took out the fairy beans and ate them. Only then did he heal his physical injuries and recover his physical strength. After recovering, his strength has been greatly improved due to his serious injury. After Leitai's reacted, he looked at Talat with a resentful look on his face. What kind of form is this? Super Saiyan God, Talat said with a chuckling. Super Saiyan God, so that's it. It's the existence in that mythology that you have talked about. You have even achieved this. I'm convinced you. Leitai's mouth he pulled and said helplessly. Their gap seems to be even bigger. The two of them kept communicating, and everyone saw the situation at this time, especially the blonde referee, who now doesn't know how to pronounce the sentence. Well, Mr. Leitai, you seem to have used props outside the rules just now, although you don't know what that is, as the blonde referee said. Leitai looked at him sideways. I lost. You can directly declare the judgment. Chapter 217. The confused Shrew. Find Badak. With the announcement of the blonde referee, the final victory or defeat of the 23rd World No. 1 Martial Arts Conference was announced. Talat became the champion of this class, which can be regarded as fulfilling the dream that Talat had in his previous life. A drum-like applause burst out from the audience. Such a wonderful battle has subverted the worldview of countless people, making people realize how terrifying power a powerful martial artist has. It was at this time, located in a corner where no one cares, a tall figure in black robe was standing there. He has been frightened by the battles he has seen so much that he can't calm down. To be precise, he is not a human but an ugly monster. Because I learned about the 23rd World's No. 1 Martial Arts Conference, I came here to see how strong Sun Wukong and the others are now. He is not a person from this time and space, but from Shrew, from the future time and space world. Originally, the time he was going to be 5 or 6 years later, but the time machine had a deviation. When he encountered a storm of time and space, he was brought to this time and space. What's going on here? Why is this past world different from what I know about it? Shrew's expression was very wonderful, frightened, panicked, and incredible. Since the beginning of the game, he has been hiding his breath here. The original plan was to take this opportunity to eat all the martial artists present to improve their strength. Now he is completely stupid. Not to mention Vegeta, Naba, and Leitai are all on Earth during this period, and they actually participated in the world's No. 1 Martial Arts Conference. At this time, shouldn't they still work under that guy Frieza? Isn't it going to come to Earth 5 or 6 years later? Also, why have these Scions mastered the transformation of the Super Saiyan? And he has changed more than once, and his strength is as strong as a monster, making it hard for him to imagine. Especially the Scion named Talat. His strength was unfathomable. The horror of the punch just now deeply shocked him. When he came to this strange world, he was already numb. I can't have come to the wrong world, right? Shrew stood there in a daze, doubting life. In his world, he sneaked and killed 10x and finally got the time machine to cross time and space, so he was lucky enough to come to this world. The direction of this world is completely different from what he remembers. These Z warriors are extremely powerful. Even Klin can hang him up and beat him now, not to mention the scions such as Sun Wukong and Rades, as well as Naba and Vegeta. The most important thing is that this scion he didn't know at all. Talat. That strength was unfathomable. Just watching the battle from a distance and the terrifying pressure almost made his breathing stagnate. No, this place is really too dangerous. I can't continue to stay here, and the life energy here cannot be absorbed. Once discovered, I will definitely die. Shuru thought for a few seconds and decisively chose to run away. Concealing aura is his natal method. Although his strength is not strong, Shuru still has a good training in saving his life. Thanks to this concealment ability, he escaped Talat's breath perception. Otherwise, Talat would have been discovered by him when he appeared. However, Talat's failure to discover him does not mean that there is no existence here to discover him. Angel Bados in the audience glanced at the dark corner where Shuru had disappeared intentionally or unintentionally. She discovered Shuru's traces from just now because there was a faint breath of time on this life. In addition to her, Angel Weiss noticed a trace of abnormality. It's just that it's impossible to confirm, so he didn't make any statement. After the competition, as time went by, the crowd did not stay on Papaya Island and went to Zeta together in the luxury estate of Universal Capsule Group. In order to entertain everyone participating in the competition, Bulma had prepared a banquet in advance. Seeing the situation, Xiongpa, as a super foodie, naturally couldn't help it. His first purpose in coming to the 7th universe was to come for food. The second purpose is to try your luck and see if you can find other Super Dragon Balls. I have been waiting for this moment for a long time. The Xiongpai, who could not hold back, took the lead in enjoying the delicious food. Sir Xiongpa, even if you eat, you still have to pay attention to your demeanor. After all, you are a god of destruction. Angel Bados reminded with a smile. However, Xiongpa deafened her reminder, and he had long fallen into the gentle land of food. No matter who said it, he could not hear it. It seemed that if you pause for a moment, it would be disrespect for food. Seeing this scene, Bados shook his head helplessly and then joined the ranks of enjoying earthly food with Weiss. But they naturally want more gentlemen and ladies. After tasting the long-lost earth delicacy again, Bados almost couldn't control it. Weiss is the same. After all, he doesn't come every now and then like the original work. With them taking the lead, others took the seat one after another. Because of the joyful atmosphere, the soldiers relaxed their tense nerves and enjoyed the beauty of this moment. The banquet continued and everyone was very satisfied. There was constant laughter and joy. Family and friends gathered together to talk and communicated with all aspects of life, and the soldiers naturally shared the combat experiences they gained from each other. At this moment, Talat took advantage of this opportunity to find Weiss. There is one thing he thought about for a long time. In the past, it was because of lack of strength, but now he feels it is almost done. After Talat's remark, the matter about Badak was put on the table. He asked whether VES could help them find Badak and brought Badak back. This obviously shocked everyone, especially GNEI. Her heart was touched, and her face showed a happy and touching look. She didn't expect that so many years have passed, and Talat never forgot Badak. Weiss did not answer, but just looked at Talat seriously. This matter was difficult to deal with. At this time, the hearts of the scions seemed to be blown up by a bomb, especially for Vegeta and Naba. Badak, did he not die with the explosion of Vegeta but went to other unknown times? Vegeta was shocked. After all, he was a lower level warrior with a combat power of over 10,000. Almost everyone knows Badak's existence, and it is even more impossible for him to be a prince not to know. Moreover, when Vegeta was not destroyed, he and Badak also knew each other. Badak, the planet explosion did not kill him, but teleported him to other world. This is too magical. Naba's heart is incredible. He and Badak naturally knew each other. Although the other party was a subordinate warrior, his powerful combat power once overwhelmed all the elite superiors. Latais was excited when he heard Talat mention about his father. Although many of them may have tried and failed in recent years, there are angels that can be asked for help now, and maybe it can be done. Even Sun Wukong, who was very nervous, was also very energetic. Although he had never seen Badak, he knew what kind of person he was in his family's stories. Hey, I said, is it because you want to play with time? The universe law clearly stipulates that traveling through time is a serious crime. I will not regard this kind of thing as if I didn't hear it, because it involves time. The god of destruction is a god of destruction. Elephant Pa stopped eating and asked, time cannot be touched by God, except for the world king god who can use the time ring to create. No other aspects must be used. Talat asked this for help, which involved time. Even if he was the god of destruction in the 6th universe and the 7th universe was not under his control, he still had to express his opinion. I didn't say I wanted to play with time, I just wanted to bring back the people who were wandering in our world. Speaking of which, if we continue to let the people in our world mess around in other other world. It will destroy the balance of the other world. Talit retorted. There is indeed a little reason, although it is very reluctant. Xiangpa's mouth twitched, and she always felt something was wrong, and she couldn't find the problem for a while. He Sir Elephant Pa, I said I'll let you eat less sweet, but now my IQ has grown to fat. Pados smiled. Her eyes were filled with light, and she could actually tell the problem in Talit's words in one word, but she didn't say it out. At this moment, Weiss made a bold decision after careful consideration. I understand, but I can't give you accurate guarantees. After all, this happened many years ago, and I also need a certain amount of time to find a positioning. Maybe I will encounter some trouble if I can't bring it back. Wes' words were very tactful, letting Talit know that this matter was not that simple. Taro's head. If you can't bring it back, there's really nothing you can do. After saying that, Talit looked at Gnei again and sighed. Seeing this, Bados said suddenly, if your power cannot be recalled, you can send Talit over. In this way, will there be a medium? Sister, I can help you. Bados's words shocked Talit and everyone. This is undoubtedly saying that Weiss can't do it alone, and Bados is willing to help. Things have been decided, but it can't be done in 1 or 2 days. Soon, late at night, the banquet came to an end. Everyone said goodbye one after another, and in the end, only Bados, Elephant Pa, and of course Weiss were left. The reason why they haven't left is because Bulma prepared in advance and sent people a lot of packaged delicacies. This is also a reward for helping the 2 angels. Thank you for your hospitality, Mrs. Bulma. Angel Bados thanked Bulma with a smile. Where are you? You don't know each other at all. You are all friends. Friends help each other, and I just did my best to provide some food from the earth. If you lack it in the future, you can get it at any time. Bulma smiled, and that expression kept the network of relationships extremely firmly. You are right, they are all friends. Hados smiled. The 2 women had a great conversation, and were the Xiangpa looked unhappy when she ignored it. Tisk, for the sake of the delicacies you have prepared, you will go to other time and space to bring back the man named Badak. I will not ask. However, I will also remind you that when playing with time, time will also play with you. Don't lose your life by accident. Xiangpa looked at Talit and warned. This is a kind reminder, even if the tone is not very good. Don't worry, my life is hard. Even you can't kill me, and I may not need to go. Right, Talit said with a calm smile. Xiangpa didn't say anything anymore, turned his head and said to Bados, let's go. Bados, it's time for us to go back. Okay, Lord Xiangpa. Then everyone, let's say goodbye first. Bados waved goodbye. The next second, a dazzling rainbow light rose from the ground, and Bados left the earth with the elephant pat. Sister and Lord Xiangpa are gone, so it's time for me to say goodbye. When there is news, I will contact you. Talit. Seeing this, Weiss didn't stay for a long time, left the earth and returned to the 7th universe, the destruction of God realm. After seeing everyone off, Talit stood in place and looked at the stars. Because the weather is good, the stars in the sky are particularly beautiful. Bulma Sarari is with Talit and her daughter Tarala. Although she can speak and understand some truth, she is less than 2 years old after all, and she is too immature. I hope everything goes well. If I really want to go there, I must go there too, which is considered to be the kindness I took care of. Talit said. Bulma doesn't understand, but Selar empathizes. They were both young back then and were indeed taken care of by Badak. Uncle Badak is in that world. Don't know how he is doing. After so many years we have passed by, and I don't know what it will be like when we meet again. Chalari said. Who knows, maybe. So many years have passed by us, and Uncle Badak has only been a very short time. After all, this is a time span. Talit didn't plan to delve into it further and gave Sailor Rui looked at Bulma again and said, let's go back to the house. Bulma, you've been tired for a day. It's time to rest. Yet, Bulma has been pregnant for more than 6 months and has entered the most tiring stage of pregnancy. Talit had already thought that even if he needed to travel in person, he had to wait until Bulma had a childbirth. In this way, he will leave with greater peace of mind and will not have any psychological burden. The 2 women followed Talit and walked towards the main house. Tarala lay on Taro's shoulder and acted coquettishly. Since the little girl became sensible, she has been sticking to Talit. I have to say that she is exactly the same as Talit's personality. Chapter 218 Trunk. No, the news is on the stage. Time flies. Before I knew it, 3 months passed quietly. During these 3 months, everyone has returned to their own lives. During this period, the Z warriors worked harder to practice. They absorbed their insights from the martial arts conference, and their strength also improved by leaps and bounds. Of course, except Talit. He did not practice but was with Bulma. Especially today, it is a very important day for him. Bulma is about to give birth to his 2nd child in this world. In the nursery, Angel Weiss waved the scepter in his hand, and the mysterious angel power enveloped Bulma. Soon, a ray of light gathered on Bulma's belly. Painless delivery. Wrong. This is a complete and uninjured delivery. When the child was taken out, everyone was attracted by the thick blue hair. The color of the hair is light blue, which undoubtedly inherits the color of Bulma. Okay, Madam Bulma, the child has been successfully taken out. Weiss put away his strength and said with a smile, "Well, thank you, Weiss." Bulma thanked her with a smile. Weiss didn't care about this kind of thanks. In his opinion, he took so many delicious food, but he only gave birth to a child, but he took a big advantage. After completing his work, Weiss did not stay in the nursery room for a long time, but went outside to taste the food arranged for him by Bulma. Bulma looked at the baby sleeping soundly in his arms with a doting face, and a maternal smile appeared on his face. Once upon a time, after Celery gave birth to Taro, she was envious and fantasized about becoming a mother at all time. Now she has become a mother as she wishes. Bulma has completely submerged in the feeling of becoming a mother. Talat was with him, without saying anything. He is now in a daze. Is this Trunks? After thinking for a long time, Talat scolded his stupidity in his heart. This is his son. Even if his hair is the same color, it is indeed his bloodline. He looked at the sleeping baby in front of him with a smile. After just a simple perception, the expression undergoes subtle changes. Immediately afterward, he activated his divine consciousness and began to deeply explore his son's body. This little guy is not ordinary scion. There is a very special and powerful force in his body. If Talat had not practiced the power of divine power, he would probably not have been able to sense it. Weiss should have noticed it. He looked at him before, but did not say anything to remind him that he was asking him to discover it himself. What's wrong? Bulma saw Talat's expression a little serious and asked. Hearing this, Talat shook his head and smiled. It's okay. Our son has a force that shocks me in his body. In the future, he may grow to be stronger than me. Will my brother be stronger than me in the future? Tarala said unyieldingly. Talat laughed out loud, reached out and rubbed the little guy's head. You will be as strong as your younger brother in the future. On this side of the earth, Talat and Bulma's son were born successfully. Because the child will be born today, Bulma arranged a banquet early to entertain relatives and friends. At the same time, on a distant barren planet located on the edge of the northern galaxy, this planet is called Wampa Star. On this planet there are a pair of scion father and son who survived the Big Bang of Vegeta, named Broly and Paragus. It was also lucky that Broly was envied by King Vegeta because of his powerful combat power at birth. He was afraid that Broly would take away the throne of the Scion clan, so he ordered him to be exiled to a desolate planet. As Broly's father, Paragus couldn't bear to have his son be treated so unfairly, so he acted privately and forcibly seized a medium-sized spaceship on Vegeta Planet. He rushed to Wampa Star and wanted to take Broly to belt Broly live on other planet, but luck is so good that he has just arrived at Wampa Star on the spaceship, and the power system of the spaceship is damaged and cannot be started. Therefore, the father and son were trapped on this planet where birds do not shit for more than 10 years. In the star of Wampa, Broly was hunting with Paragus at this time, looking for today's prey. However, while they were hunting, Broly suddenly stood there, as if something was broken in his brain, and he felt something. Then a powerful aura that was beyond imagination gushed out of Broly's body. Boom! There was a loud noise. The storm of destruction and decay shocked all directions and impacted the entire world. This unparalleled aura directly overturned the unresponsive Paragus and flew hundreds of meters away. Broly. Paragus's eyes widened, and a deep look of horror flashed in his eyes. He knew that Broly was going wild again. Paragus has a deep understanding of the horror after Broly's rampage. When Broly went wild for the first time, he could barely control Broly, but as Broly continued to grow, the power that exploded after the wild went wild became stronger and stronger, and he could no longer stop it. This rampage made him feel strange because the suddenness was different from any rampage in the past. Where exactly is the problem? Its terrible power shocked the entire Wampa Star and even affected the surrounding planet. Broly's breath was still expanding. His body changed more than 3 meters, with green flames flickering around him, and his pupils disappeared in his eyes, and his mind was completely occupied by wildness. Zidu. At this moment, Talat was continuing to observe his newborn son. He always felt that there was a secret in his son, but he didn't know what it was. It's certain that my son is very special. Could it be the legendary Super Saiyan? As soon as this idea appeared, it was ruthlessly extinguished by Talat. The legendary Super Saiyans will only appear in 1,000 years, but the Chuan Chao of their era is still alive and has not died. When I think of Chuan Chao, I think of Broly. His son cannot be the legendary Super Saiyan, but he is definitely not an ordinary Saiyan, and he may even be more terrifying than the legendary Super Saiyan. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. Talat, what's the better name for our children? At this time, Bulma suddenly asked, which made Talat, who was drifting in his heart, come to his senses. Name? I haven't thought thought about it yet. Talat answered truthfully. He had already thought about the name a lot, but after thinking about it he didn't think of any particularly good name, so the naming progress has not made any progress. However, Bulma's next words made Talat stunned. Since you haven't figured out your name yet, I have a good name. How about calling him Trunk? Bulma suggested. Talat was a little messy when he heard this. Let your son be named Trunk. Although the original Trunk's name was also given by Bulma, it has different meanings. Absolutely not possible. Talat refused 10,000 times, and finally, under forced force, a name appeared in his mind. Taros. Although it is sloppy, he thought it was at least better than Trunk. Bulma didn't know why Talat was so resistant, but she accepted the name Taros, only one word behind her sister Tarala. After getting rid of the dilemma of name, Talat held his son and coaxed his daughter. Bulma and Chilleri were also quiet in this warmth, until a sense of depression suddenly came. Talat raised his head suddenly, and Chilleri suddenly became serious. What's going on with this breath? This intensity is not on the earth. Talat frowned, put down his son, and went to the window to look into the distant husband. This breath seems to be a scion, Chilleri said, standing beside Talat. Yeah, Taro's head is indeed very similar, and it is very violent. Because of this special aura, the people who were originally tasting delicious food outside also came here. This is the first time I have felt this kind of suppression from the depths of my bloodline. My body is so uneasy. What's going on? Talat Gnei asked, suppressing the uneasiness in his heart. This situation has never happened. The scion blood in the body is in fear. This aura comes from the depths of the universe. It's very strong. Are we scions still wandering outside? Leitais expanded his perception and carefully felt where this special force was located, but in the blink of an eye he locked in the exact position of this aura with his amazing perception. As long as he is willing, he can move over in an instant, but if he wants to act, he still has to listen to Talat's opinions and decide whether to act. At the same time, Vegeta and Naba, who were located in two different super training rooms, also noticed it and rushed out of the super gravity training room, looking in disbelief. The two of them looked at the same position at the same time, and the perception of the breath continued to expand, and soon locked in the source of this aura. What the hell is going on? This prince's body actually trembled inexplicably. Vegeta clenched his fist tightly, constantly suppressing his slightly shaking body. As a scion prince, he was frightened by an unknown aura. This is a great humiliation. Is this power also a scion? Naba raised his hand to wipe off the sweat beads on his forehead, then turned around and headed towards Talat and the others. Leitais and Kakarot were both there, and went over and asked what the hell was going on. Vegeta, who was standing beside him, quickly followed. Soon, all the scions gathered together on the star of Wanpa. At this time, Broly had entered the state of a human-shaped giant ape. He was completely controlled by wildness and destruction desires and began to destroy without any scruples. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosion kept ringing in the space. The rasping Broly kept ejecting destructive energy from his mouth, impacting all directions and destroying everything in front of him. In an instant, everything within a radius of more than 10 miles had turned into a fierce prison. Broly was in the center of this raging fire, roaring like a demon god, venting his own power unscrupulously. His father, Paragus, was hiding behind a huge rock 1,000 meters away, and struggled to withstand the impact of Broly's bursting. Stop it, Broly. If you continue to be crazy like this, the whole planet will be destroyed. At that time, we will die because of the explosion of the planet. Paragus shouted at the top of his lungs. Road. If Broly is left alone, the entire planet will explode, and the consequence of the explosion is that he and Broly die in the universe together. Unfortunately, Broly could no longer hear Paragus' call. Now he has been occupied by wildness and destructive desires. Broly destroyed everything around him without hesitation. It seemed that only in this way could he feel short-term pleasure. Only in this way could his body not suffer from the torture of strength. Seeing that Broly not only did not stop destroying but became more and more cruel, Paragus's heart fell to the bottom. Just when he was deeply desperate, a ripples caused in a space not far to his left, leading by Talat, Leitai, Chilleri, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Naba and his group arrived here, intending to find out. Weiss also came. He acted as a melon-eating crowd and thought this matter was very interesting. They had just arrived and locked in Broly's rampage at a glance. They were sure that the strong oppression was emitted from Broly, and with close-up experience they could more clearly see how terrible the aura on Broly was. I guess it was him. It's really strange. Why did Broly's outbreak be ahead of schedule? Talat was paying attention to Broly, who was struggling in a distant form, and thought to himself, the intensity of this energy was nothing to him, but the instability of the legendary super scions and the degree of explosive power can be calculated by superficial estimation. Is he the source of that power? What a strong aura. Is he really a scion? Sun Wukong was shocked. This fierce aura made him feel scared. After briefly comparing his current strength, he knew that he could not compare with the other party at all. Even if he uses the second level of Super Scion and the Super World King Fist, he may not not be able to compete with this person. That guy is a scion, right? But I have no impression of him at all. Looking at Broly, who was struggling in the distance, kept recalling his fellow scions he had seen in his mind. Chapter 219 Paragus Ambition vs Broly. Naba was absolutely unthinkable because almost no one knew Broly's existence as long as he was not a time traveler. No matter who he is, this breath really makes me feel unhappy. Vegeta's fist couldn't help but clenched tightly. Not only was the feeling of oppression emitted by Broly, but it was also because of the special suppression that, as the Scion Prince, felt inferior for the first time. This is the feeling that even Talit could not bring him. It's so strange, and this power seems to be very similar to your giant ape power, brother Talit. Solari's keen insight discovered the clues. Broly's current body is faintly exposed to a green aura. Although it is somewhat different from Talit's giant ape power, its shape is indeed very similar, full of wild power. Human-shaped giant ape form. So that's it. I feel very familiar with it, but I can't say it. Leitai said, it is very similar, but it is a little different. That kind of real suppression is not just caused by wildness. While speaking, Leitai and Cholari took out their virtual glasses from their waist, and after putting them on, they began to test Broly's combat effectiveness index. Very strong. It has exceeded 1 billion points. Moreover, this value is still increasing at an astonishing speed, and it is impossible to calculate the exact strength. Here, everyone's attention was on Broly. Not far away, Paragus obviously noticed their arrival. Although he is over 50 years old, Paragus still has eyesight, especially the faces of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, which cannot be said to be similar to their father, but can only be said to be exactly the same. I saw living people other than Broly, but also scions of the same tribe. Although Paragus knew that things were not as simple as he thought, his mood became excited. Today, after staying on this garbage planet where birds do not shit, he has long wanted to leave. Even if you leave this planet and want to be a dog for King Vegeta this time, it is better than on this planet. He spent 20 years paying for the difference in his thoughts when he was young. Because there is no spacecraft and no information from the outside world, Paragus will not know what happened in the outside world over the years. If I guess correctly, it should be Prince Vegeta and 2 more, Naba, and Leitais of the Prince's Guard. The one who looks the same as Badak is his youngest son Kakarot. There are 2 more. Paragus reminisced about the past while resolving the identity of the arrival of his compatriot. Because of his emotional fluctuations, his breath fluctuated violently, which also attracted the attention of Talit and the others. When his eyes collided, Paragus was brave and not afraid of being an enemy. He dragged his injured body and walked over. That limping look was quite embarrassed. Who is this old man? I feel familiar, but I can't remember where I have seen it. Naba looked at Paragus and said with a confused look on his face. However, Vegeta's memories that had been buried in his mind for many years emerged. You are Paragus, Vegeta said. As soon as Vegeta said this, BA suddenly realized. Leitais, who was standing aside, also remembered the character Paragus. He was once a superior warrior of the Scion clan, but he didn't expect to fall into such a miserable situation. The reason why Leitais knew him was because he had contact with Paragus. That's right, Prince Vegeta, I am Paragus. Paragus was excited. He didn't expect Vegeta to remember him and said with a flattering look on his face. On the surface there was actually a trace of resentment flashing in his eyes. If it weren't for King Vegeta's exile to this planet, how could he and Broly be trapped on this ragged planet where birds do not shit for so many years? Paragus thought he was hiding well, but in fact he was still noticed. But before the conversation between them continued, Broly, who was struggling, also looked here. The eyes that emitted a vicious gaze locked everyone present except Paragus. Despite being in a state of rampage, Broly's instinct still knows Paragus, which is the main reason why Paragus can survive until now. Others will not be taken seriously by Broly. Immediately afterward, his wild and burly body rushed towards this side like a rushing giant beast. The earth was shaking, the wind was surging, and a powerful sense of oppression came towards us. Everyone present was immediately excited. Broly, hurry, stop! Paragus saw Broly rushing over and ran away, afraid of being affected. Is it for me? It's just my wish. Vegeta's eyes Yining smiled contemptuously after confirming that Broly's first goal was himself. If it were him 3 months ago, he would be no match for Broly at this time. But now it's different. He has long been reborn and is different now. The combat power of Scion recovered from serious injuries increased sharply, and he absorbed all his insights and continued to practice. Now his combat power is so strong that he has long doubled. Now his combat effectiveness has soared to 20 million point. Vegeta mobilized S cells in his body in one thought and activated the energy pool of the Super Scion. Broly approached, and the iron fist exuding the green evil aura was accumulating its power and swung it out. Crazy! In an instant the golden light erupted around Vegeta, and the black rocket hair turned into a golden vertical hair that surged into the sky. His aura increased explosively and the first level Super Saiyan full power. The combat power reaches tens of billions. Bang! There was a shocking sound. This powerful super punch was blocked by Vegeta's raised his hand and the fierce force hit the four directions, causing gusts of storm to sweep away. Broly, whose attack was blocked, showed a confused look on his face. His attack was blocked. Never before. No matter what's going on with you guys, since you have taken the initiative to attack, let me learn about your strength. Vegeta grinned, clenched his 5 fingers with his right hand, turned into an iron fist and accumulated strength. Wave it out, pound. A thrilling sound of flesh sounded. Vegeta's heavy punch hit Broly hard in the face and the powerful force repelled Broly 100 meters away. Broly, who flew backward, quickly stabilized his body and a blank look flashed across his face. He was actually repelled. The first time I met a similar person, the pain turned into the desire for destruction and killing. You are not allowed to take action. This guy is my opponent. Vegeta rubbed his fist and shouted at the people around him. Just be happy, Vegeta. Talent was not in a hurry to take action. He knew that Vegeta was just starting Broly's nutrient. This Saiyan Prince just lets the terrible Chuan Chao experience the terror of Chuan Chao and then he will grow rapidly. I hope he will not be scared to the ground and have no intention of fighting like in the original work. Sun Wukong, Naba, Latais and Solari stood aside without even talking. Talat said so. They could only passively accept it. On the other side, Paragas, who was avoiding, was shocked at this time. Blonde hair, what's going on? Difficult, can you say? Did Vegeta become a Super Saiyan? A look of horror flashed across Paragas's face. Although Broly is very powerful, he can face the Super Saiyan. He dare not imagine what would happen. On the messy earth, Vegeta and Broly looked at each other 100 meters apart and the collision of momentum shot out a series of creeping lightning and thunderous lightning in the void. Broly was like a hungry beast ready to go. Vegeta was fully focused and cheered up. After a brief thought, Vegeta did not choose to hide himself and decisively took out all his strength. I will let you see what the real aura is like. Haha. Vegeta's eyes narrowed and a deep cry burst out from his mouth. The golden light burst into his eyes and the blazing golden fire was on his body, burning around. The momentum increased sharply and the lightning exploded. Vegeta's golden vertical hair turned into a golden angry hair. His extremely fierce aura expanded instantly and his terrifying combat power directly exceeded 2 billion. Vegeta stood arrogantly there by blue and white arc. Feeling the majestic aura coming from Vegeta, Broly, who was like a beast, was moved by it, but soon rationality disappeared, replaced by a strong sense of madness and banter. Looking for death. In the flash of lightning, Vegeta attacked strongly and his whole person turned into a golden light and disappeared in place. In a very short time, he rushed into Broly's body, gathered all his strength and shot it out. Feeling the strong sense of crisis coming from the front, Broly instinctively tightened his body muscles and improved his defense. Pound. The powerful blow hit Broly in the chest. Unparalleled power swept across Broly's body and this extremely fierce punch knocked Broly back again. But because of his early defense, Broly was knocked away for more than 10 meters and stabilized his body. The pain in his chest made Broly look ferocious and he looked at him with anger. The power of the supernatural power erupted, surrounded by green aura, and the momentum increased greatly, locking Vegeta. Broly's legs accumulating strength and burst out suddenly. The ground was split into pieces and Broly rushed to Vegeta quickly, driving all his strength to crash into Vegeta. Such a wild attack is simple and efficient. Vegeta had expected that his arms crossed to protect him and his whole body gathered his strength and turned into an unbreakable defense. Boom! A deafening roar came from the space and Vegeta's body flew out. Broly's wild power was beyond imagination. This led to the impact of the whole body's force, ruthlessly pushing Vegeta's body, but in just a few seconds it blasted Vegeta thousands of meters away. Vegeta used all his strength to defend himself and the severe pain of the explosion on his arms made him grin. But these pains were not enough to knock him down, but instead made his fighting spirit further stimulated and the belligerent factors in his body were fully aroused. Live. The smile on Vegeta's face became stronger and stronger and the Saiyan energy bursting in his body became stronger and stronger. At this moment, Broly launched an attack again. His mouth opened like a bloody mouth and powerful energy gathered in his throat and erupted in an instant. Boom! The violent energy ejected from Broly's throat. Vegeta dodged sideways while seizing the opportunity, cleverly came behind Broly, locking Broly's neck with both hands. A strong sense of suffocation came. Broly became even more angry and the energy bursting in his body became stronger and stronger. Vegeta used Broly's explosive power to exert force and exerted force with both hands and threw Broly out. Broly, who had lost control of his body, shot out like a cannonball. After smashing several rock bodies in succession, he suddenly crashed into a giant mountain room. In an instant the entire mountain vibrated and collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Flying sand and stones, smoke and dust are everywhere. there. After all, it's just an irrational beast. Since you don't understand what I'm saying, I'll wake you up with practical actions." With a loud shout, Vegeta jumped into the sky, and his hands merged, forming the posture of an energy cannon. Immediately afterward, the prince used his tactic, and dense energy bombs bombed toward Broly's position like a rainstorm. The roar of the explosion was endless, and the extremely powerful energy storm was raging everywhere, and the terrible shock wave was even bigger than the other. Vegeta's prince's tactics are still as sharp and fierce as ever. It will not stop until the opponent is completely defeated. The entire Wampa Star was shocked constantly under the bombardment of Vegeta's extremely powerful force. People who are fighting on the battlefield have long known Vegeta's fierceness, and this situation is also within their expectations. But as Broly's father, Paragus, was stunned when he saw this situation. How powerful is this? With such a fierce bombardment, his son Broly should not be dead, right? If Broly died, bang, 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 bang. The continuous explosion that shocked the world lasted for a minute. After a violent output, Vegeta consumed most of his physical strength, stopped his energy output, and hung in the sky, gasping heavily. The fires surged into the sky and the smoke filled the gunpowder. With the explosion as the center, everything within a radius of more than 10 kilometers was covered with thick smoke. In the eyes of Nappa and Sun Wukong, although Broly is very strong, he will definitely be severely injured after enduring so many violent bombings by Vegeta. However, Talit and Latais don't think so. This kind of coverage-style comprehensive attack is effective, but it is absolutely impossible to defeat Broly. This battle has just begun. Vegeta's fighting style is still as strong as ever, but after this strength he will fall into a weak state, Latais said. Talit nodded after hearing this. Yes, but he shouldn't be. That there is more than that. Without a trump card, people like him will not be so exploding like this. It depends on what level Vegeta can reach now. Broly's combat power is getting higher and higher, Choleri said. Chapter 220. A huge explosion. Vegeta's ultimate move. In the dim sky. I don't believe it. After enduring so many fierce attacks from this prince in a row, you are nothing. Vegeta snorted coldly and said indifferently, although Broly is very strong, it is absolutely impossible to be safe and sound after being bombarded by so many energy bombs in succession. As the prince of the Scion, there are 3 Scions who are pressing on him now, and he will definitely not allow a 4th Scion to appear. This battle must be won no matter what, even though Broly gives him a different feeling. Vegeta looked at the center of the explosion coldly and waited quietly. Suddenly, in the center of the explosion, a terrifying storm swept across the world. The heavy smoke was blown away by the wild storm in one breath. Brolin's wild body once again caught everyone's eyes. Although Vegeta's bombardment hurt him, it was just skin trauma. These damages that could not kill him would only make him stronger. After being attacked by Vegeta, the Scion blood in Broly's body was restless. The power of the super transmission in his body was activated, and his aura was rising step by step. Vegeta is going to suffer. Talit, who was watching the battle situation on the edge of the battlefield, had a premonition in his heart when he saw this scene. Vegeta's moment of defeat was probably coming early. I just don't know how far Vegeta can play. Even if the legendary Super Scions have not fully grown up, they are not something that ordinary Scions can compete with. After being injured, Broly looked like a suppressed beast, and there were signs of explosions at any time. The power of the super transmission in his body surged, and Broly seemed to have learned to release energy in the battle just now. He imitated Vegeta's posture of bombing him just now, and held his right hand through the air, and powerful energy flashed in his palm. In an instant, the whole world seemed to have changed hands. Energy was compressed by Broly in the heart of his right palm, and a large green energy bomb kept beating in his hand. After the energy condensed and formed, Brolina's eyes on the beast locked on Vegeta, and the smile on her face became more and more cunning. Swoosh! A sound of breaking through the air sounded. Broly threw his big hand, and a violent energy bomb shot out from his palm and rushed straight to Vegeta. At this level of attack cannot shake the prince at all. Vegeta snorted coldly, secretly mobilized all his strength, and swung a knife out the moment the energy bounced closer. As Vegeta's hand knife fell, the energy bomb was not bounced away. Instead, because of Vegeta's hand knife, the energy became extremely unstable. Vegeta's mind trembled, and he quickly pulled back his right hand, crossing his arms to show a defensive posture. Boom! The dazzling green fire is blooming. The aftermath of the explosion was extremely terrifying, causing the entire Wampa Star to shake. The power of this explosion was beyond imagination. Just like a super nuclear bomb with a capacity of millions of tons of equivalents exploded, and an unparalleled shock wave of destruction swept across all directions, enough to destroy everything in the world. The earth was torn apart by the aftermath of the explosion, and the sky was stirred by this terrible shock wave. The entire Wampa Star was shaking, as if it was about to disintegrate at any time. This scene is like a sign of the arrival of the end of the world. Sun Wukong and Nappa outside the battlefield were shocked by this powerful storm. Unexpectedly, Broly, this unknown compatriot exploded with such a terrifying power without transforming. Vegeta has become so strong after more than 3 months and has been suppressed. If such a powerful explosion fell on them, even if they did not die, they would probably lose their combat ability. I just don't know if Vegeta can withstand this destructive blow. That guy's breath is extremely swelling. Vegeta guy, he will definitely lose. Leitais felt Brolin's ever-inflating breath and spoke. Judging from the breath, Broly's aura has now surpassed Vegeta in his peak state. Moreover, the opponent's aura is still increasing over time. Faced with the increasingly stronger Broly, Vegeta has no chance of winning. That guy's combat power has been improving all the time. His speed is very fast and even virtual glasses cannot accurately calculate the value, and he has not transformed yet. Brother Talat, is he what you once said in the real legend, the Super Saiyan? After seeing Broly's specialness, Celery suddenly thought of something and asked. As soon as these words were said, everyone was shocked. Leitais looked at Talat in a daze, wanting to listen to Talat's analysis. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be. This outrageous level that can be achieved without transformation is far beyond the reach of ordinary Saiyan. Talat said, since we have talked about this, let it go and there is no need to hide it. Sun Wukong and Naba were already shocked to the point of being able to stop, but Leitais suddenly became excited. So that's it. No wonder he always felt suppressed. It must be that our bloodline was suppressed by legends, right? I really want to see how far he can grow. It would be better to be strong enough to fight against me, so that it would be interesting. When he learned that the other party was Chuan Chao, a hot fighting spirit flashed in Leitais' eyes and he couldn't wait to fight Broly. Seeing Leitais like this, Celery couldn't help but say, you better not to overturn the gutter. After all, we know nothing about him. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid yet. I have my own plans. Leitais' lips raised, revealing endless confidence. After all these 3 months, he has practiced Super 3 to perfectly control it. Talat smiled and didn't respond when he was so anxious about Leitais. The conversation between them was heard by Paragus in the distance, and he finally confirmed that his son was really the legendary Super Saiyan. However, Leitais and Celery's calm attitude seemed to be in their eyes that the rampage Broly was not a threat at all. On the messy battlefield, hey, a hysterical roar suddenly broke out at the center of the explosion. Suddenly, a violent golden light erupted. Suddenly, the powerful breath storm mercilessly tore the explosion's shock wave apart. Vegeta's slightly embarrassed posture entered everyone's eyes. At this moment, Vegeta's white gloves wearing both hands and clothes on his wrists were destroyed in an explosion, and his arms were already bloody and blurred. From this we can see how terrifying the power of this explosion is. If Vegeta did not act as a defensive posture at critical moments and used all his energy to protect himself, the injuries he suffered would probably be much heavier than now. The severe pain, like a bursting pain on both arms, made Vegeta's heart swell. His eyes surrounded by anger, and the golden aura around him became stronger and stronger with the violent emotional fluctuations. You guy completely angered me. A roar of anger broke out in Vegeta's mouth. With this shout, Vegeta's Super Saiyan storm broke out in the second level. Dozens of blue and white lights exploded around his body, and Vegeta's combat effectiveness was greatly improved. Due to violent emotional fluctuations, his second level Super Saiyan broke through the barrier that had plagued him for a long time. At this moment, this combat effectiveness has exceeded 3 billion points. After feeling the powerful aura that erupted from Vegeta, Broly's facial expression became ferocious, and the blood of the supernatural body in the body had a violent conflict with Vegeta's bloodline. The body's instinct made him want to kill Vegeta. As the blood of the Saiyan, the clamor of ordinary blood is absolutely not allowed. At this moment, his burst of super power became even more vast, and the green aura soared into the sky. The violent aura hit all directions and launched an indiscriminate attack on everyone. The existence of poor strength only feels that the Saiyan blood in the body is suppressed, and a fear from the depths of the soul surges into their heart, making them unable to think of resisting. Crack! Vegeta and Broly's breath collided in space, shooting out amazing electric light. The two of them had a strong aura, stirring the whole world. At this moment, Vegeta's aura burst had reached its peak. His muscles were filled with energy and expanded in a circle at a speed visible to the naked eye. Judging from the momentum, it is even stronger than Broly now. Accept it, you irrational beast. With a roar like thunder, Vegeta took the lead in attacking, and his whole body penetrated the space like golden thunder, driving all his strength to crash towards Broly. This amazing speed made Broly unable to react and strongly endured the full force of Vegeta's driving force. Bang! There was a loud bang in the space. Broly was swept by huge force. His whole body lost control and flew backwards again. On the way back, backward. Broly felt the pain on his body. His facial features became distorted and he became angry. His thoughts on smacking Vegeta's bones and swelling up ashes became even heavier. This is just the beginning. Vegeta would not let Broly go so easily and once again burst into breath to catch up, grabbed Broly's head with one hand and smashed it hard towards the ground. In an instant the extremely fierce prince's tactics were used again. The devastating attack. Every move contains the ultimate destructive power and super insulting nature. Every time Vegeta he attacks Broly's weakness. This fierce attack seemed to be a rhythm of shattering Broly. In the previous fight Vegeta had already understood Broly's situation. Faced with such a guy who constantly improves his aura, he must defeat him in one go, otherwise he will be the one who is unlucky. As the proud prince of the Scions, he will never lose. The battle continues to heat up. The battle situation was completely one-sided and Broly completely became Vegeta's human-shaped sandbag. But as the battle time continued to extend, Vegeta himself discovered something was wrong. Although he has the upper hand, Broly's defense is very impressive. Even if he is close to full strength attack, he will never be able to completely defeat Broly. Moreover, during the battle, Broly seemed to have learned the skills of fighting and was no longer being beaten by him in all aspect like before. He already knew how to fight. Did this guy learn how to fight while running wild? Vegeta's mind became heavier and he became more vigilant about Broly. If you can't end Broly as soon as possible, then the person who is unlucky will be himself. The next second there was a golden light in his eyes. His right fist was tightly clasped and the golden aura burned on the fist like a raging fire, and layers of golden light were surrounded by layers of golden light. Vegeta gathered all his strength and shot the destruction and collapse punch, heading straight to Broly's face. Pound. There was a muffled sound. With Vegeta's full strength blow, Broly should have been blown away, but this is not the case in reality. Vegeta's full strength collapse punch was blocked by Broly with one hand and tightly squeezed it in his palm. How is that possible? Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief. He tried to exert force and pulled his fist back, but Broly's brute force was far above him and he could not shake it no matter how hard he exerted his force. In the slightest, Broly, who grabbed Vegeta's fist, had a grim smile on his face and then he suddenly exerted force. Vegeta, who had just been arrogant, was instantly swept by huge force and was thrown away by Broly. Have this guy seen through my way of making moves? No, this is impossible. On the way backward, Vegeta recalled the battle with Broly. The growth of this guy was not only an improvement in combat effectiveness, but also there are changes in trick. From the beginning, the beast who knew nothing has evolved into a berserker. The mind became heavier and Vegeta burst into an aura. He turned around and landed smoothly on a rock pillar. At this moment, Broly did not pursue her anymore. Her face turned gloomy and her body became swelling at a speed visible to the naked eye. The green energy beam rose from the ground, and at the edge of the beam, dozens of destructive energy bombarded with infinite destructive power, carrying out an indiscriminate destructive bombardment of everything within a radius of hundreds of miles. Unparalleled energy stirring the world and overturning everything. Deafening explosions sounded in the space. Broly's aura is still soaring and has risen to an extremely terrifying level. The terrible sense of oppression spread and turned into haze to cover the entire Wampa star. Vegeta, swept by this pressure, gritted his teeth. Judging by breath perception, Broly has completely surpassed him now. It seems that I can only use that move, Vegeta said to himself, his eyes changing again and again, as if he had made up some determination. Since the end of the world's #1 martial art conference, he has been practicing hard. These 3 months have not been in vain. In addition to the increase in combat power and the improvement of his realm, he has also learned a brand new ultimate move. Originally, it was kept as a trump card, but now it seems that I have to use it. Chapter 221 Life is hanging on the line. Latice takes action. Vegeta, who had made up his mind, took a deep breath to calm down his restlessness. The next second he jumped and flew into the sky. Immediately afterward, Vegeta's arms spread out and the blue and white light burst out all over his body. The golden aura was like a volcano erupting, surging endlessly. Vegeta kept bursting out his own energy and his aura continued to rise. The powerful energy fluctuations stirred up the atmosphere of Wampa Star. Immediately afterward, he folded his hands together and turned into a release frame of the energy cannon, and all the energy was poured into one point. Come on, this is my last killing move. If you have the courage, you will take this move. I don't believe it. You guy can still be safe after enduring the prince's killing attack. Vegeta has completely sacrificed his fighting ability this time. After this move, he will temporarily lose his combat ability. As Vegeta's breath continued to expand, Wampa Star seemed to have entered the end of the world and vibrated violently. The earth was was shaking, the wind and clouds were changing, and the majestic energy was constantly compressing in Vegeta's hands. At this moment Broly, no matter how wild or unreasonable his physical instinct, felt the crisis. In his humanoid giant ape state he burst out with more powerful energy. His breath became higher and higher, and the majestic energy retracted into his body as if consciously, and was gathered into the heart of his right palm with absolutely domineering means and quickly condensed. After the battle with Vegeta, Broly also learned to release his ultimate skill. Although this move is rough, it has a lot of destructive power. The victory or defeat of this battle will also be announced after this move. On Vegeta's side in the sky, when all the energy is condensed, Vegeta's body muscles sometimes expand and sometimes contract. The golden energy condenses into substance, and there are countless blue and white lightning lingering around her body. In the center of his hands, a golden lightning energy bomb was beating constantly. This is Vegeta's latest ultimate skill to understand. The final flash is so terrible that it is used to kill enemies beyond the level. You are the first to let me use this move. Come on. Finally, flash! A hysterical roar broke out in Vegeta's mouth. As the energy burst out, the flash eventually turned into a violent golden electric energy cannon, shot out from his palm, roaring like a golden dragon. Wherever you pass, lightning is raging, and even the space is distorted by this amazing energy. The power of this attack has reached at least 4 billion combat power. No, even higher. The roaring energy broke through the air and rushed towards Broly. Faced with the terrifying energy coming towards him, Broly felt a huge crisis. His right arm and 5 fingers were tightly pressed, and then he threw it hard, and the green energy bomb that had been condensed to the extreme shot out in a straight line. The energy bomb expanded at the extreme, but in the blink of an eye, the diameter expanded to dozens of meters, blocking Broly like a super large sphere, and firmly blocking Vegeta's full-strength super kill. This scene made Vegeta feel nervous, but then, we will work harder to increase the energy output. Damn it, how could this prince's new ultimate skill be easily blocked by you? Break it for me. Vegeta gritted his teeth, his forehead was bulging, and his veins were constantly squeezing the energy in his body. The energy output of the final flash will further expand. The aftermath rippled, vibrating everywhere. The terrible impact caused the sky to shake, the earth and the wind to surging. If this energy explodes, not only Wampa Star but also the surrounding planets will be affected and destroyed. Unless someone takes action to resolve these two energy, destruction will only happen sooner or later. At this critical moment, Wise, the melon-eating crowd, took action secretly, which strengthened the surrounding space and avoided the sudden collapse of the planetary space. Outside the battlefield, everyone showed different expressions after seeing the power of Vegeta's killing attack. The destructive power of the Flash is so powerful that it is unimaginable. As long as Vegeta can push it to the end, he will be the one who wins. Both Sun Wukong and Naba had a glimmer of hope for Vegeta, but Talit understands that Vegeta cannot win. During the fight with him, the transmission gate in Broly's body had been opened. This constantly expanding power of super transmission is far from what Vegeta can compete with now. It is only a matter of time before Vegeta's defeat. Same Latais, who was standing by, was also ready to take action at any time. On the battlefield, Vegeta and Broly's ultimate moves are ongoing. Under the continuous high-intensity energy output, Vegeta has seriously overdrawn his physical strength, but he knows that he must never stop. Once he stopped, not only his dignity as a Saiyan Prince disappeared, but he would even die because of the violent energy released by Broly. Boom. Under his power, the Flash finally gained the upper hand, crushing the super large energy ball released by Broly for a time. At this moment, Broly showed an expression of incomparable pain. The power of the Chuan Chao erupted from his body, and it was far more powerful and astonishing than before. His momentum was rising, and blood flashed in his eyes, and the huge desire to destroy completely dominated the body. Broly opened his mouth wide, and a green light flashed at his throat. Immediately afterward, an energy beam with extremely destructive power ejected from his mouth, and the violent energy instantly hit the super large energy ball. With the support of the power of the passing super, the super large energy ball expanded more than doubled, and the situation reversed instantly. At this moment, Vegeta had the upper hand before, but now Broly has gained an overwhelming advantage. Impossible. Vegeta was stunned when he witnessed his super killing move being forced back by Broly. No matter how unwilling he was in his heart or how much he increased his energy output, he could no longer resist Broly's counterattack. The latest ultimate skill that was was learned was resolved by Broly, which made Vegeta's heart even more angry and could only grit his teeth in anger. He immediately cut off his energy output and wanted to leave this area, but found that his body had become extremely stiff due to excessive physical consumption and his body could no longer move. My body. Vegeta looked at the super large energy ball in front of him with an extremely ugly expression. The crisis of death is near, and if he is swallowed by this thing, he will undoubtedly die. At this critical moment, the space in front of Vegeta caused a rippling ripples. Leitais made a moment of movement and appeared in front of Vegeta out of thin air. Reitais. Vegeta recognized Reitais at a glance and said weakly, "It's a substitution, Vegeta. You're not his opponent." Reitais smiled faintly, and the super energy pool in his body was mobilized in a moment, but in a flash he transformed into the first level full power of the Super Saiyan state. Since the end of the world's #1 martial art conference, he has absorbed the insights of fighting against Talat, and his normal combat power has once again increased slightly with a total of 320 million points. With the support of the first level full power of the Super Saiyan, Reitais' combat power was so terrifying that it soared to 25.6 billion points. Although Broly's super large energy ball is powerful, it is not enough to watch in front of Leitais, whose combat power exceeds 10 billion points. Leitais raised his right hand and spread his 5 fingers, easily blocking Broly's super large energy ball. His breath output penetrated deep into the super large energy ball, dissolving this terrifying energy from the inside out. In the end, boom, the super large energy ball split into pieces and turned into pieces in the sky, floating in the surrounding space. The attack with such a terrible destructive power was easily destroyed by Reitais' hand. This shows how terrible Leitais' strength is. Vegeta was stunned and his mind was greatly impacted by witnessing the super large energy ball being shattered. Although I knew before that Reitais' strength was far superior to him, after witnessing Reitais smashing his ultimate flash with one hand, Vegeta's heart was still a great loss arises. The gap in strength is so big. Vegeta clenched his fist unwillingly and clenched his teeth. Then it's my battle. Can you still move, Vegeta? Leitais turned his head with a playful look on his face and joked at Vegeta. You don't have to worry. Vegeta snorted coldly and dragged his tired body toward the ground. Seeing this, Leitais just smiled slightly and didn't care. Then he changed his eyes and locked on Broly on the ground with a strong sense of excitement in his eyes. He is worthy of being the legendary Super Saiyan, and he has grown to this point in such a short time. I just don't know if I can grow to a level that is comparable to him. Leitais fell from the sky and landed 10 meters away in front of Broly. He hugged his chest with his hands, a provocative smile on his face, confronting Broly with an absolutely invincible attitude. At this moment, Broly, after seeing Leitais in front of him, was suppressed in his momentum and did not dare to act rashly. The beast instinct told him that the opponent in front of him was much more dangerous than Vegeta just now. His body instinctively felt danger, but the blood of the supernatural body felt shame. As the noble king of Saiyan blood, Chuancha's blood definitely does not allow an existence stronger than himself. He wants to kill Leitais to defend his position. He also seemed even stronger and stronger at this moment. At the same time, the intensity of the aura on Broly's body also reached an extremely astonishing level. If it was converted into combat power, it would reach at least 10 billion. It's interesting, but this level of combat power can't do anything to me. As soon as he finished speaking, the corners of Leitais' mouth undulate slightly, and his invisible aura was pressing toward Broly like a mountain. At this moment, Broly's face changed drastically, and his body became extremely heavy, as if an asteroid was pressing against him, making him breathless. This feeling of being bound by action made Broly very uncomfortable. He struggled with all his might, and the power of the explosion in his body became stronger and stronger, as if there was no end. Outside the battlefield, Paragus looked at the distance with horror. The Super Saiyans who appeared one after another directly subverted his worldview. The sons of King Vegeta and Badak have both become Super Saiyan. Paragus was in a mess. What's wrong with this world? It has become a look that he doesn't know at all. The former Saiyan clan had few combat powers exceeding 10,000. Now the Super Saiyans who appeared one after another were so powerful that they directly subverted his worldview. It was because he was trapped on this planet for too long and knew nothing about the outside world. Although it is difficult to believe, reality is right in front of you. Paragus survived with his strong psychological quality. I hope Leitais can make Broly wake up. Although you have a grudge with Vegeta, you can hide this grudge before you can avenge it later. The most urgent task at the moment is to restore Broly's sanity and then see if he can use these guys to to leave this planet without shit. After being trapped in this wild planet for so many years, he has been going crazy. Even if his son dies, he can actually accept it as long as he can leave. Paragus is a selfish person. The reason why he came to Broly was not just a father-son relationship, but the fact that Broly's birth combat power exceeded 10,000. His ambitions are quite large. On the battlefield, Leitais continued to put pressure on Broly, and his huge aura made Broly suffer so much. At this moment, Broly rose up to resist. As Chuan Chao's power continued to explode, he roared like a wild beast, accepting the baptism of Chuan Chao's power. Did you become a slave to the power because you can't control this force? It's so sad. The legendary Super Saiyan. But so Leitais felt sorry for Broly's situation. In his opinion, the most tragic thing in this world is that he has absolutely powerful power but cannot control it, and is controlled by the power in turn. Roar. Suddenly, the roar of the wild beast resounded throughout the world. Broly's wildness exploded, and the violent green energy beam rose from the ground, forcibly breaking the oppression of Leitais' breath. Have you broken free? Then see what level you can reach. Seeing that Broly had escaped from his aura, Leitais then cheered up. Broly, who broke free from the oppression of Radi's breath, turned into a violent giant beast and rushed straight to Radi's to kill. Boom, boom. The barbaric Broly, every move is extremely destructive. His fist fell to the ground and directly tore the surface. The attack failed. Broly's facial expression became even more distorted, and his body's combat instinct controlled him to launch consecutive attacks on Leitais. Chapter 222 Paragus dies. Broly explodes. Faced with Broly's continuous attack, Latias handled it with ease and felt no pressure at all. After all, Leitais is much stronger. Although Broly evolved in the battle with Vegeta, it still seemed not enough to see in front of the powerful Leitais. This kind of messy and unorganized attack can't do anything to me. You can become stronger. Leitais smiled contemptuously, turned passive into initiative the next second, clasped his 5 fingers with his right hand and punched him. He was stimulating Broly and making him stronger. Bang! There was a loud noise. Leitais' unstoppable punch hit Broly in the face, and the domineering force directly overturned Broly out. Aoa! The pain swept across his body, and Broly roared in pain. This attack further stimulated him, making him even more crazy and cruel. After flying backwards for more than 10 meters, Broly forced himself to stabilize his body, and his facial expression was extremely hideous and terrifying. The blood stains on the corners of his mouth are enough to show how destructive the power of Leitais' fist was just now. Can you bear my punch? Not bad. Leitais saw that Broly was safe and sound, and his lips curled up and teased Broly. Broly seemed to understand his words, showing a gritting teeth. Seeing Broly's expression feedback, Leitais was stunned. He thought Broly couldn't understand his word. Now it seems that Broly is not just a wild beast, he is a little conscious. Of. Come on, let me see how much you have. Leitais hooked his right hand at Broly with a smile. This provocative action made Broly furious. Angry Broly stepped on the ground under his feet and rushed straight to Leitais like a human-shaped cannonball. Leitais looked at Broly, who was hitting towards him without any panic. Yun Danfan raised his right hand lightly, and invisible power gathered in his palm. Boom! There was a loud bang. A scene that made everyone feel unbelievable appeared. The impact of Broly driving all his strength was easily resolved by Leitais' hand. This is not over. After dissolving Broly's power, Latias locked Broly's fist with his backhand, and a force that was wilder and more domineering than Broly was released. Broly felt an irresistible force coming, and he was stunned. He could not resist at all, and was swung left and right by Radies like a toy. Boom, boom, boom. Broly's body was smashed back and forth by Leitais. Every impact can produce thrilling roars. Those who witnessed this scene with their own eyes were all confused except Talat. They had thought that Leitais would completely abuse Broly, but they didn't expect that the abuse would be so thorough. Especially Paragus. After seeing Broly running away, he was playing with him like a toy, and his eyes widened. No, Badak's son, why is Leitais so strong? Even if you are defined as a superior warrior at birth, you cannot grow to this level. His son Broly, his newborn combat power is more than 10,000 points. It's dozens of times that of Leitais. Broly, Paragus murmured. After all, although Broly can give up, he still hopes that his son will live. After all, Broly is also his safety guarantee. But if this situation continues to develop, Broly will really be killed. Leitais' destruction of Broly continues. While slamming Broly back and forth as a toy, he fell into thinking. According to Broly's current growth rate, it seems that he will not be able to reach the level of his first level full power compared to his Super Saiyan. We have to give this guy some greater stimulation to make him awaken further. After thinking about it over and over again, Leitais suddenly exerted force on his right arm and threw Broly out directly. After the backwards of Broly ran through several rocky mountains, he was embedded in a raised mountain. Broly, embedded in the mountain, looked pitch black and his whole body was trembling. Crack! Suddenly, the sky was covered with dark cloud, and lightning and thunder were roaring. Buzzards of storms swept across the world, raging everything around without any any scruples. Hey, this Feelinjit doesn't seem to me need to think of a solution. You are about to explode. Leitais keenly noticed something strange. Immediately afterward, a roaring energy storm expanded with Broly as the center, and the decaying green storm spread rapidly and soon covered the earth within a radius of more than 10 miles. This terrifying aura storm continued to expand, and everyone outside the battlefield was lucky to resist. Weiss was even more direct, and the scepter turned into a barrier at a glance, resisting all the impact. They were safe and sound, and Paragus was not so lucky. He ran away as much as he could and burst out with a powerful survival instinct, but his escape speed was not as fast as the expansion of the breath storm. In just a blink of an eye, Paragus was swept by the storm. It should be said that this old guy's life is quite tenacious. He was swept by Broly's breath storm and did not die immediately, but was only severely injured. However, according to this injury, it won't take long to make Paragus die due to excessive blood loss. Can I say I'm going to die at the hands of my son? Is this my final outcome? Paragus never expected that he would end in this way. If he had known this, he would not have come to Wanpaxing back then. Or in other words, you should be fully prepared when you come, and you will not end up in such a miserable end. Paragus, who was unwilling to accept his heart, made the last masterpiece. Until the end, darkness attacked and devoured his consciousness. Paragus died at Broly's hands. However, in this world where the strong prey on the weak, no one cares about the life or death of an insignificant little character. Talit and the others won't. On the battlefield, Leitais felt the aura storm that broke out from Broly with a smile on his face and a golden aura surging around him, ready to break out at any time. Here, Leitais predicted Broly's actions in advance, waved his hands forward, and in an instant dozens of energy bombs shot out from his palms. The next second, dozens of green energy bombs shot out in the center of the energy storm and headed straight for Leitais' room. The energy bombs of both sides collided in the middle, causing a fierce explosion. An energy bomb exploded, which was a chain reaction one after another. All the energy bombs were detonated at the same time. The explosion of flames soared into the sky, and a fiery storm swept across the world. This was just the beginning. Broly rushed out quickly from the center of the energy storm, and his wild body instantly broke through the explosion of fire. Yan rushed to Rades, and continued brutal attacks poured down towards Rades without exception, all of which were resolved by Rades. I have seen through your movement. After the words came, Leitais raised his hand and punched Broly in the face. Bang! There was a muffled sound. This time, Broly was prepared for it, so he raised his hand to block Leitais' fist, and a hideous smile appeared on his face. Seeing this, Leitais accumulated strength in his left arm, waved his head suddenly, and hit Broly's face again. Pound! Absolutely! Broly clenched his fist with one hand this time and could not push it at all. Kill you! Broly was in a rampage and spoke, and the power of the supernatural power in his body was growing like an erupting volcano, becoming stronger and stronger. A powerful sense of oppression came towards him, and Leitais frowned and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Broly's aura was already on par with him at the first level full power state of the Super Saiyan, and even slightly surpassed him in terms of strength. It's interesting, but I want to kill me at this level. It's a fool. You can't do it. Leitais suddenly exerted his strength, and the first level Super Saiyan firepower was fully activated, and the two of them opened their pure power. The competition. Although Leitais' body size is nearly twice that of Broly, his strength is no less than Broly's. The collision of auras between the two caused subtle ripples in the surrounding space. The confrontation of pure power caused the ground under their feet to collapse and sank, but in just a few seconds a large pit with a diameter of more than 100 meters was formed. I am worthy of being the legendary Super Saiyan. My Super Saiyan level can't beat you in terms of strength, Leitais exclaimed. At the same time, he felt the blood in his body surged into his body. The belligerent factors in his body were awakened, and a steady stream of power surged out of his body. Although Broly was in a state of rampage, he couldn't understand what he was saying, but his body instinctively concluded that Leitais was provoking himself. Broly opened his mouth, and a ball of green energy condensed from his throat. Not good. Seeing this, Leitais was shocked and instinctively turned his head to dodge. Boom! The violent energy beam passed by him and bombarded a rocky mountain more than 10 kilometers away. The explosion of fire rose into the sky, and the entire rock mountain was destroyed. It's so dangerous. You guy doesn't talk about martial ethics, so don't blame me for not showing mercy. Drink it. After the words came, Leitais decisively mobilized a deeper energy pool in his body, and the blue and white lightning all over his body exploded. But he instantly transformed into the second-level Super Saiyan peak state. The normal combat power increase of 200 times instantly increased his combat power to 64 billion points. When Leitais took the initiative to take out the transformation of the second-level Super Saiyan, the situation reversed instantly. With the powerful increase of the second-level Super Saiyan, Leitais' all-round values once again crushed Broly. With his hands exerted force instantly swung Broly 1,000 meters away. Taking advantage of the victory to pursue, Latias used super high-speed movement and rushed straight to Broly. Broly, who flew backward, quickly stabilized his body, waved his hands quickly, and the continuous green energy ejected out, forming a net of heaven and earth and attacking towards Latias. Faced with this dense cover bombing, Latias disagreed, and his body was like a ghostly figure, sprinting to Broly in front of him with lightning speed containing powerful crushing power. The iron fist hit Broly in the chest. Pound. Broly, who was hit hard, flew backwards again, but in a flash he flew 1,000 meters away. On his chest a huge fist mark appeared and hot white smoke blew. Broly, stimulated by pain, became even more angry and burst into anger and forced his breath to regain control of his body. Latias refused to give in and rushed to Broly. The angry Broly instinctively raised his right arm and swung it with all his strength, but it fell into a state of vain. Latias had disappeared. Latias' sudden disappearance made Broly stunned. Then the severe pain exploded on his back and an irresistible force swept over and instantly sent him to a high altitude. Latias looked at Broly in the sky and once again used his super high speed movement to reach Broly in advance and put his hands together to form a war hammer and smashed it down. Bang! An unstoppable blow hit Broly's neck. Broly, who was hit hard again, fell from the sky like a meteorite, and the location where he fell was just a coincidence that it was the area where Paragus was. Broly fell in front of Paragus and his body hit the ground and stirred up waves of sand and dust. Broly, who was hit by this violent blow, had not yet fallen down. He gritted his teeth and shook his head, dispersing all the sand and gravel on his body. Just as he raised his head, he was stunned. Despite being in a state of rampage, Broly still knew Paragus, his father. Today's father is already a bloody man, and his breath of life has completely dissipated. The beast instinct told him that Paragus was dead. At this time, Latias also rushed over. After seeing the dead Paragus stop the attack, "It seems that the battle between us is too fierce, but this shock wave killed him," Latias said to himself. The next second, a bolt from the blue exploded in his mind, and a chill swept across his body from the soles of his feet. He suddenly came back to his senses and quickly distanced himself from Broly. Not right. What's going on? This feeling, could this guy still explode? Latias noticed the aura emitted by Broly in front of him, which was completely different from before. Obviously, after Broly witnessed his father's tragic situation, the super energy pool in his body was completely opened. The majestic green aura lingers on Broly like the fire of hell in the depths of hell. At this moment, a creeping light flashed in Broly's eyes, and his anger was constantly brewing and was about to explode completely. The super energy pool exploded and the green flames soared into the sky, tearing through the sky and covering the world. With the star of Wampa as the center, the entire star field was swept by Broly's power and was shocked. The angry Broly's form changed amazingly again. The black anger rose into the sky and instantly turned into a golden anger, transforming from the human-shaped giant ape state to the Super Saiyan state. Chapter 223 Chao San reappears. Fight Chuan Chao in anger. Broly's aura continued to expand, and if it was converted into combat power, it had exceeded the magnitude of 100 billion, and this aura was still bursting, and the terrifying green light column rose from the ground, penetrated through the sky and headed straight for the universe. At this moment, a terrible sense of oppression that made people feel proudly came to the world, and the whole world was shocked by it. Everyone except Talat and Vis, their bodies and souls were impacted, especially the Saiyan blood in everyone's body actually sent a signal of fear. They were instinctively scared. It had nothing to do with the strength of their combat power. Is this the true power of the legendary Super Saiyan? Indeed, this transformation is indeed different from our transformation. Even my body can't stop shaking. However, this kind of oppression is really too much. It's great. After feeling Broly's powerful power, Latias was not afraid but became even more excited. At the world's #1 martial art conference, he was beaten up by Talat without any good fight. Now Broly has become the best opponent and can satisfy him to use all his strength to fight. Such an opponent is what he wants. Latias' fighting eyes stared straight at Broly, who was located in the center of the energy explosion. The Saiyan blood in the body has been suppressed after a brief restlessness and replaced by the activated and rhythmic militant factor. Apart from that guy Talat, since Rhaegar, you are the second person who can force me to take the initiative to take out the third level of the Super Saiyan to fight. Come on, let me really feel the legendary super game. How is the difference between the Asians and the ordinary Super Saiyan? Latias shouted with the burning fighting spirit burning in his eyes. The next second, the last super energy pool in his body was mobilized and his aura began to expand rapidly, catching up with Broly's powerful superpower bursting room. The two people burst into a storm and collided in the air, shooting out thunder in the void. With the star of Wanpa as the center, the surrounding star domains and the universe were affected, and a terrifying deformation was seen to the naked eye. The people present felt the extremely powerful aura of the two of them like monsters. Their hearts trembled and their scalp numb. Damn it, I'm still so much worse. Vegeta, outside the battlefield, gritted his teeth, clenched his fist, and cursed unwillingly. Whether it was Leitais or Broly, the intensity of the aura that these two guys burst out was beyond imagination and was far beyond what he could match now. Leitais' aura has improved a lot compared to when he attended the world's #1 martial arts conference 3 months ago. Now he has caught up with that guy named Broly again. Naba sighed with lingering fear, doing all your strength to resist this breath storm. Although he is also a scion, the gap in strength is too huge, and it seems extremely difficult for him to even resist the aftermath. This also made Naba more clear about his positioning. Have the third level of Big Brother's Super Saiyan went further. There is also the scion named Broly. He exploded with a strong aura after his transformation. As the scion who pursues the purest pursuit of power, Sun Wukong, he sighed immediately after Naba. The powerful aura impact did not crush his will to become stronger, but instead further aroused his desire to become stronger. It seems that there is no chance for me to take action anymore. This guy's combat power has expanded to exceed the limit I can deal with. Even virtual glasses can't be measured. Solari raised his hand and took off his virtual glasses, wiped his forehead. The beads of sweat on them muttered to themselves. Although she has been practicing for a while, her strength can no longer catch up. With her normal combat power of over 100 million, she has transformed into the second level peak of the Super Saiyan, and her combat power is less than half that of Broly. Unless she can master the transformation of the third level of the Super Saiyan. No, even if you master the third level transformation of the Super Saiyan, you may not be as good as Broly in the current explosion. This crazy chaotic chasing brings the threat is much greater than expected, and you will be killed if you are not careful. It is normal not to be measured. His current combat power level is probably going to reach a higher unit. Just the transformation of the Super Saiyan people burst out with this level of power. If he awakens completely, he is afraid that he will be afraid of it. Leitais is no match for him at all, Talat said to himself, and the premonition in his heart became stronger. He was looking forward to whether Leitais could completely awaken Broly and transform into the legendary Super Saiyan form. If Broly awakens, he can take this opportunity to exercise his muscles and bone. After all, Broly is the strongest opponent he has ever met except for the god of destruction, Elephant Pa. After hearing Talat's words, Solari was shocked. Naba and Sun Wukong felt incredible, and Vegeta was stunned. Brother Talat, do you mean that Broly can transform again? Isn't this his full strength? Celery exclaimed. Seeing Taro's head, everyone was shocked again. Angel Wise, who was maintaining the stability of Wanpa Star, naturally heard Talat's word, but he did not show any changes in expression. After noticing Broly's explosion, he showed a thoughtful expression. He has also seen the legendary Super Saiyans in the past years, but those Saiyans are guys who cannot control their own power and are dominated by power and become slaves of power. In the endless years of the past, every time the legendary Super Saiyan appears, it will bring disaster to many planets in the universe. However, Broly seems to be a little different in front of him, and Wise suddenly had a special idea. Maybe you can place this Saiyan on the short list and see how he will perform in the future. On the battlefield, Broly had completely gone wild, and he turned into an irrational blonde beast. The bloodthirsty and cruel eyes stared at Leitais tightly. Judging from his posture, it seemed that he wanted to crush Leitais' bones and ashes. Leitais has also completed the third level transformation of the Super Saiyan, and his strong aura is not inferior to Broly. Surrounded by electric light, it looked like a cruel and ruthless god of death. The feeling of oppression emitted by standing there was enough to make the warriors of the same level retreat. If it were Leitais 3 months ago, he might still be afraid of Broly, who had exploded at this time, but now it is different from the past. Now he has been reborn. The third level Super Saiyan level has been further improved, and his combat power has expanded to an extremely terrifying 160 billion point. Broly let out a hysterical roar. The green energy flame condensed in his throat, but in an instant the violent green energy beam carried the power that was enough to destroy everything in the world and rushed straight to Leitais. Good come. After feeling the destructive power of this energy wave, Radi's mind was even more excited and raised his hand and slapped it out. Bang! A blast! This green energy beam with infinite destructive power was beaten out by Radi's with a palm and hit a huge rock mountain thousands of meters away. Room! The explosion of fire rose into the sky, and the entire rock mountain instantly disappeared. The earth shook, the fires soared into the sky, and the storm was raging, which was extremely terrifying. The fierce battle broke out completely completely at this moment. The energy attack was knocked away by Rades, and Broly turned into a beast and started to eject, quickly pass through the space and rushed straight to Rades. Come on! Seeing this, Latais was not afraid at all. He was domineering and full of boundless confidence. Although Broly is cruel at the moment, in his opinion he is just a beast with power but not knowing how to use it, and but the strongest scion behind Talat. He is always training. He has experienced many battles and he has surpassed Broly in terms of combat experience and fighting style. The two have the same combat power and he can play Broly until he dies. In the flash of lightning, Broly had already approached, driving the power of his whole body, crashing into Latais like a world-destroying shell. Faced with Broly's devastating attack, Latais had no intention of dodging. His muscles were tight and he faced him head-on. Boom! The shocking roar suddenly exploded. Broly's violent power tore the earth apart and stirred up huge waves. This terrifying blow was enough to knock an asteroid into pieces in an instant. However, Latais was not affected at all, standing in place like an invincible god of war. Broly's powerful attack failed to shake him in the slightest. The legendary Super Saiyan, is that all your strength? Rades smiled confidently. Although Broly was irrational, his physical instinct could still understand Latais' word. This ant is provoking him. As the legendary Super Saiyan, how could he tolerate it? Just when Broly was about to attack, Latais would not give him this opportunity and would take the lead in making effort. Hey. Latais' golden aura was burning around him and the Saiyan energy pool inside him exploded, but in the blink of an eye, Broly retreated. Latais, who is doing his best, is so powerful that his combat power of nearly 200 billion points can already suppress Broly in front of him. Even though Broly is in the state of a Super Saiyan, his explosion has reached a certain critical point and will not be able to break through again for a while and explode. It seems that your outbreak has reached a bottleneck, so I will no longer show mercy. Latais keenly saw that Broly was powerless at this moment and took advantage of the victory to pursue him and quickly rushed into Broly. The overwhelming punch suddenly hit. Pounds. The deafening explosion lingers in the space. The overbearing power swept across Broly's body, but in the blink of an eye it overturned his body and bombarded him directly. Broly, swept by this force, felt the anger in his heart became even stronger after feeling the pain. This is just the beginning. Latais knew that he had to give his all to the opponent like Broly. The legendary Super Saiyan should be more than just one skill, right? Is it easy to explode and open my eyes? Be stronger. Latais attacked again, turning into a golden aurora to break through the space and sprinting to Bulletin. In front of Broly, the destructive punches that were enough to break up all things were hit one after another. Fierce battle broke out. Bang, pound, bang, pound, bang, pound. Latais made a full-scale destruction of Broly without leaving any room for room. Every attack was full of energy, fast and fierce. The crushing power contained within could pass through Broly's skin, penetrate deep into the inside, and hit Broly's internal organs directly. His flexible and changeable fighting style and powerful attack brought considerable trouble to Broly. His heart-wrenching pain made Broly roar and furious. If it were an ordinary strong man, if he had endured an attack like Latais, he would have been covered in bruises and lost his combat ability. However, Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan, and his defense is far superior to those of his peers. Although Latais' attack was powerful, it could only cause him some skin injuries. It is far from enough to hurt him severely. The pain continued to intensify. Broly roared. The pain turned into motivation, and he began his own counterattack. His attack method is savage and domineering, and extremely direct. If he is hit, Latais will never feel good. However, after countless simulated training and actual combat, Latais' combat instincts and combat skills are perfectly performed in this battle. Although Broly's cruel and domineering attack was very destructive, it was full of flaws in Latais' size. No matter how powerful an attack is, as long as you can't hit the opponent, everything will be empty talk. Latais quickly shuttled through the space around Broly like a ghost, easily avoiding all attack, and seized the opportunity, and another whip hit Broly's waist. Pound. Broly's burly body flew backward, and his whole body crashed into the mountain not far away like a cannonball. Boom. Broly, who crashed into the rocky mountain, had a distorted facial features and a ferocious look on his face. At this moment he was like a beast about to run away, hideous and terrifying. The green flames around her body kept flashing, and the momentum that erupted instantly shattered all the mountains behind her. Amid the hysterical roars, Broly turned into an aurora again and rushed straight to Latais. Faced with Broly's unscrupulous and crazy impact, Latais had no intention of dodging but instead seized Broly's flaw when he ran away. This is his opportunity to give Broly a huge trauma. Good come. Latais smiled coldly, and a light flashed through his green eyes. The majestic Saiyan energy erupted. His right fist clenched, and the muscles of his entire arm swelled in a circle, gathering powerful power with infinite destructive power. Chapter 224 Awakening. The Power of Legend. Pound. There was a loud bang. The iron fist that Latais swung out with all his strength and hit Broly's jaw. The unstoppable ineffable blow led an irresistible terrifying force to sweep Broly's whole body. In a flash, Broly suffered a devastating blow and rushed into the sky like a rocket. After flying to the sky that was thousands of meters high, Broly recovered and forced himself to regain control of his body, and his facial expression became even more ferocious and terrifying. The power of super transmission in his body was greatly stimulated, and it was like an erupting volcano, and its aura fluctuations became stronger and stronger. If this situation continues to break out, it will probably not take long before this guy can transform into the legendary Super Saiyan state. The green aura expanded with Broly as the center, flashing in the air, more dazzling than the stars. The destruction storm that was enough to swallow everything expanded rapidly with Broly as the center, and at the same time it ejected countless energy bombs into all directions, causing a terrifying explosion. This kind of desperate attack, regardless of the enemy, and our comprehensive destructive bombing, even if it has a strength of 100 million unit, will be seriously injured if it is bombed. If there are less than 100 million units of strength, they will die directly when they touch it. Have you started to engage in such meaningless bombardment again? It seems that you have not been completely awakened. Leitai snorted coldly, and his keen insight had already discovered the solution. Crack! With Leitai's loud shout, the lightning lingering around his body burst out. The powerful energy ripples caused ripples in space, and the speed of flow became faster and faster, and Leitai's aura was rising. The golden aura wrapped his whole body until it finally turned into a golden energy ball. After the breath rose to a peak, Leitai's quickly locked in Broly's position. His legs were accumulating strength and rushed out suddenly. His whole person turned into an indomitable golden aurora, crashing into this devastating energy storm. Quickly passing through this terrifying green energy storm, Leitai's had already rushed to Broly, clenched his right fist, driving all his strength, and hit hard with an unparalleled punch of destruction. Bang! The loud bang was extremely powerful. The unparalleled attack hit Broly's abdomen. The powerful force penetrated his body and his internal organs, causing him an irreversible devastating blow. Broly, who was greatly traumatized, suddenly spurted a blood arrow from his mouth. The momentum of his body dropped sharply. His body began to become stiff, and the energy storm decreased accordingly. Leitai's refused to give in and launched another attack, driving the power of his body to rotate, and kicked out a destructive whip leg. Bang! There was another thrilling explosion. The second blow that destroyed Broly directly blasted out of the energy storm and flew towards the distant sky. As Broly was knocked away, the huge energy storm had no support point and quickly disappeared. Are you powerless to fight back? Since that's the case, then you can fight quickly and kill you in one go. Leitai's size changed again and again. He made up his mind and planned to use his ultimate skill. Adjust your breath and relax your tense nerve. Then Leitai's took the stance of releasing his killing skills, and his hands spread out quickly and quickly moved closer. The majestic Saiyan energy gathered towards his arms, and the unparalleled energy fluctuations spread rapidly with the terrible power. The lightning speed quickly swept across the entire Wampa star. Leitai's aura continued to rise, and the entire Wampa star had undergone amazing changes due to the powerful power he burst out. The storm swept the sky and the earth were shaking. Dark clouds are covered with lightning and thunder. Leitai's exudes amazing power like the only dawn light in the darkness. The intensity of this energy is beyond imagination, and even those of the same level cannot stop it. This move can kill the enemy beyond the level. Outside the battlefield, everyone except Talit and Vis were shocked and stunned after feeling this amazing energy intensity, especially Vegeta. It was most stimulating. In just a few seconds, Leitai's could increase his energy to such a terrible level. After the energy gathered in his hands reached its peak, Leitai's body expanded, visible to the naked eye, with blue veins on his forehead bulging, and his body surrounded by electric light. His sharp eyes quickly locked Broly's position and pushed forward with his hands. The giant red and golden energy ball was activated, beating constantly, ready to fire at any time. The legendary Super Saiyan, let me see if you have the ability to take my move. Come on, Super Shine Shock Cannon. Amid the hysterical shout, Lady, the super killing move that was filled with all the strength of the body shot out. Boom! A breathtaking explosion came from the space. The vast super large red gold energy cannon is like a roaring red gold dragon, exuding the power to subvert all things in the world and crossing the space. The unparalleled red and golden energy beam devoured Broly's body like a giant dragon with a bloody mouth. The extremely violent energy ray flew directly out of the atmosphere of Wampa Star and headed towards the depths of the universe. Time passed minute by minute, and before I knew it, a minute had passed. The turmoil subsided and smoke rose everywhere. Everyone outside the battlefield stared at this scene in amazement. It's so amazing that they don't even know how to describe their mood. Once this destructive energy falls on them, it will undoubtedly die. Even Wise, who was an angel, was attracted by the eyes at this moment. The power that Leitais burst out undoubtedly has the ability to kill the enemy beyond the level. The good show begins. No one knows except Talit and Vis. Talit knew that the battle was not over yet. This is just the beginning. If the legendary Super Saiyan Broly killed so easily, he would not deserve to be called the legendary Super Saiyan. Broly's life is very hard. Leitais' Super Shining Impact Cannon helped Broly open the shackles inside his body. Leitai sighed. After releasing the full power Super Flashing Impact Cannon, he consumed a lot of energy and was already exhausted and panting. The extremely powerful momentum of the third level Super Saiyan also ushered in a cliff-like sharp reduction at this moment. At this moment his body seemed to be hollowed out, and his mental power, physical strength and energy were greatly consumed. This is the sequelae brought by the Super Shining Impact Cannon he released without any scruples. Even if you are the legendary Super Saiyan, now that I have endured my move, I don't believe it. You are not dead. After Rades adjusted his condition, a confident smile appeared on his face. His moves he released with all his strength were 100% sure to kill Broly. However, even though he thought so, his sharp eyes were still staring at the central area swallowed by the Super Flashing Impact treasure. Time passes by minute by second. Leitais has adjusted his condition. Just when he thought there would be no accident, a breath suddenly felt by him, causing his pupils to shrink suddenly, and he was in a fighting posture, extremely vigilant. Most of the smoke dissipated, and Broly appeared in his sight again. At this time, Broly's body was full of flesh and blood, and his whole body was hit hard. But strangely, the aura of this guy's body increased instead of decreasing, as if it had been transformed into his stronger power because of these injuries. This guy is fine. His breath has actually increased. How is this possible? Leitais' face was horrified. His forehead slid into cold sweat, and he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. This energy has surpassed him now, and it is still soaring at an extremely astonishing speed. Broly was on the verge of awakening at this moment. The continuous power of super transmission burst out from deep inside his body. With the strengthening of these energy, the injuries on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment his Super Saiyan state has also changed, and it seems to be changing toward a certain special state. His golden hair soared into the sky, and a vague green light flashed by. The ancient blood of the Chuan Chao in his body woke up. Leitais discovered something was wrong. Broly's current state is very similar to the mimetic Super Saiyan, but it is essentially different because Broly has become a Super Saiyan again. Can't it be this guy's real transformation is not a Super Saiyan? The current Super Saiyan form is just a transition, Leitais exclaimed, incredible surprise. Looking back on just now, Broly, who was just a Super Saiyan state, already had a very close force to him. If he transformed again, how strong would he become? His body seemed to resonate with Broly's power. Even in the third level Super Saiyan state, after facing the power that Broly burst out, his body instinctively could not restrain himself, trembling. While Leitais was surprised, he had missed the best opportunity to take action. Broly is in a state where he can but cannot burst out, and is very weak. If a powerful Super Flashing Impact Cannon is added at this time, Broly will suffer fatal trauma and truly die. However, in a sense, it is not that Leitais doesn't want to take action. After all, the Super Flashing Impact Cannon with extremely destructive power just now has consumed most of his physical strength. It is impossible to release an attack that is not inferior to the Super Flashing Impact Cannon in a short time. I don't believe it. You can really be stronger than my limit. Leitais' size changed, and he regained his will. After adjusting his condition, the blue and white lights around him exploded again, and the golden aura erupted, and the whole person attacked again and headed straight for Broly. Broly, on the verge of awakening, did not dodge or avoid, and did not even pay attention to Leitais. Just let Latiz sprint in front of him and attack him. Bang! The iron fist containing the ultimate destructive power was swung out fiercely and hit Broly in the face. This punch fell firmly on Broly's face, but Broly stood still like a mountain. Seeing that Broly was unmoved, Leitais' face changed drastically, and he felt an ominous premonition in his heart. Soon, his premonition turned into reality. Broly's mouth raised, a stern and bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face, and a rich and fierce light emitting from his eyes, which was even more terrifying than a demon. This smile turned into a strong provocation in Leitais' eyes. Stop being proud! Leitais shouted unwillingly, quickly pulled back his fist, and launched a comprehensive punch attack on Broly. Bang! Bang! Pound! Pound! The unstoppable fist and foot offensive swept across across Broly's body like a hurricane, causing huge damage to it. If these attacks were replaced by Broly, who had not yet awakened, they would be beaten and wailed repeatedly. It would take a while before they could recover. Unfortunately, Broly, with the blessing of the legendary explosion of power, has greatly improved his physical function, and his physical strength has been tempered to an extremely terrifying state. In his current opinion, Latai's extremely fierce punching and kicking attack. For more novels 109,742. Join. It's just a tickling. The celestial body that is enough to challenge beyond the level, and this terrifying defense, Latai seems to be unable to break it no matter how hard he fight. However, Latai didn't care at this moment. He was still attacking and almost forgot about himself. Broly also took action at this moment and saw him slowly lifting his left arm, exuding terrifying pressure like the claws of a wild beast. Swoosh! The attack was so fast that it was swung hard. An unstoppable blow hit Latai's right neck, causing an irresistible impact. Bang! There was a muffled sound. Latai, who was hit hard, flew backwards like a cannonball and crashed towards a huge mountain in the distant. Boom! There was an explosion. In an instant the entire mountain was split into pieces. Gravel was flying all over the sky, and smoke rose everywhere. Amid the smoke of gunpowder, Latai stood up gritting his teeth, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes when he looked at Broly. The gap slowly emerged. Good guy, the brute force of just a casual blow is so exaggerated. If I hadn't been strong enough, I would have been killed by you. Latai sighed, and at the same time he also understood Broly's general strength at present. His Super Saiyan 3rd level is no longer the guy's first enemy. In this case, it is absolutely impossible to use the Super World King Fist. Chapter 225. Talit takes action. An absolute sense of oppression. At this moment, Broly took action again. He locked in Latai's again and slowly rose up, and his whole body was suspended in the air. Judging from this stance, we must kill Latai's in one go. Immediately afterward, Broly raised his right hand and pointed it at the void and gently grabbed it. Buzz! As his 5 fingers exerted force, the green light flashed in the void, and the whole world changed color. At this moment, the extremely powerful power of the super transmission expanded, and the entire Wampa star was shrouded in this force and entered an extremely depressing atmosphere. An invisible aura of death has enveloped the world. Immediately afterward, a green energy bomb appeared in Broly's right palm and kept beating in his palm. Although it is an energy bomb that is only the size of a basketball, the destructive power contained in this energy bomb is beyond imagination and has reached the level of hundreds of billions. This blow was enough to completely defeat Latai. If Angel Weiss was not in charge here, not only Latai but also Wampa Star and even the surrounding star fields would be affected by this blow and turned into nothing. The power of the Chuan Chao is so arrogant and domineering. Do you think this level of attack can threaten me? My power is far more than that. Latai gritted his teeth and looked at Broly in the sky. His eyes flashed in his eyes, passing a brilliant light. With his thoughts transformed, the super energy pool in his body was fully activated, and the vast and scorching golden aura burst into pieces along with boundless blue and white light. When activate the energy pool in the body again, Radais did not intend to avoid this move. He even drove the power of the King of Realm Fist. Otherwise he will be powerless to fight again. As his hands closed, the last energy in his body gathered towards his palm. This is the last big match. Although this move is still in a semi-finished state, I have to use it now. Come on. Latais let out a hysterical cry, and the super killing skill that condensed all its strength was released. The devastating red-gold energy electric cannon tear the space apart like a roaring dragon and rushed straight toward Broly. This move is no less than the previous super shining impact cannon. If Latais uses this attack at his peak state, his power will definitely suppress Broly. But now, it's a lot worse. Broly in the sky stared at the energy beam, laughing instead of anger, which was hideous and terrifying. With the throw-in, the green energy ball compressed to the extreme escape from his control. Without Broly's suppression, the energy ball continued to expand and eventually turned into an energy meteor with a diameter of more than kilometers. Boom! 2 energy killing techniques containing supreme destructive power collided in the void, and their terrifying power shocked the world, tearing the void and spreading it into the universe. The destruction storm quickly swept across the entire Wampa star. With the energy collision between the two sides as the center, the entire Wampa star vibrated violently. It seems that it is going to disintegrate. The two sides were in a stalemate, and neither of them could do anything to each other. But as time goes by, Broly's momentum becomes stronger and stronger, and Latai's aura shows a downward trend. At this moment, the balance has been broken and Broly has gained an absolute advantage. A gloomy and terrifying evil smile appeared on Broly's face. With his laughter, this huge meteor bombarded violently and pushed forward extremely domineeringly. Tyrannical Latai's the super shining destruction cannon pushed back. The heavy pressure came towards him, and Latai's face changed drastically, staring at the meteor bombardment in the sky that was constantly approaching him with horror. Super World King Fist. Rades burst into roar like thunder. In an instant, blood and energy in the whole body burst out again, and an extremely powerful aura gushed out of the body like a torrent. His ability, the volume output, surged again at this moment. With the blessing of the Super World King Fist, his combat power has been improved to a point that is beyond the sky, exceeding 300 billion point. The instantaneous increase in power made the output of Latai's Super Shining Destruction Cannon suddenly expand, and the situation reversed again. Broly's meteor bombardment was pushed back by Rades' Super Shining Destruction Cannon, blessed with the Super King of World Fist. He understood that this was the last chance he could defeat Broly, and he would succeed if he didn't succeed. Broly, who was controlling the bombardment of the meteor, felt the huge pressure coming towards him, and his face changed slightly. But soon, this brief surprise turned into a strong joke. Ha 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 ha. Broly burst into laughter. The super transmission energy pool in his body was further stimulated, and the powerful super transmission power gathered in his palm under his mind. But in just 2 or 3 seconds, a highly compressed green energy bomb had condensed and formed in his palm. Driven by Broly's mind, this compressed energy bomb shot out of his palm and crashed into the approaching meteor bombardment. Boom! There was a muffled sound. With the entry of this compressed energy bomb, the entire meteor bombing energy ball expanded, and its volume increased by nearly doubled, and it stopped regressing. The huge energy slowly advanced under the pressure of Broly's momentum. Its power was once again overwhelming the Super Shining Destruction Cannon released by Latai's. What? This guy's power! It has reached this level. Feeling the energy that exploded again on Broly, Latai's was shocked. The legendary Super Saiyan is far more incredible than he thought. It should be said that it is worthy of being the legend of their Saiyan clan. The particularity brought by this bloodline is completely incomparable to ordinary Saiyan. Even though he has reached more than 3, the terrible improvement speed is simply incomparable. Although he felt like retreating in his heart, Latai's was still gritting his teeth and outputting. He still won't give in easily. Now he is at the limit of the limit. The state of the Super Realm King Fist cannot last long. He can't hold on to this violent energy output for long. Before I knew it, this energy wave had been going on for more than half a minute. Broly's aura was like a rainbow, and his breath strength became stronger and stronger as time went by. On the other hand, Latai's momentum has greatly declined, and his combat effectiveness has continued to weaken. The victory or defeat is already obvious. The awakened Broly is no longer what Latai's can handle now. Boom! The space was rippling, and a deafening roar came from the sound of the ears. Broly's meteor bombing completely crushed Latai's Super Shining Destruction Cannon. This terrifying green energy bomb, the size of an asteroid, tore through space and pressed straight towards Latai's. Are you still losing? Damn, you still can't beat the legendary Super Saiyan. At this moment, Latai's could no longer continue to output energy. His hands drooped, and the state of Super Realm King's Fist disappeared. Even Super Saiyan, the 3rd level state of human beings, cannot be maintained. Cold sweat wet his body, and he raised his head weakly to look at the meteor bombardment in the sky with endless murderous intent. Strong unwillingness arises from the heart. For a long time he considered himself the strongest Saiyan after Talat, but the cruel reality taught him a lesson. In this world there are people outside of people, and there are heavens outside of heaven. Broly in front of him is much better than him. Although the other party was irrational and even became a slave dominated by power, it is undeniable that he lost. Just as Latai's was about to be swallowed by this devastating energy, Talat, who had been watching the game, moved. But in a blink of an eye, Talat appeared in front of Latai's and transformed into the 2nd level Super Saiyan peak state. The normal combat power increase of 200 times, but his combat power was instantly increased to 600 billion point. Faced with this meteor bombardment with endless destructive power, Talat raised his hand and blasted it out. Boom! The majestic aura was released, but the infinite destructive meteor was instantly bombarded and frozen in its original place. Talat, it's up to you in the end. Latai's looked at Talat, who had just appeared in front of him, with with complicated eyes. Although he had already expected Talat to take action at this time, he was still very unhappy. Just like when facing Frisia, Talat always had to take action to get rid of danger. When can he truly stand alone and defeat all his opponent? Let me leave it, neck. You are already very strong. Talat smiled slightly. The moment the words fell, the magnificent Scion energy pool in his body mobilized, and the overbearing Scion energy invaded the inside of the meteor, bombarded, resolving the energy bomb from the inside out. Boom! There was a shocking sound. This huge meteor bombarded the bombing of the sky like a firework. Endless green particles floated in this space and disappeared soon. Seeing this scene with such a close distance, Leitai stood there in a daze, not knowing how to describe his inner activities for a moment. The gap is still too big, Leitai sighed in his heart. After understanding the gap in strength between him and Talat, he was not discouraged. After all, this has always been the case. Neck, I'll leave it to you. Leitai dragged his tired body and flew out of the battlefield. Keeping here will only become a burden. Leitai left. Talat looked up at the sky, and a smile appeared on his face. The legendary Super Saiyan man, after all, wanted to give it a try a long time ago, but he was not strong enough at the time. Even in this era, he did not dare to touch this taboo. Broly has become so powerful before he has fully awakened. If he has completely awakened, how much will his strength increase? Facts have proved that it was correct that he didn't touch it at the beginning. At this moment, Broly, who was floating in the air, saw another new prey joining the battle, and the fierce look on his face became even heavier. However, unlike dealing with Leitai, Broly could feel that there was a very special force in Talat which posed a huge threat to him. Aoa! Immediately, Broly locked in Talat, and a violent energy kept gushing out. The turquoise aura turned into substantial storm flames sweeping across all directions, and the terrifying pressure enveloped the entire Wampa Star. Naba, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta, who were watching the battle outside the battlefield, all turned into Super Saiyans to resist the impact of this terrifying aura. But even after they were prepared, they were almost overturned by this domineering pass, and even Leitai, who had just returned, was affected. In fact, what Weiss could help them block, but Weiss did not do so. He wants them to experience more to become stronger. Feeling the momentum that broke out on Broly, Talat smiled slightly, and the golden aura was released from the inside out. Blue and white lightning burst out from the rich golden flames. A more domineering and tough aura than Broly burst out with Talat as the center. In a moment, Broly's aura was completely crushed by Talat. Broly, whose aura was oppressed, had a more ferocious expression on his face, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent when he looked at Talat. You can have this level of power when you have half your foot entered that state. Let me help you with the last move and let you explode completely. After the words fell, Talat burst into a Super Saiyan outbreak. All the auras of the second level were bombarded at Broly. The domineering aura destroyed Broly's aura and swept through his body. Oppressed by Talat, Broly's facial features were distorted even more violently, and the anger in his eyes became stronger. He could not bear it anymore. Like a wild beast that was walking wild, turning into a green aurora and heading straight for Talat. Facing Broly on the way, Talat was not panicked at all. Swoosh! A sound of breaking through the air sounded, and Brolin's huge palm raised a burst of sonic booms, grabbing Talat's face. The speed is very fast and the sense of oppression is very strong. If it were someone else, he would really be hit. But how could Talat be so easily hit? The moment Broly's giant hand attacked, Talat's figure was like a ghost to avoid the capture of the palm, and raised his hand and punched it hard. Pound! A thunderous explosion exploded. A powerful blow hit Broly's jaw, and the terrifying force swept across Broly's body, making him soar into the sky like a rocket. Broly, who was hit hard, had a distorted facial features. His face showed a ferocious look, and his body soared into the sky, and he couldn't stop at all. Talat would not let Broly go so easily, and took advantage of the victory to chase and burst out with an extremely terrifying speed. But in a flash, he appeared directly above Broly. His right fist was clenched, his strength was accumulated, and he was dark. The force is superimposed, and a powerful blow is hit hard.